Chapter 51, Age or Assets. Jiraiya let out a jovial laugh and patted the ground beside him. Sit, sit. This toad sage doesn't get to see his old students often these days. Utakata walked over and sat down beside the man now identified as the toad sage. In the entire ninja world no one except Jiraiya the gallant can call himself the toad sage. Did the old man send you here? Jiraiya asked. Utakata shook his head. No, I became a Jonin sensei. My team is the first dispatch squad, so we were part of the unit handling the infiltrators. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you finally became an instructor. However, after a moment, he frowned slightly. But wait, if I remember correctly, it's only been a month or two since the teams were formed. So how come you're already taking them on A-rank missions? Utakata didn't answer right away. He simply stared at the sea, watching the waves crash against the shore. I wouldn't have brought them here if I didn't think they were ready, he finally said. Then, after a brief pause, he continued, besides, I have Juiki's kid on my team. And I believe, he has talent on Minato's level. A once-in-a-generation talent. The three on my team can handle this mission without any great problem, so I agreed. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at Utakata. It's unlike you to give someone such high praise, he mused. Then, after a moment of thought, he muttered, Juiki's kid, and Minato, huh. His lips curled into a small smirk as he asked, and what about his father? Utakata scoffed. He's got it the easiest out of all of us. He just sits with Shikaku every day, complains about any new idea, and brags about his kid. Jiraiya let out a loud laugh. Did you really think Juiki would just sit at a desk and do his job properly? Utakata sighed, shaking his head. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya turned to him again. So how are you handling dealing with kids? Remind you of your time as a genin. Utakata's response was immediate. My situation is much better than yours, at least. I don't have a Minato who was too good of a human when we were under you, nor do I have a Juiki who was too loud. The ones I have are all the quiet types and one of them is an Abarame, so we can actually work in silence. At this, Jiraiya's face darkened. He grimaced as old memories resurfaced. The chaos of training a young Minato and Juiki, two polar opposites, was not something he recalled fondly. The two continued to talk, sharing stories and reflections, until the first light of dawn began breaking over the horizon. Utakata suddenly asked, eyes still fixed on the distant sea, you're not going to join the battle. Jiraiya shook his head. Only if they send the Jinchuriki. He then hesitated for a moment before asking, how is Naruto? Utakata's expression darkened slightly. I don't know, he admitted, voice quieter than before. I tried many times, but I couldn't bring myself to see him, even from a distance. Jiraiya sighed heavily. I want to tell you it's not your fault, but I already know you wouldn't believe it. Utakata said nothing. Instead, he stood up and turned to leave, but then he suddenly paused. Sensei, he said, his voice weird. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Utakata hesitated for a moment before finally asking, how did you deal with us? Jiraiya blinked. Utakata continued, his expression unreadable. How did you handle a team where one person was too good, and the others weren't? Jiraiya opened his mouth, ready to dismiss the question with a joke, but, Sensei. Utakata's voice held a rare intensity. For the first time in their conversation, Jiraiya saw a hint of conflict in his usually rational student's eyes. Jiraiya sighed again, rubbing the back of his head. You're going to make me grow old faster than the third with all these deep questions, he muttered. Then, after a brief silence, he looked up at the sky and finally answered. You can't limit them. Just let him run wild. Let him do whatever he wants to. Your only job is to be there for him if he ever needs you. I think Juiki already knows it. As for the others, Jiraiya chuckled lightly. I think you'll do a better job than I did. Utakata stood there for a moment, taking in his sensei's words. Then, finally, he nodded. Without another word, he flickered away, disappearing into the forest. Now alone once again, Jiraiya let out a quiet sigh, watching the sunrise over the ocean. I don't think I did a good job handling the situation back then, he muttered under his breath. So I hope you will. By the time the sun began to rise, the Leaf teams had already cleaned up their campsite and were preparing to depart. Each team had a different destination. Team 1 was heading back to the village, while Team Akira was assigned to another mission, one that Ren wasn't privy to. Meanwhile, the border patrol team would continue their ongoing mission, maintaining security along this part of the eastern perimeter. As part of their responsibilities, Team 1 would submit their own mission reports, while Utakata would personally brief the Hokage and hand over the enemy bodies for further investigation. There was always the chance that the village could extract useful intelligence from them. Once the teams exchanged brief farewells, they parted ways, each moving in their respective directions. Team 1 traveled through the dense forest, making their way back toward Konoha. Unlike their hurried journey before, this time their pace was much slower since there was no longer a need to rush. As Team 1 traveled through the dense forest, Utakata spoke, at our current pace, it will take us 3 days to reach the village. By the night of the second day, we should reach Otofuki-gai town, where we'll rest before continuing our journey the next morning. Map, I'll edit here don't start spamming question marks if it is not there within minutes. The genins nodded in understanding and continued in silence. By the time they reached Otofuki-gai, the sun had already set for the second day, casting a warm glow over the bustling town. Even though the town was also a civilian-only town and like the civilian village they had visited on their first mission, Otofuki-gai was significantly larger, with well-lit streets and numerous establishments catering to travelers and merchants. As Konoha shinobi, Team 1 had no difficulty entering the town, moving freely under the authority granted to them within the Land of Fire. The town was a common stop for those traveling toward the Hidden Leaf Village, making it a natural resting point for weary travelers. After a quick assessment, they chose a moderate-priced inn and booked 3 rooms, one for Ren and Hitachi, one for Yujao, and one for Yudakata. While sleeping arrangements were flexible during missions, traditional values still dictated that boys and girls should maintain separate rooms whenever possible. The shinobi world held many contradictory social norms, balancing pragmatism on the battlefield with cultural traditions in civilian life. After checking in, Ren entered his room and changed into a fresh set of clothes, his usual sleeveless denim shirt and blue cargo pants. He had 7 identical sets, preferring convenience over variety. Like most people in the ninja world, he had learned early on that practicality always outweighed fashion. He had briefly considered changing his attire after becoming a genin but had quickly abandoned the idea when he imagined the tedium of choosing new outfits from countless options. After removing his forehead protector and storing it in his storage belt, Ren decided to explore the town. He asked his roommate Hitachi, but his teammate declined the offer, likely preferring to rest. When he tried Yujao's room, she didn't even answer. With no other option, Ren ventured out alone, blending into the lively streets. Otofuki-gai was bustling but ordinary. Despite the lively atmosphere, Ren quickly grew bored, realizing that being a shinobi among civilians made everything feel underwhelming. That was when his eyes landed on a large gambling house, one of the most decorated establishments in town. Bright lanterns and extravagant banners adorned the entrance, inviting thrill-seekers inside. Konoha had its own gambling dens, but they strictly enforced a height requirement, which Ren unfortunately did not meet. AG had once tried to sneak into one using the transformation jutsu, but he was caught by a security seal at the entrance that instantly dispelled the jutsu. If a kid got caught, they would either be kicked out or dragged to their parents or teacher, depending on the mood of the staff. Ren found it ridiculous that children could be trained killers, yet they weren't allowed to gamble or drink. This world is so strange, he thought. No wonder Itaka killed his entire clan, they must have discouraged him from gambling and drinking even after he reached the required height. Shaking his head as he praised his own dark humor, Ren slipped into a nearby alleyway and activated the transformation jutsu. Instead of changing into a different person, he simply increased his height and gave himself a more mature look, which was enough to pass as an adult without attracting attention. Straightening his posture, he confidently walked toward the den. As he approached, he saw the familiar height measuring pole at the entrance. With his new form, he easily passed the requirement and entered the gambling house without issue. Unlike Konoha, this place had no security seals to dispel his transformation, so there was nothing stopping him from trying his luck. Inside the gambling den, the atmosphere was lively, filled with the clinking of chips, the rolling of dice, and the cheers and groans of gamblers testing their luck. Several tables were set up, each surrounded by eager onlookers. There were games like blackjack, craps, Tsunade's favorite dice game, and various card games. Ren walked over to the exchange counter, noting a sign that stated the maximum exchange limit was 10,000 ryo. Without hesitation, he exchanged the full amount, handing over his money in exchange for a stack of colorful chips. The cashier, a man with a sly smile, eagerly processed the exchange, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had seen many newcomers like Ren, and most ended up losing everything within minutes. Feigning regret, he sighed, such a shame our boss set the limit at 10,000 ryo. But I hope you enjoy your time here. Ren barely acknowledged the man's words, instead scanning the room. He had hoped to spot Tsunade, but luck wasn't on his side tonight. The legendary gambler was nowhere to be found. If this was a fanfic, Ren would have definitely met the sun in here, and then she would discover Ren in disguise, and when she lost to him eventually she would blackmail him about exposing him instead of paying money. But then she would be surprised by his talent and take him as her student. Later on the two would fall in love, not minding the enormous age gap, only focusing on the other enormous thing. But alas, this was reality. Something like that won't happen here. With his chips in hand, he made his way to the dice tables. Half an hour later, Ren walked out of the casino 40,000 ryo richer, carrying a total of 50,000 ryo in his pockets. As he had expected, the cashier's expression was priceless when Ren returned to exchange his chips for cash. The man had repeatedly tried to convince him to keep playing, insisting that beginner's luck lasts even longer and that he should try for an even bigger win. But Ren wasn't greedy. Taking too much from harmless civilians would weigh on his conscience. However, since the cashier had been so eager to give him the money of his boss, Ren decided he would definitely visit this casino again whenever he passed through the town. Feeling satisfied and even more wealthier, he returned to the inn and got some rest. At 8 a.m., Team 1 departed from the inn, having eaten a quick breakfast before heading out. The journey back to Konoha was expected to be uneventful, but just as they had traveled a short distance from the town, a sudden cry of an eagle pierced through the air. The distinct call was a distress signal, a coded message used exclusively by Konoha shinobi to signal an emergency situation. Yudakata immediately turned in the direction of the sound, his expression sharpening. Without hesitation, he gave a single order. Let's go. Chapter 52, The Man with Many Names. A bit late cuz I was out celebrating my brother's birthday. A short distance away, the normally deserted pathway was in complete ruin. Scattered debris from what once appeared to be a lavish caravan littered the ground, while several merchant bodies lay motionless, their conditions unknown. The scene was chaotic, with shattered wooden planks, torn fabrics, and supplies strewn across the dirt road. One figure, however, stood out from the rest. A man clad in Konoha's standard Jonin uniform lay motionless, his leaf headband still securely fastened to his forehead. A short distance away, a kunoichi much younger than the man was also unconscious, her leaf headband marking her as a Konoha ninja. Nearby, a man dressed in elaborate royal robes was shielded by 12 armed guards, standing protectively around him. Their tense stances and alert eyes made it clear they were preparing for the worst. A few meters ahead, 2 young shinobi stood facing a single opponent. A man with flowing black hair and a strange, swirly patterned mask concealing his face. In his hand, he held long sword. One of the young shinobi, a boy with spiky black hair and onyx eyes, stood frozen in place, his body completely stiff. His companion clicked his tongue in irritation before rushing forward, aiming to strike the masked enemy head-on. However, before he could even get close, the masked man moved first. His blade was already inches from the boy's throat, traveling so fast that death seemed inevitable until, at the last moment, the boy was yanked backward with intense force, narrowly evading a fatal strike. The one responsible for pulling him back, a boy with deep blue eyes and short blue hair, landed beside him in a blur and the two jumped back. The masked man's empty gaze shifted toward the new arrivals. Standing near the black-haired boy were now 3 more figures. Team 1 had arrived on the scene. As soon as Team 1 arrived, the man in royal robes let out a relieved voice, his tone filled with desperation. Udakata, thank the sage you are here. This man is responsible for attacking me, the daimyo of the Fire Nation. I order you, kill him at once. However, Udakata didn't even spare the daimyo a glance. His gaze remained locked onto the masked man standing before them. Without shifting his eyes away, he muttered in a low voice to his students, his tone grim. Be ready to run at any moment. This man is not someone you can handle. He's the one responsible for the attack 2 years ago and the one who is responsible for killing the 4th Hokage. The weight of those words slammed into Team 1 like a hammer. The 4th Hokage. The mere mention of him sent a chill down their spines. The position of Hokage was reserved for the strongest shinobi, and among them, the 4th was special. He had been young yet unmatched, a prodigy who could have become the strongest ninja in history if given the time to grow even further. Yet, the man standing before them was the one responsible for his death. Ren felt his breath hitch. He knew who this was. The man who deceived an entire world while wearing a mask. The false Madara. The one who started the greatest war in shinobi history over a girl he loved. The second sage of 6 paths. Obito Uchiha. For a brief moment, Ren's eyes flicked to the brown-haired boy standing frozen in his hands, whose gaze was blank and unfocused. His mind likely unable to process what had just happened. He was almost dead. He then glanced at Itachi who was still frozen and remembered this scene. This was that moment. The canon event where Itachi awakened his Sharingan, but now, with Team 1's unexpected intervention, things had shifted. Ren felt a strange sense of unease but at the same time rewards. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind. But before he could dwell on it, another, more urgent realization crashed over him like a wave. I need to survive first. Obito and Udakata remained locked in a tense stare-down. Then, Obito finally spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, a voice that didn't match his stature. You were lucky last time. But this time, I will finish the job. And then he vanished. A swirling distortion in space, and just like that he was gone. Ren's body tensed instantly, his instinct screaming as he prepared for an attack from any direction, and then there was a loud impact. A thud, followed by a shockwave, as Udakata collided with Obito midair. Their battle had begun. Udakata's first strike was immediate, a brutal punch aimed at Obito's face. But it phased right through him. Udakata didn't hesitate. He shifted his stance, launching a series of rapid attacks, punches, kicks, even a kunao slash. Every single attack slipped through Obito like he was a ghost. Ren had landed near his teammates, watching intently. He knew how to deal with Obito, but how could he possibly explain that to Udakata? If he exposed too much knowledge, his biggest problem wouldn't be Obito. It would be the TNI department in Konoha. Obito remained untouched, phasing through Udakata's attacks with almost bored indifference. Then, without warning, he gave a single punch and it connected. Udakata was sent skidding back, dust and debris flying in his wake, and then Obito turned his attention to Team 1. He appeared behind them in an instant, his sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at the 3 young shinobi. Ren's instincts screamed. Without thinking, he ducked, his body moving before his mind even registered the attack. In the same motion, he shoved both Yujao and Hitashi's heads down with him, forcing them to avoid the deadly strike. The sword whistled through empty air. No blood spilled. Obito's masked gaze flickered slightly. Good instincts. Before he could press the attack, Udakata rushed in, passing through Obito's body once again. Ren barely had time to process what was happening when Obito raised his sword once again. There was a flash of silver. The sword was coming down. Straight for him. Time slowed. Ren could see every intricate detail of the blade, the tiny scratches, the angle of its descent, the way the light reflected off its polished edge. He could see the attack, every single detail of it, so he moved, trying to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. A sharp, burning pain exploded through his left arm. He barely had time to process the agony before his body reacted instinctively. His claws lashed out, striking at Obito's stomach only to pass through. At the same moment Obito's blade passed through Ren's arm. It should have severed his limb entirely, but at the last possible second, the sword which was about to cut through his arm phased through it, sparing it from being severed. Ren's vision blurred for a moment, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Then he flickered away. The moment his feet touched solid ground, his legs gave out. He collapsed onto his knees, panting hard, his entire body trembling. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, blood seeping between his fingers as he clutched it tightly, trying to stem the bleeding. His eyes flicked up as Obito stood exactly where he was, staring at Ren with an unreadable expression. For the second time since arriving in this world, Ren felt true fear. Even though he knew how to deal with him and could see the attack coming, he wasn't fast enough to dodge it completely. His body had moved at just the last moment, so he avoided instant death. However, if he hadn't attacked just at the right time, his arm would have been severed, and only when he had father stood together could they make a complete person. The first to react was Utakata. In an instant, he appeared beside Ren, placing a firm hand on his injured arm. A faint green glow spread from his palm as he began healing the wound. Obito's masked gaze flickered between his sword and Ren, his voice slow and deliberate. "You remind me of someone." Ren took deep, measured breaths, his heart still hammering against his chest. As Utakata's healing chakra worked through his arm, he murmured, "He was about to sever my arm, but something happened." His blade didn't cut through, it passed through instead. It was a calculated move. Earlier, if he had pointed out Obito's ability too quickly, it would have been suspicious. But now, after experiencing a near-fatal blow firsthand and observing Obito up close, it made sense for him to piece some things together. Utakata narrowed his eyes, considering Ren's words as he continued healing. What happened, he thought. Everything had transpired too fast, even for him. One moment, Obito's sword was about to sever Ren's arm, and the next instant it had passed through instead. Damn it. I can't track him properly. If we want to deal with him, we first have to figure out how to hit him. Utakata's grip on Ren's arm tightened slightly. Work with me. He gave a final pulse of chakra, sealing the wound completely, before rising to his feet. Then, his voice rang out sharply. "Genin, protect the daimyo." The four young shinobi who had been standing in stunned silence finally snapped back to reality. Yujeo's breath hitched, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ren." Her hands trembled slightly at the memory of how close he had been to losing an arm or worse. But Utakata's command came again, louder and firmer. "Now." Without hesitation, all four genin moved instantly, positioning themselves near the daimyo and his guards. Though Utakata had framed it as protecting the daimyo, in truth, his real intent was to provide the genin with a safety buffer by placing them under the guardian's protection, a little distance from the battlefield. The 12 guardians understood this as well, but now wasn't the time to argue. They remained alert, standing between the genin and the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Obito let out a mocking chuckle, his voice dripping with amusement. "Ah, Konoha ninjas, always the epitome of love and sacrifice." Utakata didn't respond. He simply moved. With blinding speed, he launched himself at Obito once again, his attacks relentless, punches, kicks, kunao slashes, anything that could land a blow. But nothing connected. Obito remained untouched, his body flickering like a ghost as every attack passed through him effortlessly. "You know you can't do anything, dash." But this time, Ren interrupted him. From the side, wind blades tore through the air, slicing directly toward Obito in quick succession. 1, 2, 3. But just like Utakata's attacks, they passed through him. Ren gritted his teeth, but he didn't stop. Instead, he and Utakata coordinated their attacks, taijutsu and ninjutsu working in tandem. Still, nothing landed. Ren quickly retrieved several explosive tags, launching them at point-blank range, directly at Obito's masked face. A series of deafening explosions rocked the battlefield. Flames and dust surged into the air. But when the smoke cleared, Obito stood unharmed. He hadn't even flinched. "How rude," Obito muttered. "Damn it." Utakata clenched his fists. "No matter what we do," he quickly formed hand seals, his chakras surging. Water release, water bullet jutsu. A massive sphere of water shot toward Obito, rushing forward with the force of a raging tide. But Obito's Mangekyo Sharinon spun. In the blink of an eye, the entire attack was sucked into a swirling vortex, disappearing into another dimension. Ren barely had time to process it before Obito reappeared above Utakata, his sword already descending. Ren's body and mind worked in tandem. Just as he thought of what to do, his body moved. At the exact moment Obito's blade was about to strike Utakata, Ren's own attack landed, passing through Obito's body just as Obito's strike passed through Utakata's. Just like before, both Utakata and Ren distanced themselves, once again resuming their volley of useless attacks. But this time Ren was watching, waiting for the right moment to tell Utakata. Just at that moment Obito attacked Ren, but this time Utakata interfered just before the strike hit Ren, and it happened just like before, and both Ren and Obito were unharmed. "This is it," he thought, and then shouted, "Sensei." Utakata's response came without hesitation. He had also figured it out. "Yes, I got it." But at that exact moment, Obito's voice rang out too. "Gotcha." Ren stared at the scene in front of him. In a sickening instant, Obito's hand was wrapped around Utakata's wrist. A dark swirl of space began forming. Utakata was about to be sucked in Obito's dimension. Chapter 53, Konohanians are hypocrite. Just as Utakata was about to be completely devoured by the swirling vortex, Ren sprang into action. With his claws sharpened by razor-like wind chakra, he lunged at Obito from the side. His claws stabbed into Obito's torso, and this time they made actual contact. Ren felt his claws pierce through flesh, and his heart leaped. He had almost reached Obito's heart when suddenly Obito's body turned intangible once again, and Ren's claws passed through harmlessly. But the good news was that Utakata was now free, the vortex pulling him into the dimension had stopped, and he quickly broke out of Obito's grasp. It worked. Ren didn't hesitate. He immediately distanced himself from Obito, knowing that even though he managed to injure him, he wouldn't survive if Obito retaliated right now. Ren's heart pounded in his chest as he recalled the gamble he'd just taken. He had a vague memory from his previous life that Obito couldn't simultaneously become intangible and use Kamui to absorb someone. It had been a risky move, but it paid off. Obito can only use Kamui's ability for one purpose at a time, either becoming intangible or absorbing someone into his dimension, at least for now. Utakata, still a bit disoriented, quickly regained his footing and thought about what he had just felt. There was something familiar about it, like the feeling he got when his teammate used his most potent jutsu. But he couldn't dwell on it, as Obito's cold, menacing voice rang out. I was right. You really remind me of him, the greatest hypocrite in all of Konoha. Obito's eyes seemed to narrow behind the mask as his voice dropped even lower. But what can you do? Even if you attacked me once, can you do it again? No. You only had one chance, and that was because I was playing with you. But now I will show you. I will show you what you Konoha shinobi fear the most. With that, he vanished in a swirl, his presence disappearing completely. Ren's entire body tensed as a chill ran down his spine. No, he's going after. His instincts proved correct. Obito reappeared directly behind the genin, his sword raised high, ready to strike down Itake. His words were merciless as he swung the blade down. You can't do anything. Itake remained frozen, his mind struggling to catch up, when suddenly his teammate, the one who had nearly died earlier, pushed him aside, taking the full brunt of the sword strike. Blood splattered across the ground as the boy's body collapsed, lifeless before he could even utter a word. Itake's world seemed to stop. He stared at his fallen teammate, the one with whom he had shared civil missions. Even if the other party didn't always get along with him, they had formed a bond. But now he was dead. Itake's black eyes quivered, and then they shifted. Slowly, two comma-shaped tomo emerged, spinning around his irises as they turned a brilliant crimson. Itake Uchiha had undergone the awakening of his Sharingan. Obito paused, his own eyes narrowing as he stared at the transformation. Looks like you have the Uchiha blood flowing in you, he muttered, almost amused. It was as if the previous fury he had displayed was nothing more than an act. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as everyone processed what had just happened. Obito turned his gaze back to Itake and spoke with an air of self-centeredness. I, Madara Uchiha, will be watching you, young Uchiha. And with that, he swirled out of existence, vanishing just as abruptly as he had appeared. The tension lingered for a moment, as if everyone was bracing for another attack. Ren remained alert, his body poised to move, but after a full 2 minutes without any sign of Obito, he finally allowed himself to relax. His body slumped down in exhaustion, the adrenaline finally ebbing away. The realization of what had just happened settled over him, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the chaos that had just unfolded. Seeing that everything had finally settled down, Yujao and Hitachi ran over to Ren, who was now sitting with his back against a tree, his breathing still a bit ragged from exhaustion. Yujao, her eyes glassy with unshed tears, immediately knelt beside him, her voice trembling. Are you okay? She asked, her hands gently but frantically checking Ren's body for any signs of injury. Ren managed a tired nod, giving her a faint smile. Yeah, no injuries. Just tired. Very tired. He really was exhausted. Even though he hadn't used much chakra during the fight, both his brain and body had been working at full capacity. One moment of relaxation could have meant a sword slicing through his body or Utakata's. Yujao seemed relieved but still sat down by his side, while Hitachi plopped down in front of him, his face still a bit pale from how close he too had been to losing his life from the masked man's first attack. A short distance away, Utakata was talking to the daimyo, while one of his clones was checking on the injured jonin. The tense atmosphere had softened, but the aftermath of the fight still lingered. Yujao's gaze shifted to the body of Itake's dead teammate, her expression growing somber. I was really scared, she admitted softly. Ren gave her a sideways glance, thinking to himself. What? Why were you scared? I was the one fighting the man who is responsible for killing a freaking Hokage. I should be scared. But then it hit him, oh right, we're teammates. She must have been scared for me. His train of thought was cut off when Yujao continued, her voice almost hushed. I kept thinking, what would I do if that sword came at me? I wouldn't be able to take even one hit. Ren turned his head to her mechanically, processing her words. You were scared that a sword would come at you, while the guy had all his anger focused on me because I reminded him of someone. Yujao pouted defensively, crossing her arms. Hey, I had to think of the worst-case scenario, she shot back, trying to keep her tone light. Ren just stared at her, realizing she was trying to lighten the mood with her weird way of comforting him. What kind of comforting technique is this? Shifting anger? Playing the victim card? I don't understand. I don't even need comfort, I just need sleep. Realizing that Utakata was still busy with the daimyo, Ren sighed and leaned back against the tree. I'll just sleep for a while. Wake me up when we're ready to go. He let his eyes close, feeling the weight of fatigue finally pulling him under. In the comforting silence, even the tension from the battle seemed to melt away for a moment. At the same time, Utakeda was speaking with the daimyo. He gave a light bow, his tone neutral and respectful. Forgive me for not greeting you earlier, daimyo-sama, but I hope you understand that the situation was not suitable, Utakeda said calmly. The fire daimyo, now sitting on a chair, waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. But why did you let that man escape? You should have finished him off when you had the chance. And, was he really Madara? The daimyo's voice turned fearful at the last part. Utakeda's face grew serious as he replied, that is the problem, daimyo-sama. I did not have the chance to finish him, and the claim of him being Madara does not make sense either. But rest assured, I will ensure that you receive a complete report once I have returned to the village. The fire daimyo nodded thoughtfully. Do as you see fit. I'll make sure you receive a reward for saving my life once we reach the capital. Escort us there. Utakeda shook his head slightly. I apologize, but I'm afraid that won't be possible, daimyo-sama. It has been ordered that any sighting of that man must be reported at the earliest notice. However, do not worry, the Umbu is here. They will ensure your safe passage. As Utakeda finished speaking, a man wearing a bear mask appeared by his side, and several other shinobi dressed in similar Umbu attire materialized on the surrounding trees. Bear here will be responsible for escorting you safely to the fire capital. However, it would be wise for the caravan not to make any stops along the way. The fire daimyo nodded, clearly shaken but compliant. I shall trust your judgment, then. He was surprisingly agreeable, likely because he had previously insisted on being escorted by the Uchiha prodigy, but after nearly losing his life, he was not willing to take any more risks. Utakeda turned to the bear-masked Umbu. Protect the daimyo well. Leave a message if you return before us. Bear nodded, understanding the urgency. The fire capital wasn't far from their current location, and for the Umbu, it would take much less time to travel there and back to the Leaf Village compared to a squad with injured and dead members. With a final farewell to the daimyo, Utakeda made his way back to his team, who were sitting under the tree. Meanwhile, Utakeda's clone had already healed the injured people. Fortunately, none of them were dead, and most didn't even have severe injuries. They had only been trapped under genjutsu. The Jonin had sustained minor wounds, but nothing too serious. When the Jonin finally woke up, he immediately went on high alert, remembering the attack. However, his stance relaxed when he saw Utakeda and the others also waking up. But he froze again upon seeing one of his students cradling another, who was clearly dead. Utakeda didn't offer any comfort. Handle your team, Jonin, he ordered, before dispelling his clone. The real Utakeda approached his own team and saw that Ren was asleep, while Yujao and Hitachi were sitting nearby, keeping watch. He bent down and placed his hand on Ren's forehead, emitting a soft green glow as healing chakra enveloped the boy. Ren's tense body gradually relaxed, his breathing evening out as he fell into a deeper, more restful sleep. Utakeda also checked his other two students for injuries when Yujao spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. Sensei, are you okay? And Ren? Utakeda gave her a reassuring nod. I'm fine. Ren is fine too. He just overworked his brain and body far too much, so he needs to rest. Don't wake him up for now. I'll let you know when we're ready to move. Both Yujao and Hitachi nodded, relieved to hear that Ren was really alright. As Utakeda moved a bit away, Yujao kept her eyes on Ren, her expression soft and worried. A quiet voice broke the silence. I shouldn't be, but I'm glad we don't have to go through that, Hitachi said, his gaze directed at Itaka's teammates. One of them was sobbing quietly, holding on to the lifeless body of their fallen friend. Yujao followed his gaze and nodded silently, unable to bring herself to look for too long. Chapter 54, in the room with the big men and old men. A group of shinobi was traveling swiftly through the trees, leaping from one branch to another. Their headbands bore the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village. Team 1, along with Itaka's team, had departed soon after the daimyo's procession was entrusted to the Umbu for escort. For safety, Utakeda took up the rear, while the other Jonin led from the front, effectively sandwiching the four genins between them. Ren, still asleep, was being carried by Utakeda. Yujao's had tried to wake him earlier but was refused by Utakeda. The deceased genin was sealed within a scroll carried by the other Jonin. They had been traveling for nearly half a day when Ren finally woke up. Realizing he was being carried, Ren understood that his teammates hadn't woken him. He spoke up, Sensei, I'm fine now. I can travel on my own. Utakeda nodded, setting him down as they continued moving. I've already checked your body, Utakeda explained. You overworked both your brain and body trying to keep up with the masked man, which left you feeling lethargic. There shouldn't be any lingering issues, but let me know if you feel unwell. Ren nodded and followed the team. Utakeda flickered to the front of the formation, taking the lead and increasing the pace. The rest of the group had to adjust to match his speed. As the team continued moving, Yujao, Hitachi, and Itaka glanced back at Ren, silently checking on him. Ren gave a small nod, indicating that he was alright, and the three turned their focus forward again. Ren, now at the back of the formation, glanced at Itaka and noticed level 62 displayed above his head. Itaka's level had risen by 13 levels after awakening his Tutomo Sharingan. Ren couldn't help but feel wary. A massive level increase like that wouldn't happen with just any Uchiha. It's probably because it's Itachi, but even with his power up, it doesn't mean he'll have a clear advantage over me, Ren thought. He mentally reassured himself, remembering that he had Genjutsu resistance for a 3-tomo Sharingan and enhanced reflexes to counter the Sharingan, but he still wanted to test it out to be completely sure. His mind wandered to the deceased genin. In the original story, he was supposed to die when rushing at Obito, but this time he died protecting Itachi. That's a change. Still, Obito left right after seeing Itachi awaken his Sharingan, just like in canon. Maybe getting injured wasn't in his plan, but he didn't seem to be too bothered by it. Could it all have been part of his scheme to trigger Itachi's Sharingan? Has he already started planning the Uchiha massacre? Ren sighed inwardly. I need to be extremely cautious too. During the fight, he already mentioned that I reminded him of Minato, which is true I guess since Minato was the only one who had ever reacted to Obito's speed till now, it was due to his reflexes which I think should be one tier above mine. If Obito gets any ideas, it could put me in serious danger. Even though I managed to injure him, he was right when he said it was because he was playing around. If he got serious, I wouldn't stand a chance. Forget counterattacking, I'd have to give it my all just to survive. Ren clenched his fists, feeling a bit frustrated. All that ninjutsu training, and it turned out to be useless against an opponent like Obito or anyone with special eyes, for that matter. I need to figure out how to use Rasengan without drawing suspicion. I know how to learn it, but explaining how I know it will be tricky. He frowned in thought. And speed. I have to work on that too. My current training is good, but it's not enough. Maybe I should start investing points in agility instead of just vitality and chakra. But I'll look around and ask for advice before making that decision. There might be other methods to boost my speed that I haven't considered. Ren let out another deep sigh. I thought I was doing everything I could, and that I still had time to get stronger. But suddenly I had to face a final boss level opponent when I'm barely mid-tier myself. Lost in his thoughts, Ren continued to follow the group as they made their way back to Konoha. It took one night and a few extra hours before the team finally reached Konoha. They had taken a few hours to rest during the night, which made them a bit later than expected. As they entered through the village gate, Utakeda and the other jonin went to report to the guards. Ren took this opportunity to approach Itachi. Are you okay? He asked quietly. Itachi managed a small smile and gave a slight nod. Yes, he replied. Ren looked at him for a moment, sensing the emotional turmoil behind that simple response. Then he stepped back, his thoughts shifting. Now that he's awakened the Sharingan, Itachi is going to start questioning a lot of things. He'll probably go all philosophical with Shisui. It's about time I stop interacting with him altogether. Even though our interactions are few and far between, I don't want to get caught up in his and Shisui's ideals. If Obito really started observing Itachi after his Sharingan awakened, I can't afford to become part of his or Danzo's schemes. Better to keep my distance. Soon, Utakeda and the other jonin returned from speaking with the guards and went to their respective teams. Utakeda addressed his students, Yujeo, Hitachi, you two can go home. We'll meet the day after tomorrow to resume training, so take this time to rest. The two nodded, but Utakeda continued as he turned to Ren. Ren, you come with me to meet the Hokage. Since you managed to injure that man, he'll want to hear from you directly. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Yujeo and Hitachi waved goodbye to Ren before heading off, eager to rest after the long journey. Ren, meanwhile, remained beside Utakeda, his mind already planning his next steps. If I inform the Hokage about Obito's abilities, it could make a huge difference. I can't deal with him myself for now, but that doesn't mean the other powerhouses in the village can't. If they know his intangibility trick, they'll have a much easier time handling him. Besides, I might get some rewards from the system by doing so. I already have 3 pending rewards, one for completing the mission, one for fighting Obito, and one for participating in Itachi's awakening. Giving crucial information might just get me another since no one knows about Obito's abilities at this time. Ren waited with Utakeda while the other jonin, whose name he still didn't know, finished talking to his students. Once the jonin was done, he nodded to Utakeda and Ren. Without another word, all 3 of them flickered to the Hokage Tower. Once the 3 reached the Hokage Tower, they moved directly toward the Hokage's office on the top floor. Just as they approached the door, a voice from inside called out, "Come in." As they stepped inside, Ren barely had time to process the room before someone lunged at him. Instinctively, he rolled out of the way, only to look up and see his father, Juaki, rushing over with a worried expression. Without paying any mind to Ren's quick dodge, Juaki closed the distance and started checking him over. "Are you okay, brat? You fought the masked man?" he asked, his voice tense. Ren looked at him in surprise. "Dad? What are you doing here?" "And yeah, I'm fine, no serious injuries from fighting the guy." Before Juaki could respond, a cold voice cut through the room. "I am sure we have more pressing matters, and this can surely wait." Ren looked up and saw the one speaking was the one-eyed Cyclopes, the most hated man in the Naruto universe, Danzo. "I love Sharingan Shimura." Near the window stood a tall man with a wild mane of white hair, none other than Jiraiya the pervy sage. There was also an Umbu ninja with a bear mask, Shikako Wada Dragnara with his trademark pineapple hairstyle, and, of course, Hiruzen. "I will take care of Naruto Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage himself." He figured that all of them must have received a brief report of what happened, which was why important people were here, especially Jiraiya. Ren glanced at his father and noticed Juaki scoff at Danzo's interruption. Juaki straightened up and stood behind Ren, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Seeing the tension ease a little, Hiruzen addressed the group. Let's not waste any time and begin. Jonin Suma, proceed. Ren's attention shifted to the other Jonin, whom he had been mentally labeling as the other Jonin all this time. Suma cleared his throat and began his report. Everything was normal for the first 2 days after my team left the village. I corresponded with Bear every 2 hours, as per protocol while escorting the daimyo. Bear can confirm that everything was in order. The umbu with the bear mask nodded in confirmation. Suma continued, on the 3rd day, during our first break, I attempted to communicate with Bear and his unit, but none of them responded. Sensing something was wrong, I alerted the daimyo and prepared to move the procession. However, before we could move, the masked man attacked. He knocked out all the civilians except the daimyo, his guards, and my team. I attempted to fight him but was knocked out almost instantly. That's all I remember before waking up. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. You may leave and submit a written report by evening. Suma gave a respectful bow. Yes, Lord Hokage. With that, he exited the room. Turning to the umbu operative, Hiruzen gave a slight nod. Bear. The umbu operative stepped forward and gave his report. Our unit was attacked by a group of cloak-wearing ninjas. Despite our efforts, they kept getting back up even after being fatally injured. After a few sacrifices, we confirmed they were not human. Their bodies exhibited plant-like abilities. Before we could investigate further, they all merged into the ground and disappeared. A few of my men attempted to track them underground, but they found no trace. Hiruzen's expression remained serious as he nodded. Understood. You may go. Bear gave a respectful nod and flickered out of the room. Hiruzen then turned to Utakata. Utakata, begin. Utakata began his report. Firstly, the masked man identified himself as Uchiha Madara. When he saw Itachi Uchiha awaken his Sharingan, he stated that he would keep an eye on him. A ripple of surprise passed through the room at the mention of Madara's name. Danzo immediately cut in, his voice sharp. Itachi Uchiha has awakened his Sharingan. Utakata didn't even spare him a glance, continuing his report as if he hadn't been interrupted. Ren couldn't help but notice Juaki snickering softly behind him, and he was just as intrigued by how Utakata completely ignored Danzo's intrusion. I really have to ask Dad about his team today. Otherwise, it doesn't even make sense for him to be standing here like this, Ren thought. Utakata resumed speaking. Our team had just left Otofuki-gai town when we received the emergency signal. We immediately moved to investigate. Upon arrival at the scene, we found one of the genin who is now deceased rushing at the masked man. However, Genin Ren intervened and saved him the first time, allowing us to distance ourselves from the enemy. It was at that moment that I identified the masked man as the same one responsible for the Ninetales attack. Chapter 55, Add Danzo hate gifs and memes here. Utakata continued his report. Last time, I only had a brief interaction with that man, so I didn't know much about his abilities except for the fact that he had a strange Sharingan. However, this time, we uncovered some critical information. At the beginning, I engaged him in a brief battle, but all my attacks passed through his body without causing any damage. Meanwhile, he was able to hit me effortlessly. Taking advantage of an opening, he vanished in a swirl-like pattern and moved to attack the genin. Fortunately, Genin Ren managed to save himself and his teammates in time, preventing any injuries. The masked man, however, made another strike. Utakata glanced at Ren, signaling him to continue the explanation. Ren stepped forward and began speaking. The masked man attacked me with his sword. Just before the blade could land a fatal hit, I managed to dodge enough that the sword strike was no longer life-threatening. It was about to. Ren was abruptly cut off as a harsh voice interrupted him. You expect us to believe that? When a Jonin couldn't dodge the attack, you could. Ren glanced at the speaker and saw that it was Danzo. Before he could respond, Jiraiya chimed in with a casual tone. I think we got a glimpse of that when he just entered the room, Jiraiya said, hinting at Ren's earlier quick dodge from his father's grasp. He gave a nod. Go on. Ren continued, raising his gloved hand to reveal his claws. The sword ended up cutting through my left arm, but just as it was slicing me, I counterattacked with my claws. He demonstrated by flexing his claws. However, my claws passed straight through his body without making contact. At the same moment, the sword also stopped cutting into my arm and seemed to phase through it instead. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed in contemplation as he muttered to himself, he can't attack while he is intangible. Utakata nodded, affirming the statement. Yes, we reached the same conclusion after conducting some tests. I took it upon myself to keep him busy and attack whenever possible. Meanwhile, Ren, due to his quick reaction time, would counterattack whenever the masked man tried to hit me. In this way, we were able to synchronize our moves and maintain pressure on him. However, just as we confirmed our hypothesis, he revealed another ability. Ren took over the explanation once more. The swirl-like pattern he used to disappear earlier wasn't just for teleportation, it could also be used to suck in ninjutsu. More importantly, it could absorb people, but it seemed to require direct contact. He didn't use it before grabbing Sensei's wrist. Sensei was on the verge of being sucked in when I attacked, and this time, he couldn't defend himself or make himself intangible before he stopped his other ability and Sensei was free. After that he attacked others but stopped when Itachi awakened his Sharingan. Ren stopped, feeling confident that the explanation was clear enough to convey Obito's abilities. Jiraiya looked like he wanted to say something, but Hiruzen raised his hand to stop him, his expression softening as he looked at Ren. Good job, young Ren, Hiruzen praised. Your intelligence and abilities have brought us invaluable information. The village will surely reward you for your efforts. You may leave now. Ren gave a nod. Yes, Lord Hokage. Juaki clapped his son on the shoulder and said, I'll meet you at home. Ren nodded again and quietly left the office. As soon as Ren exited the office, the atmosphere inside the room shifted significantly. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, anything you want to add? Udakata shook his head calmly, indicating that Ren had covered everything important. Jiraiya, however, began to speak up. If that guy's abilities are just as the kid described, then Minato shouldn't have had any problem dealing with him. His speed and reaction time should have been more than enough to do what these two did together and even better. Udakata responded without hesitation, he had a hostage, sensei. Plus, the Ninetales was under his control. Jiraiya frowned but shook his head in disagreement. Even if that masked man took Naruto, Minato shouldn't have had much trouble dealing with him first, especially since he knew sensei was dealing with the Ninetales. There's something we still don't know about that night. Did the man say anything else? Udakata paused to think before replying. He seemed to harbor a deep hatred toward both Minato and the Leaf Village. He even said that Ren reminded him of Minato, the biggest hypocrite of Konoha, as he put it. Juaki gave a thoughtful hum and added, there aren't many people who would hate Minato to that extent, especially not an Uchiha. Minato had good relations with the Uchiha clan and could have easily accommodated them in the village if given the chance. He glanced pointedly at Danzo, who scoffed dismissively. The Uchiha are always a problem. It wouldn't surprise me if one of them went rogue to harm the village. Juaki immediately retorted, yeah, right. As if you'd tolerate a rogue Uchiha with a Sharingan. Ah sorry, a Mangekyo Sharingan. You'd be the first to target a person like that. Hiruzen raised his hand, signaling them to stop the argument. He then gestured to one of the Umbu. Call Fugaku. Shikaku, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. If that man's abilities are as we suspect, dealing with him would be difficult for anyone other than you, Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, or Lady Tsunade. I'll issue orders to all Jonin to be on the lookout and to stay cautious. Hiruzen nodded in agreement as Shikaku asked, should we sell the information about his abilities to other villages first or directly update the bingo book? Hiruzen thought for a moment before replying. Sell it. Every village would be interested in the one who caused Minato's death. However, hold off on informing the Cloud Village for now, it will be useful in the upcoming negotiations. Shikaku nodded, already having the same idea, but knowing the Hokage's approval was necessary. As he left, Fugaku Uchiha entered the office. He greeted everyone except Danzo with a respectful nod. How may I be of service, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen looked at him seriously. I believe Itaka has informed you of the events from his mission. Fugaku nodded, and Hiruzen continued. I want you to look into every Uchiha who has gone missing, been declared dead, or had any unusual circumstances since the foundation of the Leaf Village. Check for any connections with Madara Uchiha and whether any of them had even the slightest link with Minato. Before Fugaku could respond, Danzo interrupted with a sneer. It would be better if Root handled the investigation. That way, we can ensure there are no errors or cover UPS. Fugaku's expression hardened, but Hiruzen spoke firmly before he could react. I trust Fugaku to handle this matter efficiently, Danzo. Isn't that right, Fugaku? Fugaku couldn't refuse, as refusing would undoubtedly lead to demands to hand over clan information. He understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. Good. You may leave. After Fugaku left, Danzo got up as well, his tone curt. I will have my ninja keep an eye out. As he left, Juaki muttered sarcastically, whoa, now the Leaf's ninja are your own ninja. Danzo glared at Juaki but refrained from saying anything, choosing to leave quietly. Jiraiya stood up next. I'll see if I can dig up any information. There's bound to be something out there. Once Jiraiya was gone, only Hiruzen and Udakata remained in the room. Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a slow puff before speaking. What do you think we should give young Ran as a reward? He was instrumental in the mission and saved many lives including yours. The daimyo should also be pleased with him. Udakata nodded. The daimyo did mention that he would send a reward. As for what the village should give him, although he managed to react to that man, his speed wasn't quite sufficient. Something to boost his speed would be appropriate. Additionally, while his taijutsu is fine for now, it may start to lag behind his ninjutsu in the future. Lady Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength technique would fit him well. Since I'll be starting medical nin training with the team soon, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to pick up. Hiruzen hummed, considering the suggestion. I thought you wanted him to be like Minato, so I expected you might just ask for the Flying Thunder God technique. If I give him these new jutsus, he'll deviate from the traditional speed-type path. Udakata thought for a moment before replying. His Funjutsu isn't advanced enough to learn the Flying Thunder God just yet, which is why I recommend the other techniques. That said, if you do decide to give him the Flying Thunder God, I'm sure he would be delighted. I'll also be teaching him the Raiznan soon. If he had used it instead of his claws during the battle, that man would have taken serious damage or perhaps even been killed. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Very well. You may teach him the Raiznan. I'll grant him permission to select 2 jutsus from the scroll of seals and add a few non-essential ones as well. I'll include the 8 inner gates technique and Suna's chakra enhanced strength. He's a smart boy, he'll understand our intention. Hiruzen then looked at Utakata with a faint smile. Now that his rewards are settled, what about yours? What do you want? Without missing a beat, Utakata replied, money. Hiruzen chuckled, knowing that Utakata needed nothing except money since over the years the man had opportunities to get anything he wanted from the village with his exceptional record. Very well. I'll ensure that you receive a generous mission bonus. You've done well, Utakata. Utakata gave a nod, and with that, the debriefing finally concluded. Chapter 56, The Christmas is early this time. Ren returned home and immediately headed for the bathroom, eager to take a proper bath after his long mission. As he soaked in the warm water, he let his thoughts wander. Even though I didn't say anything directly, they're all smart enough to figure out just how dangerous Obito's abilities can be. It's frustrating that I can't just lay out everything I know, but even I'm not completely sure about some of his powers. He frowned as he recalled how Kakashi went into Obito's dimension during the canon timeline. Kakashi managed to leave Obito's dimension using Kamui, but besides that, probably only a Rin-Sharingan user could escape on their own. Even the Flying Thunder God can't get out since it's a completely sealed space. If Obito had really sucked Sensei in, it would have been over. Obito could just teleport out while leaving Sensei trapped. Ren shook his head. The only real counter is using insane reflexes and speed or somehow tricking him into sucking in a clone. But that's tricky, especially since the Sharingan can easily identify a shadow clone. Obito's definitely one of the top threats, probably the 3rd strongest after Ten Tails Madara and Kagaya. Most enemies I can just brute force through, but with these guys, it'll take something else entirely. He sighed and stood up, finishing his bath. Good luck, future me. I'll leave these problems to you. After getting dressed, Ren headed to the kitchen, realizing that there was nothing prepared. He decided to cook something simple and sat down to eat just as the door opened and Juki walked in. Oh, I thought you'd take a while, so I didn't make anything for you, Ren said, looking at his father. Juki shook his head, waving off the concern. Nah, I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat, nothing like real food after living on ration pills during a mission. He sat down across from Ren, giving him a searching look. Are you really alright? What did Utakata say? Ren nodded, swallowing a bite of his meal. Yeah, I'm fine. The only injury I had was from the sword, but Sensei healed it on the spot. He said the rest was just exhaustion from overworking my brain and body to keep up with the masked man. Juki let out a relieved sigh. Well, as long as you're fine. Not many people can say they survived fighting Madara Uchiha. Ren snorted at that. Yeah, right. If he were really Madara, I might as well claim to be the 3rd Hokage. No way the great Madara Uchiha would let a kid more than half a century younger than him injure him. Juki just smiled and shook his head. Whatever you say. You should still be happy that your mission report will mention fighting a man claiming to be Madara Uchiha even if it was a fake. Ren continued eating, but after a while, curiosity got the better of him. But, how were you allowed in the Hokage's office? And how come you were able to listen to the mission report? You were also pretty disrespectful to that man, and he seemed important. Juki's expression turned serious. Listen, brat, be careful around that man. His name is Danzo Shimura, and he leads a unit similar to the Umbu, but way shadier. I can't tell you much, but steer clear of him. He's not someone you should associate with. Ren showed a perfect mix of wariness and confusion as Juki added, but that doesn't mean you should be afraid of him. The only thing a person should be scared of is yourself, nothing else, not even death. If you're scared of something, you can never face it. Always be brave, but don't turn into an idiot who jumps into something just because he fears nothing. Keep your caution balanced. Ren nodded, taking his father's advice. Juki leaned back, his tone softening. As for why I was allowed in the room, well, the old man likes me. He'd never admit it, but it's true. Ren raised an eyebrow. The Hokage likes you. Juki chuckled. Yeah. Besides that, it's because my sensei was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin and the Hokage's own student. Me and Utakata know some serious stuff, so they let us in on important things. Ren's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you were the teammate of the 4th Hokage. He had some doubts, but he never expected his father to be teammates with the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, himself. Juki grinned. Yeah, me and Utakata were in the same class, but Minato was younger. He graduated early, so we were all put on the same team under Jiraiya-sensei. Even though Minato was a genius, he was kind of annoying back then, always trying to help everyone he met. A nostalgic smile appeared on Juki's face as he continued, talking about his younger days and how they trained under Jiraiya. He shared stories of Minato's progress and how the team grew together. Ren listened quietly, fascinated to learn more about his father's past and his connection to some of the greatest ninjas in the Naruto verse. Eventually, after sharing a few more stories, Juki stood up, stretching. All right, brat. Rest up, you've had a long day. You did good out there. Ren nodded, feeling a little more at ease. Got it, Dad. With that, Juki ruffled his hair lightly before heading to his own room, leaving Ren to finish his meal. Ren went to his room and lay down on his bed, feeling the familiar comfort after a week of missions and rough sleeping conditions. Man, I never thought Dad would turn out to be one of Jiraiya's students. That actually explains a lot, like how he managed to get a job under the Jonin commander so easily and why I got such good quality weapons without much fuss. He thought to himself, mulling over the implications. I was worried I'd have to put in a ton of effort to get into the Hokage's camp, but it turns out I'm already considered part of it. Still, it's smart to keep building my reputation as a young genius with great potential. At least Hiruzen won't try to traumatize me like Danzo did with Itachi. Being useful should keep me safe from his schemes. Now I can openly be cautious around Danzo without raising suspicion. People will just think it's natural for Dad to tell me to be wary of a shady guy like him. But still, even though I know I've got some backing now, I shouldn't get complacent. Nothing really changes just because of that. Ren thought about his future training. Since Dad and Sensei were both Minato's teammates, there's a good chance one of them knows the Raiznon. I should ask them about it. If I can learn it from them, I'll have a solid cover story for using it, and even if I develop the Raisin Shuriken later on, it'll be easy to justify by saying I thought of adding wind release to the Raiznon. Ren continued planning things and left the task of opening rewards until night as he always did. He had checked, and now there was indeed a fourth reward for making a change in the canon. Ren went down to the basement to train since he was fully recovered and still had time before nightfall. He moved through his usual exercises and drills, pushing his limits to keep his body in top shape. Once he was done and had completed his cooldown stretches, he finally sat down to open the system and check his rewards. He opened the first reward. System notification. Congratulations for completing your first A-rank mission. Rewards. 10 Jonin level points. 2 Advanced Mastery points. Note, this reward is for the first time completion of an A-rank mission. Future rewards will depend on the mission difficulty and the user's strength. Ren nodded as he read through the message. Since A-rank missions are typically meant for Jonin level squads or individuals, it makes sense that the rewards are appropriate. I'll wait until I've claimed all the rewards before assigning the points. Next, he opened the second reward. System notification. Congratulations user for participating in the canon event, Awakening of Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan. Rewards. Fire Style Mastery, 40%, Basic. Genjutsu, 40/100. Note, the rewards are given according to the changes made in the outcome of the event. Ren felt a surge of new information flood his mind about fire style techniques and genjutsu concepts that pushed his skills to the limit of Chunin range. Not bad. Even though it's not exactly what I wanted, gaining a new affinity and some solid genjutsu progress is still good. Plus, fire style mastery at the basic level means I can start using more advanced techniques later on. He reflected on the message for a moment. Since the system rewards are based on changes to the original canon outcome, this is actually quite generous. I didn't really make any significant changes. Itachi still awakened his Sharingan as he was supposed to, and the person who died was meant to die anyway. The only difference might be the reveal of Madara's name. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he felt a small jolt of clarity. In +1, Ren's eyes lit up. So I was right. The system rewarded me not for Itachi's awakening itself but for the reveal of Madara's name. That means the real change I caused wasn't in the event itself but in how Obito revealed himself as Madara so early. At this point in time, nobody except Nagato and Yahiko should have known about him identifying as Madara, but since he revealed himself after our fight, it changed, hence the reward. Since he had had the system for a while now, he had figured out how to assess if he was right or wrong. If the system rewards him with an intelligence stat, then he was right. If not, he would continue to ponder until he received the point to figure if he was correct or not. It's good to know that the system rewards me for smart thinking. At least I've got a way to gauge whether my deductions are correct. Once he was done with the second reward, he moved on to the third reward. System notification. Congratulations user for surviving Obito Uchiha's assault. Rewards. Chapter 57, Space and Time are the Lords of the Universe, Part 2. System notification. Congratulations user for surviving Obito Uchiha's assault. Rewards. Major Space Affinity. Major Enhanced Reflexes - Extreme Enhanced Reflexes. +3 levels. Ren pumped his fist in the air as he saw the rewards. The 3-level UPS were great on their own, but what truly caught his attention was the Major Space Affinity. Space Affinity is one of the rarest elements in the entire Naruto universe. Only a select few have it, like Tobirama, Minato, Obito, Kakashi, and Sasuke. I can't think of anyone else who naturally possesses it, and now I have it. Not just basic or minor, but major level affinity. The moment the reward was given, Ren felt something shift around him. The area around him seemed different, distorted in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on. It feels weird. Almost like I can sense something that wasn't there before. I guess I need to increase my mastery over the space element before I can properly understand it. He then moved on to the second part of the reward. Enhanced Reflexes - Rightward Arrow Extreme Enhanced Reflexes. Ren's grin widened. His reflexes had already proven themselves when he fought Obito, but now they had advanced to an even higher level. This is my first extreme talent. If my reflexes were impressive before, now they must be on another level entirely. I need to test this out later. Ren couldn't help but feel proud. These rewards made the risk he took during the fight worthwhile. After a moment of collecting himself, he moved on to the last reward. System notification. Congratulations, user, for making a change in the canon revelation of Obito Uchiha's abilities before time. Rewards. Space Mastery, 25%, Basic. As the notification appeared, Ren felt the previous odd sensation intensify. It was as if he became more aware of the space around him, sensing subtle shifts and distortions in a small radius. It's almost like a sensory ability, but it's different from typical sensory techniques. It's purely spatial awareness. Ren took a deep breath, steadying himself as the new knowledge settled in. Honestly, I thought I'd get a higher reward for revealing Obito's abilities so much earlier. But if I think about it, the system only rewards based on the outcome of the change. He pondered for a moment. Just because his abilities are known now doesn't mean anyone can do anything about it. Maybe top-tier fighters like Jiraiya could defend themselves or sneak in a hit, but truly defeating Obito would still be nearly impossible. The only one who could have done it was Minato, who is already dead. Aside from him, maybe only the Raikage could react to Obito. So the real change is just that his abilities are now known, not that anyone can counter him yet. Once Ren was done claiming all the rewards, he moved on to allocating the 10 Jonin level points he had received. Thanks to the 3-level UPS he had just obtained, every stat had already increased by 3 points. His current level was 46, with his lowest stat being strength at 46. His highest stat, on the other hand, was vitality, which had now reached 61 after including the level-up bonuses. Ren had always prioritized vitality ever since he found out that having a higher vitality compared to his trainable stats allowed him to train them, STR and AGI, at a faster pace. Additionally, vitality and chakra were also connected since every 3 points in vitality resulted in 1 point in chakra. With that reasoning in mind, he allocated 6 points to vitality. VIT plus 6. Cha plus 2. Since the 6 vitality points granted him 2 additional chakra points, he used the remaining 4 points directly on chakra, maximizing his chakra reserves. Cha plus 4. Once done, he opened the system panel. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 46. Health points, HP, VIT asterisk 100, 6700/6700. Chakra points, CP, Cha asterisk 100, 6600/6600. Attributes. Strength, 46, 43 plus 3. Agility, 55, 52 plus 3. Intelligence, 56, 52 plus 1 plus 3. Vitality, 67, 58 plus 3 plus 6. Chakra, 66, 56 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2 plus 4. Available points, 0. Talents. Improved chakra control. Enhanced reflexes, X. Genjutsu resistance, A rank. Fuinjutsu, major talent. Mastery panel. Chakra control, 79%, advanced. Fast fist taijutsu, 85%, advanced. Shurikenjutsu, 88%, advanced. Shadow clone mastery, 80%, advanced. Wind style mastery, 76%, advanced. Earth style mastery, 73%, intermediate. Chakra enhancement mastery, 40%, basic. Fuinjutsu mastery, 20%, beginner. Yang release mastery, 16%, beginner. Fire release mastery 40%, basic. Space release mastery 25%, basic. Mastery points. 3 intermediate level points. 5, 3 plus 2, advanced level point. Ninja panel. Ninjutsu, 56/100. Taijutsu, 50/100. Genjutsu, 40/100. Fuinjutsu, 20/100. His vitality had now reached 67, making it more than 21 points higher than his strength. This gap would allow him to rapidly increase his strength through training, as his enhanced vitality would support the physical strain. His chakra was now at 66, which he felt was sufficient for the time being. Considering that his most powerful techniques were B-rank jutsus, each using less than 500 chakra points, he estimated that even A-rank jutsus would require under 1000 points. Only S-rank techniques would likely demand more than that. In the near future he had plans for learning Raise-Non, which is a super advanced A-rank jutsu, and landing even one hit would be game over for anyone who is not a high-level Jonin or those without weird healing abilities, like Kabuto. Although he wasn't entirely sure how much chakra the Raise-Non would consume, he felt confident that his reserves would be enough for at least a few powerful bursts. Next, he checked his mastery panel. There weren't many changes except for the newly added affinities and abilities. He noticed that he now had 3 intermediate level mastery points and 5 advanced level mastery points. Ren decided to save these points for crucial abilities like Yang Release and Space Release, and the Yin Release he would eventually unlock. He couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled about why he hadn't unlocked Yin Release yet, despite his Genjutsu improving significantly. Maybe I'm missing something, or perhaps I haven't met the right conditions yet. Either way, I just have to be patient. Unfortunately, he didn't have any beginner-level mastery points right now. If he did, he would have definitely used them to boost his Yang Release mastery. Satisfied with his progress and having confirmed all the changes, Ren closed the system interface and slept. Ren woke up the next morning, completed his morning training, and returned home since there was no scheduled training for the day. After taking a bath, he joined his father, Juaki, for breakfast. They chatted casually while eating, and as he finished first, Juaki stood up to leave for work. Juaki said, "All right, brat, I'll head to work. Take care, and if you feel unwell, check in with Udakata." Just before heading out, Juki tossed a scroll to Ren, who caught it effortlessly. Oh, and here I've seen how you abuse shadow clones, so this will be more helpful to you. Remember, though, this is a forbidden jutsu, so use it cautiously. Ren opened the scroll and was pleasantly surprised to find it contained the multi-shadow clone jutsu, an advanced version of the B-rank shadow clone jutsu. This technique allowed the user to create numerous solid clones, with the chakra equally divided among them. Excited by the new technique, Ren quickly finished his breakfast and headed to the basement to test it out. After carefully reading the scroll and memorizing the hand signs, which were the same as the normal shadow clone jutsu, he decided to start small. He made 2 clones, noticing that his chakra immediately dropped to 2200/6600, exactly 1/3 of his total. Satisfied with the result, he released the jutsu and regained his chakra. Checking his mastery panel, he noticed that his mastery of the original shadow clone jutsu had been replaced with multi-shadow clone jutsu at 60%, intermediate, a significant drop from the 80%, advanced, mastery he previously had. Curious, he tested making normal clones and found that he could still perform them just as efficiently, meaning that the system had simply substituted the higher level technique while retaining his original progress. A system notification appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations user for learning your first forbidden jutsu. Reward. 2. Master level mastery point. Can increase the mastery at master level by 2%. His eyes widened slightly as he saw the reward. This was the first reward he had gotten for master level, but it was of no use to him for now since he didn't even have any mastery at the master level, so he just left it as it is. Once he was done checking the jutsu and the reward, he started making clones for the day's practice. This time, he made 6 clones, each with 1100 chakra points since he couldn't yet distribute chakra unevenly before he reached advanced mastery. He had the intermediate level mastery points, but he didn't dump them into the jutsu since there was no need. 3 clones focused on his elemental affinities, wind, earth, and fire. The wind and earth clone had jutsus to practice, but he made a clone for fire style to see what kind of information he has for the fire release and how he would develop it in the future. 1 clone dedicated itself to yang release training and another worked on space release mastery with the same purpose as the clone made for fire release. The final clone divided into 11 clones to practice funjutsu. With all his clones efficiently assigned to different tasks, Ren went outside to continue his physical training. He went to Training Ground 1 to continue his physical training since it was the perfect place and no one would poke around unnecessarily. Once there, he saw it was empty and neither Yujeo nor Hitachi were there for training. Even though it was an off day, he believed training would be better than rest for now. Not minding it, he began his training. Since his vitality was significantly higher than his strength and agility, his body was already conditioned to endure intense training. He decided to start with normal strength building exercises but in high numbers like 500 push UPS, 500 squats, etc. After completing his strength exercises, he moved on to speed and agility drills. Since he had done high-speed huge weight running in the early morning, he did training for increasing his speed in small distance for instant high speed. He also made a clone which divided itself in more and all of them threw pebbles, stones, kunaus and shurikens at Ren. He did this to test his extreme enhanced reflexes and to get used to them. Sometimes he could also feel the attack coming from a distance, which was likely a result of the space affinity he got. After completing his physical routine, Ren took a moment to sit under the shade of a tree and catch his breath. Then after a little while he activated the multi-shadow clone jutsu again and summoned 2 clones to practice taijutsu sparring with him. The sparring was fast-paced, and Ren was pleasantly surprised by how naturally his body moved and reacted to attacks. My reflexes are on another level now. I can almost predict their movements. If I can integrate this spatial awareness into my fighting style, I might be able to counter even faster and stronger opponents. When the clones dispersed, their experience flowed back to him. His body felt a little sore but nothing his vitality couldn't handle. As Ren was about to sit down and relax, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Instinctively, he closed the gap in an instant and pointed his claws at the intruder. The masked figure remained unfazed, not even flinching at Ren's swift assault. It was an Umbu ninja, who spoke. Ren Takahashi, you are being called to the Hokage's office. Before Ren could respond, the Umbu flickered away. Ren relaxed his stance, retracting his claws. He wasn't particularly worried about his reaction. Any shinobi would have done the same if they sensed a presence sneaking up on them. Realizing that the summons might be related to the mission rewards, Ren straightened his clothes and set off toward the Hokage building. Chapter 58, Unnecessary Tests. Once Ren reached the Hokage tower, he headed straight to the top floor where the Hokage's office was located. On his way, nobody stopped him, allowing him to swiftly reach the office door. Just as he stood in front of it, a voice called out from inside, "Come in." Ren entered the office and immediately went down on one knee to greet the Hokage. "Hokage-sama," he said respectfully. Hiruzen gave a small smile upon seeing Ren and said, "Be at ease, young man. You have done an exceptional job this time, and you shall be rewarded accordingly." He paused briefly before continuing. "The original mission your team was sent on was an A-rank mission, for which you and your team will be compensated appropriately. Now, about your encounter with the masked man." Hiruzen's tone grew more serious. "I must ask you to keep it to yourself that the man identified himself as Madara Uchiha. You understand the kind of chaos such news could cause, right?" Ren nodded immediately. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Satisfied, Hiruzen continued. As for the rewards, you will have 2 S-rank missions recorded in your file. The first is for engaging in combat with an S-class enemy responsible for the 4th Hokage's demise and the massive destruction of the village. The second is for bringing in crucial information about the enemy's abilities. In addition to these records, you will receive the respective rewards. The compensation from the daimyo will also be given to you at a later date. Ren nodded again, maintaining his expression despite the excitement he felt. The monetary reward was appealing, but it was the other rewards that he was hoping would be coming next that truly excited him. Hiruzen took out a large scroll and placed it on the table. This here is the Forbidden Scroll, he said, looking at Ren. Do you know what it is? Ren gave a small nod. Yes, Hokage-sama. I heard some kids in the class talk about it. They said it contains super powerful jutsus that are important to the village. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Precisely. The Forbidden Scroll holds techniques and jutsus developed by our predecessors, some of the most powerful techniques the village possesses. However, they are labeled forbidden not just because of their strength but because of their dangerous side effects that can harm the user. Ren listened intently as Hiruzen continued. You may select 2 jutsus from this scroll. I will then hand over the detailed version of them to you. However, you are not permitted to share them with anyone. Doing so will have severe consequences. Understood. Ren nodded without hesitation. He understood that techniques of such high value and power were not to be treated lightly. Leaking them would be unforgivable, no matter the reason. There was also the fact he didn't really have anyone who he would leak the contents to. Hiruzen smiled, pleased with Ren's understanding. What Ren didn't know was that most shinobi given access to the Forbidden Scroll were usually bound by sealing techniques to ensure confidentiality. However, just like any place else, Konoha also placed importance on connections, and due to Ren being Juaki's son, Hiruzen gave him the scroll without imposing any binding seals. Very well, Hiruzen said, gesturing to a corner. You may sit there and browse through the scroll. Ren bowed slightly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Ren stepped forward and picked up the scroll. It was almost half the length of Ren's height, so it was quite a sight for Hiruzen, who saw Ren holding the scroll. He took it and then sat in the corner. Once Ren sat down, he tried to open the scroll but couldn't. He glanced at Hiruzen, who was back to his work, and then back at the scroll. Focusing chakra in his eyes, he carefully examined the scroll and soon noticed a sealing formula. Ren frowned and took out a pencil and paper, deciding to draw the seal instead of attempting to unlock it directly. There was a detonation symbol that would go off if even one attempt was wrong. He carefully sketched the seal on the paper, analyzing it as he worked. The seal was a combination of symbols that didn't normally go together, like sharp and dull. As he traced the pattern, he noticed a connecting line that revealed the real locking seal hidden beneath layers of useless seals. Taking a deep breath, Ren passed Yang Chakra through the correct seal, and the scroll finally opened without any explosions. Unknown to Ren, Hiruzen smiled as he watched the boy successfully unlock the scroll. Ren opened the massive scroll and started browsing through the techniques listed. The first one he saw was an A-rank genjutsu called Mirror Image Creation Technique, created by Tobirama Senju. It cast an illusion where the target perceived their own reflection as hostile, essentially forcing them to fight a perfect copy of themselves. However, the drawbacks were significant. The technique had an enormous chakra cost and caused brain strain if maintained for too long. Ren took note of it and moved on. The next technique was another A-rank genjutsu called the Night of Despair, also created by Tobirama. It trapped the target in complete darkness, where shadows continuously attacked them. Once again, the drawbacks were high chakra usage and mental fatigue. Ren memorized the technique details and moved on. This is not the bringer of darkness jutsu. When he reached the third technique, he paused in surprise. It was an A-rank medical ninjutsu, chakra enhanced strength, created by Tsunade Senju. The technique drastically amplified physical power by concentrating chakra at a specific part of the body, usually the fists or legs, and releasing it at the moment of impact. The risks included potential injury if mishandled and the high learning requirements, but Ren immediately decided that he wanted this technique. It was proven to be incredibly strong, and he knew he could meet the requirements. Ren continued to the next jutsu and found another A-rank medical technique, Life Force Transfer Technique, also created by Tsunade. It was an inferior version of a jutsu from the Sand Village, designed to sacrifice the user's life to heal others. Tsunade copied this jutsu from the rumors she heard from the Sand Shinobi, so this technique was not entirely correct. Ren immediately skipped over it, having no interest in a jutsu that required self-sacrifice for others. As he reached the last technique on the scroll, his eyes widened. It was the 8 Inner Gates technique, an S-rank forbidden taijutsu created by Might Do. This technique was far stronger than the others. It was the only S-rank technique after all. Ren couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He could tell that this was likely one of the techniques they intended him to choose from the start along with Tsunade's jutsu, but they still made him choose just so that he could feel that he had a choice. Rolling the scroll back up, Ren stood and approached Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I want the chakra enhanced strength and the 8 Inner Gates technique, he said. Hiruzen chuckled softly. Ho ho, good choice, I must say, young Ren. He took the scroll back and handed Ren a smaller one. This contains the 8 Inner Gates technique, but I must warn you, this technique is extremely harmful to the body. Unless you are working under your sensei's guidance, you are not allowed to open gates beyond the third. Is that clear? Yes, Hokage-sama, Ren replied without hesitation. He wasn't sure if he would even learn the 8 gates technique as it was, so the matter of using higher gates wasn't something he needed to worry about for now. Hiruzen nodded approvingly and continued, your sensei will provide you with the other technique when you're ready. Now off you go. He waved Ren off, and Ren bowed respectfully. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said before leaving the office. As Ren made his way home, Hiruzen watched him leave with a thoughtful smile. How long has it been since a young shinobi didn't try to actively impress me? He mused to himself. He really is Juiki's son, like father, like son, he thought, remembering how Juiki used to be in his youth. Hiruzen tapped his desk lightly and spoke to the air. Inform Utakata. A shadow flickered in the office as an Umbu operative left to carry out the order. Hiruzen smiled to himself and continued with his paperwork. After leaving the Hokage office, Ren headed straight home. Once inside, he made his way to the basement and sat down, eager to examine the scroll he had just received. However, when he tried to open it, he found it sealed shut once again. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Ren focused chakra into his eyes and saw yet another complex sealing formula. Why does that old man keep locking these scrolls with seals? Ren thought to himself as he began analyzing it. This one was even more intricate than the previous seal. After carefully examining it and figuring out the pattern, he cracked the seal, and the scroll finally opened. Inside was the complete 8 inner gates technique, along with special moves like Morning Peacock and others. Ren read through the entire scroll to confirm its authenticity and realized that it was indeed the same technique used by Guy and Li. The technique worked by breaking through the body's 8 natural limiters, granting immense speed, strength, and power. However, it also inflicted extreme damage on the user's body. Ren frowned slightly as he considered the technique. The biggest issue wasn't the injuries but the uncontrollable surge of power. He didn't like the idea of losing control, even if it meant becoming incredibly strong. Despite his reservations, he decided to keep the technique because it was still one of the best options among the choices he had. Besides, he had hopes of improving it to make it safer and more controllable. He had been thinking about possible improvements for a while and eventually concluded that Funjutsu might be the key. As he read through the scroll, he noticed that the first gate of opening, had drawbacks like loss of focus, dizziness, and sudden power surges. However, he remembered that there were focus seals used to help children maintain clarity when they first awakened their chakra. If he could develop seals that activated simultaneously when opening the first gate, it might neutralize some of those side effects. It was just an idea for now, but it seemed like the most promising approach. To test it out, Ren dispelled all his Funjutsu clones and recreated them. This time, he assigned half of them to study the original techniques and the others to work on developing the new seals. Satisfied with his plan, Ren went outside to continue his physical training since he didn't have much else to do on his own. Chapter 59, Giving Existential Crisis to Utakata. Just informing you that Ren would learn Raise-Non very fast and mostly on first try for obvious reasons. ADVCC. The next day arrived, and after finishing his morning training, Ren headed to Training Ground 1. He greeted Yujao and Hitachi, who were already there. Not long after, Utakata appeared and handed each of them a scroll. This scroll contains books that are necessary for becoming a medical ninja, Utakata explained. I want you all to go through the books at your own pace and inform me when you are ready. I will teach you the mystical palm jutsu soon since your chakra control is now sufficient. However, I will only teach you further medical ninjutsu if I see that you have any talent in this field or if you genuinely want to learn. The genins took the scrolls and put them away. Ren was particularly happy to receive the books. He knew that gaining sufficient medical knowledge was essential if he wanted to learn chakra-enhanced strength from Utakata. Eager to master it, he was more than willing to put in the effort to study. Team 1 began their team training for the day, working together until noon. Afterward, they broke off for individual training. Ren and Utakata sat facing each other. Utakata started the conversation. You have received your rewards, correct? He asked. Ren nodded, so Utakata continued. Unlike the others, you don't have much of a choice here. If you want the technique, you have to study all the medical material and learn medical ninjutsu. The faster you do it, the faster you get the technique. Ren nodded again, fully aware of the necessity. Medical knowledge would be crucial not just for chakra-enhanced strength but also for making the 8 gates safer to use. In the meantime, Utakata said, I will teach you an extremely powerful ninjutsu that was created by the 4th Hokage himself. If you had this jutsu when you attacked that masked man, the damage would have been far more severe. Ren's eyes widened with excitement. He had been wanting to learn this technique anyway, and now his sensei was offering it without him even asking. Utakata stretched out his hand, and chakra began to gather, slowly forming into a spherical shape. The chakra spun faster and faster until it condensed into a spinning ball. Standing up, Utakata said, this is called Raise-Non. In a flash, Utakata flickered forward and slammed the Raise-Non into the ground. A loud noise echoed through the training ground as pieces of the ground were blasted away, leaving behind a deep crater. Ren stared at the impact, excited to learn the jutsu. After all, his fighting style was a lot like Minato, so if he had the Raise-Non he would slowly become a more complete fighter. Utakata flickered next to Ren, and the two sat down once again. Utakata began, the Raise-Non is an advanced A-rank jutsu, but what makes it special is that, in essence, it's just simple chakra manipulation without using hand signs. It involves high-speed rotation of chakra, which requires both chakra control and shape manipulation. He took out a bag filled with water balloons and grabbed one. Holding it in his hand, he said, "Look closely." Ren watched as the balloon became chaotic and suddenly burst. "This is the first step," Utakata explained. "Use chakra rotation to burst the balloon. Here, try it." He tossed a balloon to Ren, who caught it and held it carefully. Ren remembered that mastering the first step of Raise-Non required spinning chakra in multiple directions simultaneously. He began by gathering chakra in the balloon and spinning it in one direction, but the balloon remained steady. He then separated a small portion of chakra and spun it in the opposite direction, which made the balloon slightly volatile. Repeating the process in multiple directions at high speed, he finally succeeded as the balloon suddenly burst. Ren looked at Utakata, who was staring at his hand. His expression said nothing. Utakata threw another balloon at him and said, "Explain while you do it again." Ren held the balloon and began, "At first, I tried spinning the chakra in a uniform manner, but it didn't work. So, I separated a bit of chakra and spun it in the opposite direction. Then I realized that I needed to rotate the chakra in multiple directions at once to cause the balloon to burst." As he finished explaining, the balloon burst once again. Utakata nodded slowly. "Keep practicing until it becomes second nature." Then he flickered away, leaving Ren to continue bursting the balloons one by one while waiting for his sensei to return. Meanwhile, Utakata was standing in front of a kid's store and said, "I want rubber balls." The shopkeeper nodded and asked, "How many do you need?" Utakata was about to say all of them but stopped himself. "5. Give me 5 of them." After purchasing the rubber balls, he hesitated for a moment and decided to buy some balloons as well. Back at the training ground, Utakata appeared in front of Ren, who was still diligently bursting water balloons. "Stop," Utakata commanded. "This should be enough for the first step. The next task is this." He held up a rubber ball in his hand, and just like with the water balloon before, the ball burst under the pressure of spinning chakra. Handing one to Ren, he said, "Now try it." Ren knew that the second step was to increase the power of the rotation. He began the same way as before but this time added more force. The ball started moving violently and suddenly burst. He looked at Utakata, who simply handed him another ball. "Explain," Utakata said. Ren took the new ball and replied, "The rubber ball is stronger than the water balloon, so I had to increase the power of the rotation." As he finished speaking, the ball burst once again. Utakata nodded and picked up one of the balloons he had just bought. He blew air into it and held it in his hand. This time, however, nothing happened, and the balloon stayed perfectly still. Looking at Ren, he asked, "What do you think?" Ren studied the balloon for a moment before answering, "Either you're not doing anything, or you're stabilizing the spinning and power inside the balloon so that it doesn't burst." Utakata's lips twitched as the balloon was suddenly ripped apart, revealing a spinning Raise-Non in his hand. He handed Ren a balloon and gestured for him to try. Ren blew up the balloon and focused. Slowly gathering chakra into it, he took his time with the first attempt. The chakra began to spin gradually, taking the shape of the balloon without making it burst. He kept the balance steady, trying to stabilize both the rotation and power. Ren continued practicing the third step without fail, keeping the balloon perfectly stable as it spun. The balloon remained still, confirming his success. Utakata stared at him and then said, "Now that you've completed the 3 steps, all that's left is to combine them without any medium like the balloon." To demonstrate, Utakata once again formed a complete Raise-Non in his hand. Ren nodded, stretched out his arm, and began to form his own Raise-Non. On his first attempt, he managed to complete the sphere, but when he tried to attack the ground with it, the power wasn't sufficient, leaving only faint marks. Not discouraged, Ren tried again. This time, he focused more on combining rotation, power, and stability without losing control. The Raise-Non he created looked almost identical to the one Utakata had shown him. Ren flickered forward and attacked the ground, creating damage similar to Utakata's demonstration, just slightly less powerful. He walked back to his sensei and asked, "How was it, sensei?" Utakata looked at the spot where Ren had attacked, then gave a slow nod. "Good. Keep practicing," he said before flickering away, leaving Ren to continue his training. Ren was satisfied with his progress. He realized that learning the Raise-Non had been relatively easy for him due to his advanced chakra control. He also knew that, with his mastery of wind style, creating the Raisen Shuriken would not be too difficult. However, he decided to hold off on developing that technique for now. It would be wise to keep it a secret, as revealing the creation of an S-rank jutsu too soon could draw unnecessary attention. He wasn't afraid of attention he would receive, it was more like bothersome. He continued practicing the Raise-Non, refining his control and power. Through experimentation, Ren calculated that using a single Raise-Non consumed 800 chakra points, CP, which was almost equivalent to that of an S-rank jutsu. Given his current reserves, he could only use the Raise-Non about 8 times if he were at full strength. However, Ren was confident that once he completely mastered the Raise-Non, he could reduce the chakra cost significantly. Meanwhile, back at Ren's home, his clones were hard at work, each diligently carrying out their assigned tasks. One of the Funjutsu clones was particularly focused on creating a new seal. After working without interruption, the clone finally straightened up, inspecting the intricate design he had just completed. The seal took the shape of a water drop, filled with stable and focus symbols that were interconnected with one another. The seal was specifically designed to counter the negative effects of opening the first gate. In theory, it would help maintain clarity and balance when the gate was activated. The plan was to draw the seal on his forehead so that it would automatically activate when the first gate was opened. However, despite completing the seal, the clone knew it was far from perfect. There were two major issues to address. First, he needed to test whether the seal truly worked as intended, otherwise, it would be completely useless. Second, even if the seal proved effective, it was currently too large to fit comfortably on his forehead. The challenge would be to reduce the size without sacrificing its effectiveness. With these thoughts in mind, the clone continued his work, refining and adjusting the seal's structure. The other clones remained equally focused on their own tasks, all working diligently to support Ren's progress. Meanwhile, Ren himself was still outside, immersed in raisnon practice. It was almost nighttime and the streets of Konoha was filled with people. At the Ichiraku ramen stand, Juiki was eating his ramen with delight. The curtains of the stand were lifted and Udakata entered. Udakata saw Juiki eating ramen with such delight on his face that his hand started twitching. He clenched his fists and punched Juiki on his head. Juiki, who was just about to take a bite, was surprised by the sudden attack on his head and turned to confront his attacker. When he saw Udakata, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Hey, what was that about?" Udakata took a seat and asked, "Did you already teach Ren the raisnon?" Chapter 60, Youth. Just to let you know, there would be info dumps in the chapter. 2 months had passed since Ren's encounter with Obito and his receipt of the 8 gates and raisnon techniques. When he went back home after learning the raisnon, the system awarded him for learning his first A-rank jutsu with 5 advanced level mastery points. Including the previous ones he now had 10 advanced mastery points in total, which meant he could directly push one of his masteries in the advanced level by 20%. During this time, he dedicated himself to improving the 8 inner gates, focusing on employing seals to mitigate their drawbacks. He and his clones worked tirelessly, spending the entire 2 months refining the seal. When they finally succeeded, the process alone boosted his funjutsu mastery by 5%, bringing it to 29%. The seal he developed needed to be drawn on his forehead, as the first limiter was located in the brain. Ren sat in the basement, a single shadow clone positioned in front of him. Today was the day he would finally engrave the seal on himself. He had already conducted numerous tests using clones and was confident that the seal was entirely safe. The clone carefully took out a thin brush, dipped it into chakra ink, and began crafting the intricate pattern on Ren's forehead. Using the entire forehead as his canvas, the clone drew several stable symbols first and then connected them with focus symbols. Although the pattern only used these 2 symbols, the real challenge had been finding the optimal combination to make the seal work efficiently. After 30 minutes of meticulous work, the clone made the final stroke and dispelled itself. As soon as the clone vanished, the seal started to contract on its own, shrinking down to form a small waterdrop shape in the center of Ren's forehead. This technique of compressing the seal into a small symbol was something Ren had learned from the Funjutsu book. It was an advanced trick that used Funjutsu itself to condense vast patterns into a manageable size. Satisfied that the seal was complete, Ren stood up and steadied himself. The purpose of the seal that Ren had designed was to stabilize the excess waves of chakra that flood through the body after opening the first gate. Even though the 8 gates is a taijutsu technique, it is still dependent on chakra for function. It is through the excess chakra that is released the body is able to reach its state where it can maintain 100% muscle strength. When the additional chakra is stabilized, the seal then focuses on helping him maintain focus. This is necessary because that additional chakra is like a drug to the human body, since the body is not used to having such high amounts of chakra. The chakra that is released is the latent chakra that the human body has stored inside it but does not use. When the gate is opened, the brain is informed that it can stop suppressing the latent chakra and then release it. When the latent chakra gets released, the body gets induced with a high level of pleasure, due to which it becomes very difficult to maintain focus, which is why, while using the 8 gates, the user is only able to attack using brute force, and their technique is not very sophisticated. To use the 8 gates technique, Ren needed to locate the limiters and force them open with chakra. He had already identified all the limiters but had never tried to unlock them. Focusing his chakra through the pathways in his brain, he soon sensed a blockage. Gathering his chakra with the intent to break through in one go, he pushed. The block opened, and an instant wave of clarity washed over him. He felt more alive, his senses heightened, and his strength vastly amplified. The first gate unlocked 100% of his muscle strength, significantly boosting both speed and power. Eager to test it out, Ren moved toward the training dummies in the basement. These dummies were specially designed to absorb and disperse damage, making them practically indestructible. Ren's movements felt almost effortless, even faster than when he enhanced himself with wind chakra. He struck one of the dummies with a powerful punch, and it caved in before returning to its original shape. The force behind his strike was impressive, enough to be comparable to the capabilities of most jonin, highlighting just how significant the strength boost was. Next, he focused on chakra molding while the gate was still active. Normally, the intense chakra flooding caused by the 8 gates made molding chakra almost impossible, but Ren discovered that he could still manage it, albeit with reduced control. It wasn't as good as the 25% control he had even before the academy, but it was remarkable considering the usual drawbacks of the technique. He realized that the focus seal played a critical role, helping him maintain clarity and basic control, unlike the original technique where molding chakra was completely impossible. Despite the reduced chakra control, Ren was satisfied. This was just his first time using the 8 gates, and with practice, he was confident that he could master it further. He kept the gate open for more tests but noticed that it automatically closed after 15 minutes. Apparently, that was his current limit. When the gate closed, he felt tired but not excessively drained, and his body showed no signs of injury or pain, a clear indicator of the seal's success. It proved that the stable symbols that he had employed in making the seal did their work of stabilizing the flow of excess chakra which would have otherwise caused injuries extremely well. He sat down to analyze how the experiment went. The chakra that was released from start to finish was never unstable. It always flowed in a stabilized manner. Unlike in the original technique, this was also why he was able to maintain his chakra control to some extent. The second point was that he was able to maintain his clarity while the gate opened. Even though it was only the first gate, it proved that his methods of employing Fuinjutsu to improve the 8 gates had worked. He knew that he wasn't the first one who would have thought about employing different methods to make the 8 gates safe. Others would have most definitely tried something, but they didn't continue. Ren was sure if someone like Hiruzen devoted his time, he could have definitely improved the technique, but that's just what it is. Hiruzen does not want to dedicate time to a technique like this because he knows that the benefit of doing so to someone like him would be minimal. Moreover, others didn't have the advantages Ren had with the system and his abuse of the shadow clone. With these two things he could continue living an entirely normal life, but his strength would still increase. Ren couldn't help but feel proud of his progress. His efforts to improve the 8 gates technique had paid off remarkably well. Moreover, once the gate closed, the seal on his forehead vanished, leaving no trace behind. This ensured that no one would suspect he had made such an enhancement, keeping his newfound ability a secret unless he used it. Even though Ren had successfully unlocked the first gate, he knew there was still room for improvement, so he wasn't in a hurry to start working on the second gate just yet. To improve it, he would need to rely on his medical knowledge, something that made him sigh as he glanced at one corner of the room, where layers upon layers of books were stacked. When Ren first checked the scroll he had received, he expected around 10 or 20 books at most. To his shock, he pulled out over 100 books, and there were still more left inside the scroll. To confirm whether this was normal, he checked with Yujao and Hitachi, who had each received only 10 books. Realizing that he had been given a mountain of medical knowledge to master, Ren could only accept it, knowing that it would ultimately lead him to mastering the chakra-enhanced strength technique. To manage the workload, Ren created 3 clones with minimal chakra to handle reading the books. Reading so many books have also given him the mastery of Iraiajutsu 16%, beginner. However, even with the clone's efforts, he still wasn't finished, and he knew it would take more time. It was likely that when he finished all the books he would reach the basic mastery, and any further increase would require practical work rather than theoretical work. He wanted to speed up the process but couldn't create more clones without compromising his other tasks. The rest of his clones were busy, and he didn't want to stop their ongoing training, as he was seeing consistent improvement in his mastery levels with little to no effort beyond chakra consumption. Ren couldn't help but feel grateful for the system's unique feature that allowed mastery to directly store knowledge into his brain without suffering from the usual headache and migraines caused by using shadow clone jutsu. Without this feature, he knew he would have definitely gone insane trying to handle so much at once. Another month passed, and Ren was almost finished reading all the books, though it would still take a few more days to complete the task. One day, as he was about to leave the training ground after practice, an eagle, which was the signal for an emergency mission, began circling training ground 1. Without hesitation, every member of Team 1 moved toward the gates, despite still being fatigued from the day's training. This swift reaction was something that Udakata had drilled into them from the beginning. The first dispatch squad should always be ready for a mission unless they were in extremely bad shape. Over the past 3 months, Team 1 had been sent on 2 emergency missions, both categorized as B rank. The fact that there were so few emergency missions demonstrated Konoha's reputation for thoroughly vetting missions beforehand. If too many emergency missions were dispatched, it would reflect poorly on the village's ability to assess risks properly, thereby endangering its shinobi. Aside from those B-rank missions, Team 1 continued to complete C-rank missions every week but had stopped taking D-rank missions a month after the Obito incident. Now that the team was well coordinated and familiar with each other, there was no longer any need to perform chore-like D-rank tasks. As they reached the village gates, Utakado was about to speak with the gate guard when an Umbu operative suddenly appeared in front of him. The Umbu whispered something into Utakada's ear, and his expression turned serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. Utakada took the mandatory mission form from the gate guard and immediately led his team out of the village. As Team 1 traveled toward the mission location, he began briefing them on the situation. Our mission location is near the border of the Land of Fire, connecting with the Land of Grass, Utakada explained. A shinobi team assigned to a mission in that area has gone missing in action. Our objective is to investigate their disappearance and, if possible, retrieve them safely. He paused for a moment, allowing his students to absorb the information before continuing. Additionally, an Umbu squad will be joining us en route, he added. This is because an Umbu team has also gone missing in the same area. Although there is no confirmed connection yet, the village suspects that the 2 cases may be linked. Letting that information settle, Utakada gave his final instructions. We will travel non-stop to the mission site, only pausing when we meet up with the Umbu squad. Our orders are to cooperate with them, as both of our teams share the same objective. With that, he took the lead, this time taking his team to their destination. Chapter 61, Everything is an illusion, so there is no point in living. Team 1 continued traveling without stopping, moving swiftly through the terrain. Whenever they came across settlements or travelers, they concealed themselves and pressed forward. After more than 2 days, they reached a point just 3 kilometers away from their mission location. At that moment, Utakata signaled them to halt. Stop, he commanded. This is where we'll meet up with the Umbu squad that we will be assisting. They should arrive in a few hours, so let's take some rest. I'll take the first shift, Yujeo will take the second, Hitachi the third, and Ren will take the last shift. The genins nodded in understanding. Unlike their first mission, where Utakata had let them rest fully, their subsequent missions followed a standard shinobi protocol, ensuring equal distribution of rest among team members. The 3 genins quickly settled down to recover their energy. A few hours later, Hitachi woke Ren up for his shift before lying down to sleep. Ren stretched lightly, ensuring his body was in optimal condition, before leaping onto a tree branch. He created 3 shadow clones, which dispersed into the surroundings to scout the perimeter. The clones completed their sweep and dispelled, relaying the information back to Ren. Everything was clear. Over the course of an hour and a half, he repeated this process 3 more times, ensuring constant vigilance. Just as he was about to send his clones out again, he heard a faint squeaking sound. He immediately locked in, and without hesitation woke his team up. Utakata was the first to rise, and at that moment, the squeaking sound echoed once more. He pulled out a flute-like instrument and played a silent tune. Suddenly, 4 Umbu members flickered into position on the surrounding trees. Utakata turned to Team 1. This is an Umbu code signal, he explained. It is used when regular squads have missions with the Umbu. One of the Umbu members, wearing a bear mask, flickered next to Utakata. Ren immediately recognized him. It was the same Umbu operative present during Obito's assault. As Utakata and Bear exchanged words, Ren's eyes scanned the remaining 3 Umbu members. One wore a mantis mask, another had a cat mask, and the last one had a bee mask. All of them wore standard Umbu attire, complete with armor and specialized gear. Ren couldn't deduce much about their abilities, but his system displayed their levels. Cat and Bee were in the 50s range, Mantis had a level of 63, and Bear, the squad leader, had a level of 69. Ren noted that if his own level had been 1 point lower, he wouldn't have been able to see Bear's level at all. This was an elite Umbu squad, with every member at Jonin level strength. Meanwhile, Utakata and Bear began their debriefing. What do we know about the 2 missing squads? Utakata inquired. Bear responded, the first squad, Team Izuka, was led by Izuka Sarutobi. Their mission was to gather intelligence from the border patrol team, but the village received a report that Team Izuka never made contact, even after the buffer period had passed. Konoha operated with a standard 24-hour buffer time. If a team failed to check in 1 day past their scheduled contact, it was assumed that something had gone wrong, and the mission status was escalated. Bear continued, an Umbu squad was in the area, so they were dispatched to investigate Team Izuka's disappearance. However, they too vanished without making any further contact. Utakata absorbed the information before speaking. If it were just 1 squad, we could assume that someone went rogue or that there was an unexpected incident. But 2 squads disappearing confirms that there is foul play involved. Do we have any other intel? He asked. Bear shook his head. No. My squad was completing a separate mission in the area, but once we received the alert, we rushed here as quickly as possible after finishing our assignment. Utakata nodded, and the bear said, let's see if the sensors pick up anything. Utakata agreed, and the 2 leaders returned to their teams. Utakata then signaled Hitachi, while Bear directed the bee-masked Umbu, sending both ahead to scout the mission area. The rest of the group followed at a slower pace, maintaining caution as they moved forward. The bee-masked Umbu paused on a tree branch, prompting the rest of the group to halt as well. There's an area of land ahead, he said, scanning the terrain. Its perimeter is subtly separated from the surrounding landscape. At a glance, it looks no different, but if you examine it closely, there's something off. Hitachi added, the connection with my insects has become extremely weak. Unless I get closer or retrieve them, I won't be able to determine what's interfering with them. Bear turned to Utakata and said, looks like Funjutsu is being used here. Utakata nodded solemnly. That's the only possible explanation. He glanced at Ren. Let's go. Ren followed his sensei as Mantis trailed behind. The 3 stopped once they reached the suspected area. Although the terrain looked completely normal, all 3 could sense a disturbance. Ren focused chakra into his eyes, peering more carefully at the ground. Just ahead, a border of Funjutsu symbols curved around the area, likely enclosing the entire perimeter that the bee-masked Umbu had pointed out earlier. The seal was complex, containing a large number of interconnected symbols, more than Ren had ever seen used in a single sealing formula, except for the ones in his basement back home. Mantis examined the markings and commented, the only purpose of this seal is concealment. But all Umbu squads are required to have at least 1 member trained in basic Funjutsu for situations like this. It's unlikely they were caught off guard by this. Looks like we have to go in and check for ourselves. He was just about to step forward when Utakata raised his hand sharply. Stop. You're being influenced by a confinducial, he warned. Something is pushing you to enter, but we can't let that happen blindly. Ren hadn't heard of a confinducial before, but from Utakata's words, he understood its function. It manipulates perception or compels one's actions. He realized he wasn't affected and could only attribute his immunity to his genjutsu resistance. Before he could process more, he noticed the rest of the members from both teams slowly approaching the seal's border, fighting off strange dog-wolf-like creatures. These beasts wielded whip-like tails with spearhead tips, using them with terrifying precision to keep the shinobi at bay. Utakata grew alert, and Mantis regained his clarity. They were about to charge toward the creatures, but something was wrong. The rest of the shinobi were steadily retreating toward the border, not away from it. Utakata and Ren tried shouting to stop them, but their calls were ignored. Ren realized they were likely under the influence of the Confindu seal or perhaps another genjutsu, pushing them toward the sealed area. The three unaffected members rushed to block their teammates from entering, but some of the wolf dogs redirected their attacks toward them, preventing their approach. One of the creatures lashed out at Ren with its whip tail, the spearhead tip slicing through the air. Ren sidestepped, grabbed the whip mid-strike, and yanked the beast toward him. As the creature flew forward, Ren formed a raise-non and blasted it at point-blank range. The dog was thrown back but, to Ren's surprise, stood up again, seemingly unfazed. He frowned. That raise-non should have put down any mutt like that. Extending his claws, he prepared to finish the job. But before he could strike, he glanced around and saw that many of the shinobi had already crossed the seal's border and had vanished from view. Utakata, meanwhile, was being assaulted by 4 of the dogs, while Bear, for some unknown reason, was leading more dogs toward Utakata, almost as if he was trying to trap him. Ren moved to assist, but Utakata called out, "It looks like whoever set this up wants us inside the circle. We don't have any other choice. If we want to save them and complete the mission, we have to go in." Ren nodded grimly. One of the dogs charged him again, but this time he responded with a wind-style technique, launching a wave of wind cutters from his claws. The blades tore the dog apart, and this time, it didn't get back up. "Sensei," Ren called out, "it looks like these dogs are immune to blunt force and explosion-type damage. You have to cut them to finish them off." With that, Ren jumped across the border, following the others into the sealed area. Inside the border, the landscape appeared the same, but there was something ominous and unnatural about it. Ren scanned the area and quickly noticed that the others were walking in a synchronized manner toward what looked like a cave-like formation in the distance. Moments later, Utakata crossed into the barrier, followed shortly by Bear. While Bear quietly began moving behind the others, Utakata remained standing still, seemingly frozen. Ren immediately understood. A powerful genjutsu field covered the entire area with the help of funjutsu, ensnaring the minds of everyone who entered. He was likely unaffected due to his genjutsu resistance, but he needed an explanation for it just in case anyone asked later. Without hesitation, Ren activated the first gate, sending a surge of chakra through his body. Then, just as he was about to reach Utakata to break the illusion, he heard a loud, sharp cry. "Kai!" Utakata staggered, breathing heavily, his body trembling slightly as the genjutsu broke. Ren moved toward him to help, but Utakata waved him off and pointed toward the others, who were just about to enter the cave. Ren nodded in understanding and swiftly moved to intercept them. The cat-masked Umbu was leading the group, followed by Ren's own teammates Yujeo, Hitachi, and the rest. Moving quickly from one person to another, Ren used precise bursts of chakra to disrupt the genjutsu. But due to the excess chakra from the opened gate, even the smallest bursts of chakra were overwhelming, which caused the targets to be knocked back slightly as they were freed. Despite the force, his method worked. One by one, the trapped shinobi collapsed briefly but were now free of the illusion. As everyone slowly came to their senses, the Umbu members were the first to react. Instantly alert, they gathered close, forming a protective stance. Ren, seeing that everyone was free, closed the gate, regaining control over his chakra flow. Team 1 moved toward Utakata, who had also recovered and was calmly observing the situation. A tense silence hung over the group as all the shinobi took in their surroundings. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a feminine voice, echoing through the air. "Fufu, looks like some capable shinobi from the esteemed Leaf Village have entered this time." Chapter 62, Wind Tornado Ultra Fast Sharp Claws Attack. Had to edit this chapter from mobile, so comment if there are some mistakes. Ren looked up and saw a woman standing at the entrance of the cave. She had brown hair, slightly pale skin, and distinct markings on her cheeks. A mocking smile played on her face as she gazed down at the gathered Leaf shinobi. Ren squinted, trying to recall her identity. Nin. Something. Ni. Right, she was Ni. He remembered seeing her in one of the Naruto movies, though her exact abilities escaped him. The woman, Ni, kept her smirk as she addressed the group below. "You must be here for your comrades, right? Then come, follow me, dearies," she said with a wink, before retreating into the cave. Bear glanced at Utakata, clearly leaving the decision to him. Since Bear had been compromised earlier by the Funjutsu Confindu seal, he wasn't sure if he could trust himself to lead again just in case the caster had left something behind. Before Utakata could reply, the ground trembled slightly as a large pack of the dog-wolf creatures appeared from the forest. This time, their numbers were far greater, enough that each shinobi would have to face at least 5 if they split up. Utakata turned to Ren. "Can you handle them?" Ren revealed his claws and nodded. "Yeah, but it'll be difficult with everyone here." Utakata understood what Ren meant. The technique he was planning to use wasn't safe to use around allies. He looked at the rest of the group and gave his command. "Let's go. That woman is our only lead for now. Bear, handle the rear. Sensors, monitor the path ahead." I've already checked. There are no ceiling barriers, so genjutsu shouldn't be an issue, but still check for genjutsu every 5 seconds. Ren, catch up once you're done. With that, he led the group into the cave. The others swiftly followed, expertly dodging the lunging dogs as they made their way in. The pack's attention turned fully to Ren, now the only one left outside. Ren gave a small, eager smile. These guys are perfect to try that technique. He tightened his gloves, spread his arms, and watched as the creatures began to encircle him. He started to spin slowly, releasing wind chakra from more than half of his tenketsu points. His spinning speed increased until he became a miniature tornado. As the spin intensified, razor-sharp wind cutters burst forth from the vortex. The dogs had no chance as they were cut in half before they could even get close. This was Ren's newly developed technique, born from an idea he had during his first D-rank mission. Since then, the wind-style clone had worked tirelessly to perfect it. While there were still some issues with stopping, Ren had become significantly more proficient with it. He had proudly named it Wind Style, Spinjutsu, Wind Tornado Ultra Fast Sharp Claws Attack. Although the jutsu looked easy, in reality it was quite difficult. It required a high level of wind chakra control, as the user had to simultaneously release wind from the tenketsu points while also forming and directing wind cutters. The tornado formed a defensive barrier, while the wind cutters served as the offense. Ren had demonstrated it to both Udakata and Juaki. Udakata had classified the technique as A-rank, saying that if Ren perfected the drawbacks, it would become a high-level A-rank jutsu. It could even reach S-rank, however that has very low chance since S-rank techniques are an entirely different league. Udakata also suggested submitting the jutsu to the village in exchange for other A-rank techniques. Ren agreed. However, for some reason, Udakata changed the name to Wind Style, Whirlwind Killing Wave. Ren didn't know why, but he didn't mind either. In return, he received a jutsu called Wind Style, Wind Ignition Field. It is a technique that involved releasing oxygen-rich wind in an area, then igniting it using continuous fire chakra to create a massive explosion. Ren had handed it off to the Wind Style clone for study, but later learned that the jutsu required yang chakra for oxygen control. That made him somewhat excited about its potential. Back in the present, Ren spun through the field, dogs falling around him in bloody halves, unable to withstand the storm of wind cutters. Under a minute later, the field was clear. Not one dog remained standing. Ren slowly began to disengage the jutsu. He stopped the wind cutters first, then cut off chakra flow to each tenketsu point, one by one. Finally, he slowed to a halt. Once stopped, he exhaled deeply, checking his chakra. 900 points used. This was even more than a raise-non. However, once he perfected the jutsu, he estimated it would take only 600 to 700 chakra points. Satisfied, Ren glanced one last time at the field littered with torn beasts, then turned toward the cave and began making his way to rejoin the others. Once Ren reached the entrance of the cave, he paused to check for any ceiling formulas. Finding none, he stepped inside. At first glance, it looked like a normal cave, but its unusual size and smooth layout hinted otherwise. This must have been generated using earth release jutsu, Ren thought as he proceeded deeper. He soon spotted a small insect on the ground. As he approached, the insect hovered into the air and spun slightly. Recognizing the signal, Ren released a bit of his chakra. The insect immediately flew close to him. It was one of Hitashi's insects, used by Team 1 as a rendezvous marker in case they got separated or in situations like this. The insect began to lead the way, and Ren followed. As he traveled deeper, he noticed broken remains of modified snakes and dogs, the same types of enemies they had faced earlier. It seemed that the others had encountered some of them and cleared the path. Eventually, he entered a large open area where he saw Yujeo, Hitachi, and the cat-masked Umbu engaged in battle against two massive dog-wolf creatures. These dogs were significantly larger than the previous ones. He saw that Yujeo and Hitachi were handling one of them, appearing a little under pressure. The cat Umbu was holding her own one-on-one against the second beast. The Umbu ninja had the cloak before, which was now torn apart. Ren paused briefly, observing the Umbu, and confirmed she was female. Turning to his teammates, he asked, "You guys need any help?" "No, go on, we can handle this one," Yujeo replied, her focus never wavering. Ren nodded. If his teammates didn't need help, it was better not to interfere, otherwise it would only create negative feelings. He resumed following the insect, moving faster now. It was likely the second insect was with Udakata, meaning he was nearing the main battle. As he moved, he noticed human skeletons scattered along the cave walls. He frowned. "I can't remember much about the main villain from that movie, but it had something to do with gathering Kekii Genkai. Fighting without knowing the abilities is going to be tough. I should have given the movies some importance too." He sighed as he remembered how he, like everyone else, just saw the movie because it was a Naruto movie and didn't give it much importance. He quickened his pace, prompting the insect to accelerate as well. In the next clearing, he saw the remaining two Umbu, the ones with the bee and mantis masks, carrying some injured Konoha shinobi. These were likely the ninjas that went missing they had been sent to find. Ren didn't stop to talk, instead focusing on the path ahead. Finally, the cave gave way to an open field. There, Ren saw the main battlefield. Udakata and Bear were engaged in combat against Enai, who was wielding the Storm Release Kekii Genkai. Storm Release was a powerful combination of lightning and water chakra. Bear took the rear position, launching Earth Release Jutsu to trap and disrupt the enemy, while Udakata handled the front line, engaging in close quarters combat. His water style was at a clear disadvantage against storm release, forcing him to rely more on taijutsu and sneak attacks. Despite facing 2 Jonin-level opponents, Ni still wore that same mocking smile. When she noticed Ren arrive, she laughed. Oh, another little lamb has arrived. At that very moment, she dodged Bear's earth spear at point-blank range, flickered behind him with incredible speed, and formed hand signs in a flash. Storm style, shock needle, she declared, launching a thin, glowing needle of lightning-infused chakra from her mouth. The needle struck Bear with a violent burst of electricity, sending him crashing to the ground in a fit of convulsions. Ni laughed wickedly as she approached to finish him off, but Ren appeared instantly, slamming a powerful kick into her stomach, sending her flying back. Utakata immediately seized the opportunity and rushed to Bear's side, beginning healing procedures to stabilize him. Ni, who had been sent skidding backward by Ren's kick, stood up with little effort. She casually dusted off her clothes, flashing a playful smile. "Oh my, that was quite a strong kick you've got," she said, tilting her head. "But don't you think it was a little rude to kick a lady like that?" She gave him a teasing wink and continued, "Looks like this big sister has to teach you how to impress girls. Isn't that right, little one?" Ren ignored her provocation and glanced toward Utakata, who was still healing Bear. Sensing Ren's eyes on him, Utakata spoke to distract her for a bit. "I'll have him standing in a few seconds. 3-on-1 will be helpful." Before Ren could respond, Ni's voice echoed again, but she was undoubtedly closer this time. "Oh my, you want to gang up on me? 3-to-1? How pitiful I must be." Sob. As she spoke, Ren instinctively tilted his head to the side, narrowly dodging another shock needle that zipped past him. He immediately closed the distance, aiming to land a clean hit, but Ni was faster. She quickly formed hand seals and announced, "Storm style, storm beam." A searing beam of water infused with lightning tore through the air toward Ren at high velocity. Ren jumped back just in time and made a single hand seal, countering with wind style, divine wind. A dense spiral of wind surged forward, colliding with the storm beam. The 2 opposing jutsu clashed violently, but ultimately cancelled each other out, leaving a gust of energy in their wake. Seizing the opening, Ren lunged forward again, engaging Ni in close quarters. He unleashed a flurry of fast-paced punches and kicks, each with expert precision. But Ni was no ordinary opponent. She matched every blow, deflecting his strikes with an array of swift, precise counterattacks. Despite the speed, neither side gained the upper hand. After a blocked punch, Ren quickly leapt back and focused. He opened the first gate, the gate of opening, and the seal appeared on his forehead. Instantly feeling the surge of chakra and strength coursing through him, he blurred forward once more, and just as his empowered punch was about to connect with her face, he muttered under his breath, "This is for gender equality." The punch landed squarely, sending Ni flying across the battlefield. Chapter 63, Gangbi Ka 3-on-1? Ren didn't waste a second. He chased after Ni, his fists flying in a relentless barrage of punches. She tried to block them, but Ren attacked from multiple angles, not giving her a single moment to recover. With a final, powerful punch to her stomach, he sent her crashing into the ground with tremendous force. He prepared to follow up and finish the assault, but suddenly, a surge of electricity exploded around her, crackling violently and repelling everything nearby. Realizing he couldn't approach without injury, Ren quickly closed the first gate and retreated. He returned to Utakata and Bear, and saw that Bear had now fully recovered, just as Utakata had said. The 3 of them stood ready, facing the point where Ni had landed. As the lightning storm around her faded, Ni slowly stood up, her once mocking expression replaced with pure rage. Her face was swollen and bruised from Ren's strikes. Her eyes locked on Ren as she screamed furiously, "You bastard! How dare you ruin my face? I'll kill you!" She rapidly formed hand signs and slammed her palms on the ground. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and when it cleared, standing before them was a monstrous creature. It was a lion-turtle hybrid, its body covered in spiked armor plating, its face that of a lion with sharp, furious eyes. But things got even stranger as Ni jumped onto the beast's head and started weaving another set of hand seals, and she muttered, "Chimera technique." Her legs began to merge into the creature's skull, slowly being absorbed until only her torso remained above, now fused to the beast, a long whip crackling with energy coiled in her hand. With a sadistic grin, she raised the whip and shouted, "And now the real fight begins." The beast roared, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a massive beam of fire aimed directly at the 3 shinobi. Utakata stepped forward, hands blurring into motion. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A powerful water dragon collided with the incoming fire, creating a massive explosion of steam that quickly began to envelop the battlefield. Reacting instantly, Ren inhaled a huge amount of air and released the wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. A powerful gust of wind blew through the steam, dispersing it to restore visibility and safety. It was crucial, since Ni's storm release would thrive in an area filled with large amount of steam. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Bear stepped up. Earth style, terrain lockdown. The ground beneath the beast softened and turned to mud, pulling the creature down before instantly solidifying again, locking its limbs in place. Ren saw his chance. He flickered above the beast, ready to strike, but just as he moved in, Ni lashed out with her technique, storm style, lightning serpent whip. The whip cracked toward him with blinding speed, forcing Ren to flicker away midair to avoid the electrified strike. Meanwhile, Utakata reappeared behind the restrained beast, his hands moving swiftly as he launched another jutsu, water style, water saw jutsu. High-speed rotating blades of water sliced toward the beast's legs, aiming just above the part that was locked in the earth. But to his surprise, the attack left only a shallow wound, barely scratching the creature's thick armor. The beast howled in pain and fury, then with a massive surge of strength, it shattered the ground around it, breaking free from Bear's trap and roaring with renewed aggression. Ni seized the opening and unleashed her next technique, Storm Release, Lightning Dance Barrage. A flurry of high-speed, lightning-infused water projectiles rained down upon the three shinobi below. Bear immediately stepped forward, shielding Ren and Utakata. He slammed his hands to the ground and called out, Earth Style, Earth Dome. A solid dome of rock erupted around them, blocking the barrage for the moment. Inside the dome, Utakata quickly spoke, unlike the dogs, this beast is slightly immune to slicing attacks. It would take time to prepare a highly compressed wind attack, so we'll need to rely on blunt force or explosive damage to take it down. Just as he finished, the dome cracked loudly, a web of fractures appearing across its surface. Boom! With one more concentrated strike, the entire Earth Dome shattered, rock flying in all directions. The only way an Earth Dome could be broken so fast was if Ni had focused every single projectile on one point, breaking through with brute force. The attacked ones were already on the move. All three instantly flickered away in separate directions, avoiding the collapsing dome and the aftermath of the barrage. However, Ni had already shifted tactics. Now, the beast she was merged with began to circle around the battlefield, its massive body surprisingly agile. As it moved, it continuously breathed streams of fire, scorching the ground and trying to trap the shinobi with flames. Bear attempted to repeat his earlier move, quickly forming seals for the Earth-style, terrain lockdown. Once again, the earth below the beast began to soften, preparing to trap its feet. But this time, the beast reacted as it leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the earth as it began to solidify beneath it. It landed heavily, snarling and growling, as Ni let out a mocking laugh from atop the beast, her whip crackling with energy as she prepared for another round. The three-leaf shinobi separated swiftly, launching attacks from three different directions to corner their opponent. Utakata charged head-on toward Ni, with Bear flanking alongside him. As Utakata surged forward, he suddenly flickered behind the beast, a big ball raised non already formed in his hand. Ni tried to intercept him with a lightning strike from above, but Bear was already prepared. Covered in a solid layer of earth armor, Bear appeared just in time, taking the full brunt of the lightning attack meant for Utakata. The lightning cracked and sparked against the armor but couldn't pierce it. Utakata didn't even glance back. He struck the beast's right hind leg with full force, the big ball raised non exploding against its massive body and knocking it back. Ren, who had been waiting patiently and suppressing his presence, saw the perfect opening. As the beast reeled back from Utakata's blow, Ren appeared above it, also wielding a big ball raised non. Just as he was about to land the blow on the beast's back, Ni flicked her whip, pushing the beast just enough for the raised non to land on its left hind leg instead. The impact was devastating. The beast, now struck with two big ball raised nons with one on each hind leg, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Both its legs were bleeding heavily, immobilizing the creature. It gave a final snarl before collapsing, its eyes shutting from the force of the assault. Ni looked ready to shout something, but Ren appeared in front of her again and without hesitation, punched her square in the face with the full strength of the first gate. Her head flew back and hit the beast's head hard. She didn't get up. Ren walked over cautiously to check. Once he confirmed she was unconscious, he closed the first gate, his breathing calm. One of the core advantages of his modified version of the 8 gates was that he could now open and close the gate freely for 20 minutes now, without suffering the usual backlash of pain or exhaustion. He then placed a restrictive seal on Ni's unconscious body, paralyzing her and suppressing her chakra, ensuring she remained incapacitated. Ren tried pulling her out of the beast's head where her body was still partially fused, but despite his efforts, she wouldn't separate without employing any drastic methods. He turned to Utakata, who was healing a slightly burnt Bear. The earth armor had absorbed most of the damage from Ni's storm jutsu, as without it, Bear might not have survived. Sensei, I can't separate her from the beast. What do I do? Ren asked. Before Utakata could reply, Ni's voice echoed again, filled with anger. You damn leaf shinobi. My lord will definitely take vengeance for me. To their shock, Ni's upper body, which had still been visible and bound by the seal, suddenly began to sink further into the beast, despite the chakra-restricting seal. Ren dashed forward, trying to stop her, but he couldn't reach in time. Ni completely merged into the beast, disappearing from view. The beast's eyes snapped open, glowing with violent energy. Even with its hind legs crippled, it began thrashing madly, unleashing beams of fire from its gaping mouth, and water-infused lightning strikes from its spikes crashing wildly in every direction. The battlefield was once again thrown into chaos. Seeing the beast trying to get up once again, Utakata stopped healing Bear and moved again. Bear, trap it. Ren, end it. With that he moved again and made 3 clones of himself, and all of them surrounded the beast from one direction each, and all of them released the water-style, water dragon bullet jutsu simultaneously. The beast, which was stuck due to its injured legs, launched even more lightning and fire to block the bullets, all by its bestial instinct, but 2 of them hit it from the same side, causing it flip backward and its spiky back getting stuck in the ground below. The beast tried moving and thrashing, but due to its own body structure it was now stuck. Bear took this moment to release the earth style, grasping arms of earth jutsu. Two massive hands rose up from the earth and grasped the beast's mouth, which was releasing fire, and closed it shut. He didn't need to hold its entire body down since the beast was stuck on its own, and the spikes which were releasing the lightning were also underground, so their threat was neutralized. Now only the neck of the beast was visible, which was also the most weak part right now. Just then Ren jumped up very high in the air. He opened the first gate and started spinning, but this time he raised his hands with his claws open as he released wind chakra from very few tenketsu points. Even this much was very hard for him to do due to the opened gate, making it hard. It was only possible because Ren had modified the technique with seals, so he was able to control a little amount of chakra. Ren was soon spinning very fast due to the base speed of the first gate and him falling down. This time he hadn't used the wind chakra for speed but for its sharpness, so he wasn't looking like a tornado but more like a rotating drill. When he was finished, he looked like an extremely fast rotating drill. The moment he made contact with the beast's neck, blood sprayed out, but Ren continued because he couldn't stop this jutsu. He continued till he passed the beast's neck, completely killing it, and his claws got stuck in the earth, which forced him to stop. Without any control, his body awkwardly fell down on the beast and his clothes got soaked with blood. He tried to get his claws out, but his arms were very tired, which was why he left it as it is, waiting for Utakata. Sensei, he muttered lightly. Utakata came close to him, but just as Utakata was about to help Ren, the beast moved once again. Chapter 64, Kabadon/Pushdown/Lockdown. Continue here after you understand. The beast's entire body began to convulse and contract, muscles tightening and reshaping with a grotesque squelch, until it slowly shrank down and morphed back into Enai. Now, instead of the monstrous chimera, it was Enai who lay beneath Ren, his hands still embedded in the earth above her head, claws stuck deep into the ground. Enai's eyes fluttered open for a brief moment, and with a faint smirk she whispered, "Oh my, I didn't think we'd reach this point so fast." Then she fainted once again. Ren let out a sharp, awkward cough and shifted to her side, making sure he was no longer lying on top of her. A few seconds later, Utakata appeared beside him, giving Enai a quick inspection to confirm she was out cold. He immediately began placing layer after layer of sealing tags over her body, barrier seals, chakra suppression tags, and paralysis locks, ensuring she wouldn't be getting up again. Once she was secured, Utakata moved to Ren, gently placing a glowing green hand over his arms. The healing chakra spread through Ren's muscles as Utakata slowly began pulling out the embedded claws, one at a time. Ren winced a bit at first, but after both claws was freed, he exhaled and sat up straight, shaking off the tension. Ren, now free, sat up straight and looked at Enai, who was now wrapped in many seals, ensuring that she wouldn't get up again. At that moment, Mantis and B, the two Umbu members who had gone to help the missing shinobi, returned, appearing beside Bear, and immediately began their reports. After hearing them out, Bear turned to Utakata. Out of the 8 members from the 2 squads that went missing, 2 from the regular squad and 1 from the Umbu are dead. Except for the leaders of both squads, the others are unconscious and showing no signs of waking up. Utakata gave a nod. He would check the unconscious ones here and attempt treatment. If it didn't work, they'd need to be taken back to the village for medical attention. Shortly after, Hitachi and the cat-masked Umbu appeared, carrying Yujao in their arms. Her body was pale, and a jagged spearhead protruded from her stomach, one of the tips of the whips used by the large dog beasts. The cat Umbu gently laid her down in front of Utakata. "I've done basic treatment, which should be just enough to keep her alive." Utakata immediately began his work. Placing a hand just above Yujao's wound, he carefully began pulling the spearhead out while keeping a steady flow of healing chakra on the area. Inch by inch, the weapon slid free, and once fully removed, he sealed the wound with expert precision using advanced medical ninjutsu. His hand glowed green once more, and Yujao slowly regained color. She blinked a few times, then smiled faintly. "Thank you, sensei." "Thanks, Nico-san." Ren, relieved to see her okay, exhaled and asked bluntly, "What the hell happened to you?" Before Yujao could answer, Hitachi spoke in her place. "Just as we were about to defeat the dog we were fighting, a 3-headed snake appeared. She took it out with one swing of her sword, but the dog used that opening to land an attack. Fortunately, my insects had just finished devouring the dog, so it couldn't complete the strike." Hitachi sat down next to Ren, both of them watching as the cat Umbu returned to Bear to deliver her own report. Meanwhile, Utakata, having finished healing Yujao, lowered his hand and finally sat down himself. He looked tired, understandably so. He had expended large amounts of chakra during the fight with Enai and the beast, used A-rank jutsu multiple times, and had performed intensive healing on Bear and Yujao alike. He turned to his students and said, "Good work, you 3. Yujao, we will increase your training once we get back to the village." Yujao, who looked like she was almost fully healed, turned pale again. After all, Utakata was rather tame in training the 3, but whenever he said increased training, he would surely turn into a devil. Ren laughed at Yujao, knowing that Utakata's increased training for her would be fun to watch. Bear, who had finished hearing reports from his subordinates, came near Utakata and said, "Your squad can return first. The Umbu will be responsible for transporting the ninjas and her." He pointed at Enai back to the village. Utakata nodded. "We will return after we recover enough to travel." Bear agreed and said, "My squad will keep watch." Saying this, he and his squad members flickered out. Utakata turned to his students and said, "Let's rest now." When Ren woke up, he found that Utakata had already checked the unconscious ninjas. Most of them had varying degrees of brain damage due to continuous exposure to genjutsu. Hearing this also reminded him of the border they had seen earlier, which was filled with seals. I should check it out, it can help improve my funjutsu mastery, he thought. The border was one of the few advanced funjutsu sealing patterns he had seen. Udakudo was able to heal 2 of the unconscious ones here, but the last one required dedicated medical attention which was not possible here. However, he ensured that the shinobi was out of danger. Since Team 1 didn't have to transport either the allies or the enemy, they were free to leave without any problems. Once they exited the border area, the world just seemed to return to normal. Ren bent down to examine the seal, but he couldn't make much out of it with a simple look. A comprehensive study would be needed if he wanted to understand all these symbols. Udakuda, seeing Ren examine the seal, spoke, "This is the work of a level 6 funjutsu master. You can't understand it for now. I will ask the Hokage to send a few sealing squads later. They will copy the seals exactly how they are. I will give you one of the copies so you can study it." Ren nodded, surprised to hear this was the work of a level 6 funjutsu master. After all, there were not many funjutsu users at that level. But it was understandable. After all, Hiriko, who was the main villain in the movie and Enai's lord, was a friend of the Sunin, and he had developed a curse seal that enabled him to contact Kakashi decades after the Third Great Ninja War. So his level must be high. Since he would receive a copy later anyway, Ren stood up and Team 1 started moving back to the village. Yujeo, who had earlier suffered a grave injury, was also moving just fine due to Udakuda healing her. Ren was very glad to have Udakuda as his sensei. The man had many talents. His ninjutsu and taijutsu were one thing, but he was one of the high-level 5 funjutsu masters who ranked just below the level 6 masters. He also had the second best medical ninjutsu in all of Konoha, right after Tsunade herself. But it made sense because, if Udakuda was a healer of Jiraiya's squad, the most likely scenario would be that he had learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade herself. So if his medical mastery was high, it was due to this reason. As Ren compared the members of Team Jiraiya in his mind, his own father seemed weak in comparison. But he wouldn't make that comment lightly. After all, he was paired with Minato and trained under Jiraiya, so there must be something special about him. There was also the fact that one-handed people in anime world seem to be very mysterious and powerful, so just in case his father was like that, he would keep his thoughts to himself. Team 1 continued moving through the forest at a normal pace since they were not in a rush to reach the village. They took breaks every 12 hours and finally reached the village after a few days of traveling. This time nothing blocked their way or put them in life-threatening situations, so all of them were fine. Since it was almost afternoon, Udakuda said, "Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Meet me after you have submitted your mission reports," he said and flickered out. Hitachi turned to Yujeo and asked, "You sure you are completely fine now?" Yujeo nodded. Ren had noticed Hitachi checking up on Yujeo many times on their return. He must be worried since she almost died right in front of him, he thought and left after saying goodbye to them. Once he reached home, just like always, he took a bath after returning from the mission and cooked some real food and ate it. Meanwhile, Bear's squad was returning with Enai while the squad carrying the injured had already left. As they were moving through the forest, a person appeared in front of them. He looked like a little boy with extremely white skin. He had white hair with light red eyes, however, the most noticeable thing was the symbol on his forehead, which was now glowing. The Umbu squad stopped, however, they made no movements. The boy muttered, "You have something that belongs to me." He moved and reached behind the cat Umbu who was carrying Enai. However, suddenly he stopped and said, "You can come out now, my friend." The trees behind him rustled, and a person emerged. He had extremely pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupil and purple markings around his eyes which made him look like a snake. The man smiled, "Long time no see, Hiriko." Right now it was nighttime in Konoha, and Ren was lying in bed, looking surprised at the reward he had just received. Just like always, Ren had decided to postpone opening his reward until nighttime. He spent the rest of the day training as usual. When night rolled around, he returned to his room after having dinner with his father. Once he settled into bed, he finally opened the system reward. "Congratulations, user. You have obtained a reward for making a very minor change in the canon. Reward, Lightning Affinity unlocked. Note, user can create the Storm Release Kekai Genkai once master level mastery, 90%. Of both lightning and water style is achieved." Ren blinked as he saw the reward. He barely paid attention to the first line where he unlocked his lightning affinity, and instead focused on the second part. A chance to create a Kekai Genkai. Most people spent their entire lives trying to find ways to awaken or steal a Kekai Genkai, and here he was, actually being handed a potential path to one. And not just any Kekai Genkai, Storm Release, something that had proven capable of holding off 3 Jonin-level shinobi at once during the last mission. His excitement, however, faded quickly as he read the requirement. Master level mastery, meaning at least 90% in both lightning and water style. He didn't even have that level of mastery in wind style, which was his main element. And now he needed to get lightning, which he just unlocked to 90%, and water, which he hadn't even unlocked yet, up there too. It wasn't impossible, but it was far from a reward he could make use of anytime soon. While it was possible to train an element without unlocking it, the progress would be painfully slow. Unlocking an affinity significantly increased the speed of mastery gain, which was why most people stuck to their natural element. That was also why having 2 or more chakra natures was a basic requirement for becoming a jonin. It didn't guarantee strength, but it proved that the shinobi had the determination to work hard and grow. That was the kind of attitude the village expected from its elite. Ren still had several mastery points saved up, but he was reserving them for rare chakra types like yin or yang release, not something common like water release. With a sigh, he closed the system window, slightly annoyed that this reward wouldn't help him in the short term. He turned on his side, shut his eyes, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 65, Bluewood. R18+. Alt title Yujao awakens Haki. R18 warning, be warned, there will be blood. Waking up the next day after claiming his system reward, Ren started his morning like usual with training. He left early and made sure to submit the mission report, just as Yudakata had instructed them. With that done, he went back to his routine, running laps around the village with nearly 400 kilograms of weighted gear on him. The weight didn't slow him down as much anymore, but it still kept the training intense enough. As he moved through familiar paths, his mind wandered back to the recent mission. I didn't really think the movies would be real, he thought to himself. NI showing up confirms that even the filler movies exist in this world. That means more side characters and random plots could be real too. It was a strange thought, but not one that worried him much. Most of those movies take place after the main story begins anyway. By the time those villains show up, I should be strong enough to deal with them if something does go wrong. Even if some things change and show up now, there wouldn't be any problems as long as the high-level shinobi like Jiraiya and the third are there to handle it. The only 2 that gave him slight pause was the Tonari from the last movie, but even that didn't bother him too much. Naruto and Sasuke will be god level by then. If things stay the same, they'll handle it. I'll just live my peaceful, overpowered life like a proper isekai protagonist, he smiled to himself, keeping pace as he ran. With that, Ren continued his training, his mind surprisingly light despite the weights he was carrying. It took a few more days before Ren's clones finished reading all the medical books Yudakata had given him. As expected, his mastery of Iraya Jutsu had now reached 25% after going through all of them. That afternoon, after the team's training wrapped up and individual training began, Ren noticed Yujao on the verge of tears as one of Yudakata's clones beckoned her to begin another round of training. Just like he had promised, Yudakata had increased her training since the mission, and now all of her gear was covered with mass-increasing seals, even her sword. She now had to perform sword swings with almost 300 kilograms of weight, and her sword alone weighed around 60 kilograms. But the worst part? Yudakata kept throwing things, stones, sticks, and sometimes even kunao and shuriken at her while she trained, just to add real danger to the mix. He wasn't gentle with his throws either, since he could simply heal her afterwards. So if Yujao didn't want to end up traumatized, she had no choice but to dodge every projectile while continuing her sword swings. The training had pushed her so far that she could now be considered a sensor type, although her detection range was still small, which made dodging all of Yudakata's attacks difficult. Ren walked up to Yudakata and said, "Sensei, I've finished all the books you gave me." Yudakata nodded in response. Both Yujao and Hitachi had already finished their assigned readings and had started practicing the mystical palm jutsu, though neither of them could use it properly yet. Ren had asked to learn the jutsu too, but Yudakata had told him to wait until he finished the books. Now that he had, Yudakata simply said, "Meet me at the Konoha hospital," and flickered away. A little while later, Ren stood beside Yudakata in front of the Leaf Hospital for Shinobi. In Konoha, shinobi and civilians had separate medical facilities. Only certified medical nin were allowed to perform operations or treat patients in the shinobi hospital. If anyone else wanted to do so, they needed numerous clearances. Civilians were treated by regular doctors or students just beginning to learn medical ninjutsu. "Follow me," Yudakata said as he walked into the hospital. Many doctors and nurses greeted him with respect, but he didn't return a single glance. He simply kept walking forward, with Ren following closely behind. Still, Ren noticed several people, female doctors, nurses, and even patients squealing or whispering in excitement as they saw Yudakata pass by. Ren gave his sensei a once-over and thought internally, he really is good-looking. One look and you'd think he's the main character in a cultivation novel. He kept those thoughts to himself as they reached an office after climbing a few floors. Once inside the office, Ren looked around and was immediately struck by how normal the room was, almost too normal. It didn't even look like someone used it. No personal items, no photos, nothing but basic furnishings. The only thing that indicated the office belonged to Yudakata was the nameplate on the desk. The room was divided into two parts. The front was a standard office area, while a curtain separated the back half, likely a small patient examination area. Yudakata walked over to a book cabinet, pushed it aside, and revealed a hidden compartment in the wall. He placed his hand on the surface for a few seconds before a small section popped open. From inside, he pulled out a scroll. He was about to close it but stopped. After a pause, he glanced at Ren and pulled out two more scrolls before resealing the compartment and returning the cabinet to its original position. He placed all three scrolls on the desk, then stepped behind the curtain. When he returned, he was carrying a caged pig that was peacefully sleeping and a fishbowl full of swimming fish. He set them down and disappeared again, this time coming back with a glass of water that looked like something had been mixed into it. Without wasting time on small talk, Yudakata sat down and asked, "What is mitochondria?" Without missing a beat, Ren replied, "Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cells." Udakata nodded. Good. Since he was done with the important theory question, he continued asking, what's the most important thing when using medical ninjutsu? Ren responded without hesitation, observation, concentration, and control. Udakata gave a small nod. Everyone can learn medical knowledge from books, but becoming a real medical nin depends on those three things. If you can't control your chakra perfectly, forget about it. A mistake during surgery could cost someone their life. He was quoting something Tsunade had once said, and then continued, for a medical nin, if they don't have exceptional chakra control, they could end up killing someone while trying to save them. I know you don't want to become a full-fledged doctor, but since you'll be using this knowledge on yourself, you need to be even more careful. One misstep, and you're the one who'll suffer. Ren nodded, listening intently. Udakata paused for a moment, then added, I know you're not learning medical ninjutsu to help others. But, if an ally is dying in front of you and you have the ability to help he stopped, not finishing the sentence. Sit, he said simply. Ren sat down across from him. Udakata's expression was the same as always, calm and unreadable, but something about the moment felt heavier than usual. Udakata began, let's start with the most basic technique. It's used in both surgery and combat. He raised his hand and activated the chakra scalpel technique. Chakra gathered at his fingertips, forming a thin, sharp blade. He pointed it at the pig and made a precise swish with his hand. A clean line of blood appeared where he'd cut. He deactivated the chakra and said, this is the chakra scalpel. Every medical nin learns this. It's the go-to tool for surgery, and it can be used as a weapon if needed. He repeated the demonstration, this time shaping the chakra around a single finger. When you do it like this, it becomes more of a precision scalpel. No hand signs, just chakra flow and shape control. You should be able to use it. Ren raised his hand slowly, running through the steps in his head. Just like raise non, it's about control. First, release chakra from the tenketsu points, then shape it. He gathered chakra into his palm, spread it to his fingertips, and began to mold it. Slowly, a visible blade of chakra began to take form in his hand. Ren continued focusing, shaping the chakra just a little more until it took the desired form. A blade of chakra now extended cleanly from his fingertips. He mimicked Udakata's earlier motion and swiped it across the pig. Just like before, a thin line of blood appeared. Then he tried the more precise version using only a single finger, and that worked too. Once he was done, he dissipated the chakra and looked at Udakata, who was watching him quietly. Udakata didn't comment, but instead handed Ren one of the scrolls he had retrieved earlier. This is the accelerated coagulation jutsu, Udakata said as he passed the scroll. At the same time, he placed a hand over one of the pig's wounds, one of the two that were still bleeding, the first caused by Ren and the other by Udakata himself. When he pulled his hand away, the cut had stopped bleeding entirely, sealed over by a neat clot. Describe the usefulness of the jutsu as you read the scroll, Udakata instructed. Ren began speaking, the jutsu helps in immediate bleeding control and stops an injured shinobi from losing too much blood. That way, a medic nin can tend to those who are more critically wounded first. It can also be used as a base for performing advanced jutsu or surgery while minimizing the risk of infection or worsening the injury. He kept speaking as he read. The accelerated coagulation jutsu was a C-rank, beginner-level medical technique that required 4 hand seals. To perform it, the user first had to identify the wounded area, then place their hand a few centimeters above the site and send rhythmic pulses of yin chakra into the blood. This would simulate and accelerate the body's natural clotting process. The real difficulty lay not in sending the chakra pulses, but in identifying the red blood cells, RBCs, within the blood to ensure the chakra was directed properly. Once he was done reading and summarizing, Ren looked up at Udakata, who gave him a small nod. Ren proceeded to make the required hand signs. Rem rightward arrow, ox rightward arrow, cat rightward arrow, dog. He positioned his hand over the pig's wound and pushed yin chakra into the area. He focused carefully, pulsing the chakra in the rhythm outlined in the scroll, guiding it toward the red blood cells he had identified with his first pulse. Once he felt the clot was complete, he pulled his hand back and leaned over to inspect the wound. Sure enough, the bleeding had stopped and a clot had formed, although it looked rougher and messy than Udakata's. Just as he was about to comment, Udakata's voice, calm as always, rang out. Back up? Ren instinctively leaned away from the pig, and in the very next second, a small fountain of blood erupted from the same wound he had just sealed. Chapter 66, Animal Abuse. As blood continued to squirt out of the poor pig, Udakata made no move to stop it. Instead, he calmly asked, why? Ren frowned, watching the poor pig. Too much chakra. Udakata nodded. Precisely. Even though your overall chakra control is quite good, when it comes to controlling yin chakra, you're still a bit rough. The only reason you managed to succeed at all was because of your prior experience handling yin chakra through funjutsu. Without that, you wouldn't have been able to pull it off. He paused there, and Ren looked back at the pig, which had thankfully stopped acting like a fountain. This time, Ren formed the hand signs again and placed his hand gently above the wound. He repeated the same steps as before but made sure to be especially cautious with his chakra output. When he was finished, he slowly pulled his hand back and instead of leaning over to inspect it, he waited. A few seconds passed. No blood fountain. The clot looked neat. He glanced at Udakata, who gave him a short nod. Good. Udakata then reached into the fishbowl, fished out one of the small creatures, and gave it a light slash. The fish started flopping around on the desk, bleeding. Now the target is smaller and won't stop moving until it dies, Utakata said. Ren narrowed his eyes at the fish. Typical methods won't work if it keeps thrashing like this. He riled up his chakra and concentrated it entirely on the fish. The fish, which had been flopping chaotically, suddenly froze and trembled under his chakra. Ren didn't hesitate. He formed the hand seals, placed his palm just above the wound, and focused. Once the clot formed, he tossed the fish back into the bowl. It started floating again. Ren looked up, satisfied, only to see his sensei pinching his nose and sighing. I've seen this before. Like father, like son, really, Utakata muttered under his breath. Sensei? Ren asked, confused. Utakata sighed again but didn't say anything. Wordlessly, he pulled out another fish and made a small cut. The fish started flopping wildly like the last one. This time, Utakata extended his hand toward it, his palm radiating a soft green glow of yang chakra. He gently brought his hand near the fish, not touching it, just radiating calming chakra. Slowly, the fish stopped flopping. He waited a moment longer, then removed his hand, sealed the wound with a clot, and dropped it back into the bowl. It swam away peacefully. Ren looked over at his own fish, which was still alive, but floating awkwardly and just staring at him. He quickly looked away. Utakata, ignoring the stare-off, continued, although it might not seem all that useful to you right now, remember this trick. Just in case you ever have to treat small creatures or sage forbid children. He said the last part quietly but Ren heard it and awkwardly scratched his head. Utakata made Ren practice the jutsu on the pig and the fish a few more times before handing him another scroll. This is the poison extraction jutsu, he said, while Ren set the scroll aside for now. He placed his hand just above the cup of water he had brought earlier, and Ren watched as the material mixed into the water slowly began to float upward. Utakata's hand moved gradually, and the foreign substance followed his palm as if drawn by an invisible thread. Once it had cleared the surface of the water, he pulled out a small bottle and guided the floating glob into it. After sealing the bottle and placing it aside, he continued, even though it's called the poison extraction jutsu, at its core, this is a ninjutsu. You can use it creatively for other purposes too. To demonstrate, Utakata placed his hand above a blood stain on the table left by the pig. Slowly, the blood lifted from the surface, hovering in the air. Under his precise control, it took the form of a round, floating orb. He directed the orb to the nearby trash bin and dropped it in effortlessly, leaving that part of the table spotless. He then gestured for Ren to open the scroll. Ren did as asked and started reading through the details. The poison extraction jutsu was listed as a B-rank medical ninjutsu that utilized 5 hand signs. Although it didn't require yang chakra, the technique demanded extremely refined chakra control to detect and extract toxic substances from a person's bloodstream or internal tissues. However, it didn't neutralize the poison, it simply drew it out into a visible form, usually appearing as a glowing fluid or mist. The main challenge of the jutsu lay in balancing the chakra flow. Too little, and traces of the poison could remain or even spread further. Too much, and the user might extract blood along with the toxin, damaging blood vessels in the process. Ren read the scroll slowly and carefully. This time, he didn't rush into practicing the jutsu. He made sure he understood every step, every risk. Once he was confident, he looked at Utakata, who nodded in approval. Ren formed the hand signs as instructed: boar rightward arrow, snake rightward arrow, dog rightward arrow, ram rightward arrow, tiger. Then he placed his hands above the water. First, he focused on identifying and separating the foreign material from the rest of the liquid, making sure he didn't absorb any of the water itself. Once the separation was complete, he formed the chakra vacuum and began lifting the substance upward. The material started to rise, hovering as a glob above the surface. Ren pulled his hand upward carefully, guiding the glob. He looked around for a container but didn't see one nearby, so he turned toward Utakata. To Ren's surprise, his usually sharp and efficient sensei moved at an almost exaggeratedly slow pace to retrieve a small bottle from the side table. Ren waited there patiently, holding the material in place midair. Finally, Utakata handed him the bottle. Ren carefully guided the floating glob into it, sealed it, and set it aside. He then examined the water once again to check for any leftover residue. Finding none, he looked back at Utakata. Good work, the man said with a nod. Utakata casually kicked the dustbin near him toward Ren and pointed at the blood still staining the table. Without needing to say anything, Ren understood that this was part of his training now. Ren nodded and got to work. While he focused on cleaning the blood using the poison extraction jutsu, Utakata took out a sheet of paper and began writing something quietly at his desk. Ren began slowly. The first 2 times, he used the jutsu on smaller sections of the table, pulling up bits of blood in controlled portions to ensure he didn't make a mistake. Then, on the 3rd attempt, he pushed a little more chakra into the technique. This time, the result was immediate. Much more blood was extracted in one go. Encouraged by the success, Ren quickly adjusted his chakra output. With one final use of the jutsu, he cleaned the rest of the table in a single sweep. The blood lifted smoothly from the surface, collected neatly into an orb, and floated into the trash bin. He glanced toward Utakata, who didn't even look up, still calmly writing on the paper in front of him. He continued for a few more seconds before Utakata finally stopped writing and handed him the paper. This is the most basic jutsu required for a mednin. It's a sensory technique that helps a doctor understand exactly what the problem is. Ren glanced at the paper. The name at the top read Sensory Diagnostic Jutsu. It involved sending weak pulses of chakra into a patient's body and interpreting the feedback received. If the pulse returned with a dense signature, it indicated a problem in the bones. If the chakra came back distorted, it meant there was a muscle tear. An irregular pulse could mean poison in the body. Udakata had written down several such scenarios, and Ren went through them carefully. Once he finished, he looked back at his teacher, who had already begun explaining the next technique. The next is the mystical palm jutsu, one of the most important and most useful techniques for any mednin. He raised his hand, which began to glow with a light green hue. This is the first requirement for the jutsu. Maintain a stable flow of yin chakra in your palm for 30 seconds. Ren nodded and did as instructed. He raised his hand and began channeling yin chakra until a faint green glow appeared. Holding it steady, he kept the flow going for the full 30 seconds before letting it fade. Udakata didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled another fish from the bowl and let it flop on the desk until it stopped moving. Then he raised his own hand, the green glow returning, and held it above the fish. The only way to resuscitate someone who has suffered from asphyxiation is to stimulate their heart or brain with yin chakra star dot. As he spoke, the fish twitched faintly, then fully resumed its movements. Udakata calmly picked it up and tossed it back into the water. Ren opened the scroll next, scanning through the detailed contents. The mystical palm technique was listed as an A-rank medical ninjutsu, requiring 5 hand signs before applying chakra through the palms onto an injured area. The technique involved stimulating cell regeneration and repairing physical damage ranging from bruises to fractured bones. The key, however, was in the control. The chakra had to be evenly distributed and adjusted constantly based on how the patient responded. He read everything carefully, memorizing the structure of the jutsu before nodding to Udakata, ready to attempt it. Udakata pulled out another fish and let it go limp, just as before. Ren moved quickly. He performed the required hand signs and placed both hands above the fish, targeting the heart with his chakra. A gentle green light emitted from his palms. The fish twitched slightly, but then stilled again. Ren wanted to continue, however, Udakata stopped him. Stop. Start over. Ren stopped and once again made hand signs and placed his palms above the fish. Unknown to Ren, Udakata had scooted his chair a little far as he continued pushing chakra. Since the fish was not responding, Ren continued stimulating its heart. But when he realized that the heart was not working, he changed it to the brain. However, just as he pushed a little chakra to its brain, the fish suddenly exploded. Chapter 67, TED Talks with Udakata. As the fish exploded, Ren wiped the bits of flesh off his face and turned to look at Udakata. His sensei showed no reaction to the mess, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary. Instead, he simply asked, "Why?" Ren frowned slightly, then answered, "Too much chakra." "Half," Udakata replied. Ren lowered his head, falling into thought. After a moment, he responded, "When I first healed the fish and it responded, the healing process had already started. But then it stilled again, likely because I used too little chakra. Still, that didn't mean the initial healing did nothing. The fish had recovered slightly, so when I used the same amount of chakra again, it added to the previous amount. That combined chakra was too much for its body to handle, so it exploded." There was a glint in Udakata's eyes as Ren finished, and he gave a small nod. "Good analysis." Without saying anything else, he pulled another fish from the bowl and let it go still on the desk. Ren immediately performed the hand signs and placed his palms over the fish. This time, he carefully adjusted his chakra output, considering the earlier experience. A few seconds passed, and the fish began twitching. As soon as it started flopping again, Ren tossed it into the bowl, and it swam off as if nothing had happened. "Good work. Keep going," Udakata said, already reaching back into the bowl. This time, he pulled out 2 fish and let them go still. "Now there are 2 targets that need healing at the same time. If you don't heal both, one dies. You have to perform simultaneous healing." Ren nodded and made the hand signs. Instead of using both palms on a single target, he placed one hand on each fish. Technically, the jutsu required both palms because that helped focus the chakra better, especially for beginners, but with Ren's advanced chakra control, and having already gauged how much chakra was needed for one fish, he could divide his output between both hands evenly. And just as expected, a few seconds in, both fish began twitching, then flopped fully to life. He scooped them up and returned them to the water. From there, Udakata continued training him, this time increasing the difficulty by injuring the fish in different ways, sometimes shallow cuts, sometimes deeper wounds. Ren had to carefully assess and adjust the chakra output each time. Despite the mystical palm technique being an A-rank jutsu, the chakra cost wasn't overwhelming in this case since Ren was only using it on small animals. Thanks to that and his high-level chakra control, he was able to heal all of them properly without any problems. Once he had practiced the mystical palm jutsu enough to use it fluidly every time, Udakata pointed at the poor pig and said, "Your next task will be healing it." The pig, which Ren had earlier turned into a fountain and used multiple times to practice accelerated coagulation jutsu, hadn't moved since Ren arrived. It was likely sedated or poisoned. Since the next step was healing it, Ren began by using the sensory diagnostic jutsu to identify the problem. He sent a pulse of chakra throughout the pig's body, and when he received the feedback, he found that the pig was indeed poisoned, and the toxin had spread through its entire body. It also had several torn blood vessels from the earlier bleeding, and its blood levels were very low. The first thing Ren did was use the poison extraction jutsu. If he had used mystical palm first, the poison might have circulated even faster as the body began healing itself. So instead, he spread his chakra through the pig's blood vessels and carefully guided all the poisonous substances toward the heart. Once the poison had gathered, he used chakra scalpel on his index finger to make a very small incision near the heart. He then extracted the poison from that point and stored it in a small bottle that Utakata had already placed in front of him. Ren used the sensory diagnostic jutsu again to double-check for any remaining poison. Finding none, he made the hand signs for mystical palm and placed both palms above the pig. He sent small pulses of yang chakra into the body, stimulating cellular regeneration and repairing the torn blood vessels, reinforcing them slightly to reduce the chance of tearing again. After finishing, he once again used the diagnostic jutsu to scan the pig. The only remaining issue was low blood levels, which could be treated with a transfusion or simply over time. The incision near the chest had also healed. In essence, Ren had completely healed the pig. It was fortunate that the poison hadn't reached the organs, otherwise, he would have needed to make an antidote as well. Ren looked to Utakata, who raised his hand and hovered it over the pig to confirm the healing. A second later, he spoke. Good work. The poison has been removed, and the vessels have been healed. If this was a normal patient, what would we do next? Ren responded immediately. We would hook the patient up to an IV drip and perform a blood transfusion to replenish what was lost. Once the patient wakes up, they'd be advised to increase their liquid intake as a follow-up. Utakata nodded. Perfect. Since you now have basic understanding of medical jutsu and medical knowledge, you will start working at the hospital. Ren was about to say something, but Utakata cut him off. Just send a shadow clone to the hospital. You can continue to train like every day without any change. I'll talk to the staff to make sure there's no problem. You will first spend a week in the regular hospital and then 2 months in the shinobi hospital. After that, I'll give you the scroll. He let that sink in and continued. Even though your medical jutsu is good, scratch that. They're excellent since even for a genius it takes a month or 2 to be able to use the mystical palm jutsu. You doing it in 2 or 3 tries shows your talent and the practice you've put in. As Utakata said this, he remembered how he was praised by the greatest medical ninja ever for successfully reviving his first fish in 1.5 months. He wondered how she would react if she heard about his student. Ren scratched his head with a small smile. He wasn't really used to being praised either in this life or the previous, so he didn't know how to respond. Utakata didn't mind and continued. However, even if you have exceptional knowledge and talent, what you're aiming for is applying that knowledge to your own body, which inherently has great risk. So even if it feels bad or unethical, I want you to first study medical jutsu on patients and expand your knowledge. Ren was surprised to hear such advice from Utakata, but the man had always been like this, calm, logical, and extremely rational. And Ren understood the help he would gain by studying others' bodies before learning to modify his own. He remembered how Sakura had Tsunade to guide her when she learned these techniques. He didn't, so he accepted it. Ren nodded, and Utakata continued. You also improved the 8 gates technique, correct? Yes. I used seals, Ren replied. He had already used the jutsu in front of Utakata, so he had no problem admitting it. Utakata nodded, then said, that was idiotic. Ren blinked, surprised at his sensei's blunt remark, but he understood why he said it. Do you know why? Ren nodded. That was an S-rank forbidden jutsu. I tried to modify it and even used it on myself without any supervision or confirmation. Utakata continued, exactly. The 8 gates is inherently dangerous, which is why it was forbidden. Many people have tried to improve it over the years, but they all dropped it for one reason or another. Some couldn't get past the 3rd or 4th gate. One person ever reached the 5th gate only to die due to the backlash of the technique he used to improve it. Ren was shocked at hearing that. That's when the 3rd Hokage placed a ban on experimenting with the technique beyond the 3rd gate, Utakata said. If I hadn't told you this, you would have, at most, taken a year and probably 6 months more, before you perfected the 3rd gate and tried the 4th right. Ren nodded. That had indeed been his plan. Then what do you think would have happened if something went wrong? While I believe you would have succeeded, there's always a chance that something doesn't go as expected. This is why I want you to understand, right now, you are not at the age where you need to experiment to increase your strength. The village has many techniques and jutsu for someone at your level, you just have to prove your worth and earn them. He looked at Ren and asked, what did the 3rd Hokage say when he gave you the 8 gates scroll? Ren recalled, that I can only use the technique up to the 3rd gate without your supervision. Exactly, Utakata said. The 3rd Hokage has been leading the village for decades. He's seen many young prodigies and guided them. He's called the professor for a reason. When he said you can only use up to the 3rd gate without supervision, it's because he could judge your body with a glance and estimate what it can handle. Even the 3rd gate was him being cautious. You could probably handle the 4th gate with little to no problem, but he still said the 3rd because that's the level you'd need right now. He sighed and looked at Ren. Even though your improvement worked, and you were able to use that last technique, it was still a very risky gamble to modify a forbidden jutsu and use it on yourself. Ren looked a little embarrassed, and Utakata continued, I'm not saying you were wrong to experiment. You should experiment, it's how a shinobi grows, but slow down. Right now, you can grow at a fast pace even without trying dangerous things. Sorry, Ren said. He didn't know what else to say. He had just been living a normal life when he ended up in a world full of killers and gods. So, he was desperate to grow stronger quickly. He hadn't expected anyone to notice his urgency, but now he understood that his sensei and most likely his father too had seen through it all. Utakata sighed again as he looked at Ren, who was still thinking over his words. His tone softened. Your father and I, we're two of the few people, along with the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Akimichi clan leaders, who have both the strength and say in the village. If we wanted to, we could even get you access to 2 or 3 S-rank techniques. So don't rush. Use everything your predecessors have left behind first. After you've exhausted them, then you can go ahead and do as you wish. He waved his hand to dismiss him. Report to the General Hospital tomorrow at 9. And from now on, either have me or your father review any changes you make to existing techniques or any new ones you create. Ren stood up and bowed. Thank you, sensei, and turned to leave. Just before he exited, Utakata's voice came again. Ren, your father, and I, we can only help you if you ask. Ren paused, then left the room. Once he was gone, there was a flicker in the room. Juaki appeared and sat down in a chair. Thanks for that, he said. He needed to hear it. Utakata looked out the window. No need to thank me, he replied calmly. I am his godfather, after all. Chapter 68, Best Way to Leave the Job, Stop Showing Up bonus. Since he had been asked by Utakata, Ren began his hospital training at the General Hospital the next day. What he did was create a clone with 3,000 points of chakra each morning and had it on standby while it read some medical books. In the meantime, he let his other clones carry on with their usual training routines except for the Yang Release clone, which he decided to practice directly through the medical clone working in the hospital. On the first day of joining, Ren was asked to meet the General Hospital Director, Takemi Nara, a middle-aged woman who clearly had the signature Nara women look. She looked nothing like the Nara men he had seen before, who always looked like they could fall asleep at any moment. Once Ren met with her, she said, Utakata-san told me about you, so I have no problem with you joining the hospital for a week. However, I was instructed not to make things easy for you. I'll give you a day to adjust here, but starting tomorrow, you'll take on the same responsibilities as a senior doctor. Ren nodded. Understood. Takemi rang a bell on her table, and a few seconds later another woman entered the room. Takemi introduced her. She is Ami Kimura. She will be your guide for today and your supervisor for the rest of your time here. Ami, this is Ren Takahashi. They both bowed to each other in greeting, and after that, Ren began following Ami around for the day as she explained the operations of the General Hospital and how work was divided across departments. He learned that even though it was the General Hospital, medical ninjutsu was allowed for practice purposes but only under strict supervision. She also informed him that from the next day onward, he would be taking over all her duties for the next 6 days, while she observed him silently during patient visits. She wouldn't help or intervene but would always be near him to monitor his performance. Thankfully, this only applied during direct interactions with patients and not the rest of the day, as full-time observation would have been uncomfortable for both of them. Once Ren officially started the work, he did receive some looks from staff, but they faded quickly. People in Konoha had become used to young geniuses showing up, learning alongside them, and eventually being left in the dust by them. During his time there, Ren didn't receive much enthusiasm from his senior co-workers but, unfortunately, he wasn't ostracized or criticized either, so he missed out on a typical protagonist moment. The attitude was understandable. Generally, those who worked in the General Hospital were either trainees or shinobi whose skills weren't sufficient for the shinobi hospital. So when someone as young as Ren came in, especially for just 7 days, it was clear to everyone that he was using the General Hospital as a stepping stone, a quick introduction to hospital operations before moving on. While the staff remained neutral toward him, the patients definitely liked him, especially old grannies and little girls. The old ladies always gave him candies whenever they came for treatment. Ren would then pass those candies on to the little girls who visited him. What started as a one-time thing somehow turned into a trend. Word spread in the granny circles that there was a cute little doctor in the hospital, so many started requesting him. At the same time, rumors reached the little girls that there was a good-looking big brother doctor who gave candies if they behaved well. If it had been up to Ren, he would have preferred being liked by middle-aged women, but all of them already had their regular doctors and he didn't even get a chance to meet any of them. In the end, he completed his 7-day internship at the General Hospital smoothly, and was told that his performance report would be sent to his sensei. Once the 7 days were over, Ren asked Utakata, "Sensei, when should I start working at the Shinobi Hospital?" Utakata, still flipping through Ren's report, looked down and said, "Start from tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements. But just so you know, the Shinobi Hospital won't have any grannies giving you candy or little girls lining up for sweets." Ren turned red at that. Somehow, word had gotten around about his popularity at the General Hospital, and his team had been teasing him non-stop. He could handle their jokes just fine, mental fortitude and all that, but hearing it from his calm, stoic sensei somehow hit harder. The next morning, he made his way to the Leaf Shinobi Hospital and was greeted by the vice director, Nanako Nara. The moment he heard her name, a thought slipped into his mind. The Nara clan is everywhere. Women in medical, men in planning. Uchiha and Hyuga might be noble clans, but in terms of actual authority, the Nara clan has them beat. I guess that's just what happens when you are born smart but are too lazy to chase power, so people just hand it over. Nanako was polite and helpful, maintaining a calm smile throughout as she gave Ren a tour of the hospital, introduced him to the key staff, and explained how work was handled here. Everything felt much more structured and focused compared to the general hospital. The biggest difference was the people. The doctors and nurses here were welcoming. They didn't treat him like a guest passing through. Instead, they made real efforts to connect, exchanging greetings, offering help, and even cracking the occasional joke. Ren responded in kind, treating everyone with quiet respect, without putting on airs or acting superior. He knew why the staff was so warm. It wasn't just because he was Udakida's student, though that alone carried weight, since Utakida was the highest authority in the hospital since Tsunade was not in the village and Koharu just took care of important dealings. It was also because of who Ren was. Most of the people working here were shinobi hoping to climb the ladder in the medical field, and Ren had the kind of future that could help make that happen. Making a good impression on him could go a long way. Ren understood this, of course. But he didn't mind. That's just how people were, and if being polite meant easier cooperation in the future, he was fine playing along. 2 months passed, and Ren's time at the hospital finally came to an end. During his stay, he maintained a good relationship with everyone, staff and patients alike, and gradually earned a name for himself. While he wasn't extremely famous, the people of Konoha had started to recognize him as a budding genius in the medical field. Sometimes, he was even recognized by patients on the streets, who greeted him warmly. Since most of the patients he treated were shinobi, he now had connections with many active ninja across the village. One major highlight during his time was when he managed to save a critically injured Jonin and his entire team, an incident that significantly raised his reputation. Like the Funjutsu masters, medical shinobi were also divided into 6 levels or classes here. Normally, a class 4 medical shinobi would be assigned for such cases, but that night, Ren was on duty with only interns present, all of whom were only class 2. The class 4 assigned that night had failed to show up, leaving Ren to take full responsibility. With the help of his shadow clones and the interns, Ren had performed the surgery alone and successfully saved the entire squad. This incident not only earned him their deep gratitude of the squad he saved but also led to the suspension of the absent doctor for 6 months. As a result, Ren was granted a Class 4 Medical Shinobi certificate, making him the youngest person in the Leaf to hold the title, which further cemented his reputation. The hospital staff wanted to throw him a farewell party on his final day, but after speaking with Vice Director Nanako, Ren quietly skipped the last day and simply stopped coming. Meanwhile, his team continued to complete their weekly C-rank missions and had also undertaken 2 B-rank emergency missions during this period. Now that he had fulfilled all the tasks assigned by Utakida, he was finally eligible to receive the Chakra Enhanced Strength Scroll. Currently, he was lying in bed, glancing at his system panel. Status. Status panel. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 49. Health points, HP equals VIT times 100, 6900/6900. Chakra points, CP equals Cha times 100, 6700/6700. Attributes. Strength, 49, 46 plus 3. Agility, 58, 55 plus 3. Intelligence, 61, 56 plus 5. Vitality, 73, 69 plus 4. Chakra, 70, 67 plus 2 plus 1. Available points. 5 Jonin level points. 6 system points. Mastery panel. Chakra control, 81%, advanced. Funjutsu mastery, 34%, basic. Yang release mastery, 25%, basic. Fire release mastery, 49%, basic. Space release mastery, 30%, basic. Iryujutsu mastery, 55%, intermediate. Lightning release mastery, 2%, beginner. Mastery points. 3 intermediate level points, 30%. 10 advanced level points, 20%. 2 master level points, 2%. Ninja panel. Ninjutsu, 60/100. Taijutsu, 59/100. Genjutsu, 43/100. Funjutsu, 34/100. He hadn't used any of the system points from his missions, so he had 5 Jonin level points and 6 leftover system points which could be converted to 1 Jonin level point when he had 10. The biggest improvement came in his Iryujutsu mastery, which shot up after applying his theoretical knowledge in real practice. His Taijutsu also improved thanks to the 8 Gates training. His space release mastery had increased too after he invented a sensing technique using space chakra, though he hadn't focused much on other release styles or panels lately. He still hadn't used a single mastery point, preferring to save them for significant breakthroughs like Yang or Yin release. With enough points, he could even skip both intermediate and advanced levels in one go. For now, he decided to use 4 Jonin level points on Vitality and 1 on Chakra. VIT plus 4 rightward arrow 73. Cha plus 1 rightward arrow 70. Now, 2 of his stats had entered the 70s range. However, his strength stat had started to lag behind the rest. He didn't know exactly how much of a boost the 8 Gates gave since the system didn't show temporary stat changes, but he was certain that higher base stats would definitely amplify the technique's power. After reviewing everything once more, he closed the system and turned in for the night. Chapter 69, Hihihihihi, R18 plus. R18 warning, there will be hihi scenes. In the streets of Konoha, people bustled about, each immersed in their own world. Adults were busy with their work, while children played in the streets, laughing and giggling as they imagined themselves as their favorite shinobi, valiantly defeating the village's enemies. Amidst the busy crowd, a young couple strolled side by side. The air between them was tinged with the sweet awkwardness of young love. The boy, with striking blue hair and small round goggles, attracted attention wherever he went. People looked at him with deep respect, some even greeted him from across the street, to which he responded with a warm smile. Beside him, the girl looked at the scene with a soft smile and tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear. The boy suddenly felt a gaze on him and turned, only to find the girl smiling at him. Gathering his courage, he beckoned her closer. When she stepped nearer, he took a deep breath and had a moment of hesitation, but then, he suddenly held her hand. A collective gasp echoed through the street as onlookers witnessed the gesture. But the couple paid no mind to the world around them, for in that moment, they were lost in their own thoughts. The girl wondered what she had done to deserve someone like him. The boy, meanwhile, found himself asking how he had ever gotten this far. A few years earlier, the next day, after Team 1 completed their team training and began their individual sessions, Ren and Utakata were sitting across from each other. Without needing to say anything, Utakata handed Ren a large canvas scroll. Ren took it eagerly and tried to open it, but the scroll didn't budge, it remained locked. Ren gave his sensei a blank stare, but Utakata didn't seem to notice. He was too focused on reading his book titled Funjutsu for Barbarians Volume 3. Ren sighed and focused chakra into his eyes, suspecting a sealing formula had been placed on it, likely by that old man from the Hokage building again. It took several minutes of complete focus before he could even attempt to unlock it. The sealing formula this time was significantly more complex than the previous ones. He knew he only had one chance. If he failed, the scroll would explode. What exactly would happen if that happened, he wasn't sure, but he wasn't willing to take the risk. As Utakata saw Ren finally unlock the scroll, he commented offhandedly, "Take the exam for level 3 Funjutsu Master when you have time." Then he went back to reading. Ren didn't react much to the suggestion. He wasn't particularly interested in collecting official titles, but he would consider taking it if he remembered. He finally opened the scroll and began reading. To his surprise, the scroll was incredibly detailed, so much so that it would be strange if someone didn't learn the technique after going through it. However, the real difficulty wasn't reading the scroll, it was understanding and applying it. The technique was divided into 5 parts. The first part emphasized that chakra-enhanced strength wasn't a technique of brute force, but rather one of controlled destruction. A type of destruction that spreads only as far as the user wants. The second part explained the chakra flow, from the core to the shoulder, and then to the fist. It used clear diagrams to show how the chakra must travel to generate the desired effect. During his time in the hospital, Ren had studied human anatomy in detail. As Utakata had advised, he carefully observed the physical structure of every patient he treated. Since most people had no idea how medical jutsu truly worked, they didn't realize they were being inspected. Ren never overstepped, he simply studied what he needed and never pushed beyond the point where a patient might notice something strange. Now, thanks to that experience, Ren felt confident that he understood the location of every muscle, tendon, and connection in the human body. When he looked at the diagrams in the scroll, he instantly grasped how power would be transferred from the core to the fist, or any other release point. This tied into what he had come to understand through taijutsu practice. True strength wasn't about punching harder, it was about coordination. A proper strike involved the activation of various muscle groups in sequence. If even one of those wasn't used correctly, the output weakened. The second part of the scroll also explained which pressure points and tenketsu points needed to be activated, where strength would be stored, and where it shouldn't be. Everything was laid out clearly and precisely. The third part was a practical step-by-step guide for learning the technique. The fourth section dealt with injury prevention and gave helpful guidelines on how to train safely. And the fifth section introduced the advanced applications of chakra-enhanced strength. Ren read through the entire scroll multiple times to make sure he didn't miss anything. Every warning, every piece of advice, it was all important. After all, this technique worked by manipulating chakra inside the body. If something went wrong, the damage would be internal, and that would be far more dangerous than anything external. Once he finished reading the scroll, Ren closed it and tucked it into his belt. Even though he could now create a much better storage instrument, he liked his belt and had gotten used to it, so he simply kept improving it instead. Seeing Ren store the scroll, Utakata also closed his book and gave Ren his full attention. He didn't say anything or offer advice, but he kept a close watch as Ren began his practice. Ren had once asked Utakata if he knew the chakra-enhanced strength technique, but the man had refused and told him not to ask further. So Ren held back. Still, since Utakata was one of the best medics in Konoha, having him observe was reassuring while trying such a delicate and dangerous jutsu. Ren was already a bit away from his teammates, so he didn't need to worry about catching them in any after effects, if there were any. For now, he was only starting to learn, so the chance of serious consequences was low. The first part of learning the technique was concentrating chakra on a single point. He started by releasing chakra from the tip of his index finger and holding it steady for 30 seconds. Then he did the same with his knuckles, palms, elbows, and wrists in a cycle, starting with just his hands for now. Once he was done, he would move on to his legs. Next, he practiced channeling chakra from his shoulder down his arm, stopping just behind his knuckles. He repeated this process multiple times, deliberately stopping the chakra at different points along the arm, training his control for where he could store it for a strike. The scroll had advised beginners to channel chakra from shoulder to knuckles only, using very low amounts of chakra at first. Once someone was confident in their control, they could start generating chakra from the core to the knuckles. This would allow for much greater power but was also significantly harder to control. After multiple repetitions on both arms, Ren flexed his wrists a few times to check for stiffness. Finding none, he moved on to the next step. The third step was releasing the chakra. He gathered chakra from the deltoid down to his wrist and stored it behind his knuckles. After holding it for a few seconds, he punched but nothing happened. The stored chakra simply dispersed back into his body. He tried again, this time giving the chakra a slight push just before striking. But it released too early, before his fist connected. He repeated the process again. This time, the chakra released just after the punch was launched into the air, still not quite right. After several more attempts, he finally found the right timing. He pulled out one of the wooden dummies he used in his home's basement and set it up on the ground. He fixed all the seals to anchor it into the earth so the absorbed force would be safely redirected into the ground. Once again, he stored chakra and approached the dummy. He raised his arm and struck, and this time, the chakra was released precisely as his fist connected. A slight dent appeared on the dummy. Ren grinned. It was a minor success, but it still meant he had begun learning a technique that Tsunade of the Sunin was renowned for. He repeated the strike 10 more times. Only 4 of them had the correct timing. The rest were either too early or too late. After finishing 10 attempts with his right hand, he switched to his left, and then tried both of his legs. The results were mostly the same. However, by the time he reached the second leg, his accuracy had already improved as 6 out of 10 strikes landed with correct timing. After finishing his practice using the technique with all of his limbs, the next thing Ren tried was striking with different parts of his palms. He hit the dummy using both sides of his palm, then struck directly with the center of his palm. He even tried flicking the dummy the same way Tsunade had done to Naruto, but nothing happened, so he set that idea aside and returned to standard practice for the time being. Next, he attempted to strike using both hands at once. Clasping his hands together in a serpent-like hand sign, he channeled chakra into both arms separately. Once ready, he brought his hands down like a hammer. Crack! A faint sound reached his ears, and when he looked down, he saw that the ground beneath his feet had started to fracture slightly. Aside from that, nothing else happened since he had deliberately used only a small amount of chakra. Having tested the technique with both hands, he moved on to try it with both legs. The resulting impact was slightly stronger, thanks to the natural power of his legs combined with the weight of his entire body. He continued experimenting with various release points, attempting to strike from different parts of his body. However, aside from his fists and legs, only a few strikes worked effectively, indicating he needed more practice in those other areas. Once he was done trying out static strikes, he began practicing while in motion. He started walking slowly while attempting to gather and store chakra behind his knuckles. But just before striking, the chakra would always disperse. Still, it didn't take him long to get a handle on the basic method of storing chakra while moving. Even though he could now maintain chakra storage while in motion, the actual technique was far from ready. Every time he tried to strike, the chakra dispersed just before the blow landed, turning it into a regular attack. He realized that during movement, his control didn't exactly fail, but he would make small errors, like losing focus at crucial moments. He could have easily solved the issue by using mastery points to improve his chakra control, but he decided to hold off. Practicing this technique would also serve as a powerful chakra control exercise, so there was no need to rush. With that thought in mind, Ren continued training, refining his movement, control, and timing. Udakata, having kept an eye on him initially, finally opened his book again and left Ren to practice on his own. Chapter 70, Scales of Justice, Part 1/12, Mihawk's Black Sword. 3 more months passed as Ren continued training in chakra-enhanced strength and completing missions. Aside from the usual C-rank missions they did once per week, Team 1 also handled 2 emergency missions, one B-rank and the other A-rank. The A-rank mission involved recovering a Konoha squad that had been captured near the border before they could even begin their infiltration mission into a minor village. Normally, such operations would fall under Umbu jurisdiction, but lately, Udakata had started taking on more tactical missions like information gathering and recovery. Since Team 1 usually handled only C-rank assignments, their part in the mission was to collect pre-gathered intel from another squad and bring it back, while the other team acted as a diversion. In this case, the squad had already been captured before any infiltration could occur. As Team 1 entered the village they quickly located them. The village itself was so small that their strongest shinobi, the village leader, was merely an elite jonin. Ren found it hard to believe that such a small village managed to capture a Konoha squad, but later learned that it was simply a matter of bad luck. The village leader had stumbled upon them while on a stroll. Team 1 easily took out the guards assigned to the captured squad and brought everyone back. The only reason they spared the guards was because villages like this often served as useful cannon fodder during wartime, and completely wiping them out would do more harm than good politically. The village's motivation for capturing the squad had simply been to leverage some kind of benefit from Konoha. Ren didn't know what sort of consequences the village would face, but the rescued squad received a punishment of a fine and a 3-month suspension from active duty since a squad led by a jonin with 3 chinin who were all infiltration specialists were caught so easily. Even though Konoha was much more lax as compared to other villages, it was still a military village. If a squad was not performing as per expectations, they would face consequences. Other than that mission, not much excitement had come Ren's way during this period. His chakra-enhanced strength training continued steadily. By now, he could use the technique during small movements, though using it at high speed was still difficult and required more practice. His chakra control mastery increased by 3% over the 3 months, reaching 84%. This was his fastest progress in chakra control since reaching the advanced level. Before, it had taken him over 40 days to gain even 1%, but ever since he began training in chakra-enhanced strength, the pace had noticeably quickened. According to his estimate, once he hit 90% and reached the master level, he'd be able to use the technique with significantly more ease. The biggest improvement was in using the technique while standing still. He could now control a large amount of chakra during a strike, allowing him to cause much more destruction with a single punch. For training, he'd gone to the mountains behind the Hokage monument, where he spent time punching rocks and knocking down trees. It was fun. Really fun. Destroying trees and punching through stone with a single blow was so satisfying that Utakata eventually had to step in and stop him before he triggered a full-on deforestation project. Then again, with how densely packed Konoha's surroundings were, even that would have taken him a while. Present time. Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office of the village hidden in the leaves, multiple people were present, listening to the report of a messenger dressed as a samurai, a sword hanging by his side. In usual cases, nobody is allowed to show their weapons in the Hokage's office as a show of respect, but samurai pride themselves on their swords. Thus, a unanimous vote was passed in one of the meetings held by the Land of Iron, which is home to the samurai, that as a sign of respect for the Land of Iron, whenever any cage meets a messenger from there, they will be allowed to have their swords with them. Except for the messenger, the only person who can carry weapons in the presence of the cages is Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron. The messenger began with his greetings, Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. The people present in the room, Juaki, Shikako the Jonin commander, Danzo the darkness of Konoha, and the leader of the village Hiruzen Sarutobi were not surprised to hear the neutral tone of the messenger. The samurai began. The ambassador of the Leaf Village, Shikaro Nara, has been arrested for the crime of breaking international protocol and supplying crucial information pertaining to the security of the Land of Iron to rogue enemies. A trial will be held 10 days later, and the Leaf Village is asked to send a delegation who will represent their stance. Further details will be provided in this scroll. Saying this, he placed a scroll on the table. Since the Land of Iron had been a neutral country for very long, it had established a diplomatic council chamber that hosts permanent ambassadors from each of the 5 great nations and several smaller nations. These ambassadors deal with peacekeeping, trade, political disputes, and potential threats. Each village sends its own ambassador and delegation to maintain relations and attend high-level meetings, but now, the ambassador of the largest of the 5 great nations has been arrested. Hiruzen nodded. Thank you for your information. You are welcome to stay in the village and leave with the delegation. Even though there was a smile on his face, the samurai was under a lot of pressure. He understood that his earlier manner of giving the message had likely been the reason for his current predicament. He realized he should not have let his anger at Shikaro cloud his judgment in front of one of the most powerful men alive. He nodded stiffly, understanding that even though Hiruzen framed his sentence as if he were giving him an option, it was more of an order to keep him in the village for now. Hiruzen waved his hand, and an umbu appeared. Make sure the messenger has a comfortable stay, he said, and the umbu escorted the messenger out. Once both of them had left, Hiruzen's face became blank as he ordered, make sure he has the maximum tail possible and begin collecting the information from the spies in the Land of Iron. Without a word, Danzo left. Once he was gone, Shikako spoke, it looks like the message I received this morning was regarding this. In the morning before he came to work, a special eagle had delivered a message from Shikaro's subordinate that Shikaro's estate had been raided and evidence was collected proving his crime. However, the more surprising thing was that Shikaro actually accepted all of his crimes and was willing to go on trial. Hiruzen frowned slightly. There is some obvious foul play here. Even if we were to assume that Shikaro actually did this, he wouldn't have left such obvious evidence and would definitely not have accepted his crimes before meeting someone from Konoha or receiving any orders from you. He looked at Shikako as he said this, who shook his head. There was no prior message from him or any other person from his estate. I tried contacting the person who sent this message but I can't, so it's likely they've been placed under lockdown with no means of providing information. Hiruzen nodded. That's the most likely scenario. For now, let's assume that he is being framed most likely by one of the other ambassadors, from the Earth Village, but we can't rule out the possibility of him actually doing this. Shikako nodded. Even though the Hokage was accusing one of his clansmen of being a traitor, he agreed with him. That was one of the scenarios he had thought through as soon as he received the message. More importantly, right now he was not the leader of the Nara clan, he was the Jonin commander of the village hidden in the leaves. Hiruzen then tapped his desk in a certain pattern and within 2 seconds, a person in umbu garbs appeared. However, the apparel of this person was much different from the others. He wore significantly more durable armor with red and silver markings on the edges. On his chest plate, a symbol of the leaf was marked, and he wore a cloak over it all, finishing it with a blank black mask. He was the commander of the Umbu Black Ops of Konoha, Yoro. His mission record was so legendary that no enemy had ever seen him and lived to tell the tale. His records are only available to the current or future Hokage. Even the Sunin and the two elders are not aware of his exact mission details. Yoro, make sure that not a word leaks of the ambassador being arrested. Without a word, Yoro nodded and flickered away. Shikako also left to handle the official details for the delegation that would leave by the earliest tomorrow. When only the two of them were left, Juaki, who had been completely silent till now, spoke. I want to go. Without even thinking, Hiruzen's reply came. No. Juaki furrowed his brows. You know how much help Shikaro gave me back in the days. I can't just leave him alone at times like this. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. Considering your history in the land of iron, I can't send you. Especially when you've lost your arm. Juaki glanced at his missing right arm. I'll be fine. You know how much I've mellowed down compared to before. And if you're still worried, just send Yudakata with me. If the two of us are together with old man Homura, any negotiations that happen will carry much more weight. Hiruzen frowned, thinking for a few seconds, and then nodded. Fine. But you are not to be separated from Yudakata. If I hear even one instance, I'll have you locked up in the village for years to come. Hiruzen wouldn't be so strict with any other shinobi in the village, but as he remembered what Juaki had done in the past, he felt this precaution was necessary. Juaki grinned as he stood up. Don't worry, old man. Everything's gonna be fine. I'll make sure to prove Shikara's innocence. Hiruzen shook his head. You won't be doing anything unless we've determined everything. Even after that, you're just going there to show your support for Shikaro. The only ones who will be doing anything is Yora's squad. Juaki paused. You're sending Yoro on this mission. Hiruzen nodded. He would be the best for the situation in case there is some foul play. And besides, I'm worried that masked man might attack again. Last time he attacked it was the daimyo, so this time he might try to attack the official delegation of Konoha. Yoro, together with Yudakata and Homura, might be able to handle him. Juaki frowned but then nodded and left the office. 2 days later, in the morning, a delegation was gathered at the village gate. People dressed in formal attire with the leaf symbol prominently displayed stood around, quietly discussing among themselves. These individuals were a part of the negotiations team, the group responsible for handling post-war discussions and diplomacy with counterparts from the other great nations. Most of them were non-combatants, weak in terms of shinobi ability, with little to no combat training. Alongside them stood 15 shinobi in standard uniforms. 12 of them were Chunin, with only 3 jonin present among them. These shinobi served as the official guards of the delegation. Normally, a team tasked with such politically sensitive work would be afforded a far stronger escort. However, the current composition was a result of the joint agreement between all 5 great villages, an intentional decision to minimize the threat or provocation by reducing military presence in neutral territory. A short distance away from the formal delegates, Team 1 stood together, waiting with their sensei, Yudakata. That's when Ren and Juaki caught sight of each other. At the same time, they both spoke out. What are you doing here, brat? What are you doing here, dad? Chapter 71, Scales of Justice, Part 2/12, Becoming the Bait. I forgot to update the arc name in the last chapter, but here it is. When the third Hokage had asked Yudakata to travel alongside Juaki and Homura as part of the diplomatic delegation, Yudakata requested permission to bring his team along. Hiruzen had agreed, reasoning that early exposure to a political environment would be valuable for the genin's future growth. After receiving approval, Yudakata had informed Team 1 about the nature of the mission and instructed them to be ready by the time the delegation was set to leave. This led to the current situation. Since Ren didn't usually share mission details with his father until the mission was completed, he missed the chance to inform Juaki ahead of time. Likewise, Juaki hadn't been told that Yudakata would be bringing his students, which brought them to this somewhat awkward encounter. What are you doing here, brat? What are you doing here, dad? They both spoke at the same time. Ren was the first to respond. We were going on a mission. Juaki followed. The ambassador is an old friend of mine, so I'll be going there too. Before they could continue their conversation, a stern voice cut through the air. Enough with the chit-chat. We need to get going now if we want to reach the land of iron on time and have enough spare time to search for the evidence we need. Ren turned and saw Homura Mitokado, one of the Leaf's elders, standing there with his usual sharp expression. Juaki waved his only hand casually. Don't worry, old man. We'll reach there in time. You should be the one making sure you don't lag behind too much. Homura's response was calm and cutting. Then let's just have Shikaro charged and executed for treason, since these old bones can't keep up with you young folks and would be late to the meeting where actual negotiations take place. Juaki, wisely, said nothing further. Everyone present knew that aside from Hiruzen himself, Homura was the only one skilled enough in political negotiations to possibly prove Shikara's innocence through diplomacy and strategy. If strength had been the goal, someone like Jiraiya would have been sent. But now, words were their only weapons. At that moment, there was a flicker between the two groups. Yoro, the Umbu commander, appeared without sound or warning. The route has been cleared. We are free to go. And just as suddenly, he vanished again. Homura turned back to the group. The guards will handle the front. You people take care of the rear. With that, he began instructing the guards on formation. Juaki turned toward Ren and noticed the frown on his son's face. That was Yoro, the Umbu commander. He's strong. Ren nodded slowly. The moment Yoro had appeared, an oppressive pressure had settled on him. His instincts had screamed to react, but he found himself frozen in place. Just one glance from the man, and all action was stripped from his body. Only after Yoru left did the pressure vanish. Juaki continued, that feeling you had? That was just him letting you feel it. If he didn't want to be noticed, none of us would have even realized he was there. Ren glanced at his teammates. Both Yujao and Hitachi looked pale and were lightly sweating. Juaki added, he doesn't care much for rank or age, but he doesn't think you kids are necessary for this mission. That was a warning. Stay alert the whole time. Ren nodded, then quietly activated his mystical palm technique, calming his own nerves with a subtle pulse of chakra. He did the same for Yujao and Hitachi, who gave him thankful nods. Then, Yudakata clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Let's go. The caravan is ready. He walked toward the prepared procession, 3 wagons, surrounded by guards on 3 sides. Team 1 and Juaki took positions at the rear, securing the caravan from all angles. Once everything was in place, the gate guards gave the signal. The caravan began moving. This would be Ren's first mission traveling to a foreign nation, one with power and stance on par with the 5 great nations. The Iron Capital, located in the snowy land of Iron, sat nestled between the 3 Wolves Mountain, landmark peaks famous across the continent. The snow-covered terrain of the Land of Iron was a stark contrast to the Land of Fire, which only experienced brief periods of snowfall each year. From Kanahagakur to the Iron Capital, a normal squad of shinobi would take no more than 2 days to complete the journey. However, the current delegation included non-shinobi from the negotiations team, and the carriages were pulled by horses, so the travel time was estimated at 5 full days. When the messenger from the Land of Iron had arrived, he stated that the trial of Shikaro Nara would be held 10 days from that date. With 2 days spent gathering intel and preparing the team, and 5 days required for travel, that left 3 days for any investigations or political maneuvering once they arrived. The group stopped once per day for rest and proper sleep, and twice more for meals. This pacing made the journey excruciatingly slow for Team 1, who were used to the fast-paced rhythm of typical shinobi operations. Even missions involving merchant escort were usually wrapped up in 2 days. By the 3rd day, their bodies were practically brimming with unspent energy. Oddly, there hadn't been a single bandit attack so far, not even a wild animal sighting, despite them moving through forested areas. Ren figured this had to be the Umbu at work, silently clearing the path ahead and ensuring no disruptions. That night, on day 3 of their journey, the group stopped as usual. The weather had begun to chill slightly as they neared the snowy terrain of the Land of Iron, but it was still manageable without cloaks. As the negotiations team sat together, enjoying the hot stew prepared by the guards, Team 1 sat a short distance away by themselves. Both Juaki and Yudakata were absent at the moment. Yujao stretched out her legs with a groan. I'm so bored. It feels like I don't need to wait till old age for my joints to stiffen up, this mission alone might do it. Ren chuckled. Don't forget, we still have to come back. Ugh. Yujao groaned again, flopping back into her blanket at the thought. Just then, one of the guards walked over and handed them plates of food, meat stew with rice. There were also optional side dishes, but the genin politely declined. They were used to surviving on jerky and ration pills during missions, so even this meal felt like a luxury. Ren, out of habit, performed a quick poison detection test on his portion. Finding nothing, he began to eat. It was around that time that Juaki and Yudakata returned to the camp. The genin offered them food, but both men declined. Yujao took the opportunity to speak up. Sensei, aren't we traveling too slowly? I'm sure we could do something to speed things up a little. Yudakata shook his head. No, this is an official procession of the Leaf Village, one of the 5 great nations. If word got out that we rushed our negotiation team, especially one composed of civilian representatives, it would reflect badly on the village and even more so on the Fire Daimyo. He paused before adding, Daimyos place great importance on appearances and protocol. If we break formation or look desperate, we lose political standing. You'll understand in the future. The genin nodded slowly, absorbing the explanation. Ren, meanwhile, thought back to his previous world. Politics there were also heavily influenced by saving face, even in modern times. Here, in a world modeled on feudal Japan, those customs were taken even more seriously. Once the genin had finished eating and returned their utensils, they gathered again with Yudakata and Juaki by the low-burning campfire. The flames crackled quietly as Yudakata shifted his gaze to his 3 students and began, all right, listen, the 3 of you. His tone instantly straightened their postures. Once we arrive in the Land of Iron, me, Juaki, or any of the other guards will be effectively tied down by protocol. We won't be able to do any investigative work beyond what the officials explicitly permit. From that point on, the responsibility for covert operations will fall to the Umbu squad accompanying us, primarily Yora's team. The genin nodded silently as Yudakata continued. Normally, genin are not brought along on diplomatic missions like this. But since you're here, the assumption from outsiders will be that the Leaf Village is confident in your abilities and that alone will attract some attention. He looked each of them in the eye before continuing. However little that attention may be, it's exactly what we need. He let the silence settle before continuing with the full weight of what he was saying. Your role will be to act as a decoy. While the Umbu handle the real investigations in secret, you will act as open investigators, asking questions, probing the surface, and collecting whatever public information you can. Every bit of data you uncover will be passed on to the Umbu through established drop points. They'll act based on what you find. He paused again, letting the message sink in. Your goal is to attract attention. The more eyes on you, the fewer on them. You will effectively be the bait during our stay in the Land of Iron. Yujao frowned slightly. Hitachi narrowed his eyes. Ren just stared, listening intently. Don't take this lightly. Yudakata continued. We have just received the report that the Land of Iron is currently under strict lockdown. The samurai have likely received orders to monitor every foreign shinobi inside their borders. That means the Umbu's freedom of movement will be severely restricted. Technically, their very presence violates the neutrality agreement. If caught, things could escalate. He leaned back slightly. As for you three, no one will move openly against you. Not while you're within the Iron Capital. But his tone dropped ever so slightly. If you get too close to something, or someone realizes you're not just there to show off, things may change quickly. The fire cast shadows across their faces. No one said a word for several seconds. Then Yujao asked quietly, so what happens if we do find something important? Yudakata responded without hesitation. You report it immediately. Don't act on your own. No heroics. If you're being watched, change your drop method. If the situation gets dangerous, disengage. Seeing the mood get a little too tense, Juaki suddenly chimed in, his tone light. Hey, don't scare the genins like that. I'm sure they're smart enough to understand the situation without you highlighting every threat. He turned toward the three of them and continued more seriously, but still, kids, be cautious. Someone is framing Shikoro. That person definitely won't want anyone getting near the truth. If you do, they'll try to eliminate you. He paused for a moment and then added, when you're there, don't trust anyone. If someone acts overly nice, be even more suspicious. Right now, Konoha is the target, so anyone showing you good intentions could very well have ulterior motives. The genins nodded, their expressions serious. Just then, there was a flicker of movement and an Umbu appeared silently beside them. The mask she wore was almost blank white, with the exception of 3 small star symbols arranged diagonally across it. Ren had never seen a design like that before. It was clearly a distinction that marked her apart from regular Umbu. Her voice was calm and sharp as she spoke. I'll brief the three of you. Without wasting time, she pulled out a scroll from her pouch and unfurled a detailed map of the Land of Iron onto the ground. Several points were already marked on it with faint red ink. These points are your drop-off and meet-up zones, she said, gesturing to the red markings. There will be an Umbu stationed at each of these locations at all times. If you have any information, check for tails, then make your way here. No delays. She let the map sit in place for 3 seconds, giving them just enough time to visually memorize key locations before rolling it up and replacing it with another. This second map also had marked zones, but the markings this time were in blue. These are the locations we suspect will hold information we need. Libraries, administrative records, restricted zones, archives. Your job is to hover near these places. Find natural reasons to be there and don't force it. Again, she paused for just 3 seconds before rolling the second map up. She handed both maps to Ren, giving him a single nod as if to acknowledge his role in leading the data flow, then added quietly, if you miss a drop or we lose contact with you for more than 6 hours, you will be assumed compromised. So make sure that doesn't happen. With that, and without taking any questions, she flickered away just as silently as she had arrived. Chapter 72, Scales of Justice, Part 3/12, A Cage Candidate. I don't know what the web novel was high on. I tried scheduling it for the first time and it decided to scrap that and update at some random time. I deleted the chapter and am posting it again at the normal time, so if someone already read it you can skip it. Also, if anyone knows how this scheduling thing works, comment here. As planned, the Konoha delegation reached the Iron Capital in another 2 days. Nestled between the Three Wolves Mountains, the Iron Capital stood proud. An imposing fortress surrounded by towering stone walls and dusted in layers of fresh snow. Unlike the hidden villages, the scenery here was starkly different. The white landscape was dotted with samurai castles, their iron rooftops glinting faintly under the gray sky. Training dojos lined the streets, and traditional Shinto-style shrines could be seen at crossroads and intersections, their red torii gates offering a splash of color amidst the white snow. At the head of the Land of Iron was not a daimyo, but General Commander Mifune, the famed leader of the samurai. Beneath him stood the 3 generals. Take Shiro Hansen, known as the White Blade, who lived by the code of honor over deception. Ryoma Kane-take, the youngest, called the Silent Slash, who believed in the code of sword over chakra. And the only female among them, General Seo Rainia, known as the Stone Petal, who held to the code of discipline over emotion. Ren closed the small leather-bound booklet he had been reading, mentally reviewing what he'd learned. Now standing at the massive iron-bound gates of the capital, the Konoha delegation had dismounted from their horses. Behind them, the wagons were arranged in formation. At the front stood Homura Mitokedo, flanked by Utakada and Juki, while Team 1 stood a respectful few paces behind. A narrow side door within the gate creaked open, and a tall woman emerged. She was about 5 feet 10 inches, easily the tallest woman Ren had seen so far. Her dark ash-brown hair was tied back in a clean ponytail, and her steel-gray eyes were unreadable. Her gait was straight, deliberate, and precise. With her unmistakable presence and cold, composed demeanor, Ren immediately inferred who she was. General Seo Rainia, the Stone Petal. Before anyone could speak, Juki raised his voice, cheerful as ever. Hey, Seo-chan. You've grown so much since I last saw you. Team 1 blinked in unison at the blatant familiarity. Yujao and Hitachi glanced at Ren, who could only shrug. He had no idea what this was about either. Seo did not even look in Juiki's direction. She instead walked up to Homura and bowed politely. "Elder Homura," she said, her voice devoid of emotion but still polite. Homura returned the greeting with equal politeness. "General Seo, I've heard much of your achievements these past years. We had hoped to congratulate you formally. Circumstances prevent such pleasantries," Seo interrupted, tone unchanged. "But I assure you, the Land of Iron remains a neutral host and will treat your delegation with respect and fairness." Homura nodded calmly. "We are grateful for your hospitality, General. Let us hope this trial strengthens rather than strains the trust between our nations." As the two continued their diplomatic exchange, Ren leaned toward Juiki and whispered, "Hey, Dad, what was that about? She just totally ignored you." Juiki leaned forward and replied, completely unfazed, "Nah, don't worry about it. Seo-chan's just a little shy. We go way back." Ren squinted at him but decided not to argue. He wasn't buying it. Not even a little. Soon, General Seo turned and gave a single nod. The large iron gates groaned open, revealing the interior of the Iron Capital. The Konoha delegation stepped forward, officially entering the neutral land. Once inside the capital, Ren quietly took in the scenery. Just as the book described, the Land of Iron was filled with samurai castles. The most prominent structure was the one at the center of the capital, built in the distinct style of a traditional shogunate castle, complete with sweeping tiled roofs, tall stone foundations, and a wide courtyard. Ren remembered seeing pictures of similar structures on the internet in his previous life. Samurai in full armor moved along the streets in organized patterns. Their movement was precise, and no one stepped outside of their designated routes. This proved that the Land of Iron was indeed under lockdown, otherwise it wouldn't make sense for so many samurai to patrol the streets. The samurai didn't engage with the Konoha delegation. At most, they glanced at them for a few seconds before returning their gaze forward. The city had a subdued and orderly atmosphere. Unlike Konoha, which was always bustling with voices, movement, and casual conversations, the Iron Capital was quiet. Not silent, but restrained. People moved in silence, and their expressions were neutral. Even the way they walked looked practiced. It wasn't emotionless though, it was clearly discipline. The only exceptions were the very young children who behaved as children usually did. But once they reached Ren's height or a little older, their demeanor shifted completely. Everyone carried a sword. Children had wooden ones on their waists, and adults had real blades, all sheathed but polished and maintained. Ren didn't mind structure, but the environment here felt rigid, almost mechanical. He preferred the open and relaxed atmosphere of Konoha. The group was eventually led to a large courtyard surrounded by multiple low buildings with curved roofs and stone walls. It was likely a temporary residence designed specifically for receiving foreign delegates. The area was walled, and there were posted samurai at the corners. General Seo stood before the group and gave a short briefing. "This is the courtyard prepared for the Konoha delegation. Someone will arrive shortly to deliver the evidence that led to the ambassador's arrest. To ensure fairness, you are permitted to meet the prisoner at any time. However, a samurai will accompany you for all visits. If you require privacy, notify me, and I will authorize a private meeting for 5 minutes per day as allowed by the commander." She gave a small bow to Homura, turned, and left without another word. Yudakata quietly moved to the gate, placed his hand on the wood, and checked the area with a subtle chakra scan. After a moment, he nodded. The gate guards opened the way, and the delegation began filing into the courtyard. Inside, the buildings were basic but clean. The largest building at the center was given to the core of the negotiations team, including Homura, Yudakata, and Juiki. Team 1 and the rest of the guards were assigned rooms along the outer corridor. Each person had a modest room with tatami mat floors, a futon, a single chest, and a heater powered by chakra-infused stones. Meals would be brought in by staff provided by the Land of Iron, and all movement outside the courtyard would be monitored by assigned escorts. After the group settled into their rooms, a quiet knock came on the main hall's door. A single samurai entered with a scroll and bowed to Homura before handing it over. Without a word, he left. Homura opened the scroll and glanced through it briefly before handing it over to Yudakata. Ren, standing nearby, saw the first few lines which listed the charges against Shikara. Unauthorized transfer of confidential internal land maps and patrol patterns. Association with a foreign rogue ninja previously exiled from the Land of Iron. Misuse of diplomatic immunity to bypass checks on restricted materials. Yudakata schemed it, then handed it to Juiki, who frowned while reading. A few moments passed before Homura said, "Yudakata, Juiki, you two will go meet him first. See what condition he's in. We'll handle the rest once we know what he says." Yudakata nodded and turned to Team 1. "You three, stay in the courtyard for now. We'll talk about your assignments later tonight." Ren and his team nodded and stepped back as the adults left. A few hours later, as the sun began to dip, casting long shadows across the courtyard, the genin regrouped in a corner near the courtyard walls. Ren sat cross-legged, reviewing a few pages from his pocketbook on Land of Iron geography and internal districts. Yujao was lying on her back, staring at the sky, and Hitachi was feeding some of his insects with a sealed vial. "Any guesses on what actually happened?" Yujao asked casually. Ren replied without looking up, "We won't know until we talk to Shikaro or start visiting the locations from the Umbu list." but the charges were too clean. It looks like someone planned this carefully. Even though they didn't know for sure if Shikoro actually did the crimes he was arrested for, the genin were told to work under assumption that he is innocent until Konoha itself admits that the ambassador was a traitor. Hitachi quietly nodded. Let's wait for sensei's instructions. We're not here to solve everything on our own. A few hours passed. The sky darkened further, the courtyard lanterns flickered to life, and the wind had picked up slightly. The soft crunch of gravel under sandals caught Ren's ear. He looked up to see Juaki and Yudakata returning from the prison. They entered the main hall where Homura and some of the negotiators were gathered. After a short internal discussion, Juaki stepped out and walked over to Team 1, who were still seated near the outer wall. We met him, Juaki said as he sat down with them. He's fine physically, but he's under heavy surveillance. Didn't say much. Ren looked at his father. Did he say why he confessed? Juaki shook his head. Didn't explain anything. He just said, do what you need to do. I'll wait. Yujao frowned. That doesn't help us at all. Juaki nodded. I know, but he's definitely not panicking. It's like he knows something we don't. He likely had some things prepared that would help us in the investigation. He is one of the smartest people I've known. If he didn't say anything even in the alone time we had, then the ones responsible for this can definitely do something even while he is in confinement. Yudakata joined them shortly after. We've confirmed one thing, he's been isolated, and no communication has been allowed since his arrest. No signs of torture or coercion, either. His brain hadn't been tampered with either, so whatever is happening, it's being done way too cleanly. He then looked at the three genin. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, your investigation begins. The three genin got up and left for their respective rooms as Ren heard Yujao mutter, that's all we have been doing since the start. Ren and his team were eating a quiet breakfast in a small side building when the same white-masked Umbu from earlier silently appeared by the door. She placed a rolled scroll on the table and waited for them to finish. Once they were done, she unrolled the scroll and pointed to the first section. These are the targets you'll focus on. We'll be monitoring your movements. She continued, you'll pose as support staff from the village, doing checks and surveys under the pretext of collecting formal documentation for the delegation. She showed them 3 locations on the new map. The first was the Records Pavilion, a building that held visitor logs, resource records, and civilian documentation. The second was the Northern Trade Depot, a hub used by foreign merchants, including small-time arms dealers. Lastly, the Blade Archive, a cultural center that housed historical documents related to samurai sword techniques and diplomatic alliances. We have reason to believe the evidence used against your ambassador was manipulated through official channels. These places are the most likely to hold either the fake trail or records of who tampered with them. She pointed to 3 other spots, each marked in red ink. If you encounter resistance, leave immediately. No fighting. You're not here to confront anyone. If you find something useful, return to the designated drop point. She handed all 3 of them a small wooden emblem carved with the leaf symbol. Place this on the ground at any of the marked locations if you suspect you're being followed. One of us will make contact within 2 minutes. She stood and looked at each of them once before finishing. We have our own tasks. Don't rely on us unless necessary. Without waiting for questions, she disappeared the same way she came, without a sound. A short distance away, in a quiet alley behind one of the smaller shrines, the white-masked Umbu with 3 stars landed lightly on the snow-covered rooftop. A shadow flickered behind her. It was Yora, the Umbu commander, clad in his signature black cloak and silver-marked armor. She bowed her head slightly and began, I've explained their tasks to them. Yora gave a slight nod, his gaze scanning the distance before settling back on her. She continued, Commander, wouldn't it be better if we had taken over their appearances for the investigation? They're still freshly graduated genin, after all. Yora didn't respond right away. A few seconds passed before he said, we could have. But the decision has already been made. All 3 of them are expected to join the Umbu in the future. He looked out toward the courtyard, where the Konoha delegation had settled. This is also a part of their evaluation, especially Ren Takahashi. His performance in past missions has already shown that he's capable in direct combat. It's been proven that he has the potential to reach S rank, but the higher UPS want to know if he can go further. All his abilities have been tested on the missions he has been on. His strength has been proved, but they want to see if he can apply that strength with purpose. If he can think, observe, manipulate when necessary, and adapt to unpredictable circumstances. That's what this mission will test, his ability to handle diplomacy, covert work, and critical decision-making under pressure. He glanced toward the direction of Team 1's quarters. If he passes, he'll be placed under my direct command once he joins the Umbu. He'll join the numbers. With that, Yora flickered out of sight. The white-masked Umbu stood still for a moment, then stepped back into the shadow of the rooftop. Her voice was barely a whisper as she muttered to herself. A cage candidate. Chapter 73, Scales of Justice, Part 4/12, Investigations 2/3. Read the notes below, kind of important. Once Team 1 received their tasks, they finished reviewing everything and divided the areas they would explore. Ren laid out the scroll on the floor and began giving instructions. Yujao, you take the Blade Archive. With your sword hanging by your side, you won't attract much attention, and you might even blend in with the crowd, if they allow you to. But don't try to cozy up too much to them. It'd be bad if they just shut down entirely. Yujao nodded. Ren continued, Hitachi, you take the Trade Depot. Your insects would be better at keeping an eye on people. I'll take the records pavilion. Any questions? Both of them shook their heads. Ren then took out another scroll. These are the draw points that were marked. Remember the ones closest to your location, and head there if you find something. As a precaution, go to a false location first and wait for a while to check if you're being followed. In case any of us finds nothing, we'll meet up at this location. He marked a point on the scroll. We'll operate in 3-hour shifts and return back once the shift is done. If any of us don't reach the meetup point within 10 minutes after the 3-hour mark, that means someone found something that does not allow us to leave, or got caught. If that happens, head here alone, and avoid drawing attention. Hitachi then handed a small insect to both of them. I've given an insect and a few behavioral patterns to Yudakata-sensei just in case I'm the one compromised. Yujao and Ren nodded, letting the insect settle quietly on their bodies. After reviewing everything one last time, the three of them stood up and exited the room through different routes, each blending into the crowd as they began their investigation. Yujao, Blade Archive. The Blade Archive was located near the Eastern Martial Training District, surrounded by samurai dojos and private practice fields. Yujao entered the open area, adjusting the position of her sword to appear more casual. She was stopped at the entrance by a tall samurai who checked her registration papers from the Konoha delegation. With a short glance at her sword and a nod, he let her through. Inside, the archive was split into multiple halls. Scrolls and documents detailing the history of notable swords, their wielders, and records of confiscated or imported weapons were stored carefully under watchful eyes. She moved carefully, not to raise suspicion. She spent time in the general weapon history section, pretending to look up scrolls for cultural research. Her attention was drawn to a whisper between two samurai in the back. Still no news on the missing short blade? I heard it was last logged under the ambassador's name. Nonsense. They already have him locked up, don't they? Doesn't matter what really happened now. After overhearing the whispers about the missing short blade, Yujao carefully slipped out of the archive's general section and circled around the outer halls, pretending to examine the historical exhibitions. She kept her presence neutral, maintaining the air of a visiting shinobi interested in learning about samurai culture. As she moved between shelves and displays, she spotted a narrow corridor labeled Internal Lending and Handling, Clearance Required. Yujao couldn't enter directly, but her ears were sharp. She paused outside and leaned against the wooden wall, pretending to fix the wrapping on her sword's hilt. Inside, she caught muffled voices. Said it was collected by a man with Shikaru's tag, but the request form was signed off by a dojo, not directly from the diplomatic residence. Which dojo? Mugai Iai. They submitted a request for a blade weeks ago for a ceremony with the Konoha embassy. Then this particular short blade gets marked as loaned for ceremonial display, but it never came back. Yujao stepped away calmly, eyes narrowing. Mugai Iai, wasn't that the dojo named after one of the sword masters? She walked away without looking back. Once she was sure no one was following her, she circled the eastern district and arrived at the Mugai Iai dojo. It was a well-maintained training ground with wide wooden doors and a traditional stone path leading up to it. Above the gate, a painted wooden sign bore the name of the dojo in clear kanji. The moment she stood at the gate, Yujao's steps became lighter, more precise. She took a deep breath and slid the door open. She stepped inside. As the door opened, the first thing she saw was a wide training hall filled with samurai students in traditional uniform, practicing their forms under strict discipline. Yujao didn't hesitate. She called out, her voice strong and formal. My name is Yujao Uzuki from Konoha. I wish to challenge the top student of this dojo to a sword duel. Every student paused. Training stopped instantly, and all eyes turned to face her. There were no mocking glances, no laughter. This was the land of iron, the birthplace of sword culture. Here, a sword duel was sacred, and the right to challenge was honored, regardless of the challenger's age. From the other side of the room, an older man with a short beard and a clean-shaven head stepped forward. His robe was marked with the symbol of the Mugai Iai style. He gave Yujao a measured look and spoke in a deep, composed voice. My name is Mugai, the founder and master of this dojo. Do you truly wish to challenge my top student? As he said this, a tall boy, easily a foot taller than Yujao, stepped forward with a wooden practice sword in hand. Yujao didn't flinch. She bowed slightly in respect. Yes, I am sure. Please allow me to challenge your student. Master Mugai nodded once. Very well. I accept this duel. Immediately, the atmosphere in the dojo shifted. All students silently stepped to the walls, giving the center of the hall to the two duelists. The tall boy stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Kazuo Sakurada. Then, Mugai stepped between them. The rules shall be as follows, you will use only wooden swords. The use of chakra is strictly forbidden. The match will end once either participant gives up or is rendered unable to continue. Do you understand? Both nodded. Yujao gently removed the blade from her side and placed it on the sword stand prepared beside the wall. She picked up a wooden buken and took her stance. Kazuo mirrored her, bringing his buken forward in a classic Mugai stance. A moment of silence fell over the dojo. Master Mugai raised his hand and brought it down. Begin. Hitachi, Trade Depot. Hitachi adjusted the collar of his uniform and quietly slipped into the bustling streets of the trade depot. Compared to the stoic serenity of the rest of the iron capital, this section buzzed with activity. Merchants shouted prices, traders negotiated over crates, and foreign caravans unloaded goods by the dozen. With his hood slightly pulled up, Hitachi moved through the crowd silently, already having released his insects into the air, letting them spread out over the region. He didn't walk with any sense of urgency or focus, but anyone watching him wouldn't know he was already listening into dozens of conversations simultaneously. It was about an hour later when he felt one of the chakra-linked insects twitch against his wrist. Two men standing near a stall selling imported silks were whispering to each other, but the insects picked up every word clearly and relayed it to him through vibrations. Told you it was worth it, one of them chuckled, stuffing something into his sleeve. Yeah, and we're getting the rest today. Easy job, good money. Hope these kinds of orders keep coming. Right? Can't believe they paid this much for that easy job we did days ago. Hitachi didn't react. His insects quietly marked the man, and he continued browsing a few stalls before he turned away from them. Maintaining a long distance, he trailed them from behind as his insects continued to feed him information on their direction and movements. The two men made several turns through the market before entering an inn named Silver Frost Rest. Hitachi didn't follow them in, instead climbing up to the roof of the adjacent building and hid beneath the roof. From a high vantage point, he positioned his insects by the window openings. Inside the inn, he caught the next exchange. A man in neatly pressed, pristine traditional robes sat waiting with a small cup of tea. His posture and mannerisms were refined and he didn't look like someone who spent time around hired laborers. The two men greeted him with enthusiasm, throwing in flattery before one of them said, "You're generous as always, sir." The man offered a faint smile and handed them a small envelope. After checking its contents briefly, the man thanked him once more and left without delay. The refined man stayed behind a few minutes longer, sipping his tea, then stood up and walked out of the inn alone. Hitachi narrowed his eyes and followed the man from a safe distance, switching to a new insect formation to avoid detection. As a precaution, he released a few chakra-sensitive insects toward the man, and confirmed something strange. No chakra at all, not even the faintest trace. A civilian. Hitachi frowned as he followed. The man walked calmly until he reached a large store built into the side of a broad plaza. Its entrance was adorned with dark wood beams and white paper banners. The sign hanging overhead read, Iron Root Exchange, a well-known trading post in the capital. Merchants from other nations often stopped here first to trade, barter, or exchange local currencies. The man entered the store, greeted politely by several employees and customers alike. A few of them bowed. Hitachi now realized the man was someone important. A manager. High-ranking. He waited a few minutes before using the transformation jutsu to change into a mid-tier delivery worker, slipping in through the crowd and pretending to be running a supply check. No one questioned him. Inside, the man had gone to a private office on the second floor. There were no visible guards inside, only a few posted outside the main hall and at the store's outer perimeter. The store's reputation was good enough that internal security was rarely questioned. Hitachi positioned a few of his insects on the ceiling and walls near the manager's office. They began relaying faint vibrations. Soon, they gave him a signal. The sound of a hidden latch, the creaking of a compartment, the flutter of pages. The man had taken out a diary and scribbled something in it. He stayed inside for no longer than 10 minutes before he left again, stepping out through a different hallway and down the stairs. Hitachi waited 3 full minutes, then quietly crept to the manager's office. There were no barriers, no traps, just a standard chakra-based lock, which he bypassed easily using a low-level disruption seal on a slip of paper. Inside, he kept his steps light and eyes sharp. The hidden compartment was found just behind a decorative panel on the side wall. Inside was the diary, no identifying names on it. Just neat, methodical entries. All of them were financial in nature. Hitachi didn't give it much thought, just checked enough to be sure it was important and copied everything quickly. There were only a few pages with numbers only, so he was able to copy them quite fast. Once done, he slipped the diary back into the panel, returned everything to its place, and left as silently as he came. Once outside, he dispelled the transformation and disappeared into the crowd, blending into the late afternoon bustle of the capital. Chapter 74, Scales of Justice, Part 5/12, Investigations 3/3. Ren, Records Pavilion. At the same time, Ren was browsing through the Records Pavilion, a public archive in the Land of Iron. This place recorded everything the country's leadership was comfortable letting the public know, no classified intel, but still valuable for surface-level research. It was one of the few locations where the Konoha delegation was officially allowed to access documents. Upon entering the building, a samurai guide took him to a specific section and instructed, "You have an hour to go through them, but you cannot take them out or make a copy." The man then locked eyes with Ren and stationed himself nearby, clearly to supervise. Ren started flipping through the files. Most of them contained reports on Shikaru's diplomatic work in the Land of Iron, going all the way back to his early days as an assistant up to the recent events surrounding his arrest. The files recorded even his public relations with various ministers. Ren made mental notes of every minister who had any sort of relationship with Shikaru, whether good or bad. Most interactions were positive, but one name stood out, Minister Gendo Haruki, who had apparently once threatened Shikaru, saying he'd make sure he died a dog's death in the prison. The matter had been hushed up thanks to another minister, Minister Shunpei Araragi, stepping in at the time. Ren frowned as he flipped through a few more pages. What nonsense, are these records even true, or are they just comics written to distract us, he thought. Then he reached the crime report, which claimed an anonymous tip had been received one night, alleging that Shikaro was colluding with rogues to undermine the Iron Capital. As he scanned the paper, Ren paused. This ink. He muttered and rubbed his finger along the bottom of the page. It smudged. The ink wasn't fully dry. That alone was a red flag. Someone made this just a few hours ago and planted it here, he realized. That meant the records that had been cleared for Konoha's viewing were being manipulated in real time. He could no longer trust a single thing they were allowed to see. As he looked around discreetly, he noticed someone entering a section labeled Criminal Records, an area clearly locked behind a card reader. That section, he figured, probably held the actual version of Shikaro's case file. Ren started thinking. Near the reception desk, he saw two girls chatting and glancing his way. One had level 18, the other had level 21. Their uniforms said they were archivists, so they would most likely have the access cards. He focused his hearing. Cute, look how cute he is. Hey, he's looking this way, one of the girls whispered, immediately schooling her expression when she realized she'd been noticed. Her friend mirrored her. Ren cracked a grin and flashed his Konoha headband, then gave a bright, innocent smile. Both girls giggled. He began making goofy poses behind the supervising samurai while he read the files, just enough to get their attention. Each time the samurai turned around, Ren was suddenly back to reading, his expression serious. This routine played out a few times until Ren pretended to get caught. The samurai scowled. What the hell are you doing? Looks like you don't actually want to read these records. Get out. Ren put on his best panicked face. No, I want to read them. The man sneered. Well, I don't feel like giving you a chance. Get out. He began chasing Ren toward the exit. Ren thought to himself, disciplined samurai my ass. Just because the girl you like smiled at a kid. He recalled the man had made some suggestive actions to the girl but she ignored him. Ren ran toward the girls and ducked behind one of them, grabbing her waist slightly for cover. Nei-chan, can you stop that man? He asked with a face-scared expression. The girl named Hannah, based on what her badge read, turned to the guard. Ryuzyuk, what are you doing scaring a kid like that? Ren slid the access pass off her belt and replaced it with a similar-sized piece of folded paper. Ryuzyuk didn't back down. Hannah, that kid's from Konoha. We let him in to read records, and he just kept doing weird stuff. He should be grateful we're not kicking him out of the Land of Iron altogether. Hannah was about to say something, but Ren cut the conversation short by quickly stepping away. He lowered his head and muttered, oh man, sensei's gonna be pissed, and walked out of the building. Once Ren was out, he waited for a while before he hid his presence and suppressed his chakra, and once again went inside the building, but this time, he kept himself hidden by moving along the ceiling. He made a clone with a very low amount of chakra, which hid itself using the camouflage jutsu. The clone was made for keeping an eye out on the girl. Ren himself kept moving towards the criminal archive, and once he made sure there was no one around the entrance, he slid down and placed the card on the reader and quickly entered. The card and the reader were made using funjutsu, so Ren could have also broken through it that way, but it would have taken much more time and it could have also alerted the one who made them. Once inside the room, he once again moved through the ceiling and started searching for the crimes that happened this month. Once he found them, he searched for Shikaro's file. Since all the scrolls were placed in such a way that the crime was listed on the edge, Ren was able to find it easily after he enhanced his eyes with chakra. Once done, he searched for anyone within the vicinity. There were 3 people here, and from Ren's vantage point he could clearly see that all 3 were pretending to read but were actually keeping an eye out on anyone who enters the area. Since he couldn't enter the area directly, he took out a rope and made a hole in the wall using chakra and his finger. He then fixed the rope from that hole and slowly started advancing down. He also threw a coin some other way, but the 3 men didn't move in the slightest and stayed in their position. Clicking his tongue, he continued moving down. Out of the 3, 2 were near the edges with their backs to the area, but one of them was in the area and would be able to spot Ren easily. Ren made a plan and adjusted a little so he was just above the man. Sliding down, he came just above the man and instantly made 2 hand signs and then stared at the man. He was using Genjutsu ordered illusion loop. It would cause the man to see the same world he is seeing now for 5 seconds. He wouldn't feel any auditory or visual disturbance. Once done, Ren quickly took the scroll and pushed himself back up so that he wouldn't reveal anything to the man, who would wake up soon. Ren used earth chakra and filled the hole and then moved to one corner of the room. He hid behind a shelf and opened the scroll. The first thing he noticed was the reason why the authorities raided Shikaro's compound in the first place. Shikaro Nara, the Konoha ambassador, signed an order to collect a short blade through the Mukai Iai dojo, but the short blade was not returned even after the advanced time allocated to diplomat. Minister Gendo Haruki placed a request that he wanted the short blade since he found through the record that this short blade belonged to his ancestor, so he wanted to worship. But when the people of his residence found that the short blade was with Shikaro and he hadn't returned it till now, they made a formal complaint and pushed for the authorities to search his compound. Since Shikaro was not in his compound, the inspectors had to wait but men of Minister Gendo rushed them and they were forced to search the compound. There they found the short blade. However, it was found that the short blade was hidden and wrapped in some paper. Opening the paper, it was found that they were details of security details of Land of Iron and other sensitive details. The discovery sparked an intense investigation. Further reports revealed that a merchant was intercepted by border guards while en route to the Land of Earth, carrying similar classified documents. Under interrogation, the merchant confessed that he had been paid to transport the scrolls, though he later claimed he never agreed to the deal and was unaware of how the documents ended up in his goods. After repeated questioning, the merchant finally remembered that Shikoro had approached him. To make matters worse, rogue ninjas were later spotted lying in wait along the merchant's route. Upon capturing one of them, it was revealed they were hired to eliminate the merchant. The money and the letter they carried were traced back to Shikoro. Based on this compiled evidence, Shikoro was arrested. Ren absorbed every detail. Once he finished, he carefully made a copy of the scroll and returned to the ceiling. From there, he skillfully tossed the original scroll back into its slot. Due to his nearly master-level shurikenjutsu, he didn't have much problem and he went outside once he was done. He dispelled the clone and threw the card back to the girl's holder and went outside. After dropping the information at the marked location, he went to the point where the three had decided to meet up. There he met with Hitachi, but Yujao wasn't there even after the decided time. So they both returned back to their temporary residence. They weren't worried, since Hitachi's insect conveyed that she was fine, just busy. At night, sometime after Ren and Hitachi returned to the residence they had been allotted, Yujao returned and told them about her duel. She revealed that she had challenged the top disciple of the dojo, but since it was a Kenjutsu-only battle, she lost. But by doing this, she was integrated among the students and continued the investigation. Once she was done, all three of them sat down to discuss the evidence they had collected and dropped off for the umbu. Since none of the relevant adults were here, they didn't share their conclusion with anyone but rather waited for everyone to be back. Once it was nighttime, Utakada, Juaki, and Homura, all three of them, returned together, and after some time the genin were called in for the reports. Homura sat in a position that clearly suggested that he was the lead in this one, while Utakata was sitting on his right and Juaki was leaning against a window, keeping an eye out for intruders. Homura begin your report. It was decided that Ren would give the complete report, so he stepped forward and began. We had 3 possible locations to inspect, so we split up. In the blade archives, Yujao found that a short blade had been missing, reported a few ago. This short blade was requested by the ambassador through the Mugai Iai dojo for a ceremony, but Yujao, who integrated with the dojo students today, found out that there was no such ceremony and nobody knew anything about it. He let the information sink in and continued. In the records pavilion, while reading through the reports that we had been given access to, I found that the reports were freshly made and had most likely been placed there just a little while ago, even the ink was not completely dry. In it, I found that the reason for the raid on the ambassador's house was an anonymous tip. Since it was futile to read through the fake reports, I infiltrated the criminal section of the archive. There, 3 men were discreetly observing the section where the ambassador's file was located. I found the scroll and found out that the real reason for which the ambassador's house was raided was because the short blade which I mentioned before, was needed by Minister Gendo, who had a bad relationship with the ambassador. His men forced the authorities to force their way in, and they later found the blade wrapped up in the evidence. Rem told them about the merchant and guards and then told them the part from Hitashi's investigation. After listening to the complete report, Homura nodded and said, "Conclusion." Ren began, "The one who is trying to frame the ambassador is trying to pin the blame on Minister Gendo. They knew that the ambassador and the minister had bad relations, so even if we found the report in the criminal archive, the blame would not fall on the real perpetrator." He continued, "They requested the short blade through the Mugai Iai dojo on behalf of the ambassador. Since both of them had credible reputations, the process would be faster and some steps could be skipped. The short blade was most likely placed there so that the accuser would have a chance to get a raid team on the ambassador's house. The documents found in the merchant's possessions were placed by the 2 men Hitachi followed. They were paid by the manager of the Iron Root Exchange, who had received a large amount of money, which he recorded in his secret diary. He finally concluded, someone is using the famous names so that they can block us from investigating further. The most likely conclusion is that the 3, Minister Gendo, Master Mugai, and the leader of Iron Root Exchange, these 3 didn't have any idea what was actually going on." Homura raised his eyebrows. He had figured it out, but he still asked, why? If Master Mugai had placed the request for the blade himself, then there would definitely be a ceremony, but since there was none, it is possible that his head disciple, who is respected a lot by everyone in the dojo, used the dojo's name and took the short blade. Since he was the head disciple, he carried the dojo's name on his back, so few questions would be asked. Next, the one who paid the hired workers was just a manager and not the leader. He must have agreed to just pay the money because he in turn received a good sum. He most likely has no idea that he paid the ones responsible for planting evidence. Lastly, the ones who actually pushed for investigation and raid were men of the minister and not he himself, so someone who has high rank among his subordinates ordered them. So someone is using the second in command of strong forces to pin the blame on those forces. He finished. But, just to be safe, he added, of course this is all an observation, and nothing is certain without concrete evidence. Homura once again nodded, while Ren was sure he heard his dad snicker from behind. Just then, Yoro flickered in the room and said, "Your conjecture is right, however, we have new information that will lead us further." Chapter 75, Scales of Justice, Part 6/12, Truth. The plan got cancelled, as expected lol. Once Ren finished his words, Yoro flickered into the room. "Your conjecture is correct. We also have evidence that can further help the case, he said, placing several letters in the center of the room. These were the letters that were exchanged between the ambassador and Minister Gendo. Everyone in the room picked up a letter. Ren took one and began reading. As he read the letter, he was surprised by the content. According to the report he had read earlier, Minister Gendo and the ambassador had a bad relationship. But from the tone and wording in Shikaru's letter, it could be inferred that the two of them, in fact, had quite a good friendship. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, were those reports fake too? But then he dismissed the thought. No, if that was fake, it could be easily verified by asking around. So that means they were pretending to have a bad relation in public. But why? He read the letter carefully again. That's when something caught his eye. A few characters had slightly different strokes from the rest. The difference was extremely minor but noticeable if someone looked through each letter individually. Ren traced the odd characters with his finger. They formed the kanji for work. He placed the letter aside and picked up another, this one from Gendo. After scanning it, he didn't find any irregularities. He went through the remaining letters in the pile, but they were all from Gendo and had nothing unusual. Looking to his side, he noticed Yujeo reading one of Shikaru's letters. He snatched it from her and flipped through it quickly, not for content, but searching again for the distinct strokes. He found them. This one formed the kanji for a moment. He frowned, then looked up and said, there is a message in the letters. Yudakata nodded and turned to Yoro. Have you deciphered it? Yoro shook his head. No, we just found them. I couldn't go through it since there wasn't much time due to the security at both the ministers' and the ambassadors' houses. But there are some words hidden among the letters. Homura stood up and ordered, what words did all of you find? Ren began. Work in moment. Yudakata went next. General. Juaki spoke. Horse. Homura added, 4. Yoro spoke instantly. Shunpei works for General Ryama star. As soon as Ren heard the name, he recalled Shunpei Araragi. That was the man who had broken up the fight between Gendo and the ambassador. The reports also said that Minister Shunpei and Shikaru were often seen drinking or eating together and were good friends. However, this message made no sense to Ren, other than revealing Shunpei's allegiance. However, at that time Homura muttered, so that was it. This confused Ren even more. It seemed to make sense to Homura. Juaki also looked like he had understood. Yudakata asked, what is it? Juaki began explaining. In the Land of Iron, whether it's internal ministers or foreign diplomats, they all choose to work under one of the three generals. Shikaru chose Seo-chan. He once told me that Shunpei Araragi also worked under her. He paused, then concluded, but if this message is true, then he was a spy for General Ryama. As soon as he finished, it clicked for Ren. So Shikaru, who was under General Seo, was framed by Shunpei, who actually worked for General Ryama, by pinning the blame for framing Shikaru on Minister Gendo. Who did Gendo work for? Ren asked. Hitachi replied while waving the letter he was reading. General Seo. Hitachi continued, as per this letter, Minister Gendo worked for General Ryama. However, his actual allegiance was with General Seo. He handed the letter to Yudakata, who read it carefully and confirmed with a nod. Juaki spoke, so all this mess is due to internal conflict between General Ryama and Seo-chan. Homura agreed, it appears that way. Yujeo muttered, then wouldn't it be difficult for us to prove the ambassador's innocence? The Land of Iron would never admit that it was the fault of their own general. Ren looked at Yujeo and explained quietly, we don't need to pin the blame on the general. We just need evidence against Minister Shunpei. If we have proof that Minister Shunpei framed our ambassador wrongly, that would be enough to clear the ambassador's name. Yujeo thought for a moment, then asked, but isn't General Ryama the one who was actually responsible for it? Ren answered calmly, why does that matter? He continued, the work we have to do is clear our ambassador's name. Even if General Ryama was actually responsible, it'd be in our favor if his name didn't come up. Yujeo turned to Ren, confused. Why? Ren responded, that would mean even a neutral nation like the Land of Iron has internal conflict. This means that the chances of them allying with another nation, which was already low, would become even lower. This way, all the countries would maintain the current status quo. Yujeo frowned as she heard Ren but didn't speak further. Even though Ren and Yujeo were speaking lightly, everyone else in the room was an accomplished ninja and could easily hear them. No one commented on it, but they all agreed silently that Ren's point was valid and all of them also had the same opinion. Homura then asked, did you find any evidence on Shunpei? He looked at Yoro, who answered, there is no direct connection between them. However, Minister Gendo's assistant is connected to Minister Shunpei, but the relationship between them is very distant, so that wouldn't prove anything. When Homura heard Yoro, he fell silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. Everyone, go and rest for now. Tomorrow, the Genins will search for evidence with the minister's assistant while the Umbu investigate Shunpei. As he said this, he discreetly signaled for Yoro to stay behind. Team 1 and Juaki left after receiving a nod from Yudakata. Yudakata stayed behind a bit to talk something with Homura and then left. Soon, only Homura and Yoro remained in the room. Yoro quietly moved to the corners and set up a few ceiling tags, activating a sound barrier. Once the room was secure, Homura turned toward him and asked, what is the actual operation that you have? He had suspected something ever since the Hokage personally approved Yoro's squad for this mission. Even after asking Hiruzen directly, the old man had refused to explain. That silence alone had made Homura uneasy. Yoru remained quiet for a moment. He had received his orders straight from the Hokage. He had been instructed not to reveal the mission to anyone. But the Hokage had also added one specific condition that if Homura asked again, he was permitted to explain the truth. So, Yoru began. Shikoro Nara suspected that someone from the Land of Iron was leaking information to outside forces. The details were vague, but the type of information being accessed pointed to high-level internal records, security routes, internal communications, access points. Homura's expression darkened. Yoru continued, due to the political sensitivity, he couldn't conduct a formal investigation. So he reached out to the Hokage, and the two of them created a covert plan to lure out the mole. Once the mole was out, there were plans to feed this information to high-level authorities in the Land of Iron, which would cause some internal tension. He paused, then added, the plan involved planting a fake merchant, one of our Umbu operatives disguised as a civilian trader. He would be given falsified documents made to look like they were part of a classified leak. The idea was to let the documents circulate just enough to tempt the real mole into acting. Homura crossed his arms. A bait operation. Yoru nodded. Yes. Originally, the entire mission was supposed to be handled by Shikoro himself. He would monitor who reacted, who moved, and who tried to access the documents, but, he paused a little and continued. Shikoro lost control of the mission. Someone framed him before he could finish it. Not only did he get implicated, but the Umbu merchant we planted was also arrested. Homura's expression grew grim. Yoru continued, the operative was ordered to act like a normal civilian unless instructed otherwise. So when he was arrested, he couldn't blow his cover. He went along with it, trusting the mission would be salvaged from the outside. Homura gave a slow nod as he absorbed everything. So he's still in play. Yes, Yoru confirmed. Which brings us to our current orders. He took a breath and finished. Our mission is to exonerate Ambassador Shikoro, recover the original operation data if possible, and determine whether the Umbu merchant has been compromised. If he has, then we are to contain it. Homura nodded as he heard this. His two friends, Hiruzen and Danzo, often made plans like this, covert strategies meant to destabilize foreign nations from the inside. But this time, due to unforeseen circumstances, the mission had gone completely off track. He sighed. Why hadn't his old teammates told him about this mission from the beginning if they had planned to involve him eventually anyway? He asked Yoru, have you met with the merchant? Yoru shook his head. No. He has been placed in the dungeon of General Ryama's castle. It appears that he already suspects some things. My subordinates are working on sneaking in as we speak. We will have the information from the operative by this time tomorrow at the latest. Homura narrowed his eyes. Did the merchant have orders to take Shikoro's name in case things went south? Or did he betray him? Yoru shook his head again. It is not certain. However, getting himself arrested might also have been part of Shikoro's plan. Saying this, Yoru flickered away, leaving only Homura behind. The elder sighed, I hate working with Nara. You can never guess what their real plan is. Meanwhile, after Team 1 and Juaki had left the meeting, Juaki decided to show the kids a bit of the nightlife in the Land of Iron. Even though the nation was said to be on lockdown, the inner district still remained lively. There hadn't been any direct orders to shut the civilian sectors, so the streets bustled quietly beneath the snow. Snow-filled roads reflected the lights from warm shops and decorated stalls, creating a peaceful yet scenic night. Juaki brought the three to a famous restaurant and had them try the food the Land of Iron was known for. After eating, he told Yujao and Hitachi they could explore on their own if they wanted. That left Juaki and Ren walking side by side, continuing their light stroll through the snowy streets. Juaki spoke, that was some good explanation you gave to the girl. Ren shrugged, eating his ice cream. It's all basic if you think about it. However low the possibility, there's always a chance the Land of Iron allies with someone. If it's having internal conflict, then it wouldn't have time for war. Juaki chuckled and rubbed Ren's head with his only arm. Looks like you've got a good head above you. Ren gave a small laugh, then asked, by the way, what was your relationship with General Seo? It looked like you knew her, but she just ignored you. Juaki blinked, then chuckled as he recalled, that. He explained, well, I spent some time in the Land of Iron when I was young. During that time, I developed a good friendship with Seo. When I was leaving, she confessed to me, but I had already met your mom by then, so I turned her down. He laughed. Looks like she's still quite angry. Before Ren could say anything, a cold female voice interrupted them. It looks like you're having fun, Juaki-san. Juaki flinched, immediately stammering, Seo-chan, how are you? He turned behind and saw General Seo, still wearing her armor while her hand hovered above her sword. Taking his chance, Ren quietly slipped away, licking his ice cream as he prayed for his dad's safety. Chapter 76, Scales of Justice, Part 7/12, Hide and Seek, but everyone's traumatized. The next day, since Team 1 had already received their mission, they set out in the morning. Their task was to tail Minister Gendo's assistant and search for evidence that could lead them to Shunpei. Finding the minister's assistant wasn't difficult as he was always seen close to Minister Gendo. The real challenge was identifying solid evidence. The man's name, as they had found earlier, was Takeshi Masamoto. He followed Minister Gendo almost like a shadow and didn't separate from him unless specifically ordered. However, after a few hours of tailing both Takeshi and Team 1 noticed something strange. Minister Gendo was subtly keeping Takeshi at a distance. Every time the minister went into his office or had a private meeting, he found a way to leave Takeshi behind. It was clear this wasn't a coincidence. Takeshi had also noticed the change. Once, after being separated from the minister, Takeshi quietly left the area and headed elsewhere. Team 1 followed, staying hidden in the crowd and rooftops. Eventually, Takeshi arrived at a small, single-story house and went inside. The team didn't enter after him. Instead, they regrouped at a safe distance to discuss. Yujiro spoke first. It looks like the conclusion was correct. Someone high up was his assistant. He is working for Shunpei or General Ryama. Ren nodded. Yeah. And Minister Gendo also seems to suspect it. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense that he's distancing himself from his assistant during important work. He paused, then added, if what we think is right, Takeshi was pretending to be loyal to Gendo, but Gendo may have realized something during the raid. It was probably Takeshi who used the minister's name to pressure the authorities into hastening the raid on Shikara's compound. Hitachi added, the minister must have had suspicions when he heard about it. So he's being cautious now. Once their discussion wrapped up, Ren gave instructions. He must want to contact his employer now that his usefulness here is nearly finished. Hitachi, surround the compound with your insects. If there are any signs of him sending a message or someone contacting him, we need to know. Hitachi nodded and immediately spread his insects throughout the perimeter. Once the setup was complete, the three genin separated and hid in the surrounding area. It wasn't long before Takeshi left the house. Yujiro began tailing him, while Ren and Hitachi remained behind. A few minutes passed after Takeshi had left when Hitachi suddenly said, I found a rat. He moved quietly, with Ren following behind him. They stopped in a narrow alley behind the house where Hitachi pointed to an actual rat lying motionless, covered by a swarm of insects. With a wave of his hand, the insects scattered. Hitachi picked up the rat and revealed a tiny scroll tied to its side. He handed it to Ren and added, it's not dead, so we can still tail it afterward. Ren nodded and took the scroll. Unrolling it carefully, he read the contents. Weather in the capital has shifted unexpectedly. Local contacts have reduced visibility. No further observations pending. Please advise on new coordinates. Ren muttered under his breath, the minister wants to separate himself from me. My work here is no more. What are my next orders? He looked up and spoke clearly. Takeshi was sending this letter to his employer. Then he turned to Hitachi. You follow the rat with your insects. I'll search around the house. He tied the letter back to the rat, then used mystical palm jutsu to heal it. Afterward, he cast a low-level genjutsu to calm its mind and keep it from panicking due to the recent events. The rat twitched, then scampered off, heading toward its destination. Hitachi had already placed a tracking insect in its fur. Ren added, once you find the destination, don't try to enter. Just knowing who receives the message should be enough for now. Hitachi nodded and vanished into the alleys. Ren, now alone, approached the small house and silently slipped inside. Once inside the house, Ren immediately noticed how well organized everything was. There was no sense of disarray, not even a cushion out of place. It was like someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, had arranged the entire house. He narrowed his eyes and thought, I'll have to be careful. If I don't find any evidence here and he suspects someone entered his house, he may hide himself even deeper. Staying on his toes, Ren began searching. He moved to the work table first and checked the surface. Finding nothing unusual, he opened the drawers. They contained only some normal work scrolls. Ren scanned through them carefully, checking for hidden messages, seals, or strange chakra patterns, but there was nothing. He emptied the drawer to check for hidden compartments. Still, nothing. Ren then returned everything exactly the way it had been, perfectly placed and undisturbed. He continued to search the cupboard, the bookshelf, even the ceiling. He tugged on some books just in case there was a trigger for a hidden mechanism. Nothing responded. Left with no other choice, Ren stood quietly in the center of the room. He took a deep breath and began forming hand signs, bird rightward arrow, boar rightward arrow, dragon rightward arrow, horse, before placing his palm on the floor. A faint pulse of space chakra spread out from him, washing through the room. This was his custom jutsu, space scan, absolute observation jutsu. Unlike standard sensory jutsu that used yin chakra, this technique used only pure space chakra. With it, Ren could observe everything within a 10-meter radius, even hidden within objects or inside solid walls. But it came at a steep price. The jutsu drained 500 chakra points per second, and at just under 3 seconds of use, Ren had already consumed more than 1,200 chakra. The moment the scan ended, he collapsed to one knee, feeling as though the entire room was spinning. Vertigo, he cursed mentally. That was the drawback. This was the only space jutsu he could currently use after gaining a space affinity a few months earlier. But his lack of mastery still left him vulnerable to backlash. The advantage, though, was clear. Normal sensory ninjutsu users couldn't detect this jutsu unless they also had a space affinity. That meant Ren could use it safely even against high-level shinobi without alerting them. Once the vertigo settled slightly, he activated mystical palm jutsu and pressed it gently against his temple to soothe the swirling in his head. I really need to increase my space affinity mastery if I want to remove these drawbacks. Feeling stable again, Ren returned to the area that had caught his attention. There was a distortion not under the tatami mat, but in it. He carefully stepped over and crouched beside it. Forming a chakra scalpel, he made a precise cut at the spot he had identified. sending a faint chakra pulse to test for traps. He found none. Satisfied, he pushed his hand into the mat. His fingers brushed against something soft and cloth-like. It was a pouch. Ren pulled it out and opened it carefully. Inside were several coins bearing the Land of Iron's official symbol. At first glance, nothing about them seemed suspicious. He frowned. Ren examined the coins again, turning them over in his palm. Still nothing. Then, narrowing his eyes, he pushed a small stream of chakra into his eyes, focusing on detecting subtle chakra-engraved illusions, and that's when he saw it. On a few of the coins, the Land of Iron symbol shimmered briefly, then vanished, being replaced by a small horse symbol, carved cleanly into the metal, only visible under chakra-enhanced vision. Ren's eyes narrowed. Found it. At the same time, Yujao was also tailing Takeshi, keeping a close watch on him. She noticed early on that Takeshi wasn't heading back toward Minister Gendo's residence. Because of that, she increased the distance between them, careful not to draw attention. Takeshi continued moving through the streets of the Iron Capital, eventually stopping at a food stall. He sat down and had a simple meal without saying much to anyone. After finishing, he moved on again, this time to a tea store, where he ordered dangos and tea. Yujao kept a consistent watch, using the narrow alleys and dense street layout to her advantage. The Iron Capital had plenty of hidden pathways and rooftops, making it easier than usual to tail someone unnoticed. But then, suddenly, Takeshi vanished from her field of view. Yujao froze, instantly going on high alert. Her hand moved slowly toward her sword. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Your tracking skills are REA-. Before the sentence could even finish, a sharp slapping sound echoed through the alley. Crack! Yujao had already turned and slapped Takeshi across the face, reacting purely on instinct. Not wasting a moment, she followed up with a series of punches, quick, efficient strikes and finished with a swift kick straight to his groin. As her foot connected, Takeshi's eyes widened in horror, then rolled back as he let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Yujao took a step back and adjusted her stance. She threw down several immobilization seals, binding his arms and legs before cautiously approaching. She bent down and checked his pulse. Unconscious. Definitely. Yujao scratched her cheek, glancing down at the unconscious man wrapped in ceiling tags. How do I explain that I knocked out the person I was supposed to tail? She sighed. This was going to be awkward. Meanwhile, Hitachi was still following the rat as it moved through the snow-filled alleys of the Land of Iron. Since he had already placed an insect on it, he had no intention of getting too close. His tracking method didn't rely on sight, it was based entirely on the unique chakra signal of his insect embedded in the rat's fur. The rat took its time, occasionally stopping, sniffing the air, and weaving through crates and narrow streets. Eventually, it reached a small castle, surrounded by thick stone walls and watchtowers. Despite its size, it was clearly not a public structure, it was something meant for a high-ranking official. The rat found a small crack in the wall and slipped through, entering a beautifully kept garden. The snow had been cleared in intricate paths, and decorative stone lanterns lined the edges. The rat didn't pause. It continued moving toward the main castle. Sometimes it moved under the floorboards. Sometimes, it crept across ceiling beams. After some time, it reached the ceiling of a lavish room where a man sat on a richly cushioned chair, a drink in one hand. The man's eyes lazily glanced upward. Without a word, he picked up a knife from his side table and flicked it upward. The blade flew in a clean arc and cut a small slit in the ceiling board. The rat, as if waiting for that exact moment, darted through the slit and exited into the room. The insect riding it detached itself in that moment, clinging to the edge of the ceiling and slipping out unnoticed. The rat landed on the floor beside the man's foot. Calmly, the man picked it up and untied the small letter secured around its body. He gave a slow wave of his hand. Outside, Hitachi stood in a side alley near the castle wall, the same crack where the rat had entered still faintly visible. Suddenly, he paused. He raised his hands a little and many insects entered his body. He then released a swarm of many tiny insects, letting them disperse quietly through the surrounding area. He then moved behind a trash bin, crouching low and scanning his surroundings carefully. But before he could react, everything went dark. A figure in black garb, face fully masked and body cloaked, appeared behind Hitachi. With swift, practiced motion, the figure grabbed him, covered his mouth, and vanished. Moments later, the masked figure reappeared inside a sealed underground cell. He tossed Hitachi inside, placed a chakra suppression seal over the entrance, and turned. Then, he flickered away again. Now standing in the same room from earlier, he knelt before the man in the lavish chair. It is done, he said. The man took a sip from his drink and smiled faintly. Shunpei-sama. Chapter 77, Scales of Justice, Part 8/12, Ballbreaker 2.0. Didn't want to but here is an extra. You guys better leave the stones. After finding the coin, Ren didn't leave immediately. Instead, he searched around the room for the other things he had seen during his scan. He tore apart the sliding gate in the room and found some letters addressed to Takeshi. He didn't open them yet and moved to the table he had searched earlier. This time, he gripped the corner of the wooden tabletop and ripped it apart, revealing a hidden diary. Ren frowned. How did Takeshi even access these things without tearing them apart like I had to? Even so, he had to commend the man. This was clever. No one would ever think of hiding items inside a tatami mat, within a sliding door, or between two wooden pieces that made up a table. Once he had collected everything, Ren left the house directly, not bothering to clean up or return things to their original places. With the kind of evidence he had found, Takeshi wouldn't be escaping punishment, so a wrecked home hardly mattered. What Ren didn't know was that he could have demolished the entire house, and Takeshi still wouldn't have noticed, because the man was lying unconscious, wrapped up in ceiling tags. This time, Ren brought everything back to the residence directly instead of dropping it at the marked Umbu collection points. They hadn't been given such instructions for this part of the mission, and the findings were time-sensitive. When he arrived, he noticed several people leaving the courtyard. At the gate, Homura stood with a few members of the delegation. As Ren flickered directly into the middle of the street, attention immediately shifted toward him. Homura motioned him closer and began speaking as Ren approached. "This is Ren Takahashi, one of Konoha's younger generation," he introduced. Then, turning to Ren, he added, "Ren, this is the White Blade, General Takeshiro Hansen." Ren looked at the giant of a man standing in front of him. Despite his size, the man carried himself with a composed, refined demeanor. Ren bowed slightly. "General." The man gave a short hum. "Juiki's son." Ren nodded. Takeshiro studied him for a moment, then turned and walked off. The rest of his entourage followed. Once they were gone, Homura led Ren inside. The rest of the delegation dispersed. "He's the one who will preside over the trial," Homura said. Ren nodded again. "I found evidence that Takeshi, Gendo's assistant, is a member of General Ryama's camp. There are also some letters and a journal." "Good work," Homura said simply and waved his hand. An Umbu operative appeared. "Call Utakata, Juiki, and also Yaro if he's not busy." The Umbu flickered away while Homura and Ren headed to a private room. As they settled down, Homura asked, "Your teammates?" Ren replied, "Yujao is tailing Takeshi. Hitachi is tailing a rat Takeshi used to send a letter." Homura hummed thoughtfully. Inside the room, Homura gestured for Ren to go through the evidence while they waited. The first to arrive was Yora, who quietly moved to stand in the corner. Soon after, Utakata and Juiki entered. Once everyone had arrived, Homura looked to Ren and gave a nod. Ren stepped forward and pulled out the pouch, bringing forth the coin with the horse symbol. This was hidden inside the tatami mats in his house, he began. "At first glance, it looks like a regular Land of Iron coin, but it's not a government-issued one. There's a horse symbol that only appears under chakra enhancement. It may signify allegiance to General Ryama." Yoro took the coin and inspected it closely. "Yes, these are the ones General Ryama issues to his direct subordinates," he confirmed. Then asked, "Were there multiple coins? Did any of them explode?" Ren nodded. "There were several, but none of them exploded." He pushed the pouch forward as he spoke. Yoro explained, "The fake ones won't do anything, even with chakra input. But a real one would explode if touched by anyone who isn't authorized." He handed the pouch to Utakata, who began inspecting the rest of the coins. Meanwhile, Ren held up the sealed letters. "These are written in some kind of poetic code," he said, "but the message is simple." He placed the first letter down. This one instructs Takeshi to push a particular explanation to Minister Gendo. Another letter followed. This one tells him to fake certain records in the minister's archives. Finally, he placed the third. This one says, Minister Gendo backed out. Proceed with the other plan. Ren finished by pulling out the journal. "I can't tell anything from this. It's blank." But it was hidden very deeply. Yoro took the journal from him while Homura began rereading the letters. "It looks like Shunpei, or whoever sent these, originally wanted Gendo to cooperate in something. But then Gendo backed out." Juiki spoke up next. "Could it be that the sender wanted Gendo to work with him to frame Shikaro?" he suggested. But when Gendo refused, they used forged records to implicate him and threw all the blame on Gendo. He finished, "That would explain the letter about tampering with the archives. It was a cover move. If Gendo didn't cooperate, he'd be set up as the scapegoat." Ren looked at his father with surprise. "I didn't know Dad could use his brain this well." At that moment, an Umbu flickered beside Yoro and whispered something. Yoro nodded. "Bring them in." The Umbu vanished. Soon, the door opened. Yujao entered, and behind her, another Umbu operative carried in an unconscious figure, Takeshi. Juiki looked at the man and asked, "Who's this?" Ren answered, "Takeshi, Gendo's assistant." He glanced at Yujao, who cleared her throat awkwardly. Homura asked calmly, "What the hell happened? I thought your orders were to tail him, not apprehend him." Yujao coughed. I was tailing him, like I was supposed to. But then he suddenly vanished and reappeared behind me. Before I even processed what was happening, I'd already knocked him out with a kick." She added, "It was one kick." She paused. "I used one of the Umbu markers to call for retrieval, and well, now we're here." Yoro ordered. "Call for." The Umbu behind her flickered away, leaving Takeshi on the floor. Yujao moved to stand beside Ren, not saying anything. Ren whispered, "How did you knock him out with one kick?" Takeshi was level 31. Yujao was level 36. It wasn't impossible, but it was still surprising. "I kicked him in the groin," she whispered back. "With weights on." She buried her face in her hands. Ren stared for a moment, then had a very, very wrong thought. Is she trying to be Ball Breaker 2.0? Soon, another Umbu flickered into the room. Unlike the others, his mask was different. It had 4 small stars engraved on it, rather than the standard animal design. Just like the female Umbu with 3 stars who had explained their mission earlier, this one clearly held higher rank. Yoro, still reading through the journal, didn't look up. Check the body, he ordered. The Umbu gave a silent nod and moved toward Takeshi. He performed basic medical checks, ones Ren immediately recognized from his training. Then, placing one hand on Takeshi's forehead, the Umbu formed hand seals with his other hand. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. Yamanaka mind-reading jutsu. He had once asked his system whether a Yamanaka could read his memories. The system had explained that they could, but only memories from his current life. Any memories of his past life or anything connected to the system would be automatically concealed, with slight alterations made to cover the system's existence. That reassurance had always put Ren at ease. Even though he would never allow anyone to read his mind if he could avoid it, it was comforting to know that his most important secrets were protected, even in worst-case scenarios. The 4-star Umbu remained silent for a while, focusing as the technique worked. Finally, he pulled his hand away from Takeshi's head and looked toward Yoro. Commander. Yoro gave a small nod, giving permission to report. The Umbu began. He was working for Minister Shunpei, and that diary should contain records of their relationship. He glanced toward the table, then continued. Minister Gendo had originally accepted Minister Shunpei's idea to work together. However, Gendo didn't know that it was frame-up. He was led to believe that Shikoro was indeed a traitor. When he later found out that it was a frame-up, he abandoned his role. He was about to continue, but Yoro motioned for him to skip, so for obliged. However, this man was also secretly working for General Ryoma, keeping watch on both Minister Gendo and Minister Shunpei. Everyone in the room stilled slightly at the new layer of complexity. The Umbu went on. The last message he sent was to Minister Shunpei. However, he suspected someone might be tailing the rat, so he sealed a bit of his chakra with a hidden message inside the rat itself. He turned to Ren and Yujao. Did your teammate contact you? Both shook their heads. The Umbu's tone remained calm, as he said, although it isn't confirmed, we should assume that he has been taken. With that, he flickered away, off to continue his orders, leaving the matter of Takeshi behind. Yujao's expression shifted into visible worry. She clenched her fist slightly, her calm demeanor faltering. Ren placed a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Across the room, Udakata, who had been quietly inspecting the coins, suddenly frowned. He stopped and carefully set the pouch down. Raising his hand, he released a single insect from his sleeve. He channeled chakra into his fingertip, guiding the insect. It paused briefly before flying off into the air. A little while later, the insect returned, but this time, it wasn't alone. Dozens of tiny, mosquito-like insects followed behind. The group hovered in the air, then began to settle on the tatami mat in the room. Moving as if with one mind, they slowly arranged themselves into a recognizable shape. A kanji. Ren instantly recognized it. Moment, he muttered. It was the same kanji he had found in one of Shikoro's hidden letters. So Shunpei is indeed the one who took him. The insect that had flown out earlier returned to Udakata's forearm, crawling back under his sleeve and circling once around his skin. When it stopped moving, Udakata spoke. He's alive, but locked up. Yujao let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, visibly relieved. Yoro gave a wave of his hand. Extract him out. No one moved, but Ren knew that somewhere, Umbu were already in motion. Yoro, still reading through the diary, frowned as he flipped through its empty pages one after another. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, he stopped and focused his attention on the spine of the diary. He narrowed his eyes, then silently ran his finger along the inner edge. With a swift motion, he cut it open. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, as the cover shifted slightly, a seal pattern began to glow faintly along the inside of the spine, subtle and refined, nearly invisible without deliberate activation. Yoro stared at it for a second before speaking. It's an ink absorption seal. Anything written in the diary would be automatically absorbed into the seal within seconds of being written. The room went still. Udakata stepped forward, reaching out to take the journal and inspect the seal himself. But Yoro shook his head. It wouldn't work that way, he said simply. Then he raised his finger again. Ren watched as Yoro released a pulse of chakra, not normal chakra, not even elemental. The energy had a strange presence. Ren's senses, sharpened through training and instinct, immediately picked up on it. He stiffened slightly. That's space chakra. But the feeling shifted, there was something off about it. Familiar, but different. No, not space. It's close, but it's time. His eyes narrowed slightly as he tried to decipher the feeling. Whatever it wasn't something Ren had experienced before, not even when using his own space scan, absolute observation jutsu. Meanwhile, Yoro pressed his finger directly into the seal. He closed his eyes and began to work silently, manipulating the embedded chakra patterns with delicate precision. His control was absolute, focused, like a surgeon working at the molecular level. Seconds passed. Then Yoro opened his eyes and said quietly, "It's done." Chapter 78, Scales of Justice, Part 9/12, Your Honor, I object to this much drama. Read the notes at the end. Yoro flipped through the diary slowly. Now that the seal had been disabled, ink slowly began to rise on the pages, almost like it was bleeding back into existence. Entry after entry appeared before their eyes, lines written in clean, careful script, clearly Takeshi's. Yoro read silently for a moment, then he finally looked up. Takeshi has confessed everything, he said calmly. Everyone turned toward him. This diary, he created it as a failsafe. He feared he would be discarded once his usefulness ran out. So, he recorded everything. He flipped to a few marked entries and placed the diary on the table. Every meeting, every letter, every instruction, this proves Takeshi was working under Minister Shunpei's direct orders, including the raid on Shikara's compound, the forged documents, and the manipulation of Minister Gendo's authority. Homura narrowed his eyes. So it's solid. Yoru nodded. Yes. With this, we can prove Shunpei was the one orchestrating the framing of Shikaro. Yudakata, who had resumed testing the coins while Yoru was reading, finally raised his hand. I found the real one, he said. He held up a single coin from the pouch, nearly identical to the others, but with the faintest shimmer of residual chakra. This is a true Ryama-issued token, he confirmed. Yoru glanced at it, then shook his head slightly. It's useful, but no longer necessary. Homura nodded. Yes. The diary is irrefutable. Yudakata placed the coin down, acknowledging that the written confession had taken precedence. A few minutes later, the umbu tasked with extracting Hitachi returned. The door opened, and Hitachi stepped into the room, rubbing the back of his neck, looking a little ruffled, but completely fine. Yujao immediately stepped forward, concern flashing in her eyes. Hitachi. He responded like always. I'm fine. Homura raised an eyebrow. You let yourself get captured. Hitachi nodded. They were coming for, I knew it before they even got close. He continued, I figured it would be a good chance to infiltrate Minister Shunpei's castle. So, I allowed myself to be knocked out. He continued, they used only a chakra-locking seal on the gate, not on me, Hitachi explained. They thought I was just a regular ninja, not an abarame. While I was inside, Hitachi continued, I released a swarm of micro-insects into the structure. I scanned as much as I could before the umbu came to extract me. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a sealed scroll. This contains the information they recovered. There were traces of Shunpei's involvement with rogue shinobi, receipts, and encoded contracts hidden inside the walls of a guest room. They even used altered ink contracts that linked rogue payments to Gendo's name. Yoru's eyes sharpened. Forged documents planted to redirect guilt. Hitachi nodded. Exactly. There's also a map with encrypted routes marked, paths that match the merchant's original travel route, the one supposedly smuggling documents out of the country. These markings prove Shunpei knew the rogue shinobi were waiting. Homura crossed his arms. So, Shunpei coordinated the route, framed Gendo, and left just enough trace to cover his own involvement if things went wrong. Yoru glanced down at the now revealed diary, his voice low. Or maybe that was Ryama's failsafe. Juaki frowned. You think the diary was planted, to shift the blame solely on Shunpei? It's possible, Yoru said. If Shunpei ever became a liability, Ryama could sacrifice him to preserve the bigger picture. Silence fell over the room. Then Homura spoke, either way, we now have what we need. I will handle the rest. Once all the information was reviewed, Homura stood and addressed everyone. We have all the evidence we need. There shouldn't be any problem in freeing Shikaro. He paused. However, there is always an off chance that the Land of Iron does not acknowledge that their minister did anything wrong. His eyes swept across the room. In case that happens, none of you, he looked directly at Juaki, shall speak a word. I will handle everything on my own. Ren blinked at how deliberately his father had been singled out, just how bad is Dad's image in his eyes. Since everything was settled, Team 1, Juaki, and Yudakata left the room, leaving Homura and Yoru behind. Homura remained still for a moment, then asked, what of the merchant? Yoru replied, it won't affect the trial. I'll handle it as I see fit. And with that, he flickered away. It had been 9 days since the messenger arrived in Konoha to deliver the message of Ambassador Shikara's arrest and declare that his trial would take place on the 10th day. Now, with 1 day remaining before the trial, Team 1 was officially free from mission duties. The rest of the work was in the hands of the negotiation team. With nothing to do, Ren, Yujao, and Hitachi spent their time loitering through the snowy streets of the Land of Iron, trying food stalls, wandering the marketplaces, and absorbing the unique atmosphere of a samurai nation. Then, the 10th day arrived. The day of the trial. The venue was a solemn and imposing structure known as the Hall of Silent Accord, located in the heart of the Land of Iron, right next to the castle of General Commander Mifune. The entire building felt like it was made to swallow people whole. Thick steel walls, towering and unbreakable even at a glance, encircled the structure. At its entrance stood 2 massive samurai statues, each radiating an overwhelming presence. Juaki pointed at them and spoke quietly to Ren. Those 2? They were the strongest samurai in the history of the Land of Iron. There were even rumors that they could contend with Lord First and the ghost of the Uchiha. He looked around then chuckled. Of course, nobody believed that. Everyone just thought the Land of Iron was trying to raise their own standing. Ren nodded. It did sound a little far-fetched. But Juaki continued, people are still willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Do you know why? Ren shook his head. Because those 2 statues are made entirely out of chakra metal. Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at the sheer size of the statues, each must have weighed thousands of kilograms. Juaki grinned, clearly enjoying the reaction. Plenty of people tried to chip off a piece. I tried it once too. Couldn't even scratch it. He smirked. Later, I found out that only through swordsmanship could someone even make a dent in the statues. So, I trained for a while. When I tried again, I managed to slice off just enough to forge one of the best swords I've ever owned. Ren stared at his father, processing the story. So, you learned swordsmanship. Just so you could steal chakra metal. Before Juki could answer, Homura's voice rang out sharply. Quiet. All of you. Fall in. Both of them shut up immediately. Inside the Hall of Silent Accord, there were many rooms, each like a courtroom, but the whole vibe was heavier, darker. It was as if the air itself carried weight. The Konoha delegation was greeted by officials from the Land of Iron, who guided them through protocols and provided final instructions to Homura. The inner chambers were already filling with representatives from various villages. Ren looked around, but none of the faces were ones he recognized, so he ignored them. However, that wasn't the case for Homura and the other senior shinobi. Even the Cloud and Leaf, who hadn't formally signed a peace treaty yet, had sent delegates and were pretending to be amicable, for the sake of appearance. It wasn't long before General Takeshiro Hansen, the White Blade, finally arrived to preside over the trial. Flanking him were General Seo, cold and composed, and General Ryama, whose presence immediately commanded attention. He was stunningly handsome, even on par with Udakata, with a sharp, stoic face that made his expression feel carved from ice. His mere presence pulled gazes. Without a word, General Takeshiro began walking toward one of the designated rooms. His deep voice echoed through the hall. Let's begin. Inside the courtroom, everyone was seated according to their official standing. The Konoha delegation was placed near the defendant's platform, close to where Ambassador Shikoro would stand trial. Across from them, the ministers of the Land of Iron were assembled, including Minister Gendo and Minister Shunpei. Their expressions were composed, unreadable. To the side, the Sand delegation was positioned not far from Konoha, but with deliberate distance. Even though the Sand was officially allied with the Leaf, they didn't make the slightest effort to show that was true. At the far end of the hall sat the Cloud and Earth representatives, their expressions bordering on amused. They clearly came not for justice, but for the spectacle. The Land of Water had sent no one. Once everyone had settled, a samurai official stepped into the center of the room. His voice was calm and clear as he began reading the Code of Conduct of the Land of Iron. It was a ritualistic requirement before any formal trial could begin. No one spoke. When the first samurai finished, he stepped aside. A second samurai took his place, holding a scroll in both hands. He began to read aloud the charges against Ambassador Shikoro Nara, each one spoken slowly and with formal emphasis. As the list was read, 2 more samurai entered the room. They flanked Shikoro, one on each side, and escorted him to the defendant's platform. Ren's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man. Shikoro Nara. He looked like a mirror image of Jonin Commander Shikako, like every other serious Nara man Ren had ever seen. But despite the weight of the accusations being read aloud, the man showed no fear, no guilt, and no shame. In fact, he yawned. Right there, in the middle of the courtroom, as the crimes against him were being listed. When the reading ended, General Takeshiro Hansen finally stood and took the presiding seat. He looked down at Shikoro with a gaze like tempered steel. Shikoro Nara, he began, you have been treated exceptionally well during your stay in the Land of Iron these past years. There was no emotion in his voice as he spoke. But the way you have reciprocated that treatment, he continued, is through betrayal. A pause followed. As per the laws of the Land of Iron, if you cannot prove your innocence, then you shall commit seppuku. The air in the courtroom shifted. All eyes turned to Shikoro, but the man just turned his head slowly, looked directly at Homura, and gave him a raised eyebrow, then yawned again, this time even louder. General Takeshiro raised his hand slightly, signaling toward the Land of Iron's delegation. A man stepped forward from their side. He wore a formal, dark-colored kimono, but notably carried no sword at his side, an unusual sight among samurai. Takeshiro addressed the room. This is Shigaraki. He will represent the Land of Iron's stance in this trial. From the Konoha side, Homura stood up slowly. Apologies for our ambassador's rude behavior, he began, casting a brief glance at Shikoro, who was now casually adjusting his sleeve and showing no remorse. However, we have some evidence we would like to present. He spoke with deliberate calm, each word carefully measured. Of course, I am not saying it will immediately prove Ambassador Shikoro's innocence in your eyes, but perhaps, it might offer another perspective. As he spoke, Homura began to walk forward through the hall, his voice carrying clearly. I would like to begin with a simple question. What were the official charges that justified the raid on Ambassador Shikoro's compound? Shigaraki responded, I believe it was all clearly stated in the reports that the Konoha delegation was permitted to review. Homura nodded slowly. Right. That's exactly what's confusing. He pulled out 2 scrolls from his sleeve, holding them up for everyone to see. The report handed to us stated that someone delivered an anonymous tip, that Ambassador Shikoro was supplying confidential information to rogue elements. And based on that, a raid was carried out. He paused for dramatic effect. However, the records I found in your criminal archive state something very different. He walked toward the panel and gently placed both scrolls before General Takeshiro. In this version, he continued, it says that Minister Gendo reported a missing short blade, one that was supposed to be returned by Shikoro, but wasn't. According to the archive scroll, Minister Gendo urged the authorities to conduct a raid when the sword was not returned and suspicion arose. Takeshiro took the scrolls and began reading through both. His brow creased slightly as he compared the 2 reports. Homura didn't stop. Perhaps those in charge of preparing the scrolls made a small mistake, he said, feigning sympathy. No matter. Let's talk about the short blade itself. He turned toward Shikaro. What did you need the short blade for? Shikaro stifled yet another yawn, then pointed lazily in Shigariki's direction. They said something about a ceremony, he replied, with the tone of someone discussing the weather. Shigariki clarified, yes, the request for the short blade was submitted through the Mugai Iai Dojo, on behalf of Ambassador Shikaro Nara. Homura gave a polite nod and turned toward General Takeshiro. May I question Master Mugai himself? Takeshiro gave a silent nod. From the crowd, an elderly samurai in dignified robes, his bald head shining, stepped forward. Master Mugai, head of the prestigious Mugai Iai Dojo. He took the stand and solemnly swore upon his sword. Homura began. Master Mugai, did Shikaro Nara ever contact you personally to request a ceremonial sword? Master Mugai shook his head. No. Perhaps he submitted the request through someone to whom you had delegated authority? Your head disciple, maybe. The old master didn't say anything. Homura continued, his tone growing sharper. Did you, at any point, participate in any ceremony alongside Shikaro? No, Mugai replied again. Homura turned toward the courtroom, addressing everyone now. So to summarize, Master Mugai, the head of the dojo supposedly loaning the blade on behalf of Shikaro, neither knew about the cooperation, nor participated in any ceremony, and did not authorize the request directly. He sighed and slowly shook his head. How sad. Someone you trust so much, your head disciple perhaps, used your dojo's name, without your knowledge, to loan a blade to a foreign ambassador, for a ceremony that never even happened. He turned back toward Takeshiro. And yet, this was used as the official justification for a raid on a diplomatic compound. The courtroom had grown quiet. Eyes shifted toward Shigaraki, toward Minister Gendo, toward the now tense Land of Iron delegation. And Shikaro? He was still yawning. Chapter 79, Scales of Justice, Part 10/12, State vs. Shikaro, Sleep Wins. A murmur spread through the courtroom, faint and uneasy. Homura didn't give it time to settle. He turned back toward Shigaraki, calm in tone. So then, Master Mugai confirms that the request was never personally approved and the ceremony for which the blade was supposedly loaned out. Homura shrugged. Simply didn't exist. He let the silence speak for itself. Still, he continued, perhaps that alone is not enough to establish intent. Perhaps it was a simple miscommunication. He gave a slight bow to the generals. But intent becomes clearer when you look at what was found with the blade. He held his hand and searched through his sleeves. When he found what he was looking for, Homura placed it on the stand in front of Takeshiro. This contains the copied scroll found wrapped around the short blade during the raid. It includes security details of the Land of Iron, and notes on border movement patterns. Homura spoke again, these are undeniably sensitive documents, and their presence alone would raise suspicions, but even more concerning is the fact that another merchant was caught near the Land of Earth's border carrying the same information. He paused, then placed a second scroll in front of the panel. This confession came from the merchant, obtained under formal questioning, by the samurais of course. The man stated that he was approached and paid to transport the scrolls, but later claimed he refused and had no idea how the information ended up in his shipment. Homura's tone dropped slightly. He eventually remembered who approached him, Shikaro Nara. That statement hung in the air like a blade. Shigaraki straightened slightly, as if sensing the tide shifting in their favor. Homura waited just a second longer. Then his voice sharpened. But here's where it gets complicated. He turned toward the defendant. Ambassador Shikaro, did you approach that merchant? Shikaro gave an exaggerated blink, then tilted his head. Oh, yes. I definitely spoke with him, he said. I asked if he sold pickled radishes. Even the samurai looked confused. Homura didn't even blink. So you deny giving him any scrolls? I deny ever trusting a man who tries to sell pickled radishes in the snow, Shikaro said, arms crossed. His hands were freezing. The daikon would have shattered. Muffled coughs came from the Konoha side, either held back laughter or disbelief. Homura exhaled through his nose and gestured to the final scroll being placed. This, your honors, is the testimony from rogue shinobi, apprehended on the merchant's supposed delivery path. These shinobi confessed they were instructed to assassinate the merchant en route, clearly indicating someone intended to clean up loose ends. He didn't wait for a response. And the letter they received, the one that hired them for the hit? It was concluded that all details led to Shikaro, however a very significant detail was left out. He continued, there was no mention of the fact that the letter also bore a seal matching the personal correspondence of Minister Shunpei. The room erupted. Murmurs. Raised brows. Uneasy shifting from the Land of Iron ministers. Homura raised his voice over it. For the benefit of the court and to ensure no misunderstanding, I will summarize the evidence we've presented so far. He gestured lightly toward the evidence table. First, we received two different reports regarding the reason for the raid on Ambassador Shikara's compound. The one handed to our delegation claimed an anonymous tip accused the ambassador of espionage. However, the official record in your own criminal archive says that Minister Gendo reported a short blade was not returned, and based on that, urged a raid on the compound. Homura walked a step forward. Second, we questioned Master Mugai of the Mugai Iai Dojo. He confirmed that he never authorized the sword loan to the ambassador, nor attended any ceremony with him. Despite that, the request was placed under his dojo's name, and the ceremony for which the sword was supposedly borrowed never took place. He turned slightly toward the generals and continued. Third, the blade in question was recovered wrapped in a scroll containing sensitive security details of the Land of Iron. A merchant intercepted near the Land of Earth border was found carrying the same information. He testified under pressure that Shikaro approached him, though the story was inconsistent and lacked corroboration. Homura let the silence linger a moment before going on. Rogue shinobi were found positioned along the merchant's route. When captured, they confessed to being hired to eliminate the merchant. The letter they carried named Ambassador Shikaro but bore the seal of Minister Shunpei, for which no record was maintained. He gave the room time to process that. Through the efforts of our shinobi team, we discovered further documents inside Minister Shunpei's residence, records that match the merchant's travel path and payment logs that tie directly to the same rogue elements. This was not a coincidence. It was a structured deception. He ignored the fact that he blatantly admitted that Konoha shinobi infiltrated the house of a minister from the Land of Iron and turned now to the generals. This was a carefully coordinated attempt to frame a foreign ambassador. And each of these threads, each forgery, each manipulated report, leads back to Minister Shunpei. General Takeshiro, seated at the center, raised his hand slightly. Minister Shunpei, he said. You have been directly named in several points of evidence. You may speak for yourself. All eyes turned to Shunpei. He stood slowly. His expression remained composed, face unreadable. I understand the weight of what's being alleged, he began, tone calm and steady. But allow me to remind everyone of one thing, the original letter retrieved from the rogue shinobi, the one they received as instructions for the assassination attempt, carried my seal, yes. But it also explicitly named Ambassador Shikaro as the source of the order. He let the words hang, turning to the audience, then to the generals. Isn't it more plausible that someone forged a connection to me in order to redirect suspicion after the ambassador's actions were exposed? Homura didn't move. He listened. I've worked for the betterment of this nation for years, Shunpei continued. Would I really involve rogue elements and falsify a ceremony for, what? Political gain? There is no motive. Everything presented here, poems, scrolls, even if they present a witness it could all easily be fabricated. He turned toward Takeshiro. In war, and in peace, deception runs deep. Everything you have seen could be the result of a well-planned misdirection. A story built to fit a desired narrative. I would urge the court to remember that. He returned to his seat without waiting for permission. Takeshiro leaned forward. I must admit, he said, this case is built on many small threads. Each one, while compelling, could be explained. The seal on the rogue letter, the testimony of a possibly coerced merchant, the scrolls, and forged records. This all could have been fabricated to mislead. He looked to Homura. We samurai are not unfamiliar with shinobi tactics. Deception and manipulation are part of your craft. I must weigh this evidence with caution. Homura stood silent for a moment. Then he exhaled, as if resigning himself to something. Well, he said, it seems we are going nowhere with this. He turned to Shunpei and asked directly. Minister Shunpei, I will ask once more. Did you have anything to do with this operation? No instructions passed indirectly, no orders through intermediaries. Shunpei shook his head without hesitation. I had no involvement. Homura gave a long sigh. I had hoped you would confess. It would have saved us all some time. He reached into his sleeve and drew out a slim, leather-bound book. This is the personal diary of Takeshi Masamoto, Minister Gendo's assistant. It was hidden with multiple seals and recovered during our investigation. As he pulled the diary free, a small object slipped from his opposite sleeve and fell to the courtroom floor with a soft metallic clink. A coin rolled gently across the tiles and came to a stop near Ren's leg. Ren looked down and immediately recognized it. It was the same coin they had recovered from Takeshi's house, engraved with the subtle but unmistakable horse insignia of General Ryama's personal network. The three generals seated before them had a clear view of it. Homura looked back with a faint look of mild annoyance. Ah, he said casually, just a small trinket we found in the assistant's house. Thought it looked nice. I was planning to give it to my grandniece. His tone was light, but the meaning behind it was sharp. Ren understood. He bent down and subtly tilted the coin, just enough for the horse insignia to catch the light. A faint gleam reflected the symbol to the three generals. They all saw it. General Seo's eyes narrowed slightly. General Takeshiro leaned forward. General Ryama's lips pressed into a firm line, though his face betrayed nothing else. Ren then walked up and handed the coin back to Homura, who accepted it and started fiddling with it in his fingers. With the room's attention fully focused, Homura placed the diary on the evidence table and opened it to several marked pages. The diary was protected by a chakra-based absorption seal. Once deactivated, the entries became visible. These entries contained direct logs of orders given to Takeshi by someone referred to as S. They mention planning the raid, preparing alternative narratives, and coordinating with rogue elements. He turned another page. One entry confirms that Minister Gendo began pulling away from the operation. The next logs a command to proceed with a contingency plan. One that includes planting evidence and shifting blame. Homura closed the book and stepped back. The coin confirms Takeshi's other allegiance. The diary confirms who he was following. Together, they dismantle this illusion. He turned to the tribunal. We leave the decision in your hands. General Takeshiro remained silent for a long moment. The weight in the room was heavy, waiting for his decision. Then, without changing his tone, he finally spoke. If we continue like this, it will simply become your word against ours. He paused and looked directly at the Konoha delegation. So let us do it in the samurai way. The room stirred with confusion. Even some of the Land of Iron officials blinked in surprise. But the other two generals, Seo and Ryama, remained completely still. Neither surprised nor objecting. Only the Konoha delegation remained unmoved. Ren frowned slightly. The old man's really crafty. I thought he would use the diary as the main piece of evidence, and yet. His eyes flicked to Homura, then back to Takeshiro. But when he saw that the general was leaning toward their own minister, he subtly let them see the coin. A reminder that this might involve one of the generals themselves. Ren glanced at the spot where the coin had dropped. If a general's name came up publicly, even if they managed to prove they weren't involved, it would raise suspicions among other nations. They'd see it as a cover-up. His thoughts continued, darker now. But if only the three generals know, it would cause a subtle rift inside the top leadership of the Land of Iron instead. Quiet, but real. He exhaled silently. Damn. None of the old foxes back in Konoha are clean. Every one of them has a brain wired for screwing over other nations. Schemes inside schemes. A sudden thought came to him. Wait. Could this all have been Konoha's plan? Cause internal disruption in the Land of Iron. But then he shook his head, pushing the thought away. Nah, no way. If that was the case, they wouldn't have let their own ambassador get caught. Still, the thought didn't fully leave him. Takeshiro continued, voice unwavering. Following the code of the samurai, when matters cannot be resolved with words, they are to be resolved by the sword. He turned his gaze toward both Shikoro and Shunpei. 2 days from now, in the arena of final accord, there will be a duel to the death. Gasps and shocked murmurs rippled through the room. Takeshiro raised a hand slightly, silencing the noise. The duel shall be between Minister Shunpei of the Land of Iron and Ambassador Shikoro of the Land of Fire. He paused. The one who dies will be deemed the culprit. The one who survives will be declared innocent. A collective silence followed. Takeshiro added the final point. Both parties may name stand-ins to fight in their place. However, the rule remains. The loser shall die. That is all. With that, he stood from his seat. The other two generals rose with him. General Seo gave no reaction, her expression unreadable. General Ryama didn't glance at anyone as he turned to leave. Takeshiro walked from the chamber with heavy, echoing steps. Behind them, Minister Shunpei remained in his seat. His confident posture had shifted. His brows were drawn tight, his jaw clenched. A cold frown was now etched on his face. The path he thought would lead to safety had taken a deadly turn. Ren looked at him, then back at his own side. Homura stood up calmly. Yudakata and Juaki followed suit. He stood up and stretched his shoulders. Then he walked out with the rest of them, into the snow-covered city, where the duel of life and death now loomed only 2 days away. Chapter 80, Scales of Justice, Part 11/12, Illegal Ice Cream Interference. Once the Konoha delegation returned to the residence provided by the Land of Iron, they naturally split into 2 groups. The adults, including Ambassador Shikoro, who was now released under partial custody, gathered in the main hall. Though still under watch, his status as a prisoner had shifted into a strange gray area. With no official charges and a duel looming, he was technically free. Yudakata moved to the corners of the room and began placing seals along the walls and entrances, ensuring privacy. Once the barrier was set, the group settled in. Homura wasted no time. He looked at Shikoro directly. What went wrong with your plan? Shikoro stretched his arms and gave a long, lazy yawn. Nothing. He shrugged. I'm free. The one who framed me is now the one who has to fight for his life. The rogue elements inside the Land of Iron are exposed to their own generals. And the village got exactly what it needed. He leaned back against the wall, looking almost proud. Homura stared at him for a long moment. Then he sighed and shook his head, muttering something about Naras under his breath. He turned his attention back to the room. So, who'll fight in 2 days? His eyes moved to the corner, where Yoro stood silently as always. One of your subordinates? Homura asked. Before Yoro could respond, Juaki leaned forward. I'll do it. A grin crept across his face. But Homura frowned. His gaze dropped to Juaki's side, specifically, to the empty space where his right arm used to be. If this were before, you would have been the one without question, Homura said flatly. But now, I'm not so sure. Juaki looked down at his side, then back up. Old man, I haven't been sitting around for the past 3 years. I might have lost a hand, but I've still got plenty of bite left. I could even take on old man Mifune if I had to. His voice was half challenge, half pride. Homura didn't respond immediately. But before he could, Shikoro spoke from his seat. I agree with Elder Homura. His tone had shifted to something more serious. This isn't a normal match. This is a political game now. And if we lose, especially with you fighting, the village takes a big hit. Maybe it's better to leave it to one of the Umbu. Juaki frowned, turning to Shikoro. You shut up. I already have a few things I want to settle with you. But I'm telling you, I can handle Shunpei. Shikoro looked back at him, expression unreadable. Even if I believe you can handle him, I highly doubt the easy part. He leaned forward slightly, voice calm but serious. If something goes wrong, let alone my life, yours will be in danger too. Maybe the village could negotiate for me, but for you, you'd be the one on the stage. And once you step into a death duel arena, you're not allowed to come down until you win or die. Shikoro then looked toward Homura. As Elder Homura said, if this was a few years ago, I would have picked you without hesitation too. But now, He paused for a moment, gaze softening just slightly. Think of your son before you decide anything. The silence that followed was heavy. Before anyone could respond or escalate it further, Yudakata spoke up from where he sat. Then let's not debate it. Let's hold a match. Here and now. Everyone turned to look at him. A match between Juaki and the person Yoro would have chosen. The one who wins represents us in the duel. Juaki nodded immediately, no hesitation in his eyes. After a brief pause, Homura gave a small nod as well. Yoro finally moved. Without a word, he raised a single hand in signal. A moment later, a figure flickered into the room, an umbu wearing a 2-star mask. Silent and alert, he stood at attention, waiting. Juaki turned without a word and walked out into the open courtyard. From his storage pouch, he pulled out a sword. A longer-than-average saber with a green hilt wrapped in sturdy banding, a wide circular beige guard, and an additional thin guard running around the handle. The blade had a slight curvature, gleaming under the courtyard light. Yoro whispered something to the umbu operative. The masked shinobi nodded and stepped outside, drawing a standard katana from his back. By the time the sun had set, the courtyard had emptied, and silence returned to the compound. Now, Juaki and Yudakata sat on the roof of one of the courtyard buildings, quietly drinking sake. Neither spoke. Eventually, Juaki broke the silence. Thanks for believing in me. Yudakata said nothing. He simply lifted his cup and took a slow drink. The two of them sat like that for some time, sake in one hand, words left unspoken. Then, without warning, Yudakata flickered away. A few seconds later, Ren appeared, jumping up onto the rooftop with a half-eaten butterscotch ice cream in one hand. He sat down beside his father, casually kicking his legs over the edge. They sat there in silence, one drinking and one licking ice cream, until Ren finally spoke. You're the one fighting the duel, right? Ren didn't just guess this, he had the thought that his dad might be proficient in Kenjutsu when he heard the story with the statues earlier and his connection to General Seo, so if someone was fighting from Konoha's side, it might just be his dad that volunteers. Juaki nodded. Another pause. Ren continued, well, I'll jump in and save you, just in case you're on the losing side. He said it like a joke, eyes still on his ice cream. But deep down, it wasn't a joke. Back when he first arrived in this world and saw his dad missing a right arm, Jacob had quietly promised himself for the original Ren Takahashi that, if a day like this came, he would step in. But everything changed when he got the observe function from his system. It allowed him to see up to 20 levels higher than his own level. For the longest time, he couldn't even see Juaki's level. It just said, which only meant one thing, he was way out of Ren's range. But a few weeks ago, Ren finally broke through level 52 and that's when the number revealed itself. Level 72. Even after losing his dominant arm, Juaki still sat at level 72. That was nearing the peak of the Jonin rank, level 80. Maybe he had even been S rank before. Ren didn't remember any stories from the original Naruto about there being a great swordsman like Juaki back in his previous life, but honestly, with the world he was in and the system in front of him, it no longer mattered. His dad had the power that was needed to win this duel, and that's all that mattered. He was quite confident in his dad winning because earlier he had seen Shunpi's level, which was 69, so although not completely certain he felt assured he would win, but he still said what he said just in case his dad was having some thoughts. Juaki, sake cup halfway to his lips, stopped. He glanced sideways. You do know it's illegal to interfere in a death duel, right? Ren shrugged, now reaching the crunchy part of his ice cream. Maybe for samurai, he said, but we're shinobi. If the village decides to call us guilty too, we'll just go rogue. Juaki choked, sputtering out his drink as he turned to look at him. Ren, still chewing the crunchy center, didn't even blink. Juaki sighed and set his cup down. Then he reached out and rubbed Ren's head roughly. Don't go saying things like that out loud, you brat. If someone hears you, it'll become a diplomatic nightmare. Ren popped in the last chocolate part of the ice cream in his mouth, then dusted off his hands and stood up. Well, you better win then. And just like that, he flickered away. 2 days passed. The appointed day arrived. And so did the arena of final accord. It was located just beyond the outskirts of the Iron Capital, a place built in ancient times for trials that couldn't be judged by word or law. There were no seats, no grandstands, no cheering crowds. This wasn't a place for public entertainment. It was a place where diplomacy ended, and the blade took over. Only the delegations of the 5 great nations stood along the edges, except the Land of Water, who had chosen not to attend. The delegations stood atop elevated platforms, slightly above the central ring, high enough to observe everything yet far enough to not intervene. The central ring itself was bare. A circular field of chakra-forged iron, scorched and battered by the battles of generations past. Old blood had long since faded, but the marks left by countless duels remained etched across the surface. From the Land of Iron's side, General Takeshiro Hansen stepped forward. He moved to the center of the highest platform. Let the arena bear witness. Everyone fell into silence as he continued. This trial was born not from law, but from doubt. From words twisted and truth lost. As the code of the samurai dictates, when such matters cannot be judged by reasoning, they shall be judged by the blade. He turned his gaze to both sides. Let the duel of final accord begin. From the Land of Iron's side, a figure stepped forward and descended into the ring. Minister Shunpi. He wore no armor, only dark robes with light armor reinforcement underneath. At his side hung a katana with a jet black sheath. His expression was calm, though his brow held a slight crease. He hadn't held the blade in a long while, but neither did he look unprepared. He chose to fight for himself. The whispers among the delegations were faint. A few wondered if this was arrogance, or simply a sign of confidence. Others suspected that he didn't trust anyone enough to stand in his place. From the Land of Fire's side, the Konoha delegation remained quiet as another figure stepped forward. Juaki Takahashi. He descended slowly from their platform, cloak rustling with every step. His right sleeve was empty, tied neatly at the shoulder. His left hand rested on the long saber he had retrieved before. The Land of Iron delegation's eyes locked onto him. Many had heard the whispers, seen his name buried in old reports. Some had even fought him, and lost. But over the past few years, those stories had gone quiet. He was one of the rare shinobi swordsmen whose skill had earned the respect of even the most traditional samurai. The one who stood against the strongest of their warriors on their own soil, and walked away. His blades were forged from chakra metal refined in the Land of Iron itself, the same used in the statues of their greatest generals. They called him the Twin Reaper of Konoha, a title born from the twin sabers he wielded, but now the Twin Reaper was no more. He stepped into the ring without a word, standing across from Shunpei. Above them, Take Shiro raised one arm. Ambassador Shikara has chosen a stand-in. Juaki of the Leaf will fight in his place. He then turned to the other side. Minister Shunpei has chosen to represent himself. He looked to both men. The rules are absolute. No interruptions. No surrender. The one who dies shall be judged the guilty party. Takashiro's arm dropped. Begin. And just like that, the duel had begun. Chapter 81, Scales of Justice, Part 12/12, The Reaper Remains. Let's end this with a double. When Shunpei saw Juaki step into the arena, his frown deepened. His gaze dropped from Juaki's face to the long, slightly curved saber in his hand. Then back up again. Well, Shunpei said with a thin, mocking smile. The Twin Reaper of the Leaf. What an honor to meet you. His voice was loud enough to carry to the platforms above. Many people here were wondering what happened to you all these years. Disappeared like smoke in the wind. But who would have guessed? He paused, eyes drifting to Juaki's empty right sleeve, that you'd go on and lose one of your arms. The sarcasm in his tone was sharp. Can you even fight in this state? Does your body even remember how to wield a sword after so long? Do you still deserve the name of the Twin Reaper of Konoha? Juaki didn't respond right away. He simply raised his left hand, the one gripping his long saber, and rested it on his shoulder. He yawned lightly and tilted his head. To be honest, Juaki said, it did get a little tough at first. Adjusting to this body, especially since I never even trained with a single sword before. He grinned. I used twin blades all my life, or well, for the few years I even bothered to learn the sword. Unlike you, who's probably been holding one since birth. Yeah. Juaki's voice dropped an octave, mocking now. But really, you shouldn't be worried about me. He pointed with his chin to the Konoha platform above. One of the strongest villages in the world picked me to fight here. Do you think they'd throw a broken man into a death match just for fun? Juaki lowered his saber and took a stance, side profile, blade in his left hand, held diagonally in front of him. Loose but precise. Or maybe you just believe so much in your own strength, that even a stand-in from Konoha is nothing in front of you. He smirked. Enough talking. Come at me. Above them, Take Shiro narrowed his eyes. He leaned to the side and whispered to General Ryama. How high are Juaki Takahashi's chances? Ryama answered flatly, not bothering to hide the faint hint of distaste. Unless he's completely changed his fighting style, less than 20%. Take Shiro hummed quietly, expression unreadable. In the arena, the moment of stillness ended. Shunpei moved first. With a burst of speed, he rushed forward, unsheathing his katana in a fluid motion, the blade gleaming as he struck from the draw. First stance, blade rain. A flurry of 3 precise slashes came toward Juaki's neck, chest, and knee in a blur. Juaki stepped to the side. 1 step. The blade at his neck missed. 2 steps. He twisted his torso, and the second cut grazed air. 3. He brought his saber up and parried the last strike with a clean metallic clang. No wasted movement. Shunpei's feet skidded on the iron floor. He narrowed his eyes and charged again. Crushing point. A thrust meant to break balance, but Juaki didn't block. He shifted his weight and leaned just barely. The tip passed by his ribs. The arena echoed with the sudden sharp sound of metal scraping metal as Shunpei reversed the motion mid-thrust, turning it into a side slash. Juaki stepped back. His blade flicked outward. Another block. Another clean deflection. Not a single strike had landed. Don't run. Shunpei snapped, his voice sharp. He jumped forward again, now using footwork to press into Juaki's space. Third motion, iron guillotine. A powerful overhead slash came crashing down toward Juaki's left side, aimed to destroy the grip he had on his saber. But Juaki didn't block it. He stepped inside the arc and shifted his blade slightly, letting the force pass behind him as he turned his shoulder. The attack fell heavy and missed. Again. Juaki stepped back into his stance. His breathing was light, calm. Shunpei's face was twisting now, not with anger, but with pressure. I asked you a question, he growled. Do you even deserve the name Twin Reaper anymore? Juaki tilted his head slightly. I don't need 2 swords to prove I can bury you with one. Shunpei took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he eyed Juaki across the arena. Your arrogance hasn't changed, he said, voice sharp with disdain. I thought maybe you'd grown up a little after I heard you had a son. Juaki didn't reply. Shunpei continued, his tone laced with venom. Right, does your son even know what you did in your youth? He sneered now, eyes narrowing. Imagine how he'd feel when the father he looks up to. He paused deliberately, letting the moment hang. Oh wait, does he even look up to a cripple like you? There was a beat of silence. Then Shunpei rushed forward again, fast and vicious. Up on the platform, Ren frowned as he heard the words echo across the arena. Even though he didn't really care what his dad had done in the past, something about not knowing still unsettled him. It feels weird, I am not really bothered by what it was, but I still want to know. He glanced over to the side where Udakata stood, arms folded, expression unreadable. Sensei probably knows, but I doubt he'd tell me. Ren mentally shrugged and turned his attention back to the ring. Oh well. Below, the fight resumed in full. Shunpei moved like a man trying to drown his own thoughts in steel. His strikes were aggressive, honed, each one a burst of precision and fury. He slashed, spun, and thrust. Mountain cutter. His blade came sweeping low with a twist of his body, the momentum meant to shatter Juaki's stance. Juaki parried. A clean deflection. Shunpei twisted mid-flow, following up with a tight arc slash toward the ribs. Silver slash. Blocked again. Juaki didn't retreat. He just repositioned. Always one step out of reach. Always calm. Shunpei pressed in harder. His frustration was bleeding into his movements. Then it happened. Juaki tilted his saber just as Shunpei overcommitted to a thrust. The angle shifted. Juaki didn't parry. He guided the blade, redirected it, using Shunpei's own momentum to throw him slightly off balance, and in that moment, Juaki stepped in. His blade moved fast. Not a wide arc. Not a slash meant to kill. Just one sharp, efficient strike. The blade cut cleanly into Shunpei's left shoulder, slicing across and cutting across, severing muscle, tendons, and control. Blood burst out in a wide spray. Shunpei stumbled back with a cry, clutching the stump that used to be his non-sword arm. The arm was lying on the platform, blood collecting around it. A sharp gasp echoed across the silent arena. Juaki slowly lowered his saber and looked at him, expression unchanged. Well, he said casually, now we're both alike. He tilted his head. Isn't that great? He grinned. Up above, the mood had shifted. On the central platform, General Seo finally broke her silence. Looks like he really did change his entire fighting style. Takashiro's brow furrowed deeply. How is this possible? He muttered. Just 3 years ago, he was an aggressive dual-blade user. Now he's fighting like a completely different person. A pure counter-style with a single sword. Seo looked over at him. Did you forget what Mifune-sama once said about Juaki? She turned back to the ring. If Juaki had discovered his talent for the blade when he was a child, Konoha would have had another S rank in their ranks. One who focused only on the sword. Takashiro's eyes remained locked on the fight. Juaki had stopped walking. He let Shunpei gather himself. But everyone watching could feel it. The tide had shifted. Shunpei growled low in his throat, anger and disbelief mixing into a roar. You damned bastard. How dare you do this to me? His face twisted in rage, but his eyes told a different story. They kept darting frantically to the side platform, as if looking for someone to step in, to stop this. Juaki, who had been calm and casual since the start of the duel, raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. Oh, you stepped into the arena of final accord and now you complain. He let out a low whistle as he glanced toward the Land of Iron delegation. The quality of samurais really dropped, huh? A few silent frowns formed on the platform, but no one spoke. Juaki casually rested his saber on his shoulder and began walking slowly across the arena floor. You asked me a few questions earlier, he said. I didn't answer then because I figured I'd show you instead. He gave Shunpei a glance, making no effort to stop him from trying to treat his injury. Instead, he just kept walking, talking with the same laid-back tone. Can I still fight in this state? Well, you tell me, you're the one who lost an arm. He shrugged. Does my body remember the sword? Probably better than yours. After all, I've been countering you the whole time. Shunpei's face tightened, still pressing on the wound at his shoulder. As for the name Twin Reaper. I guess that doesn't work now, right? Kind of hard to be a twin when one of your blades is gone. Juaki turned to the platforms and raised his voice. Hey, think of a better nickname for me, would you? I'm open to suggestions. Up above, Ren grinned. He could already tell what his father was about to do. Juaki smiled and continued. And about the last question, no, my son doesn't know what I did in the past. But that's not your concern. His eyes met Ren's on the platform. That's for me to think about. For me to talk about. And for him to know about when the time comes. He pointed up. Wait a little longer, brat. Ren nodded once, grin widening. Juaki finally turned back toward Shunpei, who had steadied himself, teeth clenched and katana gripped tight in his only good hand. I guess that settles everything, Juaki said calmly. That should let you rest in peace. Shunpei's eyes widened, just as Juaki's figure flickered. A sharp wind blew past and in the next moment, Shunpei's head fell. His body dropped just a moment later. Juaki stood behind him, saber now lowered to his side. He didn't speak. He just stared quietly as the blood spread across the cold steel of the arena floor. Up on the platform, Ren's eyes widened. The moment the final blow landed, a notification blinked on in his system. Target, Juaki Takahashi, level 79. That's Ren inhaled, startled. His system wasn't the only one that noticed. From the Konoha delegation's side, Yutakida's voice broke the silence. His tone was hushed but filled with a quiet thrill. Did he? Homura, standing beside him, shook his head slowly. Not yet, he replied. But his tone held unmistakable excitement. He just needs one more push. Ren's eyes widened further. So it's true, Dad really can become an S rank. But then what the hell happened before? I can only see 20 levels above mine, but the system showed me Dad's, and how the hell did his level increase so much? System? He asked mentally, but no response came. Up on the platform, Takeshiro thought, it seems that the Reaper remains. General Takeshiro's voice rang out across the arena, breaking any thoughts anyone might be having. The winner of this duel is Juaki Takahashi, stand-in for Ambassador Shikaru Nara. He looked across the arena, his voice now solemn. As per the sacred code of the Arena of Final Accord, Shikaru Nara is cleared of all charges. Further diplomatic matters shall be discussed between the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire. You are all free to leave. Without waiting for anything else, he turned and stepped down from the platform. General Ryoma followed him, silent as ever. General Seo lingered for a moment longer, her eyes still on Juaki. Then she gave a subtle nod to no one in particular, and walked away. As the Konoha delegation began to make their way down the stairs, Ren jumped straight from the platform into the arena. He landed smoothly and walked over to his father, who was still staring at his saber, blade slightly stained. Ren grinned. We don't have to go rogue anymore. Juaki looked down at him and gave a wide grin. Damn right we don't. Both of them laughed. There was something strangely comforting in that moment. Ren looked at his father, really looked stronger, deadlier, closer to S rank than before. He thought, the stronger Dad is, the better. At least then, no one can ever threaten me through him. And he can protect me until I am ready and surpass him. His thoughts were interrupted as someone shoved him aside. He turned with a frown, only to see Yujeo standing in front of Juaki, eyes practically glowing. Please teach me, she shouted. Juaki blinked, taken aback. Then he laughed and reached out to rub her head. We'll talk about it later. Just then, Homura, Utakida, and Shikaru arrived, each offering quiet congratulations. The group gathered for just a few moments, because with the duel concluded, and justice delivered, the crisis in the Land of Iron had finally come to an end. Chapter 82, Ujeo.exe has initiated Sword Simp mode. Read the notes at the end. Also, I read the comments that the Discord link has expired, so here it is https://discord.gg/vv884fk5r3 right brace. Once the duel was over, each delegation returned to their respective residences. It didn't take long for word to spread across the Land of Iron that Minister Shunpei was dead. But there were no protests, no loud outcries, no chaos in the streets. Because here, in the Land of Iron, the sacred law of the duel was final. The one who stood victorious was deemed right, no matter what others might believe. The law cared not for opinions, only for survival. With the trial settled, the Konoha negotiation team finally found themselves busy. Now that Juaki had won, it meant the Land of Fire had been falsely accused and they had every right to demand compensation. Ren didn't know the details. Honestly, he didn't care either. What was far more entertaining was Yujeo shadowing Juaki wherever he went, constantly begging him to teach her. Please, Juaki-san. Just one session. Can you at least show me how you parried that vertical strike? But Juaki always laughed, always deflected. Maybe later? We'll see. I'm busy right now. He never gave her a concrete answer, which only made Yujeo more desperate and more frustrated. 2 more days passed. The negotiations finally came to a close, and with that, the Konoha delegation was free to leave. With the lockdown lifted, the streets of the Iron Capital were starting to return to normal. People walked the roads again, shops reopened, and the snow-covered city began to breathe like it used to, though a quiet stillness still hung in the air. At the main gates, the Konoha delegation gathered. Elder Homura stood near General Takeshiro, speaking with a neutral expression, exchanging formalities. A little distance away, Juaki and Ren were off to the side, having their own conversation. Juaki exhaled slowly. Listen, brat, I'm not heading back to the village with you. There are some things that I need to do. Ren glanced at him. Why are you being all mysterious? Just say you're going off to train. Then he lowered his voice, leaned in a little closer, and grinned. Or don't tell me you're sticking around here to get me a new mom. He subtly motioned toward General Seo, who stood across the courtyard, arms folded, giving last instructions to one of her men. Juaki coughed, hard. He reached out and rubbed Ren's head violently. You brat. That's no way to talk to your father. Still, Juaki couldn't stop himself from stealing a glance at Seo. Unfortunately, she happened to look over at the same time. Their eyes met. Juaki quickly looked away. All right, he said, tone serious again. Listen up. Even though I won't be in the village, if you ever need anything, and I mean anything, go ask Utakida. He'll help you. He placed a hand on Ren's shoulder and looked him straight in the eyes. When I come back, I'll be even stronger than I am now, so you better not slack off. Then his serious expression broke into a loud, carefree laugh. He gave Ren a solid pat on the back. Then the two of us will rule the village and kick that old man out. Ren stared at him, completely deadpan. He sighed. Juaki laughed harder. After that, Juaki had a short word with Utakida, nodding once as they exchanged quiet words. the kind that only comrades understood. Then he turned to Yujeo, who had been standing nearby like a stalking hawk, clearly waiting for a final answer. All right, little one, Juaki said. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to her. I'm giving you this. If I'm satisfied with your progress, I'll take you in officially as my student. Yujeo's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, Juaki-san. She bowed, scroll held tightly in both hands. Juaki just laughed and waved her off. By then, Homura and Takeshiro had also concluded their discussion. With final words exchanged and formalities handled, the Konoha delegation turned and finally began their journey back home. As they walked down the road, the massive iron gates of the capital slowly began to close behind them. Ren turned back one last time. He saw Juaki still standing near the gates. Right beside him was General Seo. Ren grinned. He raised a hand and waved, then gave a dramatic thumbs up. Juaki saw it and gave a small smile in return. He lifted a hand and waved back. Then the gates of the Iron Capital closed behind them. The mission was over. The land of iron was behind them. Now Konoha awaited. The journey back to Konoha took another 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, the faint silhouette of the village gates finally came into view, peeking over the distant tree tops. The moment they reached the edge of the village, a collective exhale escaped the Konoha delegation. There was no cheering, no loud words, just the quiet relief that came from knowing they were finally home. Ren, walking alongside Yujeo and Hitachi, looked up at the familiar gates and gave a soft nod. Even if he didn't have much loyalty to the village itself, it's still the place he calls home here, and it always feels good to return home. After clearing the standard gate procedure, the groups began to split. The negotiation team veered off first, escorted toward the administrative wing. Meanwhile, Homura, Udakata, and the Genin trio made their way to the Hokage's office to listen to the Hokage. Once they arrived outside the office, Homura stepped forward and knocked once on the wooden door. There was a brief pause before the voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi came from inside. Come in. They entered in formation. Team 1 bowed respectfully as they entered. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood behind his desk, his ever-present pipe resting nearby. A warm smile appeared on his face as he looked at them. Good work, Team 1. He nodded slowly, eyes resting on each of them in turn. Despite being Genin, you performed exceptionally well in a delicate foreign mission. The reports I received spoke highly of your conduct, precision, and results. Ren blinked once. The words were nice, polished, standard. He pretended to listen as the Hokage continued offering diplomatic praise. When Hiruzen finally reached the end of his speech, he gave a light chuckle. This mission shall be recorded as an S-rank diplomatic mission in your service records. You can expect a generous payout accordingly. He paused again, turning his attention directly to Ren. Ah, young Ren. I've been informed about Juaki's decision to remain behind. Ren gave a nod. You'll continue to rely on your sensei, of course, Hiruzen continued, glancing toward Udakata. However, if ever there's something even he cannot assist you with, you are welcome to consult me directly. His tone was warm, like a grandfather offering candies. All right, you three are free to go. The Genin bowed once more. Thank you, Hokage-sama. They turned and filed out of the room, leaving the heavy door to swing closed behind them. Now that the Genin had left, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and turned his attention to the two remaining men. Homura, who had already taken a seat across from the desk, and Udakata, who stood silently nearby. The Hokage gestured lightly with his hand for him to sit as Udakata sat quietly, and now, at last, the true debrief began. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, fingers resting lightly on the desk as he asked. So, how did the later negotiations go? Homura answered without hesitation. They were rather generous, he said, folding his arms, but I suppose that's to be expected. They didn't want their general's name leaking out, even indirectly. Their own negotiation team looked confused when Takeshiro agreed to all the demands. Hiruzen allowed himself a small smile. That was exactly what he wanted. Even if the mission hadn't completely destabilized the Land of Iron's leadership, it had cracked the surface, and the cracks would spread over time. The compensation, of course, was a nice bonus. Homura continued, checking off items with his fingers. First, they'll be issuing a public notice acknowledging what happened. He smirked slightly. Of course, all of it will be framed to blame Minister Shunpei. But the other nations aren't fools. They'll read between the lines. Everyone will know something more was at play. Hiruzen nodded slightly as Homura went on. Shikara will resume position as temporary ambassador, at least until we either reappoint him or name someone new. Monetary compensation will be 120 million ryo, with 50 million of that earmarked directly for the village. The money was officially being given to the Land of Fire, not just Konoha, since the diplomatic incident was between nations, not only their military arms. 70 million would go to the Fire Daimyo. The remaining 50 million would be filtered through the village's chain of command. That payout would first cover compensation to the negotiation team, Team 1, and of course, Homura himself, who led the operation. Homura continued, voice steady. As for chakra metal, originally, they offered 1.5 kilograms, but I gave them the coin. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. The one from Takeshi's house. He had read this from Yoru's report and knew what it was. Homura nodded. In exchange, they raised it to 2 kilograms, though they added a clause that we'll have to use their blacksmiths for any creations made using that supply. Hiruzen made a thoughtful sound, already running calculations in his mind. The Land of Iron mined approximately 10 kilograms of chakra metal a year. Giving away 2 kilograms was a significant concession, 1/5 of their annual yield. In comparison, Konoha's reserves, even with careful extraction and purchase, barely matched that per year. And unlike the Land of Iron, Konoha couldn't mine chakra metal sustainably. Most of it came from trade or salvaging old mines. Homura finished with the last item. They also approved a Kenjutsu exchange program. 6 months, starting next year. 3 participants allowed? Hiruzen gave a satisfied nod. It sounds generous, he thought, but considering what they avoided, it was the minimum they had to offer for peace. He turned to Yudakata. Send Yujiro Uzuki as one of the participants next year. Yudakata looked thoughtful. I was hoping to enter the team into the Chunin exams this year, since they're being hosted in Konoha. Hiruzen shook his head. They can take the one after that. That one's also scheduled to be held in Konoha. He exhaled lightly and added, going to this mission in the Land of Iron, they must have already started drawing attention. If we push them into Chunin rank too early, one of them even at age 9, no less will make the other villages restless. We will make further arrangements later. Yudakata nodded at that. It was a valid concern. He bowed slightly and, after receiving Hiruzen's permission, turned and left. Once Yudakata was gone, Homura glanced toward the Hokage, narrowing his eyes. You know, you should just tell me when you and Danzo are pulling strings. His tone was dry. You two are unnecessarily making my job harder. Hiruzen chuckled softly, almost playfully. Well, we didn't want you getting rusted. He gave the desk a few light taps with his fingers. Moments later, there was a faint flicker of movement in the shadows. Yoru appeared without a sound. Chapter 83, still no mom, but at least we have mastery points. Once Yoru appeared, Hiruzen tapped his desk lightly. A soft hum vibrated through the office as the embedded seals activated, shielding the room. He didn't waste time. Let's start with Juaki, the Hokage said, smoke trailing from the pipe in his hand. What is his current status? Homura answered first. He just needs one more push, he said. Right now, he's in a passive state. His strength won't decrease, but it won't grow either. Hiruzen nodded, exhaling a stream of smoke. Keep tabs on his location at all times. Don't monitor him too closely, just enough to have a general idea of where he is. Yoru nodded silently. Hiruzen leaned back slightly, remembering the others he'd seen on the edge of this threshold. Right now, he's at his weakest and strongest, both. If things go our way, we'll have another S rank on our side. If not. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Homura had seen that path unfold more than once. Yoru had walked it himself. The Hokage tapped his pipe against the ashtray and spoke again. Also, inform Jiraiya. He'd want to see Juaki. There was a pause, then Hiruzen's expression shifted, becoming sharper. What about the fake merchant? Homura frowned as he heard the shift in tone. Did he betray us? Hiruzen gave a slow nod. Yoru answered. Yes. He confessed during interrogation. We eliminated him immediately after. He continued. All leaks have been contained, though there's an off chance that General Ryama may have picked up on something. I can eliminate him, he offered calmly. Hiruzen tapped the desk again, thinking. No, better to keep him alive. He looked directly at Yoru. Assign someone to keep a quiet eye on him. More importantly, his voice dropped slightly. I want to know which village he's colluding with. That was the real threat. The Umbu had confirmed that General Ryama was seeking to reform the Land of Iron with backing from one of the 5 great nations. But they hadn't been able to identify which one, as Ryama was careful and time would be needed. Yoru nodded. The conversation moved forward, covering the details of the hidden mission, the fallback measures, and the intelligence operations being spun in its aftermath. Once all that was covered, Hiruzen asked, what of Team 1? Homura answered before Yoru could. They were splendid. It was their first covert mission, and they performed far beyond expectations. Yoru agreed. As you requested, I kept an eye on them. He began with the evaluation. Hitachi Abarame. Potential, high-level Jonin. Maximum potential, elite Jonin. Hiruzen nodded. If the Abarame clan shares their air-level techniques with him, that's well within reach. Yes, Yoru confirmed. His deduction skills and decision-making were excellent. I would recommend him for the Umbu. Hiruzen made a note and gestured for him to continue. Yujiro Uzuki. Potential, high-level Jonin. However, Juaki Takahashi has made a promise that, if he's satisfied with her progress, he'll take her on as his personal student. That actually surprised Hiruzen. Juaki agreed. He chuckled softly. I asked him many times if he wanted students. He always refused. Homura shrugged. Well, you know how he is. Even if he agreed now, who knows what kind of test he'll give her down the line. Yoru continued. Her intelligence is strong, but her deductive skills are currently lacking. Her personality is also ill-suited for high-pressure missions at this stage. He paused. If she matures, she could be Umbu material. Hiruzen took a thoughtful puff of his pipe. Maybe the Kenjutsu exchange will help temper that side of her. Yoru nodded and moved on. Ren Takahashi. Minimum potential, S rank. Hiruzen waved it off. Skip the potential. I know that already. Tell me what you observed during the mission. Yoru's continued. Excellent deductions. Outstanding political intuition. Homura chimed in. He deduced immediately why General Ryama's name should be kept within internal reports only. He made the call on the spot. Yoru added, I believe he also suspects the entire ploy was orchestrated in part by you. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Why do you think so? Both Yoro and Homura answered at the same time. Hunch. Hiruzen stared at them for a moment, then leaned back with a small chuckle. Well, it doesn't matter. If he figured it out, good. If not, he'll learn soon enough. He tapped the desk lightly. What about his personality? Yoro paused. Calm. Rational. In some ways, more like Udakata than Juiki. But he cares deeply about his father. He added, he told Juiki outright that if something went wrong in the arena, he would jump in, regardless of the consequences. If the village wouldn't back them, they'd go rogue. Homura frowned immediately. I understand his loyalty to his father, but that puts him at flight risk. But Hiruzen shook his head. No, you don't need to worry. He turned back to Yoro. If the same situation had involved a teammate or Udakata, do you think his response would have been the same? Yoro thought for a moment and answered, teammates 10%. Udakata 25%. Hiruzen nodded toward Homura. You see? He can distinguish. His deepest bond right now is his father. That's his anchor to the village. As long as nothing happens to Juiki from our end, Ren remains loyal. He exhaled slowly. He lacks bonds with his comrades for now, but that will change as he grows and connects with more people. Homura considered that and gave a nod. Still, we should observe him closely. I agree, Hiruzen said. But we should also start laying the groundwork now. He looked at Yoro. Yoro gave a subtle nod. He understood his assignment. He had done this before, and he would do it again. Hiruzen asked one final question. Do you want him to join the numbers? Even though the Umbu were under the Hokage, the numbers were a squad formed directly under Yoro's command, a specialized S-rank tier unit. Hiruzen always took Yoro's word before selecting members. Yoro gave a rare moment of thought. Yes. Hiruzen nodded. Then, during the time Yujao is in the Kenjutsu program, I'll assign Team 1 to coordinate more with the Umbu. Let Ren get familiar with the structure. Once he becomes a Chunin, you can induct him. Yoro flickered out without a word. Homura stood, gave a tired sigh, and walked toward the door. Once he left, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained alone, pipe in hand, staring out the window over the village. And just like that, Ren Takahashi's future was planned. Once Team 1 was dismissed from the Hokage's office, the three members split up almost immediately. After all, it had been nearly 2 weeks since they last stepped foot inside the village. Naturally, they wanted to check in with their families. Ren, however, had other plans. Instead of heading straight home, he made his way to the forest behind the Hokage monument, a place rarely visited, since it was not suited for standard training, but perfect for unrestrained destruction. Once there, he let loose. He activated his chakra-enhanced strength and began pounding the ground, fists shaking the earth with each impact. He darted through the trees, wind-enhanced movement amplifying his speed. Raisnon after Raisnon exploded against tree trunks, sending shards of bark and debris into the air. For a full 30 minutes, Ren tore through the forest like a storm. Finally, he stopped, breathing steadily. He stretched out his arms and shoulders, muscles still twitching from the exertion. Damn, that felt good, he thought, rolling his neck. It's been almost 2 weeks without any real action. My body was starting to go stiff. He looked around at the wreckage he caused, felled trees, cracked earth, broken stone. Good thing no one comes here often. It's not great for technique work, but perfect for blowing off steam. After a few more stretches, he turned and began walking home. Once inside, he showered, changed, and grabbed something to eat. He didn't bother cooking extra this time. With Juiki not around, there was no reason to wait or double the portions. While eating, he leaned back and let his thoughts wander. I don't remember anyone like Dad or even Udakata-sensei appearing in the original Naruto. And definitely not someone like Yoru. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This world, it's not exactly like the anime. Then again, he thought, maybe his presence was causing changes. Maybe this timeline had always been different. He picked up more rice with his chopsticks and shrugged internally. Doesn't matter. By the time these changes affect anything, I'll already be strong enough to deal with them. His gaze turned to his system notification, finally acknowledging the blinking reward panel. Congratulations user for completing your first S-rank mission. Rewards, observe upgrade, click for details, plus 10 Jonin level points, plus 20 int for 10 minutes. He clicked on the observe upgrade, and a new window opened. Skill upgrade, observe, linked context. When using observe, you can now briefly see the name of associated contact from the target's recent interactions, maximum, 4 people. Ren blinked. That's an oddly specific reward for this mission. He thought back to his previous rewards, usually basic stats or classification upgrades. But this one was clearly tailored to covered intel work. Not helpful in combat, but very useful in political and stealth operations. He smirked slightly. If someone like Hiruzen or Danzo sends someone to spy on me, I might just catch them. Assuming they're within the last 4 people they've met. He moved on to the third reward, plus 20 intelligence for 10 minutes. System, do I have to claim it now? Negative. Good. He nodded. Better to save it until I need to learn something high level. Maybe a seal or a complex jutsu once I hit higher int. He looked at his current intelligence, 65. Stacking this later when I'm closer to the S-rank mark would maximize its value. He then glanced over to his Jonin points. Over the last 3 months of missions and training, he had earned 6 points. With the 10 new points his total now stood at 16. Now it was time for distribution. Over the 3 months he practiced the chakra-enhanced strength. All his trainable stats, STR, AGI, INT, had increased, however his vitality had stayed the same and his chakra also didn't increase, so these points were good to have. He first added 6 points to vitality, bringing it from 73 rightward arrow 79. That alone pushed his chakra stat up by 1 point. He frowned slightly. Only 1 point increase for 6 in vitality? It's double the cost from before. Still, he had expected diminishing returns. He then dumped 8 points into chakra, raising it from 71 rightward arrow 79. I don't think my chakra and vitality would be growing anytime soon now since they are both at the limits of the Jonin rank, and I don't think that even system would just increase them by adding points. At that time, the system rang again. Int +1. Int, 66. Looks like I was right, it would require something else too for getting the stats to the S rank, but oh well, this is enough for now. I should let my other stats catch up to the 2. He glanced at the pitiful 52 in strength and decided to just add the 1 point he had left to it, raising it to 53. Once his strength had crossed 50, the system had given him 5 intermediate level mastery points. At that time he thought it was less than expected, but he understood that as his strength grows the system would also decrease the quantity of the rewards, but since he was still getting the rewards for now he didn't mind. Once he was done with the distribution, he opened his stats. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 53. HP, VITX 100, 7900/7900. CP, CHA X 100, 7900/7900. Attributes. Strength, 53, 49 + 3 + 1. Agility, 60, 58 + 2. Intelligence, 66, 61 + 4 + 1. Vitality, 79, 73 + 6. Chakra, 79, 70 + 1 + 8. Mastery panel. Wind style, 78%, advanced. Earth style, 74%, intermediate. Fire style, 51%, intermediate. Lightning style, 5%, beginner. Yang release, 28%, basic. Space release, 32%, basic. Chakra enhancement, 66%, intermediate. Chakra control, 84%, advanced. Irai Jutsu, 39%, basic. Funjutsu, 36%, basic. Mastery points, 8 intermediate level points, 10 advanced level points, 2 master level points. Ninja panel, ninjutsu, 60/100. Taijutsu, 62/100. Genjutsu, 43/100. Funjutsu, 36/100. There weren't many changes in the mastery since he didn't use the points. Most of them were already high enough, so the increase in them wasn't much, just a % or 2. The maximum increase was in the chakra enhancement and the chakra control. As his chakra enhancement mastery increased, he felt his control over chakra enhanced strength also increased. He had thought about using the mastery points, but since he didn't necessarily have any need for them now, he just left them for the future. He just hoped that his decision of hoarding the points would be good, otherwise he would be quite sad that he didn't use his points before. Closing the panel, he washed the dishes and went out to train since it was just noon and he had too much stored energy. Chapter 84, Getting Pegged by the Oldest Man, Jungle Edition, Part 4. Following the Land of Iron mission, Utakata had allowed the members of Team 1 a month of free training, citing that he had to take a mission assigned to him and would not be available for a while. Due to this, Team 1 was free to train however they wanted for a month, but it wasn't really whatever they wanted for Yujao and Hitachi. Yujao had to study the scroll that Juaki gave her. Ren had tried to peek at the scroll multiple times, but Yujao never allowed it, so he just shrugged and left it alone. Hitachi would also be training with his clan elders, so he too wasn't free to train what he wanted. Since Ren wasn't given any specific training, he was the only one truly free. However, he also had many things to practice, so what he did was enter the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death itself was also divided in 2 parts, one where the Chunin exams took place, a relatively safer area, and the other, the restricted area, where no one was allowed to enter without permission. Entering the restricted area wasn't much difficult for Ren. He was able to use Observe to figure out the location of the Umbu tasked with guarding the area and avoided them to directly enter the area. There was a Funjutsu barrier guarding the perimeter, however, after a little work, he was able to disrupt it just enough that his entry was possible. If there was someone who could still sense that someone had broken into the area, it would just be the Hokage. But Ren believed that he could find ways to make the old man drop the matter, if it ever even came up. It was a day as peaceful as any in the village hidden in the leaves, with shinobi jumping across the rooftops on their way to collect or carry out missions involving manslaughter, arson, robbery, or anything else that happened to fall within the honorable scope of their job. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, grumbling about paperwork but still continuing to push through it. He read a report about there being unusual sounds in the restricted section of the Forest of Death, but without another thought, he burned it and moved on to the next. As he continued going through each report, he suddenly paused and looked to the side. Then, without a word, he vanished from his chair. A few kilometers away from his office, he appeared in a jungle thick with trees, where the canopy above was so dense it blocked out nearly all sunlight, making it look like nighttime. However, such things were hardly a challenge for a man of his caliber. Silently, he made his way deeper into the forest and stopped when he found the one he came for. Before him was the small back of a boy with light blue hair. The boy was oozing bloodlust so thick that it would make most shinobi run in the opposite direction. But to Hiruzen, such killing intent was like a soft breeze in spring. He watched the boy for a moment. The boy hadn't noticed yet that a predator stood behind him. Once Hiruzen made his decision, he stepped forward and spoke. Ho ho, I believe that is enough for now. You aren't yet ready for what's beyond this. When the voice reached Ren's ears, he reacted instantly, jumping up and spinning with a kick. But his leg was caught with ease, and before he could blink, he was flung across the clearing like a rag doll. Ren groaned, rolling across the leaf-covered ground and coming to a crouch, now facing the intruder. When his eyes landed on the one who had thrown him, he saw none other than the third Hokage himself, looking at him with a faint, amused smile. Ren stared for a second. Hiruzen did the same. Then, without a word, Ren launched himself forward. He rushed with a basic taijutsu combination of low sweep, straight jab, then a feint to an elbow strike. Hiruzen moved only his arms and legs, blocking each move like he was swatting a fly. The third stance never even shifted, and his breathing remained calm. Ren pivoted back and charged again, this time mixing his movement with chakra-enhanced feints. A stomp to distract, a side step to flank, and a fake knee to lead into a hook. Hiruzen calmly leaned aside and tapped Ren's leg with his hand, disrupting his footing just slightly before hopping back. You rely too much on raw speed making it predictable, Hiruzen said, gently. Ren flipped back, narrowed his eyes, and activated the seal on his forehead. The moment he did, a thin glow flickered just beneath his skin. Gate of opening. Ren's muscles tensed and expanded, but there was no visible strain, no twitch of imbalance. His chakra flowed in tight control, and his breathing was eerily calm for someone using the 8 gates. He moved instantly, much faster than before, but Hiruzen still read the motion. Hiruzen dodged each strike with short, economic movements. Occasionally, he'd shift his head by centimeters, or block with just 2 fingers. Better. But you're rushing your weight transfer. That punch should have come from your hip, not your shoulder. Ren grunted, immediately changing his technique mid-assault. And that uppercut, good power, but no follow-up to pressure me. He corrected again, adjusting his rhythm as he attacked, absorbing every word. Even so, Hiruzen parried a hook with his palm and then pushed Ren back with a single palm strike to the chest. Impressive control, Hiruzen commented, pushing Ren back with a flick of his hand. You stabilize the blood pressure in your brain. That seal on your forehead, it keeps your mind from fogging when you open the gate, doesn't it? Ren didn't answer. He was already back on the offensive, chaining together faster, tighter strikes. He darted in again, aiming 3 precise palm thrusts at Hiruzen's chest, throat, and ribs. Hiruzen flicked his wrist and sent Ren spiraling again with a twist of momentum. Still, you'll have to do more than that to surprise me. Ren flipped midair and landed in a crouch, breathing heavily. And Hiruzen? The third stood there without a scratch, still smiling like this was just an afternoon walk. Come, Ren, he said, calmly. Show me the next step. Without a word, Ren closed the first gate. The moment the seal on his forehead dimmed, he felt the tension in his muscles ease, his chakra flow stabilizing as it returned under his full control. His breathing slowed, but the sharpness in his eyes remained. He dashed forward once again, but this time, just before striking, he created a shadow clone. The clone immediately propelled him upward with a focused palm strike to his back. As Ren soared above the clearing, the clone engaged Hiruzen with rapid taijutsu strikes, mimicking the same techniques Ren had used earlier. Hiruzen, still calm, dispatched the clone with a swift palm to the chest, making it vanish in a puff of smoke. But by then, Ren had already begun his next move. As he descended from above, he twisted his body midair and brought his fist crashing down, chakra condensing into his arm. Chakra-enhanced impact, hollow smash. This was one of the many techniques mentioned in the chakra-enhanced technique scroll. The force of the blow shattered the ground below Hiruzen, roots burst apart, and stone cracked violently. A huge crater formed, and smoke and dust enveloped the entire area. To any outside observer, it would seem like a reckless, brute force technique meant for sheer destruction. But Hiruzen didn't move from his position. When the dust cleared, he stood perfectly still atop an earth platform he had created mid-explosion to elevate himself out of range. He looked around once and narrowed his eyes. Clever. Without turning, he flicked a small wind bullet from his mouth into the far left side of the crater. A chakra thread embedded in the broken rocks snapped instantly. The earth under him shifted subtly as a dozen kunai loaded with explosive tags launched upward from a hidden crevice, created during the impact. With barely a motion, Hiruzen raised 2 fingers. Earth-style, mud wall. A dense slab of earth erupted from the ground and intercepted the kunai midair. They exploded against the wall with a muffled blast. This was the trap Ren had created in case a beast pushed him to a corner, but instead of an animal beast it was used on a human beast. Not bad, Hiruzen said as he stepped down from the wall, brushing dust from his robe. But your setup took too long. In a real fight, I would have moved the moment I saw the initial impact. Try layering the explosive tags into your initial strike's recoil zone instead. That would reduce detection and add pressure. Ren nodded and rushed again, chakra flaring around his fists. This time, each strike had more precision, less brute strength, more intent. He twisted his foot to feint left and delivered a hook that forced Hiruzen to block. But the moment his hand met the hand, Ren used his other arm to jab into the ground. Chakra-enhanced pulse. The earth cracked beneath Hiruzen's feet, not from an attack, but to disturb his footing. Still, Hiruzen leapt back without breaking rhythm. You're starting to use your surroundings. That's good. Ren skidded back, his hands already flying into signs. Wind style, gale claw. Blades of wind in a claw shape flew toward Hiruzen, their edge sharp enough to slice through trees. Hiruzen raised a single hand. Fire style, ember palm. A small burst of flame laced with chakra collided with the wind claw, disrupting the current midair and dispersing the jutsu without even igniting the surroundings. Ren's hands blurred again. Wind style, cyclone pierce. A concentrated spiraling wind bullet shot toward him, its path unpredictable due to sudden erratic shifts in air pressure. Hiruzen didn't use any jutsu this time. He simply stepped left and let the technique shoot past him. That one was A rank. If you're going to burn that much chakra, make sure your target has fewer movement options first. Ren didn't stop. He slid into another stance. Wind style, crescent barrage. 3 wide arc wind slashes came from 3 different directions. Hiruzen moved quickly this time, both hands forming a short sequence. Water style, ripple dome. A film of water burst upward, surrounding him in a spinning barrier. The wind blades met it and split around it harmlessly, the chakra dispersion caused by the spinning water neutralizing the cutting edge of the wind. Ren's eyes narrowed. So that's how he breaks them. Water against sharp dispersion, fire for current disruption, and minimal evasion when the output is inefficient, he thought. I'm throwing power, but he's countering with balance. Every jutsu, every movement, optimized. Damn, the old man's fighting with more efficiency than I've ever seen. Hiruzen gave him a nod, as though hearing the thought. Your chakra control is excellent, and your jutsu execution speed is far above genin level. But don't forget, it's not always about how strong your technique is, it's about how you apply it when it matters most. Ren exhaled slowly, his muscles relaxed but his heart raced. He knew Hiruzen hadn't even tried yet. Ren thought for a moment, then dashed forward once again with renewed focus, chakra gathering in his limbs. Hiruzen watched calmly as he intercepted yet another chakra-enhanced strike, allowing it to crash into the ground nearby, splintering it apart. Excellent for his age, Hiruzen mused, deflecting Ren's blow with practiced ease. But would that be it? Ren suddenly jumped back and began forming clones again. This time, he created several low chakra earth clones, E-rank level, fragile enough to crumble on impact. They scattered around Hiruzen, some rushing forward clumsily, drawing attention. Meanwhile, a single shadow clone formed near Hiruzen, launching another feinting assault, forcing him to stay mobile. Hiruzen easily evaded a clone's kick and parried another's half-hearted strike with a flick of his hand, raising a brow, testing the reaction. Is he? At that moment, Ren stood silently atop a tall tree just above Hiruzen. His palm turned outward as he slowly formed a glowing orb of chakra and made the raise non, but he didn't stop there. His fingers twitched slightly as thin threads of wind chakra layered over the sphere. The raise non began to hiss, its edges blurring into a buzz of slicing wind. It spun faster, its form starting to stretch and distort. Up until now, Ren had never been able to fully throw the Raisen Shuriken. Like Naruto once experienced, the unstable form would always collapse midair or damage the user. But since learning chakra-enhanced strength and improving his chakra control, he had found a solution. He still couldn't throw it like a shuriken, but he could toss it with enough control that it wouldn't collapse. On the ground, Hiruzen, who was still toying with the clones, suddenly paused. Below, Hiruzen's eyes widened. Did he? In that instant, the clones surrounding him dissolved as Hiruzen released a quick pulse of chakra, breaking them down into dust. His body moved on instinct, flickering from his position with a blur of speed. At that exact moment, Ren let go. The Raisen Shuriken spun violently as it was tossed downward, tearing through the air with a sound like dozens of high-pitched blades slicing in unison. Ren's arm snapped back from the weight of the shuriken, but at least it held the shape. The spinning sphere of chakra plummeted directly onto the space where Hiruzen had just been. A split second of eerie silence followed then. Boom. Chapter 85, Diplomacy has failed, deploy the child. I know, so I kindly request you all to shut up. I'll clear things out tomorrow, yes tomorrow too. Shush. Alt title, Ren Takahashi vs. The entire forest biome. The Raisen Shuriken hit the jungle floor and detonated with a deep, rushing sound, like a sudden burst of wind tearing through the trees. The ground shook violently as the compressed chakra released all at once, sending dirt, leaves, and splinters in every direction. Nearby trees snapped and collapsed, some cut clean through, others torn apart as if shredded by invisible blades. A wide, circular patch of forest was flattened instantly. The grass was stripped away, and the soil dug out in deep spiraling grooves. For a moment, the jungle fell completely silent, the air thick with dust and the sharp tinge of chakra residue. Then came the groaning creak of half-snapped trunks tipping over, followed by the soft patter of leaves and debris falling from the sky like rain after a storm. In the center of it all was a scorched clearing, smooth-edged and perfectly round, undeniable evidence of just how precise and devastating the jutsu had been. Ren stood atop a high branch, steadying himself. The second everything returned to normal, he grabbed his right arm, wincing. Even without looking, he could tell it was broken. He quickly began working on it, channeling chakra into his palm and activating the mystical palm technique to fix the fractures. It's not as bad as Naruto's injury, but the entire arm still gave out due to how dense the chakra was, Ren thought, hissing as he aligned the bone. How the hell did that guy throw one of these overhead with one hand? Either he's not human, or I really need to bulk up. As he finished healing, he looked down again. The ground was already changing. Hiruzen was calmly moving through the decimated clearing, forming seals with one hand, reshaping the land, flattening earth, replanting broken roots, and manipulating the ground to repair the structural damage. Ren squinted and finally noticed something else. There were thin seals glowing faintly in the air. That's a barrier, he realized. A full Funjutsu array cast over the whole zone, and I didn't even notice when he set it up. He clicked his tongue. So not only did he dodge the Raisin Shuriken, but he also had time to place a suppressing seal to block out the sound and chakra signature from leaking. How fast is this old man? A few seconds later, Hiruzen finished his repairs. He gave the cleared battlefield a long look, as if measuring the scale of destruction. Then, without a word, he appeared beside Ren. Let's go. With that, he flickered away. Ren followed. When they reappeared, they were back in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen activated several hidden seals with a tap of his staff. Moments later, an Umbu appeared from the shadows, bowing slightly. Fix the restricted area in the Forest of Death, Hiruzen ordered. The Umbu nodded and vanished instantly. Hiruzen sat down behind his desk, lit his pipe with a small spark of fire chakra, and took a puff, exhaling slowly as he looked at Ren, who had taken a seat with a silent nod of approval. Earlier, Hiruzen began, I was planning to commend you for surviving in the forest that far in. I was honestly impressed. Then I decided, why not see your skills firsthand? He let out a dry chuckle, smoke curling from his lips. But color me surprised, you just dropped a nuke on this old man. He laughed again, this time more genuinely, then leaned forward slightly. Well, now I'm curious. Why don't you explain how you were able to use that jutsu, and every other detail about it? Ah, and of course he waved his pipe lazily, this meeting won't be disadvantageous for you, I promise. Speak freely. Ren sat still for a moment, watching the old man. He understood perfectly well, normally, a request like that would be an insult. Asking about the details of someone's personal or signature jutsu, especially one of that level, was outright taboo in the shinobi world. But this wasn't just any jutsu. Raisin Shuriken, he thought, the jutsu the fourth Hokage failed to complete, the jutsu only Naruto could master later, and even then, use it freely only because of how his body and chakra worked while in the sage mode. And now an 8-year-old genin just tossed one into the dirt like a firecracker. He sighed inwardly. But he didn't really mind. The Raisin Shuriken wasn't something just anyone could use. Even if the Hokage knew every single step of how he made it, not many people could replicate it, especially not without wind affinity, high chakra control, and the Raisin base. And more importantly, he doubted Hiruzen would share the secret freely. The old man's offer of a reward only sweetened the deal. Ren began, when sensei was first teaching me Raisin, he dropped a hint that the jutsu was incomplete for now. Hiruzen gave a small nod, showing he was listening. So once I developed a high-level mastery over the Raisin, Ren continued, I began thinking that only an elemental transformation could complete a non-elemental jutsu. That's when I started experimenting by applying wind chakra to it. He raised his hand and formed a Raisin with ease. This was the first form. Wind chakra started to surround the spinning orb until it was completely wrapped, forming the wind style, Raisin. Ren looked around, and Hiruzen pointed casually toward one of the reinforced walls of the office. Ren nodded and tossed the orb. It hit the wall with a compressed boom, leaving no noticeable impact due to the seals. Using wind chakra, I was able to throw the Raisin, which helped remove one of its original limitations, but even then, it didn't feel like that alone made it complete. Hiruzen didn't interrupt, only puffed lightly on his pipe. So I started testing it again. Then one day, while I was practicing, I tried changing the chakra structure entirely. Instead of surrounding it with a film of wind, I reshaped the chakra itself, and that's when I stumbled upon the shuriken form. Hiruzen's eyes twitched slightly at the word stumbled. He could tell it was a bit of a bluff, but he didn't press it. Ren was smart to not reveal everything, and Hiruzen appreciated the discretion. Ren continued, since I had the basic control down, with wind chakra mastery and good chakra control, I started working on it seriously. At first, I needed a shadow clone to maintain the wind nature while I focused on the Raisin itself and shaped it, but after enough practice, I was able to handle the entire process myself. He paused, then added, however, the technique still has a big flaw. It's very difficult to throw, even with my level of chakra control. At best, I can toss it forward, but it's not reliable enough to use in fast-paced combat. That's why I'm not using it openly yet. I call it the Raisin Shuriken, he said. Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully as he assessed the name and asked, the chakra cost. Ren thought for a moment. Roughly a fifth of my total reserves. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, analyzing everything with practiced ease. Even though he speaks casually about using shadow clones, it wouldn't be something he could train with only 1 or 2 clones. He must have used hundreds over time to practice and refine that shape transformation. This is also why Minato couldn't create this technique. Even if he used clones, he never had time for that level of refinement during the wars. He glanced at Ren, who was now quietly inspecting the layered seals within the office. Normally, no one was allowed to analyze those seals, but Hiruzen didn't mind. In fact, he chuckled. Well, new always surpasses the old. As it should. He looked back toward Ren and smiled. Good work, young Ren. I doubt many in history could declare to have developed an S-rank jutsu at the age of 8. Ren scratched his cheek with a shy smile. Thank you for the praise, Hokage-sama. But, can we not declare this to everyone just yet? Hiruzen raised a brow in amusement. Oh, and why not? Ren gave a small shrug. Well, as you said, I'm only Ig 9. He corrected himself with a blink as he realized. Today's October 10th, I just turned 9. Hiruzen's smile deepened. I see. Happy birthday then. He paused, then his tone grew slightly serious. I'm sure you know already, but let me give you a formal warning. Don't use that jutsu if there are too many allies around. And unless you're absolutely sure it will hit, don't use it in open combat. He pointed a finger as if driving the point home. Simply tossing it makes it far too easy to dodge. Until you learn how to throw it properly and safely, use it sparingly. Ren nodded quickly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe and gave a small wave of dismissal. That will be all for now. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Come here tomorrow morning. I'll give you a reward worthy of that technique and a birthday gift as well. Ren stood and bowed slightly, smiling. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He turned and walked out of the office. Once the door closed behind him, Hiruzen watched it for a moment, still smiling faintly. He waved his hand. 4 umbu appeared immediately. Still smiling, Hiruzen flexed his wrist. A kunao shot out from his sleeve, moving so fast it was little more than a blur. One of the umbu collapsed instantly with a dull thud, a kunao embedded in his mask and skull. The others didn't flinch. They silently moved forward to clean up the body. Hiruzen exhaled slowly, looking out the window toward the village bathed in sunlight. Sorry, old friend, he muttered to no one in particular. It isn't yet time for the young one to face you. As Hiruzen muttered those words, he leaned back slightly and took another drag from his pipe, eyes resting on the trails of smoke rising to the ceiling. Even though the boy played it off like he just stumbled upon it and practiced hard, it shouldn't have been that simple. He puffed again, thoughtful if it was really just as he described. Then someone like Minato, sharp as he was, wouldn't have remained clueless. Another drag. The boy is getting more and more interesting. First it was funjutsu, then medical jutsu, he even improvised the first gate. And now, he's created an S-rank jutsu. His lips curled slightly, a rare expression of pride mixed with curiosity. Albeit its base was ready-made, but to build upon it and refine it the way he has, even I couldn't complete that step. He exhaled slowly, then tapped dash into the tray on his desk as he pulled out a scroll and started writing some things. The Raisin Shuriken, it should require an extremely high level of chakra control, and not only that, the user must have an equally precise wind chakra mastery. Without both, one wouldn't even be able to begin forming that jutsu, much less complete it. He leaned back into his chair. Danzo could probably learn it, but what would be the fun in that? His grin deepened. Right now, that boy should be the second best wind style user in the village, only behind Danzo. I doubt even Asuma could compare to him anymore. Asuma's chakra control was never his strong suit, and his style is too direct. No subtlety. He took another long puff, the end of his pipe glowing faintly. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he waved his hand lightly. An umbu agent appeared beside his desk, silent as a shadow. Get me a list of missions related to the Land of Lightning, Hiruzen ordered, his tone casual, but he was already planning for the future. The umbu vanished without a word. Danzo, Orochimaru, Minato, and now Ren. The names echoed in his mind. We don't produce many wind-style shinobi in Konoha. Yet, every generation, we somehow end up with the best wind-style user of that era. He looked out the window at the sun filtering through the trees of the village, smoke rising slowly from his pipe. It's going to be fun, messing with those two brats, A and Raza. With that thought, the third Hokage leaned back into his chair, the smile on his face growing ever so slightly wider. Chapter 86, Naruto, We Made Friends. Ren, I made seismic events. Update schedule at the end. Once Ren left the Hokage building, he went straight home to take a bath. Almost a month of fighting in the jungle hadn't left him much time for a proper soak. Once home, he quickly prepared the bath and finally laid down in the tub, relaxing as the warm water sank into his bones. Damn, this feels good, he thought. Originally, his plan was to spend a few more days in the jungle before the month's time was up and Utakata was free again. However, he had been interrupted by the third Hokage. He didn't mind much. After all, he got to be humiliated by the old man, which he considered a good reward for pausing his adventure. He hadn't planned on fighting Hiruzen originally, but the moment he saw the old man's eyes back in the jungle, he knew he was being tested. So, he decided to show off his abilities a little. It's important to remind the Hokage that I'm a genius and deserve attention, he thought with a smirk. The Raisin Shuriken plan though, that was something I had to come up with, on the spot. Although he could have kept it hidden for now, he figured it wouldn't have benefited him much until he perfected it anyway. But now that Hiruzen knew about it, he was sure the Hokage would believe that he had been the one to complete the fourth's legendary jutsu. I don't think he would go around telling everyone either, except maybe Jiraiya and Danzo. Jiraiya is fine since he's dad and sensei's sensei, but Danzo might try something. Oh well, he shrugged. It's not such a big deal. Even if Danzo sends someone after me, unless it's an elite Jonin squad or Danzo comes himself, I'm pretty sure I could escape. Besides, it's worth the risk. He grinned slightly as he remembered the look on the Hokage's face and the promised rewards, and more importantly, he quickly pulled up his system panel and opened the blinking notification. Congratulations user for changing the canon, creation of Raisin Shuriken before Naruto Uzumaki. Rewards, Wind Affinity Boost. Ren frowned as he stared at the reward. That's it. He immediately opened his mastery panel, and his eyes widened. Wind Release Mastery, 53%. What the fuck, he blurted out in the empty bathroom. Hey system, what the hell happened to my advanced level wind mastery? What kind of boost? What kind of reward is this? However, no reply came from the system. Ren cursed under his breath. Damn it. Still fuming, he decided to test it. Right there in the bath, he started going through all of his wind jutsus one by one. As he used them, his frown deepened. What the hell? The jutsus are stronger. Drying himself off quickly, he threw on his clothes and went down to the basement. There, he started blasting all of his wind jutsus around. For the E rank and D rank techniques, he could still use them without hand signs. But for the C and B rank ones, he needed 2 or 3 hand signs now, and for the A rank ones, he needed the full 5 or 6 hand signs again. After a while, he sat down and began observing the changes carefully. The wind jutsus take way less chakra than before. Even the A rank ones that used to cost around 700 or 800 chakra points now only take about 400. And their power has increased too. However, his frown deepened further. My control is shit now. Even though the power has increased and the cost decreased, what's the point if I can't even control them properly anymore? He sighed heavily. Well, the reward is good for the long term, but not so much for the short term. To test it further, he tried forming a Raisin Shuriken again. As expected, the attempt failed miserably. He sighed again, louder this time. Great. I can't even make the jutsu for which I got the reward. Even though he grumbled about it in his mind, he knew very well how much the reward would help him later on. And he was fairly confident that by the time his wind release mastery reached 60%, he would regain the earlier level of control he had. So, in the end, he wasn't too depressed about it. Should I? He thought, then shook his head. No, I don't want to use mastery points on something that would be my main affinity for the time to come. Although he didn't feel that the system would disappear anytime soon, he still believed it was better not to rely too much on it for something as important as his main element. That was also why he wasn't too keen on using the advanced points to boost his chakra control either. He much preferred saving them for the more elusive yin or yang chakra natures. Since he still had the entire day left and there was no team training, he decided to stay in the basement. Using shadow clones to split the burden, he continued exploring more of the changes brought by the wind affinity boost, steadily refining his new control. Just like that, Ren spent his entire birthday training. The only highlight was when an eagle arrived at his home carrying a letter and a sealed scroll from Juki, wishing him a happy birthday and leaving behind a gift. Ren didn't open the scroll for now, but he sent a reply back with the eagle and let it fly off into the sky. Soon, the next day arrived. After completing his morning training, Ren freshened up and made his way to the Hokage's office at the exact time he was asked to arrive. Knocking on the door, he waited patiently until the voice from inside called him in. Entering the room, he gave a slight bow. Hokage-sama. The third Hokage chuckled lightly. Ho ho, young Ren, there's no need for formalities when it's just the two of us. You can just call me Grandpa, like many of the other kids in the village. Ren tilted his head slightly and smiled. Okay, Grandpa. Ren inwardly wiped away an imaginary tear as he thought, seniors, I have passed the hurdle of getting a grandpa in the Naruto world. He could almost imagine many famous fanfic protagonists smiling and gently nodding at him from beyond the screen, one of them even reminding him, be shameless. Ask for something in return. But before he could run too far with the bit, Hiruzen interrupted his thoughts. I believe this will be enough as compensation for fulfilling this old man's unreasonable request of sharing the personal details of your jutsu. Ren smiled and pocketed the scroll without checking its contents. Thanks, Grandpa. Hiruzen let out another soft ho-ho and then asked, so, do you want to officially register the Raisin Shuriken with the village? It would be classified as an S-rank forbidden technique, so you can rest assured about the reward. For a moment, Ren was sure he saw a shadow twitch behind Hiruzen's chair, almost like a tail, but he chose ignore it. Ren thought for a second, then said, no, I don't want to register it for now. Hiruzen nodded without questioning the decision. He had his own guesses and didn't feel the need to press further. Then, fishing out another scroll from his sleeve, he casually tossed it toward Ren. All right then, we'll discuss that matter later. Here's your birthday gift. Once again, Ren pocketed the scroll with a smile. Thanks, Grandpa. All right, you may go. You have a week before your sensei returns from his mission. Make sure to inform your teammates too. Ren gave a nod, turned, and left the room. Once outside, he made his way straight back to the basement, eager to open all the scrolls he had collected. Once Ren reached home, he went straight to the basement where all the clones were working on different tasks. He sat down in one of the corners and took out the first scroll. It was the one given by his dad as a birthday gift. He looked at the scroll and noticed that there was a seal placed on it, though the seal looked like it had been set a few years ago and not recently. Quickly and easily, he undid the seal, something that had become second nature for him now. Opening the scroll, he found the Jutsu Earth Release, Hardening State, an A-rank terrain-affecting technique. It infused the ground underfoot with chakra, turning it into near-solid rock, making it extremely difficult for attacks to break through the ground and reach the user. With a glance, Ren deduced that it was best used in combination with the hiding in the mole technique. He could also think of some other creative applications for the jutsu, but he didn't dwell too much on it for now. Next, he picked up the compensation scroll offered by the Hokage. This one was also sealed, but the seal was much more complex, with an added risk that, if he got the sequence wrong even once, the scroll would explode. Taking out a paper and pencil, he carefully started deciphering the seal. It took him around 30 minutes before he finally managed to open it safely. Inside, he found that the scroll was divided into two parts. The first contained an A-rank offensive wind jutsu, wind bullet artillery, where the user fires dozens of compressed wind spheres at high speed, each sphere capable of piercing through even the earth wall technique. Without wasting time, he moved on to the second part, which contained another offensive wind jutsu, this one of S-rank level, wind release, sky destruction blast. This technique condensed air pressure into massive shockwaves that flattened battlefields in large, sweeping arcs. Ren read through both descriptions and thought, I can't decide whether the old man was being stingy or if these rewards were just bait to make me submit the Raisin Shuriken officially to the village. After all, what Hiruzen gave him wasn't small. One jutsu was perfect for mid-range battles and the other was devastating for large-scale destruction, but it still somehow felt a little underwhelming. Finally, he picked up the last scroll, the birthday gift scroll. This one didn't have any seal on it. When Ren read the name written inside, he involuntarily blurted out loud, Sweet mother of all that is good and pure. Chapter 87, Talent Meets Terror in the Trees. All title Dear Diary, Today I Met a Predator. Back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was once again going through the endless piles of paperwork when a voice came from behind him. Was giving that to Ren Takahashi the right move? I don't think I need to highlight how important it would be if someone else got their hands on it and explored it further. Hiruzen paused for a moment, then said, It's more of a test. I actually wanted to see something. The hidden speaker didn't say anything for a while, then asked, How long do you think it would take for him to learn it? Hiruzen thought for a moment and answered, Probably 5 to 6 years. Maybe lower if he got something from Sayaka's side. After that, silence returned to the room. Meanwhile, back in the basement, Ren was deeply engrossed in reading the birthday scroll. With just the name, he could already figure out how this could be used. On the scroll, there wasn't a ninjutsu or a simple technique. It was a funjutsu seal, spatial anchor seal. Ren thought, Flying Thunder God. He quickly began reading the detailed explanation to confirm it. The function of the seal was to lock chakra into a fixed spatial coordinate through a seal, allowing instant chakra projection or sensory feedback between two distant points. It's the funjutsu required for using the Flying Thunder God jutsu. However, he frowned slightly as he read further, this isn't complete. It just shows how to make the seal, not how to actually use it. But still, once I am able to make the seal properly, I'm sure I can figure something out. Not wasting any time, he took out some funjutsu paper, ink, and a brush from his space belt, along with normal paper and a pencil. First, he tried to copy the seal exactly as it was onto the normal paper with a pencil. However, it wasn't easy. The seal was divided into 3 complex parts. The innermost circle was the chakra signature lock layer, where the user would seal a part of their chakra to serve as an identity core. Just this first layer alone required so many symbols that Ren hadn't even seen till now. The second part was the spatial binding layer, designed to connect the sealed chakra to the spatial coordinates of the location where the seal was placed. The funjutsu would automatically lock the coordinates once the seal was activated. The third layer was the pulse reception layer, the easiest of the 3 but still difficult for Ren's current level. This layer would allow the user to send a pulse of chakra into the seal but not let any chakra leak outward. It took Ren 30 minutes before he even finished copying the seal properly once on normal paper. After that, he spent a few more hours repeating the process until he could draw the seal with relative ease. Then, finally, he picked up the brush and ink, laid down the funjutsu paper, and started making the seal symbol by symbol. However, before he even reached the middle part of the first layer, the paper ripped. Without a word, he started over. The result was the same. He tried a few more times, but aside from making a little progress each time, the paper still got ripped apart. Ren frowned, although it requires some effort, my yin chakra control should be enough to at least draw the first layer. However, I still can't do it. He looked at the brush in his hand, then at the ink to the side, and finally at the funjutsu paper in front of him. Could it be that the ink is not chakra conductive enough? He nodded slightly. This seal should require products that are more chakra conductive, which would allow a much easier flow of chakra, at least for my current level. I don't think Minato would have complained about something like ink, but maybe it's just that my mastery isn't enough. He glanced at his status panel, 36% mastery of funjutsu and 28% mastery of yang release. Fuck saving the points, I want to use them right now. He raged internally. He almost pulled his hair in frustration when he realized that even if he wanted to use the points, he couldn't. The lowest points he had were intermediate level points, which could only be used after reaching 50% mastery. It had been a week since Ren was stopped by Hiruzen from advancing further into the restricted zone of the Forest of Death, and Ren had retaliated by dropping a chakra version of a nuke. At that time, Hiruzen had said that Utakeda would return from his mission in a week, so Ren had informed his teammates about it. As agreed, all 3 of them had gathered today at Training Ground 1 at the usual time. During the time the team hadn't been training together, they weren't aware of each other's progress. However, Ren noted that Ujo had gained 2 levels over the month, so her training must have been going well. Hitashi's level, on the other hand, hadn't increased during the month, but somehow Ren got the feeling that the insects on Hitashi's body were stronger. The system levels aren't really suitable for gauging a shinobi's power, especially not for the ones with bloodlines, he thought. After all, there were many like the Abarame who, on a personal level, might not seem much stronger. However, together with their insects, they could fight against people whose system level was much higher than their own. I really shouldn't rely too much on the system levels, especially not for the higher tier ninja. You never know what kind of move they could pull, he thought. The three of them sat beneath a tree as they discussed their training. When Ren told them he had gone into the forest of death, Yujao expressed her dissatisfaction that he didn't ask her to tag along on such a fun adventure, and Hitachi also supported her. Ren could only shrug as he heard the two and promised them that if there was a next time, he would ask them. Just as Hitachi was about to begin recounting his own training tales, there was a sudden flicker. Since Yudakado was supposed to arrive, there wasn't much reaction from the three at first. However, when they saw that it wasn't Yudakada, they immediately shifted into alert mode. Standing in front of them was a scarecrow of a man, with spiky grayish-white hair styled to the left, donning a dog-like mask. With a glance, Ren identified the man, Kakashi Heitake, he thought, then casually glanced above his head and saw level 68. Without wasting any time, Kakashi ordered, Team 1, follow me. We need to recover your sensei. Wow, that's the classic your parents are in danger. Follow me, kid kidnapping style, Ren thought dryly. When Kakashi saw the blank stares of Team 1, he tossed a scroll over to Ren. Hokage's order. Ren checked the scroll, confirmed it was safe, then opened it and read it through. As Kakashi said, it was a direct mission order from the Hokage. It also confirmed that Yudakado was safe, but needed to be escorted back to the village along with his teammates who had accompanied him. Ren nodded to his teammates and briefly explained the mission, then pocketed the scroll. Seeing that Team 1 was ready, Kakashi flickered away without another word, leading them out of the village through a secret exit rather than the main gate. When Ren saw this, he thought, this must be one of the Umbu's exit routes, but is he even allowed to show us this? Kakashi led the way silently as Team 1 followed behind him. As they continued traveling, Ren, as the acting leader in Yudakada's absence, asked the necessary question. What is the location? Near the borders of Hidden Waterfall and Hidden Grass Village, Kakashi responded with a short answer and fell silent again. Ren and his team also maintained the silence, understanding that this was not the time for idle chatter. It took another 2 days before they finally got somewhat close to the designated area. Finally, they stopped. During the whole 2 days, the team only rested for a total of 2 hours, that too in short breaks of 15 minutes. The rest of the time, they traveled non-stop. Now, when they stopped, Kakashi silently made a clone, and the clone immediately flickered away. He didn't explain anything to them, and they didn't ask either, understanding that the clone was likely sent to scout ahead for information. The four of them stayed quietly hidden as Team 1 recovered their breaths after 2 days of continuous travel. Aside from Kakashi, Hitachi had also sent out some of his insects to scout the surroundings. It took quite some time before both Kakashi and Hitachi flinched simultaneously. However, before either of them could say anything, a voice filled with amusement and subtle mockery echoed through the area. Ah, Kakashi-kun, if you are in charge of a babysitting mission, you shouldn't bring them to such a dangerous area. Otherwise, your client might complain, the voice said. When Ren heard the voice, all the hairs on his body stood on end and an oppressive feeling of intense bloodlust pressed down on him. With slight difficulty, he looked up and saw who it was. A man was standing casually on the branch of a tree, his pale skin almost ghost-like under the faint light filtering through the forest canopy. He had striking golden eyes with slitted pupils and purple markings around his eyes that made him look unmistakably like a snake. Pedomaru, Ren thought immediately. It was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin, and someone Ren knew all too well from his past life memories and from the bingo books and the crime records in Konoha. Without a word, Kakashi stepped forward, positioning himself between Orochimaru and Team 1. Yujao and Hitachi stood to Ren's sides, their bodies tense. Although they were affected by the sheer oppressive bloodlust that filled the air, they still managed to move with some difficulty. Snako Malfoy's golden eyes lazily scanned the three genin before settling with amusement. Oh my, how cute, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. Young genin are always so much fun to handle. He licked his lips with his snake-like tongue, even more if they have some talent. His gaze fixed on Ren directly. Ren shuddered as he met those slitted eyes. This damned PDF, if he was just after my life, I wouldn't mind much, but I goddamn have a problem if he wants my youth, he thought angrily, cursing Orochimaru's reputation in his mind. Kakashi's calm voice broke through the tension, be ready to advance near the borders at my signal. The moment he finished speaking, he flickered forward, appearing just in front of his royal slitherness. Pedo-sen tutade lightly, his expression filled with amusement. You shouldn't be so impatient, Kakashi-kun, he said smoothly. I guess both your father and your sensei kicked the bucket before they could impart some crucial knowledge to you. Chapter 88, Best Dressed Kidnapper and Worst Business Ethics, FT the discounted negotiation team of Konoha. Finish everything and then we'll chat. As Orochimaru spoke, he lazily waved his hand. A sudden gust of wind erupted, blasting Kakashi away from his position. Once again, Orochimaru turned his golden, slitted gaze toward Team 1, but before he could fully focus his attention on them, Kakashi flickered back into place. This time, the Sherry Non spun menacingly in Kakashi's left eye. Ah, the sherry non, Orochimaru cooed, his voice dropping into a hiss, how much I desire this. Ren was sure he heard the snake-like hiss slip through the words. Before Team 1 could fully retreat, Orochimaru's oppressive bloodlust spiked once again, pinning them to the ground with its intensity. Won't you show me something interesting, he said smoothly, tilting his head even as he dodged another one of Kakashi's attacks. In a blur, Orochimaru leapt into the air, avoiding a blast of lightning-style jutsu from Kakashi. Upon landing, he immediately slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a huge poof of smoke, and when it cleared, a giant red snake emerged, hissing aggressively at Team 1, with Orochimaru perched casually atop its head. Once again, Kakashi rushed in, but instead of Orochimaru, he targeted the snake. However, Orochimaru intercepted him midway, forcing Kakashi further away from his summoned creature. Come on, Kakashi-kun, Orochimaru said in a mockingly sweet voice. You know how much I enjoy seeing kids face a little challenge. He glanced at Team 1 meaningfully, and the red snake launched its head towards them without hesitation. All three genin flickered out of the way just in time, scattering in different directions as the snake began to rampage through the forest. Seeing that the immediate threat was the snake and not Orochimaru himself, Ren quickly composed himself and called out, you guys good? Hitachi gave a calm hum as Ujo nodded firmly, yes. Ren immediately flickered a few times, positioning himself directly above the snake's massive form. Interlocking his palms together, he slammed them down in a hammer strike. Skybreaker punch. The impact cracked through the snake's scales with a resounding crack, stunning the creature. Ujo took the opportunity. Gripping her sword with both hands, she launched into a high-speed spiraling rotation, her blade carving viciously into the snake's body. Within seconds, the snake's huge body looked as if it had been squeezed and torn apart by a spring. A loud buzzing sound followed, and both Ren and Ujo immediately flickered out of the way on instinct. A second later, a black mass of insects swarmed the snake's body. Ren glanced at Hitachi, who stood calmly nearby, holding a gourd-like container from which the insects had been released. Ujo flickered over to them, and Ren raised an eyebrow, asking, was this what you were talking about? Earlier, when they had been resting, Ujo had mentioned learning a really cool move. But Ujo grinned mischievously and shook her head, nope, not even close. This was the Thousand Ring Sword. It was just one of the techniques mentioned in Master's Scroll. She rubbed her nose proudly, while Ren shrugged, glancing back at the insect-covered snake. He hasn't taken you in as an official student yet, you know, he commented casually. Ujo snorted, you jealous? Before Ren could retort, Hitachi's calm voice interrupted them, it's dead. The insects swarmed back into the gourd hidden within Hitachi's body, and with a heavy thud, the giant snake collapsed, lifeless. The heavy thud of the snake's corpse was enough to draw attention. Both Kakashi and Orochimaru turned to look at them. Orochimaru clapped slowly, amusement dripping from his voice. My, such spirited little ones. I hope its family members don't disturb you in your sleep in the future. With a chuckle, he casually jumped atop the fallen snake. A poof of smoke covered the area as the snake vanished into nothingness. Orochimaru's golden, slitted eyes focused on the genin once more, but before he could move, Kakashi flickered in front of them and said in a low, urgent voice, run. He wants me. He won't come after you. Orochimaru chuckled, how smart of you, Kakashi-kun. But that wouldn't be much fun, right? He slammed his foot down, and suddenly the ground under them slanted and turned slippery like mud, pulling all four towards him. They tried to flicker away, but their legs were trapped by the thickening mud. Reacting instantly, Ren flashed through some hand signs and slammed his palm down, solidifying the slippery mud underfoot using the earth-style, hardening state his father had just given him a week before. Once the surface was hardened, he used his chakra-enhanced strength to punch the ground around their legs, freeing all of them. Without wasting a moment, they all moved to the trees, flickering away. But Orochimaru was already a step ahead. He jumped up and unleashed a massive gust of wind, forcing them out of the trees mid-movement. Orochimaru immediately closed the distance, aiming a strike at them. Kakashi blocked him again, shouting, run. But as Team 1 tried to move, Orochimaru launched several snakes from his sleeves toward them. All three genin reacted swiftly, deflecting or killing the snakes while Kakashi forced Orochimaru back with a lightning-style attack. Steadying himself, Kakashi growled, I told you to retreat. He isn't someone you can deal with now. He wants me. I'll block him, so go. Ren had enough. Shut up, dumbass. Ren snapped, killing some snakes near his feet. Can't you see? He doesn't want you. He's just playing around with all of us. Kakashi froze mid-movement as Ren continued furiously, do you really think you're some big shot just because you have a Sharingan? If someone like that man wanted it, he could have just killed you already. Isn't that right, Mr. Snake? He turned toward Orochimaru, who grinned and nodded in amusement. Ren kept going, you think we want to continue fighting the most wanted man of Konoha when our shinobi life just started? Hell no. He dramatically spread his arms, even if we want to run, that thing, man, woman, snake, whatever, can block us easily. Like he did now. He pointed toward Kakashi, who was staring blankly at him. You still want to sacrifice yourself? Go ahead. Ren even gave a small push to the stunned Kakashi. Turning to Orochimaru, Ren shouted, excuse me, Mr. Best Dressed to Kidnap a Child, you can take this one. He has a really bad hero syndrome with a lot of emotional trauma, so you might have some use for him. Both Kakashi and Orochimaru flinched slightly at Ren's words. Orochimaru's grin widened, and he flicked his tongue out playfully, however the air around Kakashi turned chilly. Turning toward Kakashi, he said, "What do you say, Kakashi-kun? Your comrades sold you off. Just like your father. So wadash." "Excuse me, Lord Hisae-lot." Ren interrupted loudly, cutting off Orochimaru mid-taunt. "I didn't know we were selling him." Kakashi audibly exhaled as Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, curious. "You weren't?" he asked. Ren shook his head seriously. "No, we were just giving him away. But if this is a matter of selling, then you need to give something in return." With that, Ren sat down on the ground with a thud, arms crossed, looking every bit the serious negotiator. Amused beyond measure, Orochimaru slowly mirrored him, sitting down as well, as if ready to entertain whatever madness would come next. Ren cleared his throat as he motioned for his teammates to sit down too. Without a word, Yujao and Hitachi followed, settling on the ground beside him. Once they were all seated, Ren used a quick earth-style jutsu to bind the still-shocked Kakashi, trapping him up to his waist in hardened soil. Ren stood up with a serious expression and announced, "Okay then, we will now begin the sale of the poster child for Gifted Kid Burnout. The only buyer we have for now is the King Cobra of the Hidden Leaf." He gave a dramatic pause. "However, more buyers are always welcome." He glanced toward his teammates. Hitachi remained perfectly impassive, but Yujao nodded heavily, playing along without hesitation. Across from them, Orochimaru, looking entirely entertained, tilted his head and asked, "Can I inspect the item first?" Ren shook his head seriously. "I apologize, but considering your strength and your reputation, I must decline. I mustn't let any harm fall upon the item before the sale." Orochimaru chuckled lightly, giving an exaggerated nod of understanding, accepting the barely hidden insult with good humor. Ren cleared his throat dramatically and began, "All right then, I am sure you all understand the value of the item for sale, but let me introduce him for fairness' sake." He stood up straighter and proclaimed, "Introducing Kakashi Heitake, Ambu Edition, the perfect blend of deadly precision and crippling emotional repression. With one Sherry Nanai, a full arsenal of copied jutsu, and a tragic backstory included at no extra charge, Kakashi is ideal for stealth missions, brooding aesthetics, and arriving late to literally everything. Caution, may occasionally read smut novels mid-assassination. Order now and get a bonus existential crisis absolutely free." As Ren finished his grand speech, Orochimaru clapped gleefully, followed shortly by Yujao and even Hitachi giving a few dry, mechanical claps. Orochimaru smiled, his golden eyes gleaming with mischief. "What a great introduction. Now I'm even more interested in the purchase." From the side, Yujao raised her hand enthusiastically. "Yes, me too." Ren looked at her, seeing her gazing at the bound Kakashi with a mix of pity and excitement. She seemed determined for a moment but deflated when she remembered who she was bidding against. Ren spread his arms, "All right then, let the bidding begin." Yujao immediately raised her hand. "I have a kunao my dad gave me. He said it was engraved by the second Hokage himself." Ren gave her a thoughtful nod. "Ah, the second Hokage, my personal favorite mind you." However, he shook his head regretfully, "We are not looking for items with sentimental value." Next, Orochimaru was quick to speak, his tone oily and persuasive. "How about a summoning contract with the snakes? I assure you the rest are much stronger than the one you just saw and defeated. As a bonus, they won't haunt your dreams for killing one of their own." Ren tapped his chin, pretending to think hard. "A very appreciative bid. Do we have more offers?" Hitachi, who had been silent till now, spoke casually, 20 million ryo. Ren exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, twice the item's bounty." But Orochimaru wasn't done. He smiled slowly and said, "Knowledge of all the forbidden jutsu in Konoha. And some of my own, too." His golden eyes locked directly onto Ren as Ren paused. Ren took off his goggles and casually cleaned them, looking as if he was seriously considering it. And, Orochimaru added smoothly, "How about my years of study in everything too?" Ren paused mid-motion, genuinely caught off guard for a second. Orochimaru leaned forward slightly. "Oh, are you actually interested now?" Ren didn't answer immediately, but instead nodded slowly. Orochimaru smiled wider. "I admit, it's a generous offer, isn't it?" Ren agreed with another nod. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to value Kakashi so much." Orochimaru waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, leave Kakashi. I'm more interested in you." He flicked his tongue out briefly. "Did you like the offer?" Ren gave a small nod again. "Are you thinking of accepting it?" Orochimaru asked, voice low. Ren shook his head. "Nope." Orochimaru's smile didn't falter. "Then, when is your reinforcement coming?" he asked lightly. Ren casually turned to Hitachi. "When's our reinforcement coming?" Before Hitachi could answer, a thunderous shout echoed through the forest. Orochimaru. Chapter 89, Jiraiya walks into a plot and immediately regrets it. All title Jiraiya arrives to save the day, brings zero help and maximum inconvenience. As the voice rang through the forest, a loud thud followed as a man landed in front of Team 1 and the still-bound Kakashi. His wild, mane-like white hair billowed slightly from the impact as his stern gaze locked onto the pale figure across the field. "Orochimaru," the man growled, his voice low, "I didn't think you'd fall so low as to harm some young genin." Orochimaru chuckled, unfazed. "Well, you know how my tastes have always been, but these three were far more interesting than expected. And you shouldn't be shouting so loud in the forest." He gave a mocking smile as he licked his lips, then added with a hiss, "You're hurting my ears, Jiraiya." Jiraiya clicked his tongue in irritation as he turned back to the genin and their thoroughly humiliated Anbu leader. Good job holding on till now, you three. Free Kakashi and wait for me, I'll be done soon. Team 1 nodded in sync. Ren casually walked over and began freeing Kakashi from the earthen bindings, as if he hadn't been the one to trap him there just minutes ago. Kakashi gave him a deadpan look but said nothing. Jiraiya turned back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, come back to the village. I'll handle the old man. You were always his favorite, I'm sure he'd forgive you, even now. Ren snorted internally, they really are like Naruto and Sasuke but without the hidden Itsutsuki lineage. Orochimaru didn't answer right away. He tapped his chin, then turned his golden snake-like eyes back to Ren. You kept me entertained, little one, he said with a smile that chilled the bones. So tell me, should I come back to the village? Jiraiya's eyes widened, clearly caught off guard by the question. He looked at Ren, who had just finished freeing Kakashi and was brushing off his hands. Ren met Orochimaru's gaze and thought, he's obviously not coming back, but if I say no, Jiraiya might get annoying later. He gave a polite nod and said aloud, I am but a humble genin. I wouldn't dare to refuse you, right, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya looked at him with a mixture of confusion and exasperation, while Orochimaru laughed quietly, delighted. You're really interesting. I'm sure we'll have much more fun once you grow up, though by then you might be out of my preferred age range. He smirked. Still, I have confidence you'll remain entertaining. He gave a mock bow. This has been much fun. I hope to see you kids again. Just as he was about to vanish, Yujao, of all people, raised her hand. Excuse me, she asked nervously. Orochimaru, clearly intrigued, paused and tilted his head. He motioned for her to go on. Yujao stood straighter, even if her voice still wavered a little. Would the snakes really come for us in our sleep? Can you not let them? She added a quick, please. The forest went silent. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Ren, and even Hitachi all turned to stare at her. Then Orochimaru laughed, the sound high and amused. Oh dear, this is the most fun I've had in a while. He gave Yujao an exaggerated nod. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Then he vanished in a puff of smoke. The clearing went quiet again. Jiraiya turned to face Team 1, his face unreadable as he asked flatly, what the hell did you brats do to make Orochimaru listen to you? The three exchanged glances. Ren shrugged. One of Hitachi's insects informed him you were approaching quickly, so he told us. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. And Ren smiled. Then we opened a selling booth. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, curious beyond measure. What were you selling? Ren casually replied, him. He pointed directly at Kakashi. Kakashi covered his face with one hand, as if that might somehow erase the entire last 10 minutes from existence. Team 1 was traveling through the jungle, escorted by Jiraiya leading at the front and Kakashi silently guarding the rear. Despite trying to maintain his usual laid-back image, Jiraiya found himself constantly glancing back at the genin behind him. After all, not everyone could boast about successfully running a selling booth in front of one of the most dangerous S-rank shinobi alive, and selling one of their own, no less. When he had first heard the full details of what happened, Jiraiya finally understood why Kakashi looked like he wanted to erase parts of his memory permanently. Though the plan had been absurdly risky, it was their luck that it worked out. Orochimaru had gotten curious and decided to play instead of killing them outright. Still, Jiraiya knew his former teammate well. Orochimaru had always been like that. If he found someone interesting, he would cling to them like a snake with prey. Jiraiya frowned slightly as he thought, Orochimaru, of all people, has taken an interest in them, especially in Ren. There's a chance he might try something during one of their future missions. He glanced back subtly, I need to inform the old man to make some arrangements. As he mused, the strange procession of the old, middle, and young generations finally reached a clearing. There, a group of shinobi in Konoha's standard Jonin flak jackets were resting. A little apart from them sat a woman who was hard to miss, fair-skinned, with straight, waist-length blonde hair, light golden amber eyes, and a violet rhombus mark on her forehead. She wore a green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back, over a gray kimono blouse and dark bluish-gray pants. Tsunade Senju, Ren thought immediately. His eyes drifted over her outfit and face and he confirmed with a sage nod in his mind, indeed, it's her. But why is she here? Standing near Tsunade was a young Shizune, around Kakashi's age, holding several kilograms of pork, which looked like it would be the most delicious thing in the world. Sitting casually nearby was their own sensei, Yudakata, who instantly perked up at their arrival. When the group landed, they immediately attracted attention. After all, it wasn't every day that you saw a Sunin leading a Genin squad and an Anbu through the forest. Jiraiya gave his signature wide grin and joyfully greeted the woman sitting ahead. Hey, princess. It's been a while since I've seen you. Tsunade narrowed her golden eyes slightly, watching as Jiraiya approached a little too enthusiastically. Jiraiya, she said coolly. Meanwhile, behind them, Yudakata had already gotten up and approached Team 1. His brows furrowed slightly as he asked, what are you three doing here? Ren pointed at Kakashi. He came to us with a mission scroll from the Hokage, saying we needed to escort you and your team back. Yudakata turned his gaze to Kakashi, who gave a small nod to confirm. Then Yudakata's eyes swept the surroundings until they locked onto Jiraiya, who was still chatting animatedly with Tsunade. Realization dawned on him and he sighed before asking, any problems on the way? Yujao nodded seriously and casually said, yeah, we met with Mr. Snake. Yudakata tilted his head slightly, processing the words. Then his eyes widened sharply. You met with Orochimaru. All three nodded calmly, as if it were no big deal. The effect was immediate. Every shinobi in the clearing froze. The idle conversations stopped. Weapons were subtly gripped tighter. All eyes were now on the genin squad. Tsunade's golden gaze locked on them, then shifted to Kakashi. Her voice sharp as she ordered, Kakashi, explain. Kakashi, still emotionally dead inside from recent events, straightened and replied in a bland tone, we were a few kilometers away from the rendezvous when Orochimaru attacked us. We held out for a while, and then Jiraiya-sama came to the rescue. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Have you forgotten how to give a proper report? Kakashi wisely remained silent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya leaned in and whispered something into Tsunade's ear. Whatever it was made Tsunade pause. She stared at Kakashi, then at Team 1, back at Kakashi, and then at the kids again, repeating this several times, before finally bursting into unrestrained laughter. The other Jonin looked at each other in confusion, utterly lost. Udakata, clearly wanting to know what the hell was so funny, gave Ren a questioning look. Ren simply smiled and gave a brief, casual summary of the Kakashi auction booth that Team 1 had run against Orochimaru. By the time Ren was done explaining, Tsunade had barely managed to control her laughter, though she still snickered quietly now and then. Tsunade wiped her eyes and looked at Team 1 approvingly. Great work, you brats. Now come here, we need to get to the real reason the damned old man sent you. She stood up and started walking deeper into the jungle, Shizune following behind her. Kakashi, Udakata, Jiraiya, you're with me. Without another word, the mentioned people followed her, while the remaining Jonin stayed behind, still sitting around, utterly confused about what had happened. That three young genin talked casually about their encounter with a man who would have obliterated them on sight. Once the important members separated from the regular Jonin, they found another smaller clearing to settle down. Tsunade simply sat on the ground, completely unbothered, so naturally the others followed suit. Though the genin were confused, they mirrored their elders and quietly took their places. Tsunade began, her amber eyes briefly sweeping over Team 1, I said it before, but good work holding out against Orochimaru. The mission your sensei was on involved eliminating a few of Orochimaru's bases hidden around this region. There was a good chance Orochimaru himself would show up, so the old man had me accompany the group, just in case. The genin nodded as they processed the information. Tsunade continued, since we hadn't encountered him after all this time, we assumed he wasn't interested enough to confront us over a few minor hideouts. But I guess he was just lurking around and happened to stumble across your group by chance. She shifted her gaze slightly, since it was pretty much confirmed he wouldn't appear, the Hokage sent your team along with Kakashi to meet me for another matter. Her voice then turned sharp as she turned toward Jiraiya, but what the hell were you doing here? Jiraiya gave a carefree grin and flashed a peace sign, I heard you were around here, so I thought I'd come and visit. He beamed like an idiot before adding, besides, isn't it good I came? Otherwise we might have lost a future Hokage candidate. He laughed heartily as he clapped Kakashi's back, much to the latter's annoyance. Ren glanced at them and thought, so they were already planning for Kakashi to become a future Hokage. Makes sense, I guess. Tsunade didn't say anything in response to Jiraiya's antics. She merely nodded and moved on, her expression turning serious once again. She looked around at everyone gathered in the clearing, her gaze pausing briefly on each person except Shizune, and said, all right. Enough playing around. Let's begin the check UPS. Kakashi, come here. Without argument, Kakashi moved forward and lay down on the ground as instructed. Taking the chance, Udakata quietly explained things to his team. Since Tsunade-sama no longer resides in the village, Hokage-sama arranges for certain promising or important shinobi to meet her under the guise of missions. It's an opportunity for them to get fully diagnosed for any hidden illnesses or injuries. Although we have excellent mednin in the village, there's always a chance something could be missed, and small problems can grow into something serious later. Team 1 nodded in understanding. Udakata then turned to Hitachi. Your family head knows about this and has given his consent. He has asked you to be fully cooperative with whatever Tsunade-sama asks. Hitachi gave a small nod, clearly used to following clan orders. Meanwhile, Ren had his own thoughts. This really is a smart move. But I bet someone like Danzo wouldn't agree to it. Hell, most traditional shinobi probably wouldn't either. Too paranoid to let even the best healer poke around their body. He casually glanced at Tsunade, who was now pulling out various instruments from a scroll with practiced ease. Me too, honestly. I don't have anything to hide yet, but if I make any modifications or create any forbidden seals later, I definitely wouldn't want my body getting scanned by someone like her. Ren leaned back slightly as he watched Tsunade run her tests on Kakashi. She moved with the ease and assurance of someone who didn't need to double-check her steps, every action precise, every tool handled with the confidence of a master. As he sat there, another thought crossed his mind. Didn't they ever send Itake for these checkups? He quickly dismissed it. No way. The Uchiha clan would never allow that. Especially not by a senju. Hell, I doubt they'd even let the village mednin touch their heir unless it was a matter of life and death. He mused further, come to think of it, most bloodline clans would probably object. The Abarame must have given permission because their techniques are harder to steal or replicate even if someone inspects their bodies. After some more time passed, Tsunade finally finished her inspection. Kakashi stood up as Tsunade scribbled something onto a sheet of paper. Without looking up, she said bluntly, you really need to get rid of that Sharinon. Chapter 90, Ninja Wellness Exam, Genin Fatality Risk 80%. Kakashi stilled at the comment, while Ren's ears perked up at the unexpected dose of gossip. Tsunade continued, voice flat, I told you the same thing back when you had that Sharingan implanted by a novice field medic, and again during your treatment after the Nine Tails attack. She finally looked up at him, her gaze sharp. Now I'm telling you again. If you don't rid yourself of the Sharingan, you will never reach cage level. Even S rank is going to be a stretch. You're already nearing the upper limits of your potential, and it'll start declining sooner than later if you keep it. Whoa, all her analysis is spot on. This is exactly what happened in the series, Ren thought. Back in part 1, Kakashi was barely toe-to-toe with someone like Zabuza, who was only borderline S rank. That means Kakashi's level then was around 75 at best. Later during Shippuden, he managed to break into the S rank threshold thanks to the Mangekyo, but without that, he would have stayed stuck just under it. Ren glanced at Tsunade again as she continued listing out the detrimental effects of the Sharingan on Kakashi's chakra system and nervous strain. When he had double Mangekyo during the war arc, sure, he looked like a god with the Susanoo and all, but the strongest version of Kakashi probably came after the war, when he finally didn't have the Sharingan draining him and got full control of his own body back. As Tsunade wrapped up her final notes, Kakashi reached up and gently touched his covered left eye. After a few seconds of silence, he finally said, no, this eye is a symbol of my failure, and the last memento I have from my team. Even if it's hurting me, I'll carry that burden. Fool, Tsunade muttered. Fool, Ren echoed in his thoughts at the exact same time. Tsunade didn't press him further. She just handed Kakashi a paper with some treatment recommendations and waved him off. Kakashi silently accepted the paper and stepped away. Yujao was called next. She stood up and respectfully bowed to Tsunade before lying down for her turn. While Tsunade began her checkup, Ren leaned back a little, thoughts still circling around Kakashi. I get the emotional part, but still, in a world like this, where your life literally depends on your strength, keeping something that holds you back is just reckless. Kakashi might have looked cool in the anime, but now that I live in this world, I can't help but see it differently. I'm pretty sure even the higher UPS in the village think the same, they're just waiting for him to come to terms with it on his own. Yujao's test finished sooner than Kakashi's. As she sat up, Tsunade was already scribbling down notes. Minor muscle tears, Tsunade said. Nothing serious? Then she looked up. Did Juki give you some kind of stretching drills along with some exercises? Yujao blinked, then nodded. Yes. Stop doing them, Tsunade instructed bluntly. Those stretches were tailored to his frame and muscle build, they won't do you much good. They were meant to relax the shoulders after aggressive sword movements, but for you, they're not effective. These would suit you better. She handed Yujao a note with a new set of routines. Yujao took it with a grateful smile. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, she said before returning to her teammates. Next up was Hitachi. His checkup took a bit longer, likely due to his clan's unique body structure. When it was done, Tsunade asked, did your clan instruct you to begin prepping your body for the secret technique? Hitachi gave a nod. Good. That technique requires high nutritional intake during preparation. Make sure you keep up with it. And if you start feeling weak or off, report to your sensei immediately. Understood, Hitachi replied as he stood and returned to the group. Tsunade finally looked to Ren and motioned for him. Your turn. Ren walked over and bowed slightly, Lady Tsunade, and then laid down with ease. She didn't return the greeting, simply nodded and began the examination. First, she pricked his finger and placed a small sample of blood into one of the instruments. Then, placing her hand on his abdomen, she sent a controlled pulse of chakra into his system. Ren felt it instantly. Due to his refined chakra control, he was acutely aware of every part of the pulse. His own chakra moved instinctively in response, not to resist, but to observe, almost like a shadow trailing behind. Tsunade raised a brow slightly at the reaction but didn't comment. After a few more seconds of deeper scans, her expression changed subtly. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes flicked briefly to Yudakata. He gave her a subtle nod. She thought for a few more moments, then slowly retracted her chakra from Ren's system. Ren made sure to expel every last trace of foreign chakra from his body. Just as Tsunade removed her hand, she suddenly clenched a fist and threw a punch at his torso. Without hesitation, Ren shifted off the ground and retaliated with a low, spinning kick aimed at her side. She blocked it effortlessly with her hand. However, what surprised Ren wasn't that his kick was blocked, it was that the impact vanished. He had used chakra-enhanced strength in that kick. It should have had weight. But as soon as it touched Tsunade's palm, the force just disappeared. His eyes widened as he landed and stared at her. She was still seated, palm raised casually. No dust, no ripple, no recoil. She glanced at him with mild amusement. Interesting, right? Without another word, Tsunade came at him. Her movements were fast, sharp, and heavy. Every strike she threw had extreme control and balance. Ren's eyes narrowed as he recognized each of the attacks. These are the techniques from the chakra-enhanced strength scroll. She's using them as combo sets. He ducked under a palm thrust that would have turned his skull into powder and leaned back just in time to avoid an elbow strike that cracked the air just inches from his nose. Despite dodging every blow, Ren couldn't relax, not even a little. Her control, it's insane. She's deliberately suppressing collateral damage but still carrying enough force to kill me with one clean hit. There were moments when he tried to counterattack, his own chakra-enhanced punches aimed at her shoulders, her sides, even her legs. But every single time his attack landed, it was like the force behind it just vanished. It was the same sensation as before, no impact, no shockwave, like he was striking the surface of a still lake that absorbed all energy without a ripple. His frustration grew. He leapt back, gaining distance as he slid into a wide stance on a tree branch. "All right, fine," he muttered, forming hand signs in rapid succession. He launched a quick wind release, gale palm to test the waters, but Tsunade calmly punched the ground beneath her. A chunk of the earth lifted like a makeshift shield and absorbed the wind burst. Ren clicked his tongue and decided to go with something heavier. His hands blurred again. Wind release, bullet artillery. Dozens of compressed wind spheres formed in a tight circular arc around him, each spinning violently with piercing pressure. From his high vantage point, he fired them one after another, not in a wide scatter, but straight at a fixed point. A relentless barrage, all focused on a single location, right at Tsunade. The moment she saw them coming, she raised her leg and stomped hard. Boom! A massive slab of rock erupted from the ground, forming an earth wall at least a meter thick. She pressed her palm to its surface and channeled dense earth chakra into the structure. It glowed faintly for a second. The wind bullets struck. One. Then another. Then another. The wall held for a while, but then, cracks began to form. Bullet after bullet hit the same weakened point until finally, a sharp crack echoed through the clearing. The wall shattered, the final few wind bullets piercing through. But Tsunade was already gone. Before even the first bullet had hit, Ren had already moved, his shadow flickering into position behind the now crumbling wall, a giant raise-non spinning wildly in his palm. Otama raise-non. From behind the shattered wall, Ren descended with a sharp spin, aiming straight for her back. For a second, it looked like he had her. But then, Tsunade spun. In one fluid motion, she twisted her hips and raised her leg high, then stumped downward in a full arc, striking the ground with her heel. Crack! A pulse of chakra radiated out like a shockwave. Not forward, not to one side, but omnidirectional. The force hit both the remaining wind bullets and Ren at the same time. The wind bullets shattered in midair, their unstable chakra dispersed by the ripple of Tsunade's earth release-enhanced shockwave. Ren's raise-non faltered as the ground exploded upward beneath him, the earth itself acting like a reverse pressure cannon. He twisted in midair, flipping back and sliding across the ground as his raise-non dissolved. The moment the dust settled and Tsunade emerged from the crumbling wall without even a scratch, Ren crouched low, breathing evenly but clearly annoyed. These damn bastards. First it was Hiruzen, then that pedo, and now this hag. Why the hell are they coming at me one after another? He grit his teeth. With a burst of chakra from his feet, he launched himself straight at Tsunade, engaging in close range again. This time, he didn't expect to land a hit. He knew her strength would nullify his enhanced blows. Instead, he kept his movements sharp and unpredictable, using each blocked strike to observe, his eyes flicking to her joints, her footing, the subtle twist of her hips before each deflection. But he couldn't decode it. It's like my chakra is being drained the moment it touches her body. No, not drained. Dispersed. Mid-combo, one of her punches forced him to leap up and create some distance. As he flipped backward, he formed a quick hand sign mid-air. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones appeared, each dashing in separate directions. The second they hit the ground, they all slammed their palms onto the earth. Earth release, earth chains. From every angle, thick chains erupted from the ground and shot toward Tsunade. She narrowed her eyes and rotated her stance, dodging 2 of them with swift sidesteps. But the other 2 came in fast from behind, and without hesitation, she smashed her fists into them, shattering both to rubble with explosive force. But her eyes twitched. The moment her fists cleared the path, 2 more chains, thinner but faster, coiled around her from a blind angle. The original 4 clones had dispersed, and 2 new ones had taken their place. Before she could break free again, the chains wrapped tight around her, anchoring her arms and legs. Overhead, Ren stood on the canopy of a tree, both his hands raised. The wind pressure around him became heavy as the air condensed. Since the hag was hellbent on attacking him, Ren decided to give her a shot too. He decided to use his only usable S-rank elemental jutsu. Wind release, sky destruction blast. With his earlier control, he could have easily smashed the jutsu at her without any problem. However, after the reward of wind affinity boost, he needed some time to prepare the jutsu. That was why he had sent clones to stall her, for however long they can. The air surrounding Ren compressed visibly, vibrating as the chakra began to condense unnaturally in the form of pressure waves. His hands moved through the final few seals, and with a surge of release, a massive shockwave launched downward at extreme speed, towards Tsunade, who after seeing the jutsu broke free from the chains in one go, and steadied herself as she prepared her move. Chapter 91, 9-year-old declares emotional war on the entire Hokage lineage. All title Ren Takahashi, bastard energy, no maternal supervision, manners gone? As Ren waited to see whether his jutsu would have any effect, a sharp stream of compressed water suddenly sliced through the air, cutting apart the condensed wind chakra of his wind release, sky destruction blast in one precise stroke. Water release, water severing vortex. The chaotic winds were scattered in an instant. When the air finally cleared, Ren saw one of Jiraiya's clones dissipating after finishing the jutsu, while another, either a second clone or the real deal, stood between Tsunade and Ren, blocking her incoming punch. Taking the cue that the fight was finally over, Ren exhaled and slumped down on a branch like a tired monkey, keeping a wary eye on the two Sunin below. Jiraiya glanced up, expression unreadable. Get down, brat. But Ren didn't budge. He stayed perched on the canopy, warily looking between Tsunade and Jiraiya. I'm already done with 3 out of 4 members of the original Team 7, and I'm just a genin. I don't want to go for the full 4/4 score. Seeing his distrust, Jiraiya let out a long breath and raised his hands lightly. I won't attack you, but if you don't get down, I might change my mind. Ren jumped down, but instead of standing near the Sunin, he wisely made his way back to stand beside his team and sensei. Jiraiya sighed again, casting a glance at Tsunade, who was now sitting on the ground, being gently scolded by Shizun, and then at Ren, who seemed to be animatedly whispering complaints to his team. Finally, Jiraiya asked, what the hell were you two doing near the border area? If that last attack had landed from either side, people would have thought Konoha declared war before the last one had died out properly. Ren raised a hand and pointed indignantly at Tsunade. Hey, she started it? I was told this would be an examination, but she suddenly started attacking me. Despite his usual efforts to stay calm and mature, even Ren found it hard to keep his composure after escaping the clutches of a certain snake-themed predator and then being smacked around by his former teammate. Again. From the side, Tsunade scoffed. Huh? I've got no interest in fighting a brat like you, but I saw you using one of my technique, and even signs of the 8 gates. I just wanted to see what kind of taijutsu specialist you were. She crossed her arms. You're the one who started tossing wind jutsu all over the place like a lunatic. I couldn't just stand there and take it. I was planning to show you a trick related to chakra-enhanced strength, but you overreacted. Ren crossed his arms and huffed. Well, forgive me, oh great lady Punch-a-lot. I couldn't exactly assume your intentions were noble after being thrashed by your sensei last week, then your charming snake of an ex-teammate a few hours ago, and now by you. There was a moment of silence in the clearing. Then, a low crack echoed under Tsunade's heel as the ground beneath her fractured. Her voice dropped. What did you just say? Yujao immediately tugged at Ren's sleeve, trying to shut him up, but Ren was already gearing up for a comeback. Jiraiya, acting as the peacemaker, quickly stepped in with a barely concealed smirk. All right, let's calm down. Both of you? He turned to Ren first. I get it, you've got grievances. But she's still a highly respected shinobi and your senior. Maybe try showing a little respect, alright. Ren didn't respond, merely narrowing his eyes. Tsunade gave a little humph and turned to Shizun with a mutter. Brats these days have no respect for their elders. Shizun only sighed. Jiraiya turned to her next. Princess, you should also be mindful. He's a genin. If your last attack had landed, and word got out that a Konoha Sunin nearly flattened a kid near the border, we'd be explaining things to every daimyo between here and the Wind Country. Tsunade growled at him. Heya? So now this is my fault. Before Jiraiya could respond, Ren scoffed quietly and muttered just loud enough, it must be because of this temper that she isn't married yet, even though she's now an elder. He even air-quoted the word elder for extra effect. Before Tsunade could launch herself at him, or even react properly, Ren's mouth was immediately clamped shut by Yudakata's hand. As Ren's muffled voice died under Yudakata's firm palm, the whole clearing fell into stunned silence. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, visibly struggling not to laugh. Shizun looked horrified, and Yujao had both hands on her head in full panic mode. Hitachi was the only one calm, silently watching the scene with the same expression he probably wore when observing rare insect behavior. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched, dangerously. I should run, Ren thought. Not because I'm scared, but because there are some fights you don't pick unless you're suicidal or legally insane. Still, he tried to squirm out of Yudakata's grip. Yudakata didn't let go. You'll be silent for now, he said quietly. Even though there is not much point, but I still like being alive. Tsunade slowly stood up, fists clenched, her foot cracking the ground again as she glared directly at Ren. Say that again, you little dash. All right. Jiraiya stepped in with both hands up, sliding between Tsunade and Ren like a seasoned negotiator at a cage summit. Can we please not start another international incident over a joke? Tsunade glared at him, nostrils flaring. That wasn't a joke. He's 9, Jiraiya said, gesturing toward Ren, who blinked innocently behind Yudakata's hand. You can't just punch a 9-year-old for being mouthy, Tsunade. I can if the 9-year-old has chakra-enhanced strength and wind jutsu strong enough to flatten a damn jungle, Tsunade snapped, folding her arms but slowly taking her seat again. And don't act like you wouldn't punch a kid if they insulted your hairline. Fair? Jiraiya muttered under his breath, but quickly turned back to the group. Alright, let's just settle things. Yudakata finally let go of Ren, who rubbed his jaw dramatically. Freedom of speech should be protected in this village, he muttered, but quieter this time. You keep talking and I'll show you how I protect it, Tsunade warned. Ren gave her a thumbs up from behind Yujao. Seeing that tensions were finally cooling, Jiraiya sat down too and sighed. Okay, now that that's over, what was that thing you tried at the end, brat? He asked Ren, changing the topic. Ren perked up, glad for the subject change. S-rank wind jutsu, he said casually, dusting himself off. Still not completely mastered, but the power's decent. That's why I needed to test it. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You tested an S-rank jutsu, on Tsunade. She started it, Ren said quickly, pointing. Tsunade glared again. He overreacted. Shizun sighed. You both overreacted. Ren and Tsunade simultaneously crossed their arms and looked away from each other. Jiraiya shook his head, thinking to himself, I don't think Tsunade figured out that the brat is Sayaka's son, otherwise the scenario would have been a whole lot fun. Utakata sighed, and looked toward the sky. I'm taking a long vacation when we get back. After a while, when things cooled down, the group naturally split into two sides. On one side was Team 1, lounging beneath the trees, and on the other were the two Sunin and Shizone, seated a little away and discussing things amongst themselves. Just then, a flicker of movement came from above, and Kakashi dropped down from one of the higher branches, landing smoothly with his usual composed air, only to glance around in confusion since he was absent when everything happened, because he had left to brood after his diagnoses. Tsunade frowned when she noticed him. You're in Umbu now, Kakashi. Stop looking pathetic. Where did you go? Before he could answer, Ren's voice from the other group muttered just loud enough to carry, probably off somewhere to think about his life choices. Tsunade scoffed immediately. Like that's going to help his case. Kakashi's visible eye blinked slowly as he processed the unprovoked tag team insult. He looked at Jiraiya for help, who only sighed and shook his head slightly. Kakashi suffered a lot on this mission, Jiraiya thought. A few hours later, once everyone had properly rested and prepared for departure, the group began organizing into formation for the return trip. The Jonin who had completed the mission were packing up supplies, while the Genin had finally gotten some real food and a few moments of rest. Kakashi looked slightly more composed after brooding in the trees, or perhaps he had just accepted that this mission wasn't going to help his mental state. Tsunade and Shizone were going to separate from the main group and return via a different route, while Jiraiya had appointed himself as the return escort for the mission squad. Officially, it was due to the threat of Orochimaru lingering in the region. Unofficially, I'm not missing the old man's face when I tell him what happened on this mission, Jiraiya smirked internally. Once everything was settled, Tsunade finished her quiet conversation with Jiraiya and turned back toward Team 1. She walked straight toward Ren, stopping only when they were face to face. Ren tensed just slightly, but she didn't raise a fist. Instead, she raised a hand and placed it on his head, violently ruffling his hair. If you can figure out what technique I used during our fight the next time we meet, she said casually, I'll give you a gift. Ren paused, processing her words. Then he gave a casual nod. Everyone nearby was mildly stunned by the cordial scene, especially after what had happened earlier. But of course, it didn't end there. Just as she was withdrawing her hand, Tsunade's fingers twitched, and with a sharp flick aimed at his forehead, she sent a focused gust of wind chakra to strike him. Except Ren had anticipated a trick. His body arched back instantly, the wind brushing just inches above his face. Still bent backward, he looked up at her and grinned like the little demon he was. He raised his middle finger in a flicking motion and declared loud enough for everyone to hear, You missed, unmarried elder. The emphasis he put on the last two words echoed across the silent clearing. Then he flickered away. Everyone froze, processing what just happened. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's temple. Damned brat, she roared, her voice cracking like thunder as she lunged forward, only to be held back by a frantic Shizone hanging onto her arm like her life depended on it. Lady Tsunade, please, don't start an international crisis. Meanwhile, Ren had already regrouped with Team 1, calm and composed like nothing had happened. Yujao looked at him with equal parts admiration and terror. Hitachi simply nodded once, silently impressed. Jiraiya exhaled long and hard. Then he turned to the rest of the group and clapped his hands. All right, let's go before she actually kills someone. Just like that, with one final look at the still fuming Tsunade, Jiraiya led the group back toward Konoha. It took 3 days for the entire group to return to Konoha. On the way, no one dared approach the convoy, just the presence of Jiraiya was enough to serve as a deterrent. The only true threat, Orochimaru, never appeared again. Whether he was watching or had simply lost interest, none could say. When the group finally reached the village gates, the guards visibly straightened upon recognizing one of the legendary Sunin leading the mission. Jiraiya-sama, they greeted loudly. Jiraiya gave them a casual nod and continued walking, not slowing down. Once inside the gates, he stopped and turned to face the team. You were the lead, right? He asked, looking at Utakata. The man nodded. Jiraiya then addressed the rest of the returning Jonin. All right, all of you are dismissed until further orders. With a collective acknowledgement, the Jonin flickered away one by one. Jiraiya then turned to Team 1. Kakashi will handle the mission report. You 3 are dismissed. Before they could leave, Utakata added, you have another week of free training. We'll resume team activities after that. Ren, Yujao, and Hitachi nodded and vanished. As for the remaining trio, Jiraiya, Utakata, and Kakashi, they made their way toward the Hokage's office. Or rather, Jiraiya took a more familiar route. He jumped up to the building's upper floors and cracked open a window to the office, slipping in with all the subtlety of a child sneaking in past curfew. He looked down and beckoned for the other two to follow. Utakata sighed and flickered up beside him. Kakashi followed without comment. Inside the office, Hiruzen was in the middle of a meeting with his advisors, Kohara, Homura, and Danzo. However, none of them looked surprised by Jiraiya's entrance. I'll ban you from the hot springs next time you enter through the window, Hiruzen muttered dryly, not even looking up. Utakata and Kakashi entered through the same route and gave a respectful bow. Jiraiya just waved lazily. How did your mission go? Hiruzen asked, turning to Utakata. We destroyed 2 of the bases, but found no trace of Orochimaru in either. The research materials were minimal, but we collected everything and sealed them here, Utakata replied, handing over a scroll. Hiruzen pocketed it without comment. Utakata continued, while my team didn't encounter Orochimaru directly, my genin team did. That drew everyone's attention. All 4 elders narrowed their eyes. Any casualties? Hiruzen asked sharply, looking at Kakashi. Before he could answer, Jiraiya cut in with a smirk. Yeah, one. Him. He jabbed a thumb toward Kakashi, barely holding back his laughter. A dumbfounded silence followed. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Explain. Properly. And so Jiraiya did. He recounted the story of the Kakashi auction, the nicknames, the fake bids, and Ren's spectacularly irreverent performance. He told it all in full detail, clearly savoring the delivery. He had gotten all the details from Team 1 for this purpose alone. By the end, even Homura and Koharu were blinking in confusion, while Danzo simply frowned. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. It was a clever way to stall Orochimaru, but informed them not to engage in such tactics again. Especially not against S-rank threats. He turned to Utakata, who nodded with a neutral expression, but was clearly already planning that talk. Koharu scowled. You're laughing, but do you not see the problem? The boy so easily came up with a plan to sell his superior. A comrade. Before Hiruzen could respond, Danzo spoke. Humph. That was good thinking. He knew he couldn't win, so he stalled until someone stronger could arrive. He stood up as he moved towards the door. I want him. I need someone like him en route. You can't have him, Danzo, Hiruzen replied immediately with practiced ease. Danzo turned at the door. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. With that, he left after slamming the door. Koharu stood as well, still frowning. It still doesn't explain the casual disregard he showed. Hiruzen finally turned to Kakashi. At any point, did you feel Ren was seriously interested in giving you away? Kakashi considered the question. He remembered Ren's showmanship, the way he'd built up the act, the fake seriousness, the smirking jabs, and that confident posture. He shook his head. No. Satisfied, Hiruzen gave Koharu a look. She exhaled through her nose and left. Homura stood and followed, but not before dropping one last line. If you're thinking of lifting the observation plan on the boy, don't. Not yet. Then they were gone, leaving just the Hokage, Jiraiya, Utakata, and Kakashi. Once the room was quiet, Jiraiya took a seat and crossed one leg over the other. Well, there's still something you haven't heard, and it's good those other geezers left. He went on to describe the scene between Tsunade and Ren, from the full-blown battle to the parting insult and Tsunade's failed forward flick and the middle finger. He even mimicked Ren's voice at the end. You missed, unmarried elder. Hiruzen stared at him blankly, clearly unsure whether to laugh or sigh in exasperation. Did Tsunade figure out who he was? Hiruzen asked, rubbing his temple. Jiraiya's grin widened. Not a clue. If she had, it would have been even funnier. They discussed a few more details about the mission before Hiruzen leaned back with a sigh. Keep your team in the village for now, he told Utakata. It hasn't even been a year, and they've already been through enough chaos to last 5. Utakata nodded in agreement. Eventually, the meeting ended and they all left the office. Chapter 92, Resurrection no Jutsu. Notice. Guess who didn't die in the exams? Me. It's me. Hey guys. Exams are on hold thanks to the literal fog of war, because of course that's a thing now, so, yeah. Surprise, I'm back to writing. Temporarily. Until the next disaster rolls in. Or until I trip on my own ambition again. Let's talk about this mess we call a story. Rebooting the brain. It's been a hot minute since I last wrote anything for this FIC, so my brain might need a few kicks to remember how this world works. That said, I've made a bold, completely unsupervised decision. I'm not posting any new chapters until I've written 7 in advance. If I fail, very likely, then we're going back to the chaos of day-by-day releases. Again. Like fools. Early chapters? Yikes. I reread the story during the downtime, and, yeah, the early chapters? They're rough. Like drunken taijutsu practice on a typewriter, rough and filled with chat's footprints all over it. So I'll be editing those too, till I make it look like I didn't use AI, like it's an assignment lol. But let's be real, the newer chapters are the priority because nobody reads chapter 1 once they've seen chapter 91. The great chakra point Rietken. Remember that chakra point / health point nonsense I introduced early on? Yeah, that's been taken out back and quietly buried. Why? Because it started limiting the story like a budget cap in a Michael Bay movie. So from this point onward, no more chakra point numbers. Just vibes and terrifying jutsu. As for the old chapters, they're staying the way they are unless I get divine inspiration or a helpful spreadsheet from one of you nerds. If anyone has clever ideas on how to salvage or reframe the chakra system, drop them in the comments. I'm reading. That's all for now. Let's hope I meet the bar I just set for myself. If not, well, you'll know because I'll be screaming in the author notes again. Stay chaotic, keep the story warm for me, and don't let Ren kill any more national treasures while I'm gone. Chapter 93, Hey guys, Patreon announcement? As the title already said. Yes, it's official, the Patreon is live now. For now, I've started uploading after chapter 91, which is when the Sun and Shenanigans arc ended. From chapter 92 onwards, the story skips ahead by a year and a half, so we'll be jumping into the next phase of Ren's journey. Chapter 91, 9-year-old declares emotional war on the entire Hokage lineage. All title Ren Takahashi, bastard energy, no maternal supervision, manners gone? As Ren waited to see whether his jutsu would have any effect, a sharp stream of compressed water suddenly sliced through the air, cutting apart the condensed wind chakra of his wind release, sky destruction blast in one precise stroke. Water release, water severing vortex. The chaotic winds were scattered in an instant. When the air finally cleared, Ren saw one of Jiraiya's clones dissipating after finishing the jutsu, while another, either a second clone or the real deal, stood between Tsunade and Ren, blocking her incoming punch. Taking the cue that the fight was finally over, Ren exhaled and slumped down on a branch like a tired monkey, keeping a wary eye on the two Sunin below. Jiraiya glanced up, expression unreadable. Get down, brat. But Ren didn't budge. He stayed perched on the canopy, warily looking between Tsunade and Jiraiya. I'm already done with 3 out of 4 members of the original Team 7, and I'm just a genin. I don't want to go for the full 4/4 score. Seeing his distrust, Jiraiya let out a long breath and raised his hands lightly. I won't attack you, but if you don't get down, I might change my mind. Ren jumped down, but instead of standing near the Sunin, he wisely made his way back to stand beside his team and sensei. Jiraiya sighed again, casting a glance at Tsunade, who was now sitting on the ground, being gently scolded by Shizun, and then at Ren, who seemed to be animatedly whispering complaints to his team. Finally, Jiraiya asked, what the hell were you two doing near the border area? If that last attack had landed from either side, people would have thought Konoha had declared war before the last one had died out properly. Ren raised a hand and pointed indignantly at Tsunade. Hey, she started it? I was told this would be an examination, but she suddenly started attacking me. Despite his usual efforts to stay calm and mature, even Ren found it hard to keep his composure after escaping the clutches of a certain snake-themed predator and then being smacked around by his former teammate. Again. From the side, Tsunade scoffed. Huh? I've got no interest in fighting a brat like you, but I saw you using one of my technique, and even signs of the 8 gates. I just wanted to see what kind of taijutsu specialist you were. She crossed her arms. You're the one who started tossing wind jutsu all over the place like a lunatic. I couldn't just stand there and take it. I was planning to show you a trick related to chakra-enhanced strength, but you overreacted. Ren crossed his arms and huffed. Well, forgive me, oh great lady Punch-a-lot. I couldn't exactly assume your intentions were noble after being thrashed by your sensei last week, then your charming snake of an ex-teammate a few hours ago, and now by you. There was a moment of silence in the clearing. Then, a low crack echoed under Tsunade's heel as the ground beneath her fractured. Her voice dropped. What did you just say? Yujao immediately tugged at Ren's sleeve, trying to shut him up, but Ren was already gearing up for a comeback. Jiraiya, acting as the peacemaker, quickly stepped in with a barely concealed smirk. All right, let's calm down. Both of you? He turned to Ren first. I get it, you've got grievances, but she's still a highly respected shinobi and your senior. Maybe try showing a little respect, all right? Ren didn't respond, merely narrowing his eyes. Tsunade gave a little humph and turned to Shizun with a mutter. Brats these days have no respect for their elders. Shizun only sighed. Jiraiya turned to her next. Princess, you should also be mindful. He's a genin. If your last attack had landed, and word got out that a Konoha Sunin nearly flattened a kid near the border, we'd be explaining things to every daimyo between here and the Wind Country. Tsunade growled at him. Heya? So now this is my fault. Before Jiraiya could respond, Ren scoffed quietly and muttered just loud enough, it must be because of this temper that she isn't married yet, even though she's now an elder. He even air-quoted the word elder for extra effect. Before Tsunade could launch herself at him, or even react properly, Ren's mouth was immediately clamped shut by Yudakata's hand. As Ren's muffled voice died under Yudakata's firm palm, the whole clearing fell into stunned silence. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, visibly struggling not to laugh. Shizun looked horrified, and Yujao had both hands on her head in full panic mode. Hitachi was the only one calm, silently watching the scene with the same expression he probably wore when observing rare insect behavior. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched, dangerously. I should run, Ren thought. Not because I'm scared, but because there are some fights you don't pick unless you're suicidal or legally insane. Still, he tried to squirm out of Yudakata's grip. Yudakata didn't let go. You'll be silent for now, he said quietly. Even though there is not much point, but I still like being alive. Tsunade slowly stood up, fists clenched, her foot cracking the ground again as she glared directly at Ren. Say that again, you little dash. All right. Jiraiya stepped in with both hands up, sliding between Tsunade and Ren like a seasoned negotiator at a cage summit. Can we please not start another international incident over a joke? Tsunade glared at him, nostrils flaring. That wasn't a joke. He's 9, Jiraiya said, gesturing toward Ren, who blinked innocently behind Yudakata's hand. You can't just punch a 9-year-old for being mouthy, Tsunade. I can if the 9-year-old has chakra-enhanced strength and wind jutsu strong enough to flatten a damn jungle, Tsunade snapped, folding her arms but slowly taking her seat again. And don't act like you wouldn't punch a kid if they insulted your hairline. Fair, Jiraiya muttered under his breath, but quickly turned back to the group. All right, let's just settle things. Yudakata finally let go of Ren, who rubbed his jaw dramatically. Freedom of speech should be protected in this village, he muttered, but quieter this time. You keep talking and I'll show you how I protect it, Tsunade warned. Ren gave her a thumbs up from behind Yujeo. Seeing that tensions were finally cooling, Jiraiya sat down too and sighed. Okay, now that that's over, what was that thing you tried at the end, brat? He asked Ren, changing the topic. Ren perked up, glad for the subject change. S-rank wind jutsu, he said casually, dusting himself off. Still not completely mastered, but the power's decent. That's why I needed to test it. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You tested an S-rank jutsu, on Tsunade. She started it, Ren said quickly, pointing. Tsunade glared again. He overreacted. Shizen sighed. You both overreacted. Ren and Tsunade simultaneously crossed their arms and looked away from each other. Jiraiya shook his head, thinking to himself, I don't think Tsunade figured out that the brat is Sayaka's son, otherwise the scenario would have been a whole lot fun. Yudakata sighed, and looked toward the sky. I'm taking a long vacation when we get back. After a while, when things cooled down, the group naturally split into two sides. On one side was Team 1, lounging beneath the trees, and on the other were the two Sunin and Shizone, seated a little away and discussing things amongst themselves. Just then, a flicker of movement came from above, and Kakashi dropped down from one of the higher branches, landing smoothly with his usual composed air, only to glance around in confusion since he was absent when everything happened, because he had left to brood after his diagnoses. Tsunade frowned when she noticed him. You're in Umbu now, Kakashi. Stop looking pathetic. Where did you go? Before he could answer, Ren's voice from the other group muttered just loud enough to carry, probably off somewhere to think about his life choices. Tsunade scoffed immediately. Like that's going to help his case. Kakashi's visible eye blinked slowly as he processed the unprovoked tag team insult. He looked at Jiraiya for help, who only sighed and shook his head slightly. Kakashi suffered a lot on this mission, Jiraiya thought. A few hours later, once everyone had properly rested and prepared for departure, the group began organizing into formation for the return trip. The Jonin who had completed the mission were packing up supplies, while the Genin had finally gotten some real food and a few moments of rest. Kakashi looked slightly more composed after brooding in the trees, or perhaps he had just accepted that this mission wasn't going to help his mental state. Tsunade and Shizone were going to separate from the main group and return via a different route, while Jiraiya had appointed himself as the return escort for the mission squad. Officially, it was due to the threat of Orochimaru lingering in the region. Unofficially, I'm not missing the old man's face when I tell him what happened on this mission, Jiraiya smirked internally. Once everything was settled, Tsunade finished her quiet conversation with Jiraiya and turned back toward Team 1. She walked straight toward Ren, stopping only when they were face to face. Ren tensed just slightly, but she didn't raise a fist. Instead, she raised a hand and placed it on his head, violently ruffling his hair. If you can figure out what technique I used during our fight the next time we meet, she said casually, I'll give you a gift. Ren paused, processing her words. Then he gave a casual nod. Everyone nearby was mildly stunned by the cordial scene, especially after what had happened earlier. But of course, it didn't end there. Just as she was withdrawing her hand, Tsunade's fingers twitched, and with a sharp flick aimed at his forehead, she sent a focused gust of wind chakra to strike him. Except Ren had anticipated a trick. His body arched back instantly, the wind brushing just inches above his face. Still bent backward, he looked up at her and grinned like the little demon he was. He raised his middle finger in a flicking motion and declared loud enough for everyone to hear, You missed, unmarried elder. The emphasis he put on the last two words echoed across the silent clearing. Then he flickered away. Everyone froze, processing what just happened. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's temple. Damned brat, she roared, her voice cracking like thunder as she lunged forward, only to be held back by a frantic Shizone hanging onto her arm like her life depended on it. Lady Tsunade, please, don't start an international crisis. Meanwhile, Ren had already regrouped with Team 1, calm and composed like nothing had happened. Yujeo looked at him with equal parts admiration and terror. Hitachi simply nodded once, silently impressed. Jiraiya exhaled long and hard. Then he turned to the rest of the group and clapped his hands. All right, let's go before she actually kills someone. Just like that, with one final look at the still fuming Tsunade, Jiraiya led the group back toward Konoha. It took 3 days for the entire group to return to Konoha. On the way, no one dared approach the convoy, just the presence of Jiraiya was enough to serve as a deterrent. The only true threat, Orochimaru, never appeared again. Whether he was watching or had simply lost interest, none could say. When the group finally reached the village gates, the guards visibly straightened upon recognizing one of the legendary Sunin leading the mission. Jiraiya-sama, they greeted loudly. Jiraiya gave them a casual nod and continued walking, not slowing down. Once inside the gates, he stopped and turned to face the team. You were the lead, right? He asked, looking at Yudakata. The man nodded. Jiraiya then addressed the rest of the returning Jonin. All right, all of you are dismissed until further orders. With a collective acknowledgement, the Jonin flickered away one by one. Jiraiya then turned to Team 1. Kakashi will handle the mission report. You 3 are dismissed. Before they could leave, Yudakata added, you have another week of free training. We'll resume team activities after that. Ren, Yujeo, and Hitachi nodded and vanished. As for the remaining trio, Jiraiya, Yudakata, and Kakashi, they made their way toward the Hokage's office. Or rather, Jiraiya took a more familiar route. He jumped up to the building's upper floors and cracked open a window to the office, slipping in with all the subtlety of a child sneaking in past curfew. He looked down and beckoned for the other two to follow. Yudakata sighed and flickered up beside him. Kakashi followed without comment. Inside the office, Hiruzen was in the middle of a meeting with his advisors, Kohara, Homura, and Danzo. However, none of them looked surprised by Jiraiya's entrance. I'll ban you from the hot springs next time you enter through the window, Hiruzen muttered dryly, not even looking up. Yudakata and Kakashi entered through the same route and gave a respectful bow. Jiraiya just waved lazily. How did your mission go? Hiruzen asked, turning to Yudakata. We destroyed 2 of the bases, but found no trace of Orochimaru in either. The research materials were minimal, but we collected everything and sealed them here, Yudakata replied, handing over a scroll. Hiruzen pocketed it without comment. Yudakata continued, while my team didn't encounter Orochimaru directly, my genin team did. That drew everyone's attention. All 4 elders narrowed their eyes. Any casualties? Hiruzen asked sharply, looking at Kakashi. Before he could answer, Jiraiya cut in with a smirk. Yeah, one. Him. He jabbed a thumb toward Kakashi, barely holding back his laughter. A dumbfounded silence followed. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Explain. Properly. And so Jiraiya did. He recounted the story of the Kakashi auction, the nicknames, the fake bids, and Ren's spectacularly irreverent performance. He told it all in full detail, clearly savoring the delivery. He had gotten all the details from Team 1 for this purpose alone. By the end, even Homura and Kohara were blinking in confusion, while Danzo simply frowned. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. It was a clever way to stall Orochimaru, but informed them not to engage in such tactics again, especially not against S-rank threats. He turned to Yudakata, who nodded with a neutral expression, but was clearly already planning that talk. Kohara scowled. You're laughing, but do you not see the problem? The boy so easily came up with a plan to sell his superior, a comrade. Before Hiruzen could respond, Danzo spoke. That was good thinking. He knew he couldn't win, so he stalled until someone stronger could arrive. He stood up as he moved towards the door. I want him. I need someone like him en route. You can't have him, Danzo, Hiruzen replied immediately with practiced ease. Danzo turned at the door. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. With that, he left after slamming the door. Kohara stood as well, still frowning. It still doesn't explain the casual disregard he showed. Hiruzen finally turned to Kakashi. At any point, did you feel Ren was seriously interested in giving you away? Kakashi considered the question. He remembered Ren's showmanship, the way he'd built up the act, the fake seriousness, the smirking jabs, and that confident posture. He shook his head. No. Satisfied, Hiruzen gave Kohara a look. She exhaled through her nose and left. Homura stood and followed, but not before dropping one last line. If you're thinking of lifting the observation plan on the boy, don't. Not yet. Then they were gone, leaving just the Hokage, Jiraiya, Yudakata, and Kakashi. Once the room was quiet, Jiraiya took a seat and crossed one leg over the other. Well, there's still something you haven't heard, and it's good those other geezers left. He went on to describe the scene between Tsunade and Ren, from the full-blown battle to the parting insult and Tsunade's failed forward flick and the middle finger. He even mimicked Ren's voice at the end. You missed, unmarried elder. Hiruzen stared at him blankly, clearly unsure whether to laugh or sigh in exasperation. Did Tsunade figure out who he was? Hiruzen asked, rubbing his temple. Jiraiya's grin widened. Not a clue. If she had, it would have been even funnier. They discussed a few more details about the mission before Hiruzen leaned back with a sigh. Keep your team in the village for now, he told Yudakata. It hasn't even been a year, and they've already been through enough chaos to last 5. Yudakata nodded in agreement. Eventually, the meeting ended and they all left the office. Meanwhile, back at home, Ren had already taken a long bath and crashed into bed. His body was sore, but his mind was active. As he lay there, he closed his eyes and muttered quietly, before sleeping. I'll definitely figure out what that technique was. Chapter 92, Resurrection no Jutsu. Notice. Guess who didn't die in the exams? Me. It's me. Hey guys. Exams are on hold thanks to the literal fog of war, because of course that's a thing now, so, yeah. Surprise, I'm back to writing. Temporarily. Until the next disaster rolls in. Or until I trip on my own ambition again. Let's talk about this mess we call a story. Rebooting the brain. It's been a hot minute since I last wrote anything for this FIC, so my brain might need a few kicks to remember how this world works. That said, I've made a bold, completely unsupervised decision. I'm not posting any new chapters until I've written 7 in advance. If I fail, very likely, then we're going back to the chaos of day-by-day releases. Again. Like fools. Early chapters? Yikes. I reread the story during the downtime, and, yeah, the early chapters? They're rough. Like drunken taijutsu practice on a typewriter, rough and filled with chat's footprints all over it. So I'll be editing those too, till I make it look like I didn't use AI, like it's an assignment lol. But let's be real, the newer chapters are the priority because nobody reads chapter 1 once they've seen chapter 91. The Great Chakra Point Retcon. Remember that chakra point / health point nonsense I introduced early on? Yeah, that's been taken out back and quietly buried. Why? Because it started limiting the story like a budget cap in a Michael Bay movie. So from this point onward, no more chakra point numbers. Just vibes and terrifying jutsu. As for the old chapters, they're staying the way they are unless I get divine inspiration or a helpful spreadsheet from one of you nerds. If anyone has clever ideas on how to salvage or reframe the chakra system, drop them in the comments. I'm reading. That's all for now. Let's hope I meet the bar I just set for myself. If not, well, you'll know because I'll be screaming in the author notes again. Stay chaotic, keep the story warm for me, and don't let Ren kill any more national treasures while I'm gone. Your semi-functional author. Briefly reanimated by chaos. Chapter 93, Hey guys? Patreon announcement? As the title already said. Yes, it's official, the Patreon is live now. For now, I've started uploading after Chapter 91, which is when the Sun in Shenanigans arc ended. From Chapter 92 onwards, the story skips ahead by a year and a half, so we'll be jumping into the next phase of Ren's journey. Chapter 94, Ren Takahashi, now legally too powerful for the tutorial zone. Alt title Sword Princess returns, demands fictional romance. The village hidden in the leaves was bustling as spring returned, shedding the lingering cold of the long winter. This winter had been special. All 5 great nations had signed the peace treaty, as the Leaf and Cloud had the last of their altercation last year and were done for now. Fragile as it may have been, for now, the world was at rest. Life moved on under the warm sun and blooming trees, and the villagers, for once, lived without looming dread. Up in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, pipe in hand, watching the village return to color. The scent of smoke mixed with fresh air as an Umbu agent flickered into the room and kneeled. Report, Hiruzen said, not turning from the view. Uzumaki Naruto has started pranking villagers. He was caught quickly, but before the villagers could do anything, Dog intervened? Hiruzen exhaled slowly, his expression turning complicated. Let him be. The Umbu gave no comment and continued. The exchange team from the Iron Capital is expected to return shortly. Hiruzen nodded, puffing his pipe again. So the extended program finally ends. Seo really let them overstay, though it was clearly for Utakata's little kunoichi. He thought lightly. Still, it's good. Team 1's network outside the village will be vital. They'll be the foundation Ren needs, when the time comes. Escort them to me when they arrive. With a nod, the Umbu flickered away. In the basement of Ren's house, Ren sat shirtless, his back exposed as a shadow clone knelt behind him, carving seals with precise, fluid strokes down the length of his spine. Once the last stroke was made, the clone dissipated in a puff, and Ren slowly stood. He stretched once, rolling his neck. Then he stood still. One breath. Another. And then, gate of opening. Gate of healing. Gate of life. The chakra surged through him like a dam bursting open. Sealing patterns glowed faintly on his forehead, pulsing down his neck and chest before spreading along his back, tracing the newly inked lines like veins of light. 2 parallel lines, carved with seal work, flared along his spine like a furnace being lit. Then, in a blur, Ren moved. In less than a second, he was across the room, smashing the reinforced tiles beneath his feet with a single chakra-enhanced punch. Another blur, another section collapsed. He launched from wall to wall, fist slamming and displacing air with shockwaves. He stopped only after hammering a final strike into the dummy at the far end of the basement. The ground cracked. A visible ripple spread from the impact point, yet the dummy stood still, untouched. Ren exhaled, closing the gates as the glow receded. Looks like I made this dummy way too resilient, he muttered, inspecting the glyph etched into the training construct, a network of absorption seals that redirected force into the ground. It's a pity these seals can't be used on people, Ren snickered to himself. An army of indestructible dummies sounds hilarious. He sat cross-legged near the scorched tiles and reflected on the path so far. The third gate was easier than the second. But the next few won't be so kind. The second gate, the gate of healing, was located in the brain, like the first. But where the first simply unlocked full muscle capacity, the second enhanced stamina by pumping blood more effectively. Controlling that flow without bursting vessels required a self-made blood regulation seal. The third, gate of life, rode along the spinal cord. It pushed blood flow into overdrive, overheating the body. To counter that, he'd adapted cooling seals, reworking them for internal use. Since no original formula had to be made, the third had come easier. Still, each gate demanded more than raw chakra. It demanded insight, control, refinement. At this point, I should be able to handle anyone below S rank without too much trouble, though some canon might give me some trouble. He opened his system panel and looked at the progress. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 60, 53 rightward arrow 60. Attributes, Strength, 60, 53 rightward arrow 60. Agility, 67, 60 rightward arrow 67. Intelligence, 69, 65 rightward arrow 69. Vitality, 79. Chakra, 79. Talents, improved chakra control, enhanced reflexes, X, genjutsu resistance, A rank. Mastery panel, wind style mastery, 64%, intermediate, 78 rightward arrow 53 rightward arrow 64. Earth style mastery, 78%, advanced, 74 rightward arrow 78. Chakra enhancement mastery, 73%, intermediate, 66 rightward arrow 73. Chakra control, 86%, advanced, 84 rightward arrow 86. Fuinjutsu mastery, 44%, basic, 36 rightward arrow 44. Yang release mastery, 34%, basic, 28 rightward arrow 34. Fire release mastery, 59%, intermediate, 51 rightward arrow 59. Space Release Mastery, 35%, Basic, 32 Rightward Arrow 35. Irayajutsu Mastery, 50%, Basic, 39 Rightward Arrow 50. Lightning Release Mastery, 25%, Beginner, 5 Rightward Arrow 25. Mastery Points, 8 Intermediate Level Points, 10 Advanced Level Points, 2 Master Level Points. Ninja Panel, Ninjutsu, 67/100, 60 Rightward Arrow 67. Taijutsu, 69/100, 62 Rightward Arrow 69. Genjutsu, 50/100, 43 Rightward Arrow 50. Fuinjutsu, 44/100, 36 Rightward Arrow 44. Ren nodded to himself as he saw the numbers. The Wind Mastery is slowly stabilizing again, at least now I can make the Raisin Shuriken again. Chakra controls growing slowly, and Lightning Release he paused, well, that one's still garbage. He chuckled under his breath. Once Ren was done assessing his stats, he looked around at the ruined basement and groaned. Oh man, I really should have gone to the forest. At least I wouldn't be responsible for the destruction and repairs. Now I have to fix this. He sighed as he walked out, still grumbling. Next time I test something, I'm definitely heading to the forest. Let people see if they do, at least I won't have to clean up the mess afterward. A few hours later, Ren was at Training Ground 1, chatting with Hitachi while they waited for Yujeo. Yudakata had informed them earlier that she would be returning today. It's good that she's coming back. We'll finally start taking normal missions again, Ren thought. During Yujeo's stay in the Iron Capital, Team 1's missions had slowed. Most of what they did involved supporting Umbu squads on local assignments, and they hadn't been anywhere near the border. Ren had wanted to ask why, but he figured it was part of Yudakata's plan. Their first year as a team had been packed with more chaos than most genin ever experienced. Still, Ren was getting bored. And more than that, he wasn't gaining much from the low-tier missions anymore. C ranks gave him nothing now, and B ranks only awarded around 5 to 6 points at best. Only A rank missions gave him a full Jonin level point. That said, while his physical stats hadn't skyrocketed lately, his mastery progress in various fields had been decent, thanks to the extended stay in the village. His thoughts were interrupted as someone entered the training field. Oh, she's here. He looked up, then raised an eyebrow. A glance at Hitachi showed even the Aberame was wearing a puzzled expression. Yujeo walked toward them with the wind brushing her high-tied purple ponytail. Her katana sat on her hip, and she had a strange sort of aura around her. Her steps were measured, her posture confident. When she reached them, she stopped, struck a slightly dramatic pose, and greeted with a serious tone, Ren-san. Hitachi-san. Ren and Hitachi exchanged a glance. Ren nodded. So, how was your stay in the Iron Capital? He glanced above her head and noted level 46. Yeah, she's definitely stronger than in the canon. Nearly Jonin level already and not even 13 yet. Yujeo held her sword lightly and spoke in a calm tone. It was enlightening. The way they worship the sword, how they become one with it. I tried to follow in their footsteps. I think the results speak for themselves. She raised her head to the sky. I only wish I could have spent more time with Seo-sensei and Master. Ren stared at her for a few seconds before sighing. I see. So, you've ascended beyond the common crowd. I guess you won't need these anymore. He pulled out a green-covered book, The Legend of Feng Yuan, volume 65, and handed it to Hitachi, who calmly summoned a small flame and burned it. Yujeo stared in silence. Ren then took out volume 66. Burned. Then volume 67. Burned. Volume 68. Gone. Finally, Ren slowly raised volume 69 and said, Man, I had to go through so much trouble to get this pre-released version directly from the author as a welcome gift. But I guess my efforts were wasted. He held the book out in front of Hitachi, who once again summoned a small flame near his hand. "N-O-O-O," Yujeo yelled, snatching the book away from Ren and hugging it tightly like a priceless treasure. Her composed expression from earlier had vanished completely. How do you even have the unreleased version? The author said they were going on hiatus for indefinite time? And how dare you burn it? Do you know how valuable these are? Ren blinked, momentarily stunned by the passion in her voice. Right. I remember that author who introduced Chinese brain-rot novels into the shinobi world. He'd looked into the man thoroughly and confirmed he wasn't a transmigrator, and then Threat Asterisk requested him to hand over the latest volume for Yujeo's sake. Well, Ren said casually, we became friends. Right. Friends. We're friends now. Yujeo stared at him like he'd grown another head, but before she could say anything, Ren added with a grin, anyway, you shouldn't act like this. Imagine if Aunt Seo found out what kind of books you read. Yujeo flinched. Why you? Why are you calling her aunt? Don't tell me. Sensei and Master, she trailed off in disbelief. Ren gave her a smug nod. Yep. Got a letter from Dad just before you returned. They officially started dating after your team left. Yujeo dropped to her knees, wailing. No, I wanted to see them get together. Imagine it, both of my teachers, married, training me together, it would have been perfect. Ren could list multiple flaws in her logic but chose not to. As Yujeo sobbed dramatically, Ren wondered how to get her to stop. Just then, Yudakata flickered into the training field and paused. He looked at Yujeo, crying on the ground. Then at Ren, standing nearby. The stare was long and accusatory. I know it's technically my fault, Ren thought indignantly, but shouldn't he be suspecting Hitachi too? He glanced to the side. Hitachi was quietly playing with his insects. That bast. His thoughts were cut off as Utakata finally spoke. All right. Gather up. Ren stopped mid-glare at Hitachi and turned back toward Utakata as their sensei clapped his hands lightly, a silent gesture that brought instant discipline back to the team. Even Yujeo, despite her sorrow over missing a fictional romance arc between her mentors, wiped her tears and stood up like nothing had happened. Utakata gave her a brief nod, then looked over the three of them. It's been a long time since we've operated together. From now on, you'll resume active team missions, starting with a B rank 1 tomorrow. Ren raised an eyebrow at that. Finally, he thought, it's about time the system started paying out again. Yujeo also nodded, the earlier drama already fading from her mind, replaced by a slight anticipation. What kind of mission, sensei? Utakata looked toward the village's walls. Escort. A minor noble from the Land of Rivers needs to travel to the border outpost near the Land of Rain. No known threats, but he requested shinobi from the Leaf specifically, so the Hokage accepted. Hitachi tilted his head slightly, requesting Leaf shinobi by name. Any chance it's political? Possibly, but very low chance. Utakata replied. You will be briefed tomorrow morning before departure. For now, I want all three of you in peak condition. Spar each other, sharpen your coordination, and be ready for anything. You will be operating without me this time. Ren will lead the mission. That earned a pause from all three of them. No backup? Ren asked, just to be sure. Utakata nodded. None. But you've all grown significantly. Yujeo has completed the iron capital exchange, Hitachi's control over his insects has improved, and Ren. He looked at him with a flat gaze. Let's just say the forest state was not really a big secret. Ren coughed lightly and looked away. That was necessary. Utakata didn't press it. This mission will help determine whether you're ready to be promoted for special assignments. Complete it well, and I'll consider putting your names forward to join the Umbu once you become shinin. That got Ren's attention. Yujeo too straightened up at that, while Hitachi simply nodded, his bugs swirling slightly in interest. Rest today. You leave at dawn. With that, Utakata flickered away again. As soon as he was gone, Ren turned to the others. So, we're finally back to the fun stuff. Yujeo grinned as she sheathed her katana. Think they'll make me a captain before you? Ren smirked, with your book taste exposed. Unlikely. Yujeo raised her fist threateningly, while Hitachi, without looking up, muttered, I will bring extra storage for the bodies. Team 1 was officially back. Chapter 95, S-Class Supervision for a B-Rank babysitting job. The three members of Team 1 continued sparring through the afternoon, running drills and coordinated combat simulations across Training Ground 1. With Yujeo finally back in the village, the team dynamic felt complete again. After wrapping up, the trio decided to head to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate her return. As they ate, Yujeo animatedly talked about her stay in the Iron Capital, detailing the culture, the strict Kenjutsu training, and, much to Ren's growing discomfort, some of the more personal interactions between Juaki and Seo. Ren slurped his ramen and thought to himself, well, I guess it'll always be weird to hear about your parents' love life, no matter the world. He tried to tune out the story once Yujeo mentioned the word moonlight picnic. The evening passed quickly with laughter and idle teasing. Once they were done, the three of them walked together until their paths diverged. Just before they could part ways completely, Yujeo stopped Ren and held out a scroll. Here, she said. Master asked me to give this to you. He said to tell you he'd be out of contact for a while. Ren raised an eyebrow as he took the scroll and asked, so, did he actually take you in as a student, or are you just strutting around calling him master on your own whim? Yujeo's expression turned sharp, almost like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Humph. He just keeps delaying things with one reason or another. It even got to the point where Seo-sensei started teaching me things while he just kept waving it off. Then her tone lightened, and she added with a grin, but now that the two of them are together, I'm sure Seo-sensei will make him agree. Ren sighed as he looked at her smiling and lost in her own imagination. He gave her a small wave and turned away. Right, good luck with that. With that, he headed back home, the scroll tucked under his arm. As Ren settled into his room after a quick shower, he finally turned his attention to the scroll Yujeo had handed him. He sat cross-legged on his bed, the room dimly lit, and placed the scroll in front of him. There was no trap seal, no advanced locking technique, just a clean, simple closure. That in itself already told Ren that this wasn't some top-secret technique or mission directive. It was something personal. He undid the seal and unrolled the parchment. Oi, brat. Yujeo should have handed you this. If she forgot, you're allowed to bonk her on the head once. Lightly. Maybe. Nah, forget it. She's a good kid. First off, happy birthday in advance. I know it's a little too early, with this being March and your birthday being in October, but I figure I've got the right to repeat it as many times as I want. You're getting stronger fast, and I'm proud of how far you've come, even if I won't say that out loud in front of anyone else. Can't have you getting too full of yourself. I saw your name mentioned a few times in the village reports. Caused trouble. Solved bigger trouble. Talked your way out of things. That's my kid. Keep that balance. Listen, I'll be away for a while, no contact. Nothing bad, just something I need to do before I really settle back into village life. There are a few old things I have to finish, some debts I need to check in on. You know how it is. I won't write down details, because if you're anything like me, you'll try to follow me, and that's not happening for now. You've got Utakata watching over you. And from what I hear, you've managed to keep your team in one piece. Good. That's more than a lot of jonin can say. You don't need me or anyone else breathing down your neck all the time. But I want you to remember something. No matter how far you go, how strong you get, or how complicated things become, I'm still your old man. If you're ever in real trouble, you send for me. Keep your head straight. Watch your back. Trust your instincts. And stop doing that smug little grin when you win. It's creepy. Your dad. Jueki. Ren stared at the letter for a few long seconds, expression unreadable. However, unknown to him, a small, tired smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He carefully rolled the scroll back up and stored it away in the chest where he kept only a few personal belongings. He sat still for a moment longer, arms resting on his knees. Stay safe, old man, he thought. I hope your training arc bears fruit. As he closed his eyes and laid down, one last thought came to him. Why didn't he just write all this in the letter where he said that he and Aunt Seo are dating? The next morning, the sun had barely crested the treetops when Team 1 assembled at the southern gates of Konoha. The three of them arrived at the scheduled time, which meant they were actually 15 minutes early, because when Udakata said a time, he usually meant get there earlier. Udakata stood by the checkpoint, reviewing a small scroll as he waited. When he saw them approach, he tucked it away and gestured them closer. Good. You're on time, he said, voice neutral as always. This won't take long. He took out a larger scroll and unrolled it partially, revealing a rough map that marked a winding trade route from the Land of Fire, crossing into the Land of Rivers and ending at an outpost near the Rain border. The noble you're escorting is named Lord Mizuka, a second son of a minor noble family in the Land of Rivers. His caravan is currently stationed in Swiren, a border village just outside Fire's Edge, Udakata said, his finger pausing on the marked settlement icon. Your mission is to rendezvous with him there, confirm his identity, and escort him safely to this outpost near the Land of Rain. He tapped the point. Your arrival there should take 3 days if everything stays on schedule, and another 5 for the full escort. Considering standard delays, your return is expected within 2 weeks. Letting that sink in, Udakata continued. Mizuka has a retinue of 6 guards, 2 servants, and a cart driver. He requested Konoha shinobi specifically, apparently due to a prior contract during the war. He claims he doesn't trust his own country's mercenaries. Ren gave a slow nod, absorbing the details. So he might be expecting trouble. Possibly, Udakata replied. But it's just as likely he's paranoid. Do we know what kind of threats to expect along the way? Yujeo asked, arms folded, her expression back to its usual sharp focus. No specific intelligence, Udakata said. The route's officially safe, but that status is never reliable. You'll pass through a few independent villages and some known smuggler trails. Bandits are likely. Mercenaries or missing nin are possible. Rain nin interference is unlikely, but not impossible if you wander too close to the border. Hitashi's insects stirred slightly. Does this noble hold any political or military significance? Udakata gave a faint shrug. None we're aware of. But his family has connections to a major trade consortium in the region. So even if he's not valuable politically, he's important economically. Ren muttered, that's basically the same thing in these lands. Udakata actually gave the faintest of smiles. Which is why you need to keep him alive. He rolled the map back up and handed a smaller scroll and a report form to Ren. As I said before, Ren will be the team lead on this one. You've had informal chances to lead before, but this is your first official mission lead. Everything that happens from here on out, your call, your responsibility. Ren took the scroll and gave a curt nod. Understood. From the side, Yujeo smirked. Let's make sure nothing goes wrong, leader. She exaggerated the title just enough to be annoying. Ren gave her a flat look. This is not one of your third-rate novels, and I am not Fang Yuan. Not every mission is destined to go sideways. He tuned her follow-up muttering out and looked back to Udakata. Are we allowed to handle emergencies we encounter along the way? Udakata regarded him for a moment. You're the lead. It'll be your discretion. But remember, every decision has a cost. You'll be responsible for what happens. Ren nodded. He had already assumed as much. I doubt they'll actually leave us completely alone, but it's better to assume no help is coming and prepare accordingly. Udakata clapped once. All right. It's getting late. You should leave. I'll be waiting for your return. And with that, he flickered away. Ren turned back toward Yujeo and Hitachi. Let's go. They approached the checkpoint, where the stationed guard gave them a once-over, clearly noting their age but not saying anything. Ren handed over the mission form. After stamping it, the guard returned it, and Team 1 departed. High above the walls, Udakata stood watching them go. Hiruzen flickered beside him with a casual chuckle. Don't worry. I've already sent 2 of my personal guards to shadow them. And besides, he glanced sideways. The mission only got promoted to B rank because it's cross-border and involves a noble. In truth, it barely qualifies as C rank. Udakata nodded but didn't relax. Then why send them alone? If you just wanted to test Ren's leadership, I could have hung back and observed quietly. Hiruzen's voice turned slightly firmer. Udakata, after this mission, they'll be participating in the Chunin exams. After that, all 3 of them will be inducted into Umbu. Once they're there, they won't have anyone to fall back on. They'll need to lead, decide, act. He looked at Udakata again. It's better they learn now. Udakata remained silent but nodded in the end. Don't worry, Hiruzen said once more, his eyes following the shrinking figures of Team 1 on the road. Nothing will go wrong. And then he flickered away. Team 1 continued traveling in silence for nearly half a day, their pace brisk and efficient, the road passing beneath their feet in a blur of dirt and sparse underbrush. The sun had risen high, casting dappled shadows through the leaves above. It was only when the group came to a small clearing near the fork of a narrow forest path that Ren finally stopped walking. He turned slightly, glancing at Hitachi. Did you find them? Hitachi, as if already expecting the question, nodded. Yes. There are 2 of them. They've taken all the precautions against insects, standard suppression seals, minimal chakra output, and masking sense. He raised a finger, revealing a small, nearly transparent insect perched delicately on the nail. But this one is a crossbreed I developed. It tracks the faintest of ground vibrations, just enough to let me know there are 2 shinobi trailing us. I still can't pinpoint their exact location, but they've been following us since we left the gates. Ren shook his head, unsurprised. Good work. I just wanted to confirm whether we were being watched or not. Yujao raised an eyebrow as she glanced behind discreetly. Yeah, I figured something was off. There's no way the village would just send 3 genin on a cross-border mission without a failsafe. But I don't think that they're going to intervene, she added. You think they're just here to watch? Ren started moving again as he replied, that's what I think. Surveillance, not protection. They're likely here to evaluate how we handle things on our own. He glanced back. You remember what Sensei said, if we do well, he'll recommend us to the Umbu. Both Yujao and Hitachi nodded silently at that. After a moment, Yujao broke the quiet. Do you want to join the Umbu? Chapter 96, We're totally professionals, we swear. All Title Shinobi Babysitters Club, Borderline Edition. Ren stayed quiet for a bit, his steps steady along the dirt path as he mulled over the question. Then, without turning back, he answered plainly, yeah, I want to. I don't think normal Chunin missions would give me much scope for improvement. As he said this, his mind wandered to more pragmatic concerns. For me, joining the Umbu would definitely be good. They wouldn't keep handing out higher-ranking missions if I stayed a normal Chunin. But in the Umbu, the minimum should be at least B-rank missions. Those are what I need if I want to keep earning points. He exhaled lightly. For normal shinobi, maybe Umbu life isn't ideal. Less time for personal training, more danger, higher pressure. But for me, the clones can handle mastery while I rack up system points from real combat. Yujao's voice pulled him from his thoughts. I don't know much about the Umbu, she said, but my dad told me they only take the best of the best. I want to see if there are any sword users in the village strong enough to be my opponent. Ren glanced toward her, curious. Is that your goal? Yujao went silent for a moment, looking down at the katana resting by her side. Her fingers brushed lightly over the hilt before she lifted her head, locking eyes with Ren. Yes. My goal is to become the strongest swordswoman in the world. Ren smiled faintly and looked back ahead as he muttered, well, be careful of the stairs then. Huh. Yujao blinked in confusion, clearly not catching the reference. Ren ignored her and instead shifted his attention to Hitachi. What about you, Hitachi? What's your goal? Hitachi was quiet for a moment, his steps not faltering. Then he said, I want to be the strongest Abarame the village has ever seen. Right now, our clan leader is the strongest in the entire clan, and even he doesn't rank in the top 10 of the village. I want to change that. Ren let another small smile form as he listened. Well, even Shino from the Konoha 9 stopped once he reached Jonin level. I wonder if Hitachi can surpass that. Maybe I should help him out a little. He gave a simple nod. I hope your goals come true. The three of them continued in silence for a while. The forest around them buzzed softly with the sounds of distant insects, leaves rustling overhead in the light spring breeze. Then, as if unable to let it go, Yujao spoke again. What about you, Ren? What's your goal? Ren gave a thoughtful hum. Well, I don't ever want to be under someone's control. He glanced up at the sky above, the clouds lazily drifting past the tree line. So, I guess being the strongest will do. After a little while, once Team 1 had disappeared from sight, two figures flickered into view atop a tree branch overlooking the trail they just left behind. Both wore standard Umbu attire, with porcelain animal masks covering their faces, one shaped like a tiger, the other a fox. The one with the tiger mask gazed ahead along the path and spoke in a quiet, thoughtful voice. The three of them, they've got some grand goals. The fox-masked operative cut in sharply, her voice cold and clipped. They'll learn the reality of the world in a few years. I'd like to hear what their goals sound like then. Tiger tilted his head slightly, still watching the trail. Maybe they'll manage it. Maybe they really can do what they want to achieve. No, Fox interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. They won't. They've been inflated by everyone around them calling them geniuses, but this is Konoha. There's no shortage of genius here. She turned to look directly at him, her voice lowering. You were called a genius too, weren't you? Back when you were younger. What was your goal? Did you achieve it? Tiger said nothing, and she continued, they'll eventually learn. No matter how brilliant they are, no matter how many tricks they come up with, the day they stand before one of those true monsters, she paused, ever so slightly, and Tiger caught the subtle shiver in her voice. That's when they'll realize just how small they really are. Her eyes settled briefly on the spot where Ren had stood earlier. Especially that blue-haired boy. Without waiting for a response, she flickered away in a burst of motion, vanishing into the trees ahead. Tiger stood there for a moment longer, staring silently at the path they had just observed. Then, in a murmur only the wind could hear, he muttered, "Looks like Shisui left a deeper scar on her than she lets on." He glanced toward the direction Fox had gone. "I should report this to the third when we return." And then he, too, disappeared. 2 days passed before Team 1 finally reached the border checkpoint that connected the Land of Fire to the Land of Rivers. After showing the mission scroll to the guards stationed there, they were allowed to pass through. The fire side didn't take much time after Ren mentioned their sensei's name. Yudakido was respected enough to smooth out most bureaucratic delays. However, the Land of Rivers guards weren't as welcoming. Though they didn't stop them, the stairs lingered longer, clearly unsettled by the presence of foreign shinobi. Ren noticed it and kept his face impassive. As they moved away from the checkpoint and out of earshot of the guards, Ren finally spoke up. "Be careful from here on out," he said, not raising his voice. "We might not be officially at war, but there's no treaty either since this is just a minor village. Treat this like we've entered enemy territory." Yujo nodded once while Hitachi gave a small hum of agreement, his insects faintly buzzing under his sleeves. Ren continued, "Also, remember, the noble we're supposed to escort is one of their own, and he requested foreign shinobi. Some people won't like that. Don't provoke anyone, and don't act superior. We're just here to complete the mission and return. Nothing more." The other two didn't respond verbally but adjusted their pace slightly, falling into a looser formation that allowed for quicker response if needed. They continued through the winding road that eventually led to a small settlement marked on their map, Swiren Village. By the time they arrived, the sun was halfway across the sky. The village itself was modest, no walls, a few elevated watchtowers at the edges, and mostly single-storied buildings with thatched or tiled roofs. Farmers, traders, and workers moved about their business. There wasn't much traffic on the roads leading into the village, but a few carts and merchant wagons stood near what could be called the village square. Ren signaled for them to stop just before entering. "Let me handle the talking unless something goes wrong. Yujo, cover from behind. Hitachi, spread your scouts." Hitachi's insects quietly slipped from his sleeves and scattered. Yujo nodded, stepping slightly to the rear with her hand near the hilt of her katana. Ren adjusted the forehead protector, making sure the leaf insignia was clearly visible, not hidden, but not flaunted either. They walked into the village calmly. People noticed them instantly, eyes lingering longer than necessary. A few whispered among themselves, while others avoided direct contact. Ren ignored it all and headed toward the center of the village. There was a two-story inn there, slightly better maintained than the surrounding buildings. A few armed men stood near the entrance, not with headbands but with coordinated armor pieces, likely mercenaries or private guards. When Ren approached, one of the guards moved forward and raised a hand. "State your business." Ren didn't flinch as he replied, "We're from Konoha. Team 1. We're here to escort Lord Mizuka to the border outpost." The man eyed them suspiciously. "Didn't hear about Leaf sending children." Ren took out the mission scroll and handed it to the man. "You'll find everything in there." The man looked through it, reading carefully. After a moment, he turned to the door and knocked twice in a particular pattern. A second later, another guard came out and went inside. They waited for a few minutes before a slightly older man in traveling robes stepped out. His hair was neatly combed, and he had a faint scent of perfume. His hands were gloved, and he wore multiple rings. He scanned them for a moment before stepping closer. "I assume you're the shinobi from the Leaf." His voice was soft but carried weight. Ren nodded. "Yes. I'm Ren Takahashi, the mission lead. These are my teammates, Yujo and Hitachi." Mizuka looked at each of them, his eyes lingering slightly longer on Yujo before returning to Ren. "Well," he said after a pause, "you're younger than I expected. But I suppose your village knows what it's doing." He turned slightly. "Come. We'll finalize a few things inside." Ren followed him in while Yujo and Hitachi stayed just outside the door, observing the area. Inside the inn, Mizuka led Ren to a private room with a table and a few documents laid out. "I've already informed my staff we'll be departing tomorrow morning," Mizuka said. "I'd like us to be gone at first light. I want to avoid unnecessary attention." Ren nodded. "We'll be ready." Mizuka poured himself a drink and sat down. "I'm not expecting trouble, but it's better to be careful. Especially when you're carrying something of value." Ren's eyes narrowed slightly at the last part. "You weren't listed to be carrying anything aside from personal effects." Mizuka didn't answer immediately, simply sipping his drink. Then he said, "Don't worry. It's nothing illegal. But my family operates one of the largest textile trades in the region. I have samples and contracts on me, documents that some people might want to intercept." Ren didn't respond to that. Instead, he reached into his pouch and took out a blank form. "We'll need your confirmation of identity. Sign here." Mizuka looked at the paper, then took out a small stamp from inside his coat and pressed it onto the page. Satisfied. "For now." Ren stood up. "We'll be nearby. Notify us immediately if there's any sign of trouble." He left the room and met his team outside. "He wants to leave at dawn," Ren informed them. "We'll stay at a nearby building if possible. No need to crowd him or his people too early. We rotate watches tonight." Hitachi nodded. "Some insects are already moving through the inn. I'll keep the perimeter covered." Yujo tilted her head. "Something feel off." Ren didn't answer directly. He looked around the square again. "Not yet. But be alert anyway." They found an abandoned house nearby, clearly marked as for rent or sale, but the structure was intact. Ren placed a few basic perimeter seals and motioned for the other two to rest. He sat down near the doorway, eyes scanning the villagers. Something feels off. He asked for protection. He got it. But the way he speaks, either he knows more than he's letting on, or someone else does. Let's see how tonight goes. The entire night passed smoothly. Team 1 rotated shifts as planned, keeping one member on watch while 2 rested. Hitashi's insects remained active, monitoring the perimeter around the inn, and a few stayed close to Mizuka himself, hiding in the corners of the ceilings and behind wall panels. But despite the tension they all felt, nothing unusual happened. Ren had taken the last shift just before dawn. When the time finally came, he woke the other 2. Hitachi reported no movement or suspicious activity during the night. Yujeo stretched once and checked her sword before she spoke. Either he really is just paranoid, or whoever might have targeted him gave up. Ren gave a small nod. Let's keep our guard up. Just because it was quiet doesn't mean it'll stay that way. By the time they reached the inn, the noble's caravan was already preparing to move. A pair of carriages were being loaded, one with travel supplies, the other with Mizuka's personal belongings. 6 guards, dressed in matching dark blue uniforms and light armor, stood ready near the front. 2 servants, a man and a woman, checked over a few food containers while a driver was arguing with a stable hand about the cart's axle. Mizuka himself emerged from the inn wearing a long travel cloak, a scarf wrapped loosely around his neck, and gloves still on. When he saw Ren and his team, he gave a short nod. Good. We're leaving on schedule. Ren stepped forward and gestured toward the gate. We'll take point. You stay in the middle, and keep your guards close to the carriages. Mizuka didn't argue. Just make sure we get there without issue. With a final check of their supplies and a last sweep from Hitashi's insects, they left Swiren village as Team 1 took formation. Ren in front, Yujeo watching the sides and rear, Hitachi moving in a wide perimeter with his scouts deployed. Chapter 97, Shinobi Diplomacy, Smile, Nod, Don't Stab. The first day of travel through the land of rivers went by without any issue. The weather stayed clear, with only a few patches of wind kicking up dust along the path. The terrain was mostly flat with occasional low hills and scattered trees. Despite being outside their home country, the road itself was decent, clearly maintained to support trade caravans. Team 1 remained in formation, keeping a steady pace. Ren stayed up front, occasionally using short bursts of chakra to scout ahead before returning to the group. Yujeo positioned herself behind the main cart, eyes constantly scanning both sides of the path. Hitachi remained the most mobile, deploying insects at regular intervals to monitor their surroundings. His presence near the edges of the caravan was barely noticeable unless someone was actively looking for him. The guards traveling with Mizuka didn't say much. They remained professional, quiet, and disciplined, though Ren noticed they weren't particularly friendly either. That was fine with him though, he didn't care for unnecessary interactions. As long as they stayed out of the team's way and followed orders if things got messy, there was nothing to complain about. Mizuka, for the most part, stayed inside his carriage. Occasionally, he'd step out during breaks, stretching his legs and sipping something warm from a cup his servant handed him. He never wandered far and didn't try to talk to Team 1 much, which Ren appreciated. During one of the afternoon rest breaks, the group stopped beside a small stream. Ren allowed a 30-minute pause to refill water supplies, check equipment, and rest. He crouched beside the water, rinsing his hands and glancing up at the sky. Yujeo was practicing drawing and sheathing her katana near the cart. Hitachi sat under a tree, surrounded by a small group of his insects that moved like they were undergoing some kind of training drill. Ren looked over at him. You trying to get them to follow new formations? Hitachi didn't glance up. Testing their behavior under light chakra disruption. Ren gave a small nod. He understood the importance of that, especially since they couldn't always rely on a clean battlefield. As the break ended, Ren gave the signal, and the group resumed the journey. Evening came without incident. They stopped in a small clearing beside the road, just far enough from the path to stay hidden but still with enough open space to set up camp. The guards set up their own tents in a semicircle around the carriages, while Team 1 sat at a slight distance. Ren went through the usual procedure, rotating watch shifts, insect scouts, and confirming that all of them stayed in close proximity to the camp. Nothing happened that night either. No disturbances, no strange chakra signatures, no hints of hostility from the locals or passers-by. The next morning started the same. The group packed up and resumed the journey early. A thin fog clung to the road, but it burned away within the hour as the sun rose. The land grew slightly hillier, and they passed a few farms and settlements, but no one gave them any trouble. A few traveling merchants nodded in greeting but quickly moved on. Ren noticed that people did seem to take note of the leaf headbands, though none said anything about it. Yujeo walked beside Ren as they climbed one of the hills. So far this is easier than I expected. Ren gave a small shrug. Better this way. We're not here to start a fight. But we're not really gathering any useful experience if we don't run into anything either. You want trouble? Ren glanced at her. I wouldn't mind it if it helps me grow. Ren didn't respond to that directly but thought about it. She's not wrong. Com missions means, the system would only reward me for a normal B rank mission, probably even less if nothing happens. However, his thoughts wandered. It is better if this mission remains calm, especially since we are going near the borders of Land of Rain, the base of Akatsuki. I'm not equipped to handle even one of them right now. Behind them, Hitashi's voice came. Better to have a mission where nothing happens than one that goes too far off script. Yujeo grumbled but didn't disagree. The team continued walking. By midday, the caravan stopped again for another break. Mizuka stepped out of his carriage and wandered a bit farther than usual, looking out over a field filled with tall grass and wildflowers. One of his guards followed him, staying close. Ren watched them for a while, then turned back to his teammates. Check your gear and get some food. We'll move out again in 20. Yujeo sat under a tree, unwrapping a rice ball from her pack. So, when do you think we'll reach the border outpost? If we keep the same pace, probably by tomorrow, Ren answered. Unless something delays us. Hitachi set down a small scroll and began releasing more scouting insects. I'll increase the search range. The terrain is getting wider, and it'll help to cover more ground. Ren gave a short nod. Good. I don't want any surprises when we're close to the border. The rest of the day passed the same as before. Calm, predictable. They walked, rested, walked again. A few times, Ren noticed caravans heading the opposite direction. Once, they passed a group of traveling musicians escorted by mercenaries. There were a few glances exchanged, but no one tried anything. By the time the sun dipped below the hills, the caravan had reached a more open area, gentle slopes and a winding river cutting across the path in the distance. Ren decided to stop early for the night. The area had good visibility, clean water, and open enough space for both Team 1 and the caravan to rest safely. This time, Mizuka approached Ren directly before retiring to his carriage. You've done well so far. I expected at least one attack or ambush by now. Ren just nodded. Better to expect it and not need it than the other way around. Mizuka gave a small smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Let's hope it stays that way. We'll speak more once we arrive. He returned to his carriage. Ren turned back to his team. Same shifts as before. Make sure the fire stays low. Yujeo was already setting up her bedroll while Hitachi took out a few small containers to feed his insects. Ren sat down against a tree, arms folded behind his head as he looked up at the darkening sky. Another day done. No points earned, no fights, no stress. Just quiet. He wasn't sure whether to be thankful or suspicious. The final leg of the journey had been quiet. The road was slightly rockier now, with larger ridges and sparse vegetation. Team 1 remained alert, but no threats ever appeared. The caravan moved slower than usual in the last few hours, likely due to fatigue, but Mizuka never complained. By midday, they saw the outpost. It was a modest facility situated between two small hills, with wooden walls and simple watchtowers overlooking the trade path. There were guards stationed at the gate, some bearing the insignia of the Land of Rivers military, while others appeared to be mercenaries working under contract. When the caravan was stopped at the outer gate, Mizuka presented his documents and waved his guards forward. After some brief discussion with the posted sentries, they were allowed in. Team 1 didn't enter with them. As per the mission protocol, Ren gave the order for Team 1 to fall back and stay out of view. They relocated to a small rise just outside the outpost's perimeter, blending into the trees and keeping a wide perimeter with the help of Hitachi's insects. Maintain visual on the exit points, Ren said as they settled into position. We're not leaving until we see him come out and confirm he's finished. Yujeo scanned the surroundings and nodded. Hitachi deployed a few more insects, focusing especially on the interior of the outpost. Ren didn't relax as he sat on a higher branch, back against the trunk, arms folded. This is where things usually go wrong. Hopefully, this time it doesn't. Inside the outpost, Mizuka was directed to a tent near the back end of the compound. It was larger than the rest, built from sturdy canvas and reinforced with wooden stakes. Inside, the space was mostly empty, save for a mat laid out in the center with a few papers in front of it. However, there was no one waiting for him. But, Mizuka didn't hesitate. As soon as the flap closed behind him, he moved toward the mat and kneeled on both knees, bowing until his forehead touched the fabric. His voice was soft, almost reverent as he spoke. Please grace me with your presence, Angel-sama. He repeated the phrase again, and again. His voice didn't waver. Each repetition carried more weight, more emotion. Please grace me with your presence, Angel-sama. There was no answer. Only silence. Then, after what felt like minutes, the papers in front of him began to shift. At first, they were only small pieces, fluttering from seemingly nowhere, twirling in place in the air. But quickly they began gathering, layering, and folding into a shape. A moment later, the papers formed a figure. The fluttering settled into the shape of a woman. Her short, straight blue hair was tied into a neat bun, a pale blue paper flower clipped on the side. Her amber eyes were unreadable, cold, calm, and absolute. The cloud-patterned cloak fell over her form like a curtain, and the single ring on her finger gleamed faintly under the dim light of the tent. The woman didn't speak immediately. Mizuka lifted his head slowly, and the moment his eyes locked on her, they filled with light. The expression on his face was not just reverent, it was borderline fanatic. Angel-sama. He breathed. You honored me by appearing. I have brought everything you requested. The resources. The documents. All the coded exchanges. I ensured the guards wouldn't see anything. Just as you instructed. He kept speaking without pause, his words flowing like a dam had broken. If it is not enough, I can bring more. Anything you ask. If you want someone dead, I'll do it. If you want information, I'll dig it up. If you want my life, it's yours. His voice cracked slightly. I live to serve you, Angel-sama. The woman's expression didn't change. Her tone remained flat, without warmth or judgment. Good work. The god shall protect you. She said no more as her form dissolved once again into paper. The thousands of individual sheets scattered silently, spinning in midair before exiting through the seams of the tent, vanishing into the world. Mizuka remained motionless for a moment. Then the tears began to fall. He wasn't crying out of sorrow. It was something else, something closer to bliss. He covered his face with his hands and began to sob, rocking slightly in place. "Ah, Angel-sama," he whispered through the tears. "Your presence alone is enough to bless this worthless servant. I need your blessing, not the gods. I will serve you until my last breath." His whispers continued for several minutes. His voice cracked now and then, but he kept going. Eventually, the weeping slowed. He sniffed, wiped his face clean with the edge of his sleeve, and sat upright again. After a few deep breaths, he stood. He adjusted his outer robe, straightened his collar, and checked his reflection in the polished water basin placed in the corner. His face was calm again. Normal. No trace of the tears remained. Once he was satisfied, he stepped out of the tent. To anyone watching, he looked no different than he had upon arrival, an important man conducting important work. There was no sign of what had just taken place inside. Far above, perched in the trees outside the outpost perimeter, Ren watched the movement with a neutral expression. "He's coming out," Hitachi said. Yujao and Ren readied themselves. Ren heaved a sigh as he narrowed his eyes. "Everything looks fine, but I feel like I just avoided something huge." He relaxed slightly as he thought, well, whatever he was doing in there, it's finished now. Chapter 98, Umbu observing, judging, hating silently. Once Mizuka stepped out of the tent, he didn't show any signs of being shaken. In fact, his expression looked even calmer than before. There was a faint trace of a smile on his lips, though it was well hidden behind the noble's usual formal expression. He walked back to the caravan with light steps and immediately began issuing instructions to his guards and servants. "Unload the sealed crates. Leave the black-marked ones to the side, those will remain here. Everything else, prepare it for return transport." His tone was crisp and efficient, different from the laziness he had shown during most of the journey. His guards moved without complaint, quickly opening some of the carts and moving crates into a separate tent that had been prepared nearby. None of them asked questions. This looked like it had been arranged beforehand. From a high vantage point, Ren's eyes never left Mizuka. He crouched on a sturdy branch, leaning against the trunk, his body relaxed but his gaze fixed. Something didn't sit right. His instincts weren't flaring, but there was a persistent tightness in his chest. Like standing near the edge of a cliff. Like something had passed just inches away without touching him, but the wind from it still brushed his face. That tent. Ren thought as he stared at the place Mizuka had just exited from. Who was inside? Nothing had come out. Not a single soul. No trace of movement. Not even chakra fluctuations that he could sense. But the man who walked in and the man who walked out felt different, even if only slightly. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but Ren trusted his senses. He knew what unease felt like. And this was it. Was that man planning something for us, but then changed his mind? He kept replaying the journey in his head. No ambush. No accidents. No poisoning. Nothing suspicious. Mizuka had never been loud, slightly annoying, and weirdly obsessed with flowery words and polite phrasing, but never openly problematic. So the question wasn't what Mizuka did. The question was what he didn't do. Or maybe it wasn't him. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoever he met here, that's where the danger is. The unease crept up again. There was something wrong, but the worst part was, he couldn't prove it. No evidence. No concrete data. No enemy signature. No strange interactions with the outpost guards. Everything was too clean. Yujao's voice came from behind him. "He's wrapping up. Should we go down?" Ren gave a short nod. "Yeah, but keep your guard up. I don't like the vibes here." Yujao didn't question it. Hitachi had already deployed his insects again and simply followed silently. The three of them dropped from their perches and regrouped near the outer boundary of the outpost, revealing themselves casually, like they had simply taken a break nearby. Mizuka spotted them and gave a slight wave. "Ah, young shinobi," he called out with his usual politeness, "we'll be leaving soon. I've completed my business here. Thank you again for your protection." Ren nodded, offering nothing more than a neutral expression. "We'll escort you to the Swiren village before we part ways." Mizuka smiled. Of course. They didn't exchange anything more than that. But even as they followed him toward the checkpoint, Ren's thoughts didn't leave that tent. He glanced at it once more. Still no movement. Still nothing strange. But something had definitely happened there, and whatever it was, it had left a feeling in his gut stronger than the time he had seen Obito staring at him after he stabbed him. Who was that? He thought, his eyes fixed as they finally reached the gate, and yet, despite his suspicions, he didn't ask any more questions. He didn't want to. Ren was a firm believer in instincts, especially the one that told him when to not dig deeper. And this time, that instinct was screaming. He knew shinobi who thought they were clever, who poked where they shouldn't, who tugged at threads that were better left alone. They ended up on missing nin lists. Or worse, on graves with no names. Ren didn't fear many things, but he respected danger. And this danger, whatever it was bigger than Obito. He didn't know how or why, but he felt it. He didn't want answers. He just wanted to get back to the village. It took another 2 days before they reached Swiren village again. This time, their travel was faster and less stressful, as the load they carried back was significantly lighter than the one they had delivered. The sky was a dull gray when they reached the outskirts of the village. The guards recognized the group, and after a quick check of their mission scroll, they were waved through without trouble. As soon as they arrived at the village gate, Mizuka stepped out from his carriage, his robes looking far less pristine than they did at the beginning of the mission, but his expression was calm and polite as always. Ren and the others landed in front of him without any delay. Without waiting, Ren took out the mission scroll, extended it toward him, and spoke in a flat tone, "The mission has been completed. Please sign this." Mizuka nodded, smiling as he accepted the scroll and scribbled his signature on the bottom without even reading it. He rolled it up neatly and handed it back to Ren, who stored it away in his belt pouch. Mizuka, however, wasn't done. "Why don't you come with me to the inn?" he offered. "Allow me to treat you to something. A small token of gratitude." Ren didn't hesitate. "No, we'll be late for our return to the village." There wasn't even a hint of hesitation in his voice. Mizuka's smile didn't falter. "Ah, so you're planning to participate in the Chunin exams then? I heard they're starting soon." Ren didn't let his surprise show, but he filed away that information instantly. "That's earlier than I expected," he thought. "Yes," he replied simply. "So forgive us for declining your invitation." Mizuka gave a small bow, still smiling. "No need for apology. I wish you all luck in the exams. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon." "Surely not," Ren thought, but he nodded politely. "Of course, Lord Mizuka." He then turned to Yujeo and Hitachi and gave a small hand gesture. "Let's go." All three flickered away in unison. A short distance away, atop the trees beyond the village view, two masked figures sat still and watched. Tiger and Fox. They had seen Team 1 wrap up the mission and watched their brief exchange with Mizuka. After a moment, Fox broke the silence. "You see how arrogant he was," she said. "The way he talked to the client, like it was beneath him. And you expect him to become someone great." Tiger didn't respond immediately. He kept his eyes on the fading silhouettes of the three genin moving away, then slowly turned toward her. "So you didn't sense anything strange after the noble left that tent?" he asked. Fox frowned. "Strange. There was a change," Tiger said. "Very minor. Barely noticeable. But his behavior was different. More composed. More distant. That wasn't how he was acting during the mission. Something happened inside that tent, and the boy noticed it." Fox said nothing as Tiger continued. "The boy was cautious. Suspicious. Which is what a trained shinobi should be. You call it arrogance. I call it instinct." Fox slowed slightly, her pace faltering. She didn't argue back, not immediately at least. Tiger didn't wait for her response. "You've been lagging behind, Fox," he said bluntly. Not the boy. His voice wasn't angry, just cold. Detached. "I know what you're thinking. I know what happened after you encountered Shisui," he continued. "But that shouldn't be an excuse. Not when it interferes with your work." He didn't raise his voice, but every word landed like a knife. "How many times have you let your emotions cloud your judgment during this assignment? How many times have you considered altering the report just to paint the boy in a negative light?" Fox's jaw tensed under the mask, but she didn't speak. "You're umbu," he said. "Our role isn't to judge. Our role is to observe and report. Nothing else." He paused, then added, "You broke that rule." The silence between them stretched. Then Tiger turned away. "This will be reported to the Hokage. He will determine your punishment." Fox still didn't respond. Tiger spoke one last time before flickering away. "If you don't like what I said, then be like the boy. At least dream of being free from someone else's control. Otherwise, just follow orders and do your job. If you can't do either of those, then you shouldn't be a shinobi at all." And with that, he disappeared, leaving Fox alone on the branch. The leaves rustled quietly around her, but she remained still, staring in the direction Ren had gone. She didn't speak. She didn't move. Eventually, she too vanished into the trees. Only a few hours later, Team 1 reached the border checkpoint and smoothly crossed back into the land of fire. There were no complications from either side, just a routine inspection and brief confirmation with the scrolls. Once the border was behind them, the forest began to look familiar again, the subtle signs of Konoha's influence showing in the well-maintained paths and watchful chakra signatures scattered around. As they continued moving forward at a steady pace, Yujeo broke the silence. "Ren, what happened? You've been acting strange ever since we left the outpost." Ren slowed a little, his pace dropping just enough for the others to notice. "I don't have any proof," he said calmly, "but I kept getting the feeling something was wrong with the noble after he left the outpost. I couldn't shake it." Yujeo's expression grew serious. "Danger." Ren nodded, glancing at the trail ahead. "Yeah, it felt like we were standing on the edge of a cliff but didn't fall. That's why I kept asking you both to stay alert. I wouldn't have repeated myself that much otherwise." Yujeo nodded slowly, understanding dawning on her face. Hitachi, who had been quiet the entire time, finally murmured, "That explains why you asked for constant scans, even when it didn't seem necessary." Ren gave a faint shrug. Better paranoid than dead. They fell into silence again, the forest sounds returning to fill the quiet until Yujeo spoke once more. "Anyway," she began, "it looks like we'll be entering the Chunin exams this year." Her voice wasn't as excited as one would expect. It held a note of reluctance. Ren turned his head slightly, catching that tone. "Shouldn't you be happy about that? We're finally going to become Chunin. Why do you sound disappointed?" Yujeo hesitated for a moment, then replied, "It just feels, I don't know, rushed. I mean, we didn't even work together as a team for the past year. I was gone for all of it. Now we're suddenly being thrown into the exams, and the last mission was just a boring escort. Sensei wasn't even there with us. Ren listened quietly, then gave a small smile. Don't be so down about it, he said. Just think about everything we've done up until now. He gestured vaguely as he spoke. We've been through infiltration missions, border conflicts, survival missions, and actual S-rank engagements. That's not normal genin stuff. Most genin teams don't even see a B rank until their second year, let alone fight Orochimaru. He continued, there are full-fledged jonin who don't have a single S-rank mission under their belt. We've got multiple. If we were to compare records, I think only the Sunin's original team would top us. He looked at her again. So you shouldn't be sad it's ending. You should be proud that you were part of one of the most dangerous and legendary genin teams the village has ever produced. Yujao blinked, then gave a short laugh. I didn't know you had such a flair for inspiring speeches. Ren scoffed, of course I do. If I'm going to be the strongest someday, I'll probably need to lead armies at some point. So I've been practicing morale-boosting speeches early. Yujao opened her mouth to respond but stopped, unsure if he was joking or not. With Ren, it could go either way, and that was the most frustrating part. Hitachi gave a subtle grunt of acknowledgement, as if silently agreeing with both of them, and the team kept moving forward. Not long after, a sharp screech echoed through the canopy. All three of them looked up instinctively. Above them, the silhouette of a large bird circled, an eagle with a distinct black marking on its left wing. Ren recognized it immediately. Jonin emergency eagle, he muttered. The bird didn't descend but kept circling above them, clearly waiting for confirmation. Ren took a second to think. They were already back within the land of fire, the mission had been completed, and if an emergency eagle had found them this fast, it meant something urgent was going on nearby. He looked at his teammates. Let's go. Chapter 99, Cannon called. It wants its victim back. Team 1 quickly followed the bird, arriving on the scene within minutes. As they landed, Ren's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight in front of them. Two members of Team 2 were lying motionless on the ground, blood already forming dark patches beneath them. The third member, Eiji, was barely holding on, fighting a rogue ninja while constantly glancing back at his teammates, clearly distracted and mentally shaken. A few meters away, Team 2's Jonin leader was engaged with two more enemies, locked in a fast-paced clash. Ren didn't wait. In a single movement, he flickered forward and blocked the enemy's blade just as it was about to land on Eiji's exposed neck. The rogue ninja froze for a second, caught off guard. Ren didn't say anything. His hand turned into claws as he pierced the enemy's neck without hesitation, killing him instantly. Yujao and Hitachi didn't need orders. They moved as soon as Ren did. Yujao intercepted one of the enemies fighting the Jonin, and Hitachi supported her by releasing a swarm of insects, forcing the second enemy back. Eiji stumbled backward and dropped to one knee, stunned. When he realized who had saved him, he croaked out, Ren. Ren glanced over. You okay? Eiji nodded faintly but looked over at his teammates. But they dash. I'll check. Ren cut him off, moving quickly to the two fallen genin. He recognized them as Shin Sarutobi and Akimi Hyuga. He placed a hand on each of them, his chakra scanning their conditions. Shin was gone, no pulse, heart pierced clean through, but Akimi still had faint breath. Ren shifted focus entirely to her, starting immediate treatment. Stabbed eye, deep lacerations, disrupted chakra pathways, not good. He prioritized the most immediate injuries. As his healing chakra began working, he noticed something strange. Why isn't the treatment stabilizing her chakra flow? Is it the Byakugan? He focused on the remaining functional eye and confirmed his suspicion, her bloodline was complicating the process. Still, he did what he could. While Ren worked, Yujao and Hitachi killed one enemy and subdued the other. With the numbers reversed, the enemy team collapsed quickly. Team 2's Jonin leader, a large Akimichi, immediately rushed over, breathing heavily. Status. Ren continued focusing his chakra on Akimi's worst wounds. One dead, he said flatly. The other, she's alive, but her chakra system is damaged badly. Only Tsunade-sama or Udakata-sensei can fix that. I've healed the physical trauma, but one of her Byakugan is completely destroyed. The other is probably 40% functional at best. The Akimichi Jonin clenched his fists, glancing at Eiji, who looked like he was about to collapse from shock. He went over and tried to steady him. Ren moved on from Akimi's eyes and treated the rest of her wounds. It took nearly 15 minutes, but he cleaned and closed all external injuries, wrapped a bandage around her damaged eye, and stabilized her breathing. When he finished, he stood and glanced at Shin's body. Quietly, he crouched beside the dead genin and began closing his wounds too. Even if he couldn't save him, the least he could do was give the body some dignity before transport. Just then, two umbu flickered into view, Tiger and Fox. Tiger spoke first, we'll take the captive for interrogation. As he moved to collect the subdued rogue ninja, Jojuro, the Team 2 leader, blocked him. How do I know you're not just one of their allies impersonating umbu? Tiger paused, but before he could speak, Ren answered without looking up. Let them take him. They're umbu. They were monitoring our last mission. Tiger and Fox both froze, caught off guard by the information. They had taken extreme care not to reveal themselves, and yet this genin team not only noticed them but even identified their purpose. Tiger glanced toward Hitachi, who stood quietly off to the side. So it wasn't just Ren Takahashi, this team as a whole isn't normal. Without arguing, Tiger reached into his pouch, pulled out a black Umbu token, and tossed it toward Jojuro. You can confirm the seal with the Hokage once you're back. Without waiting for a response, both Umbu flickered away with the rogue ninja in tow. Jojuro remained still for a moment before slumping down, visibly exhausted. His eyes scanned his team. Shin was dead, Akemi, unconscious, almost crippled, Eiji in a daze. Ren walked over quietly. We should move. The village needs to be informed. I doubt this is the only group of rogue nin missing nin wandering around now that the Chunin exams are coming up. Jojuro nodded slowly. Eiji, take Akemi. I'll carry Shin. Eiji moved robotically, carefully lifting Akemi onto his back. His arms trembled, but he didn't complain. Jojuro stood up with Shin's body in his arms and looked at Ren. Thanks for arriving when you did. Ren just gave a nod. Let's get moving. Jojuro took the lead, Eiji trailing behind him. Team 1 followed after, silent and alert. Yujeo gave Ren a sideways glance but didn't say anything. She could tell from his expression that he wasn't in the mood to talk. Hitachi, as usual, was quiet, but the slight agitation of his insects hinted that he was disturbed too. The only sound that followed them on the forest trail was the steady thump of footsteps and the low whisper of leaves brushing in the wind. It took more than a day before they finally reached the gates of Konoha. By the time they arrived, all of them were exhausted, physically and mentally. Ren led the way and stopped at the gate to handle the formalities with the guards. He presented the signed mission scroll, got their entry logged, and signed the completion acknowledgement. As he turned back, he spotted Utakata standing nearby, waiting. The man looked calm as always, but the moment he saw the state of Team 2, his expression changed slightly. He took a step forward, his eyes immediately falling on the unconscious Akemi and the body wrapped in a travel sheet behind them. Without a word, he moved to Eiji, gently taking Akemi from his arms. His eyes flicked briefly to the wrapped body as he understood instantly. In a low voice, he ordered, get to the hospital. Notify the Hyuga clan. Team 1, file your report. And then, in a blur, he was gone, flickering toward the hospital with Akemi in his arms. Jojuro turned toward Ren and his team. Thank you again, we owe you, he said quietly. Ren shook his head. Don't say that. Just make sure she makes it through. Jojuro nodded and turned to Eiji. Go with her. I'll inform her family. Eiji, who hadn't said a word since the fight, simply gave a small nod and followed after Utakata. Now, only Team 1 remained. They exchanged glances. Ren exhaled and said, we did what we could. It's out of our hands now. Let's finish the mission. With that, he flickered ahead. Hitachi and Yujeo followed. The three reached the mission center in silence. Ren submitted the signed scroll for the escort mission, had their completion officially recorded, and then provided an additional incident report detailing the rogue ninja attack on Team 2. The Chunin at the desk frowned while reading it but didn't ask many questions. He simply stamped the report and told them it would be forwarded to the appropriate department. Once everything was handled, Team 1 dispersed without another word. Ren reached home quietly, closed the door behind him, and went straight to the bathroom. After a long shower, he walked to his room and collapsed face first on the bed. But rest didn't come. His thoughts kept spiraling. Was Eiji supposed to die today? Is that why no one remembers him in the original timeline? He turned his face sideways, staring blankly at the wall. Then what about the others? There are so many people I've met who didn't exist in the canon. Does that mean they were all meant to die? Hitachi? Sensei? Dad? His eyes narrowed. A cold weight settled in his chest. No, I won't let that happen. Ren sat up abruptly and slapped both cheeks, the sound echoing in the quiet room. I don't care if this world follows canon, or if it's some variation, or even something completely original. He stood up. I'm not letting them die just because some timeline demands it. Without another thought, he walked downstairs to the basement. He didn't even bother turning on all the lights. The damage from his last training session was still there, cracks in the tiles, broken dummies, scattered papers. He didn't care. Right now, he wasn't training for power. He wasn't pushing for stats. He just wanted clarity. To channel all the weight, the stress, and the frustration out of his body. So he trained. Hard. Chakra flowed. Fists flew. Tiles broke. Clones appeared and disappeared. Scrolls were activated. Targets shattered. And still, he kept moving. Hours passed. Sweat soaked through his shirt. His hands were scraped raw. But he didn't stop. This wasn't about points, experience, or mission rewards. This was about protecting the people that mattered, no matter how unpredictable this world turned out to be. The following day, Ren headed straight to the hospital to check on Akemi's condition. When he arrived, he found out that she was still in surgery. Utakata had spent the previous day making preparations, and the procedure had only started that morning. The staff informed him it would take around 10 hours, meaning Team 1 had the day off. As he waited outside the surgical wing, Ren noticed that aside from Eiji, several Hyuga clan members were present. A man and a woman, both of whom proudly displayed their foreheads without the cursed seal, and 2 guards who kept theirs hidden under forehead protectors. The entire corridor was dead silent. No one spoke. Not even a whisper passed between the Hyuga family members. Ren took the time to quietly observe. Looks like the tension between the main family and the branch family is still very real, he thought. The Hyuga affair must have just ended. Too bad I missed the chance to interfere. There could have been some good rewards for changing that event. He sighed to himself. Not that I could have done anything. We were already on a mission before the envoy arrived and returned after everything was over. Probably intentional. Was the old monkey planning something? He recalled the situation. The Uchiha were already isolated, and the Hyuga clan was the only other true power remaining. A scandal or fracture within the Hyuga would weaken their influence. Maybe that's why Utakata-sensei was kept out of the village too. If he's close to the Hyuga, the Hokage might have wanted him away. Well, no point in getting tangled in politics right now, but next time something like this happens, I'll be ready to step in. Always better to reap the rewards than watch them pass by. With that thought, he stepped forward to approach Eiji, but one of the guards moved to block him. Halt. This area has been restricted. Ren narrowed his eyes, about to respond, when Eiji's voice broke the silence. He was the one who treated Akemi on the scene. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have survived long enough to make it here. The Hyuga man and woman stirred slightly at that. The woman composed herself and gave a slight tilt of her head. I want to thank you for saving my daughter's life. Ren gave a short hum of acknowledgement and walked toward Eiji. The male Hyuga frowned, but addressed him nonetheless. We will make sure you receive an appropriate reward for saving her. There was no gratitude in his tone. It sounded more like he was doing Ren a favor. Ren ignored him entirely and said to Eiji, come by my house tonight if you want to talk. Then he flickered out of the hospital corridor. So, were the Uchiha even more arrogant than them? He wondered as he moved across the rooftops. Enough to be completely alienated to the point of rebellion. Later that night, Ren was sitting on the roof of his house, staring at the stars when he felt a familiar chakra signature approach. A moment later, Eiji climbed up and sat down beside him. They didn't speak right away, just laid there on the tiles, eyes to the sky. Eventually, the silence broke. Utakata-sensei said that, even though Akemi will be able to use chakra and live normally, Eiji began, it'll all depend on her willpower whether she continues as a shinobi. Ren kept his gaze upward. Do you think she's got it in her? No, Eiji said immediately. If it was Shin in her place, then maybe. But Akemi, for her, being a ninja was just a formality. She's not built for this anymore. I don't think she'll ever pick up a kunao again. Ren turned slightly toward him. What do you think about that decision? I despise it, Eiji answered, not even hesitating. She's been given a second chance, and she'll just throw it away. If it was Shin dash. Ren cut him off, his voice calm. You shouldn't say something you'll regret later. That made Eiji pause. He fell quiet again, and for a few minutes, neither of them said anything. Then, without warning, Eiji sat up. I got an offer. Chapter 100, Promotion Commotion, Part 1, The boomers are coming to watch the kids throw hands. The next day, Team 1 gathered once again at Training Ground 1. The three genin sat in a half-circle around Utakata, updating him on their completed mission. Ren also brought up the unease he'd felt throughout the escort job. After listening carefully, Utakata nodded and commented, even though you've likely heard this before, I'll say it again, a shinobi should always trust their instincts. There was no mention or intel indicating that Mizuka would meet anyone suspicious, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that he gave false information. You did well by sticking to the mission and not poking around unnecessarily. Ren nodded in acknowledgement. Hitachi and Yujeo also showed they understood. Then Utakata got to the main point. Alright, let's move on to the reason I called you here today. He looked at each of them before announcing, the Chunin exams will begin a week from now, and Team 1 will be participating as one of Konoha's official representatives. Despite the significance of the announcement, none of the genin reacted. They remained impassive, causing a flicker of disappointment to flash in Utakata's eyes, though he didn't let it show outwardly. He continued, this will be the first Chunin exam held since the 5 great nations officially signed the peace treaty, so there's a lot of attention on this one. Even the third Tsuchikage is coming to the village, since his granddaughter will be participating. Now that got a reaction. Ren raised an eyebrow. The Tsuchikage is allowing his granddaughter to travel to Konoha, so soon after the war? And the village is letting someone like him in. Utakata nodded. I'm not privy to the full details, but yes. His granddaughter will be among the participants, and Oniki himself will be present for the final round. He let that sink in for a moment before adding, as for his strength, he titled his head slightly, why worry about the Tsuchikage, when the third Hokage is still alive and well? He might not look the part, but there's no one stronger than the third right now, not even the other Kage. Ren was reminded of Orochimaru's words during the Konoha Crush arc, you could have defeated me if you were just 10 years younger. Even Orochimaru acknowledged Hiruzen's current strength. Ren thought, maybe he wasn't quite the god of shinobi that the title suggests, but for anyone who never saw Hashirama fight, Hiruzen probably looks like a god to them. A stray thought escaped Ren's mouth before he could stop it. Maybe we should organize an exhibition match between both old men. Utakata's eyes widened slightly. Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how much destruction that would cause? Ren sat up straighter, realizing he'd said it out loud. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you just made me curious. By the time I get to their level, they'll have declined. I won't get a proper gauge of their true strength. Utakata quietly observed him for a moment. He doesn't even question whether he'll reach that level. It's like he knows he will. Still, Utakata said, no, we can't have a match between them. If you want to know their strength, go read the war records. Once you become a jonin. Ren nodded without argument. Yujeo, who'd been surprisingly quiet so far, finally spoke. Sensei, will there be any reward if we do well? Before Utakata could respond, Hitachi answered flatly, the title of Chunin. Ren added, dead serious, the recognition of your comrades. Udakata followed with, how about an S-rank technique for each of you? Now that got their attention. Ujo perked up instantly. Really, sensei? Udakata nodded. Ren grinned at the news. He already had a few S-rank techniques, but most were incomplete or impractical to use in regular situations. A solid S-rank jutsu would be a huge bonus. If it's not a forbidden jutsu, maybe I'll go for an earth release technique. That'd give me more versatility. Ujo's determination returned in full force. We'll definitely earn that technique. Ren gave a side glance. Shouldn't your goal be becoming Chunin first? Ujo waved him off. They're connected. It's fine. Udakata, however, raised a hand toward her. You and Hitachi will get your reward from me, yes. But, he turned to Ren, if you want one, you have to win the tournament. Direct order from the Hokage. Ren groaned. Isn't that unfair? They get S-rank techniques just for passing the exam, and I've got to beat everyone in a tournament. Udakata shrugged. Life's unfair. If you want more, you're free to bargain with the Hokage yourself. Ren clicked his tongue but didn't argue further. Udakata continued, although the Tsuchikage's granddaughter will be participating, the Hokage believes your main rival will be Itachi Uchiha. You're expected to defeat him. Ren commented. Doesn't he want Itachi to win? Udakata didn't answer. He simply stared at Ren for a moment before moving on. I'll give you the registration forms the day before the exam begins. Until then, we'll focus on refining your combat readiness. Let's begin today's training. With that, Team 1 stood up and moved into position. The countdown to the Chunin exams had officially begun. In the Hokage's office, the village council meeting was already underway. The room was filled with the heads of the major clans, including the Abarame, Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans. The two elders, Kohara and Homura, were seated alongside Danzo Shimura. At the head of the room, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with his usual calm demeanor. Once everyone had settled, he opened the meeting with little preamble. I won't waste time with formalities. Most of you already know the reason we're here. It's about the upcoming Chunin exams. Let's begin. He gestured to Shikaku Nara, who stood up with a scroll in hand and began briefing the room. This year, we'll have 30 genin squads participating. 15 from the Leaf, 1 from Uegakur, 3 from Sunagakur, and 11 from smaller nations and independent villages. The exam format will be the traditional 3 stages. The written test first, followed by the Forest of Death, and finally, the individual tournament. The final event will be attended by the 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Tsuchikage. The Kazekage has declined the invitation, citing personal matters as he claims he needs to look after his children. Shikaku then sat back down, slouching into his chair as if he wanted to disappear into it. From across the table, Shibuya Barame adjusted his collar slightly before speaking. Is it wise to allow the 3rd Tsuchikage into the village, especially so soon after the treaty? I doubt he'll come alone. If his granddaughter is participating, then his son Kitsuki, an S-rank shinobi, will likely accompany him. Hiruzen nodded as he replied with a chuckle, it wasn't exactly an invitation. He simply informed me that he would be coming to observe his granddaughter. And I thought, why not? What harm is there? The clan leaders exchanged glances, silently thinking the same thing. If he doesn't want to share the truth, he might as well have just refused straight out. Then, Fugaku Uchiha, who had been sitting quietly, spoke up. My son's Jonin leader has once again refused to let their team participate. So I'd like to nominate him to enter the exam as a solo participant. Danzo instantly objected. Absolutely not. Even if he's from a great clan, we cannot bend rules for a single heir. If we do it once, every clan leader will start demanding the same. Fugaku didn't respond to Danzo directly. Instead, he kept his gaze locked on the Hokage. Hiruzen, already expecting this, spoke calmly. While I agree that Itachi Uchiha's strength is beyond that of a typical genin, making exceptions like this could be seen as favoritism. Fugaku's frown deepened, but before he could speak, Hiruzen raised his hand. However, since all relevant parties are here, we'll put it to a vote. Those in favor of allowing Itachi Uchiha to participate solo in this year's Chunin exams, raise your hand. Hands slowly rose across the room, those of the Uchiha, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and a few others. The Hyuga, Abarame, and Inuzuka clan heads did not raise theirs. Hiruzen nodded. Then it's settled. Itachi Uchiha will participate solo. Fugaku nodded in silent gratitude toward those who had supported him. From the opposite side, Inoichi Yamanaka asked, will Itachi be our official representative? Hiruzen shook his head. No, Udakata's team will be leading as our primary representatives. Some Inuzuka, arms folded, raised an eyebrow. That's the one with Sayaka's kid, isn't it? Hiruzen nodded again. Yes. This time, the Hyuga clan leader spoke, frowning. Wasn't it agreed when Lady Tsunade left the village that Sayaka or anyone connected to her wouldn't be publicly pushed into the spotlight? Hiruzen didn't elaborate. The circumstances are different for the boy than they were for her. With that, he smoothly shifted the topic. Let's move on. We need to discuss patrol duties and security measures for the duration of the exams. The Hyuga leader pressed again. Yes, that's important. One of our main family Kunoichi recently suffered a serious injury due to rogue ninja activity. At that, Hiruzen looked to Shikaku again. The Nara head sighed and stood up. To address the threat of rogue shinobi and smuggling groups, it's been decided that 200 Jonin and Shinin teams will be dispatched to patrol the Land of Fire up until the second stage of the exam. Once the final stage begins, and with the third Tsuchikage's arrival, 100 of those teams will be recalled to secure the village directly. The clan leaders nodded in approval at the soundness of the plan. A few more logistical topics were discussed, like guest accommodations, the potential for foreign interference, protocols for spectators, and a few last-minute administrative concerns, before Hiruzen finally stood and brought the meeting to a close. Then it's decided. All preparations for the Chunin exams will proceed as scheduled. Dismissed. One by one, the clan heads and elders filed out of the office. Danzo lingered for a moment longer than necessary, giving Hiruzen a glance that said nothing, and yet, everything. Hiruzen stayed seated as the room emptied. Lighting his pipe, he took a long drag and exhaled, watching the smoke swirl in the air. 6 days passed quickly as Team 1 focused entirely on training for the upcoming Shinin exams. The 3 genin spent most of their time honing their individual styles and working through coordinated team exercises under Yudakata's guidance. With the exams right around the corner, every day counted. Meanwhile, the entire village was buzzing with excitement. Word had spread about the scale of the event, and merchants from within and outside the Land of Fire had begun to pour into the village, setting up stalls and shops all across the main roads. Banners, flags, and streamers now adorned the buildings, while many stores had placed wooden boards advertising Shinin exam specials or exclusive discount for visiting shinobi. The village, for the first time in a while, felt less like a militarized zone and more like a true cultural capital. Children ran through the streets with headbands made of paper, pretending to be ninja. Tourists and traders mingled freely. Even civilians from allied nations had begun arriving, lured by the spectacle. For once, peace didn't seem like a dream, it felt like something tangible, being celebrated by everyone. On the afternoon of the 6th day, Team 1 decided to take a break from training and explore the village. The 3 of them walked through the busy market streets, taking in the new additions and the unfamiliar faces. Ren had his hands tucked in his pockets while Yujeo led the way, stopping at almost every interesting stall while Hitachi quietly observed everything. Yujeo glanced around and commented, "Isn't the decoration way grander than the previous times?" Ren nodded, "Well, it makes sense. Even though the Cloud and Mist villages aren't sending participants, all 5 nations have signed the peace treaty. So this time, there's a real sense of freedom and safety in the air. The villagers can finally breathe without worrying." Hitachi added softly, "It's good for the economy too. Most of these merchants wouldn't dare enter the village during the war years." The 3 of them continued strolling through the main street, passing by game stalls, weapon booths, and food carts. The sound of drums and bells occasionally rang out from performers trying to attract crowds. Ren glanced at a nearby booth advertising chakra-infused teacups and scoffed lightly, "Seriously? Who needs chakra flowing through their tea?" Yujeo, still scanning the stalls, replied without missing a beat, "You say that now, but if I buy one now, I bet by next week you'll be asking me to make your morning tea with one." "Unlikely," Ren snorted. "Unless the cup starts brewing ideas for new jutsu, it's just overpriced pottery." They continued walking until they stopped in front of a ramen cart, not Ichiraku, but one of the newer ones trying to capitalize on the exam crowd. Standing just outside the stall was a familiar figure, holding the hand of a little boy. Ren blinked, then tilted his head and commented without any restraint, "Dude, you look way older than you should."